He was just a useless live-in son-in-law, whose sole daily task was cooking meals for the female war god. But the female war god didn't want this kind of marriage. At the victory banquet, the female war god publicly kicked him out, giving him 100 million to get lost. Everyone mocked him, saying he deserved it. But the female war god never expected that the good-for-nothing who cooked for her every day was actually the mysterious big shot who could make the entire Yun Dynasty tremble. My name is Ye Ming, a worthless man married into the Shen family, but today I became the focus of the entire city. Because my wife, Shen Aoxue, the war goddess of Yun Dynasty, is going to divorce me at her victory celebration. The banquet hall is brilliantly lit, with the political and business elites of Yun Dynasty all in attendance, yet not one dares to meet Shen Aoxue's gaze on the stage. Dressed in a crimson gown, she is a peerless beauty. At just 22, she has risen to the rank of war goddess and even serves as the deputy leader of the mysterious Dragon King Hall. Her eyes sweep through the crowd and land on me in the corner, her aloof gaze tinged with a hint of disappointment. Following her gaze, the titans looked at me with pity and mockery in their eyes. Dressed in cheap streetwear, I stood out like a sore thumb amidst the sea of formal suits. They whispered among themselves, ridiculing me for being a worthless live-in son-in-law for 3 years, bringing shame to the Shen family's reputation. Are you really sure about this? No regrets? I spoke calmly, my voice as profound as the starry cosmos. Shen Aoxue laughed in extreme anger upon hearing this. Regret? I, Shen Aoxue, the #1 female war goddess of Yun Dynasty, deputy leader of the Dragon King Hall, would I regret divorcing a good-for-nothing like you who does nothing all day but serve me like a housemaid? Ye Ming, if you were a man worthy of soaring through the heavens, you could, but you're not. You don't deserve it. I didn't argue, simply stood up, brushed the dust off my clothes, and smiled warmly in the sunlight. For the past 3 years, every meal I prepared for her was made with rare and precious ingredients from around the world, yet in her eyes, I was just an ordinary nanny. I'm only asking if you've made up your mind, I repeated calmly. I have, she answered without hesitation. At that moment, my phone rang abruptly. I answered the call, and a woman's coquettish yet anxious voice came through. Ye Ming, it's Wuhui. I heard you dumped her. Now it's my turn, right? My turn to take her place. The name Wuhui caused a stir in the banquet hall. She was the elusive leader of the Jiantian Pavilion, with her 36 Tian gang operatives infiltrating everywhere. Her identity was even more mysterious than Shen Aoxue's. Shen Aoxue sneered upon seeing this. Ye Ming, did you plan this all along? Is this some actor you hired? Just to salvage your non-existent dignity. She tossed a bank card from her hand. There's $1 billion here, take it as you please. Now go. Oh, is that all? I chuckled, speaking into the phone as I walked toward the door. Just as my figure disappeared beyond the door, my voice echoed back. With this little money, I'm afraid it wouldn't even cover the cost of a single breakfast I made for you. The banquet hall fell into stunned silence, followed by an eruption of uproarious laughter. Shen Aoxue coldly suppressed her laughter. Today we celebrate our victory, but tomorrow, I must report to Division Head Li at the Jiangnan branch of the Dragon King Hall. Farewell, everyone, until we meet again. I hung up the phone and found a place to rough it for the night. The next day, I stood at the airport, staring at the ticket in my hand, penniless, and couldn't help but feel on the verge of tears. A single penny can stump even a hero. If only I'd taken that 100 million earlier. At that moment, I felt an extra note in my pocket, which had a distress signal written on it. Following the scent on the note, I saw several burly men in black surrounding a graceful young woman. A silk handkerchief was pressed over her mouth, and her pleading eyes were fixed on me. I raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing at the corner of my lips. How about earning some travel money first? The burly men were about to force the woman into the car, but I was already seated inside, looking at them with an innocent expression. Kid, get lost now, the leading thug roared impatiently. Miss, my name is Ye Ming. $100, just $100 can save you. How about it, care to consider? I asked the captive girl with a sunny smile. Though she couldn't speak, her darkened expression made it clear she was probably cursing me in her mind. Just as the burly men were about to strike, she closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight of bloodshed. But less than a second later, she heard a sharp cry of pain. Her eyes snapped open to see me still wearing that sunny smile, my fingers clamped firmly on the thug's pressure point, making him writhe in agony. $100, I repeated again. The girl nodded vigorously, thinking $100 was totally worth it. A few seconds later, several burly men lay scattered on the ground. I took the silk handkerchief from the girl's hand and said, pay up. The girl began joyfully, but in an instant, her eyes grew hazy, and after blinking, she fainted. I frowned, it was knockout drops. Just as I was lost in thought, a scolding voice rang out. Ye Ming, you're a man, have some dignity, will you? A tall, domineering woman walked around from the other side of the car. Beneath her right eye was a beauty mark, radiating fierceness. Chapter 4, The General, That Good for Nothing. Su Na. How is it you? Ye Ming knew that menacing mole all too well. As Shen Aoxue's right-hand woman, she was notoriously sharp-tongued. Humph. Playing dumb. Su Na's delicate brows furrowed, and the mole beneath her eye grew sharp and spiteful. Who knew you'd stoop so low? Didn't you leave yesterday? So you've been eavesdropping on the general's schedule and followed him all the way to Jiangnan. Just then, Shen Aoxue's voice came from the other end. Suna? What's wrong? General. It's that good for nothing. Suna turned to respond. Tap. The click-clack of high heels echoed closer. Ye Ming. Upon reaching the car, Shen Aoxue saw Ye Ming and immediately wore an expression of impatience. What exactly do you want? I gave you money, but you refused it for the sake of your so-called dignity. Now you want to follow me to Jiangnan. Sighing helplessly, Shen Aoxue narrowed her eyes and waved at Ye Ming. Suna, who had served Shen Aoxue for years, understood her mistress's meaning with just a glance. She first shot Ye Ming a contemptuous look. Then she swiftly pulled out a checkbook from her pocket, scribbled a check for 100 million, and handed it to Ye Ming with obvious disdain. Here, take it. Now get out of here. Don't follow the general anymore. Don't you know your place? I think you two should take this money to the hospital instead. Did you forget my family is also in Jiangnan? After watching the master-servant duo's performance, Ye Ming chuckled and opened the car door, ready to leave. But the moment the door swung open, it exposed the drugged-out girl inside the car. Ha! Is this the actress you hired yesterday to make that phone call? You hired her for help. And now you're drugging her too. Spotting the girl in the car, Suna's voice shot up an octave. Shen Aoxue turned at the sound and saw the scene inside the car. Her chest immediately heaved with emotion. Ye Ming. You've disappointed me so much. Your lowly status is not something you can choose. I understand that. But even if you are a lowly commoner, you should never break the law. Exactly. Suna chimed in, her delicate brows furrowed in deep thought. Whether you get arrested isn't the point. The point is you were once the Shen family's son-in-law. The general's man. Didn't you consider the negative impact this would have on the Shen family? On the general? How annoying. Why are you two acting like stubborn mules? Even Ye Ming's patience had its limits. Seeing the master and servant transform into little fairies, he yanked open the car door, jumped in, and sped off. The cloud of exhaust trailing behind the vehicle left the pair looking utterly flustered. Suna immediately grabbed Shen Aoxue, intending to chase after them, but the latter waved her off. Forget it. Judging by Ye Ming's reaction just now, maybe we really did misunderstand. These past 3 years, he's been quite diligent as a butler. We still have to pay our respects to Lordly at the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace tomorrow. Let's not waste any more energy on him. But General. Suna still felt uneasy, but Shen Aoxue had already walked away. Reluctantly, she followed suit. Meanwhile, in Ye Ming's car. The moment the girl awoke, she looked around in terror. But the instant she saw Ye Ming, her heart suddenly calmed. Now, gazing at Ye Ming's profile as he drove intently, the girl found herself momentarily lost in thought. He was truly handsome. Chapter 5, Miss, please control yourself. Young lady, please behave yourself. I'm selling my skills here. Ye Ming suddenly spoke up. What did you say? I don't understand. The girl, caught off guard, flushed crimson and quickly changed the subject. Oh, right. I know your name now. You don't know mine yet? Let me introduce myself. My surname is Zhao. Zhao Ling'er, that's me, young lady. Ling'er? Ye Ming turned his head with interest, smiling at Zhao Ling'er, whose face sparkled with excitement. Such a spirited name. Did you sneak out? Zhao Ling'er's face showed a hint of hesitation, mixed with a touch of melancholy, and she didn't continue her answer. Seeing this, Ye Ming tactfully steered the conversation elsewhere. Right, young boss, my fee $100. When's the payment due? I'll add another 500. How about joining me for a drink? Zhao Ling'er seemed in a bad mood, specifically requesting Ye Ming's company at the bar. Alright. I've got nothing else going on right now. Might as well experience the glitz and glamour of Jiangnan while I'm here, Ye Ming thought to himself before readily agreeing. Soon, the two arrived at a bar in Jiangnan. Dim lights pulsed to the beat of thumping music as countless handsome men and beautiful women, clad in minimal clothing, danced wildly beneath the glow. Ye Ming picked a booth and ordered several bottles of liquor for Zhao Ling'er. Zhao Ling'er seemed deeply troubled. As they chatted idly, alcohol gradually brought them closer together. By the time they left the bar, Zhao Ling'er had her arms wrapped tightly around Ye Ming's neck, refusing to let go. In the car, Ye Ming shook his head with a wry smile. Just yesterday, Shen Aoxue had offered 100 million to buy 3 years of his companionship. Today, he'd spent 600 to spend the day with Zhao Ling'er. Whether it was 100 million or 600, if word of this money got out to the right people, they'd surely marvel at what a bargain it was. Let's go. I'll drop you off at the hotel. After his wry smile, Ye Ming pressed the gas pedal, ready to drive off. But just then, Humph. Ye Ming's vision was suddenly blocked by a face, accompanied by the warm sensation of lips on his own. Ye Ming. The next day, as daylight filled the room, Zhao Ling'er came to her senses and caught sight of Ye Ming. Her face flushed crimson. Her first time had been given to this man who saved her life. A pang of emptiness washed over Zhao Ling'er's heart, but it quickly gave way to a sense of satisfaction. At least she had given herself to a man she favored, rather than that notoriously wicked young master of the Wang family. The wedding was imminent, yet the bride fled. Zhao Ling'er shook her head, gently kissed Ye Ming on the cheek, left behind a bank card with 1 million yuan, opened the car door, and departed resolutely. After she departed, Ye Ming immediately opened his eyes. Glancing at the warning scrawled on the bank card, "Leave Jiangnan immediately." Ye Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Another arranged marriage gone awry. As Ye Ming pondered this, a sudden pang in his chest made his expression change abruptly. No! This curse! Then, a look of nostalgia washed over Ye Ming's face as the image of a respectful middle-aged man appeared in his mind. Li Changkong. After all these years away from Jiangnan, let me see this 7-star heavenly palace you painstakingly created for me, draining the Dragon King's palace of its accumulated wealth over the years. Let's see if it can truly suppress the curse within me. Several tens of minutes later, Ye Ming arrived at Longzhou Mountain, the highest peak in Jiangnan. Chapter 6, The 7-Star Heavenly Palace Encounter. Spanning nearly half the Dragon Head mountain range, the 7-Star Heavenly Palace sat atop the peak. Its layout mirrored the celestial arrangement of the 7 stars. At nightfall, one could witness spiritual energy gathering visibly above the Tianshu Hall, the foremost star of the constellation. At that moment, atop the Tianshu Hall, a middle-aged man stood bowed and upright. A fierce wind swept across the mountaintop. Anyone standing there at that moment would surely be stunned by the scene before them. For despite the fierce gale, it could not even stir the man's robes. This man was Li Changkong, the Dragon King Hall Master who stood above the imperial family of the Yun Dynasty, a figure whose name alone could silence a child's cries. Yet despite his prestige reaching an unparalleled height, Li Changkong, standing there, showed not a trace of arrogance on his face. What he displayed was nothing but humility. Reverence. All of this was because of the person standing before him. A young man who appeared bright and handsome. The only one of his kind in this world. Commander Yi. Li Changkong addressed him respectfully. Ye Ming smiled and waved his hand. Come in. Next time, don't wait for me up so high. The wind is pretty strong, and you must be freezing. With that, Ye Ming's figure flickered and vanished before Li Changkong's eyes. Witnessing this, Li Changkong's pupils contracted sharply, his expression utterly stunned. Commander Yi's cultivation has advanced again. At the same moment, at the entrance of the 7-star heavenly palace. Ha! Shen Aoxue's delicate brows furrowed tightly, clearly witnessing something extraordinary. Is that Ye Ming? Ye Ming? Where? Where? Suna gasped in surprise, her gaze darting around frantically. Shen Aoxue raised a finger, pointing toward the apex of the Tianshu Hall. Suna hurriedly followed her gesture, but by then, the summit of the celestial pivot hall was empty. Seeing this, Suna sighed in relief. General, you really shouldn't dwell on that good-for-nothing anymore. He left the Shen family. From now on, you two belong to different worlds. How could there be any intersection? Besides, where are we? This is the 7-star heavenly palace. Forget about someone like Ye Ming. Even the heads of the top families in Jiangnan would have to weigh their own standing before daring to set foot here. Yet Shen Aoxue's delicate brows remained tightly furrowed. The figure atop the Tianshu Palace roof had truly resembled Ye Ming's silhouette. Having lived with Ye Ming for 3 years, though never sharing a bed, she knew his form well enough to recognize it. At that moment, the main gate of the celestial palace swung open. An elder from the Dragon King Hall stepped before Shen Aoxue, first bowing slightly with respect, then extending his hand in invitation. Deputy Chamberlain Shen, the Chamberlain is currently receiving distinguished guests in the Celestial Pivot Hall. Please deign to wait in the Tianxian Hall below the Tianshu Hall. Very well, thank you for your trouble. Shen Aoxue bowed slightly in return, her response polite and measured. Before long, the group arrived at the Celestial Spindle Hall. The elder pointed toward the nearby Tianshu Hall. Deputy Hallmaster Shen, though you now hold the position of Deputy Hallmaster of the Dragon King Hall, there are still matters I must caution you about. Within the 7-star heavenly palace, only Hallmaster Li may enter the Tianshu Hall. No others may approach. Violators. At this point, the elder's previously courteous tone abruptly turned cold. Kill without mercy. No exceptions. Deputy Hallmaster Shen, you must engrave this warning upon your heart. Yes. Thank you for your warning, elder. I will remember. Shen Aoxue stopped Suna, who was about to argue with the elder, and agreed expressionlessly. Chapter 7, You're fired. The Dragon King Hall wields power surpassing even the imperial court of the Yun Dynasty, making it a uniquely formidable force. At this moment, a crucial matter required the Dragon King Hall's assistance. Here, reckless action was absolutely forbidden. At that moment, within the Celestial Axis Hall under Shen Aoxue's watchful gaze, Li Changkong stood respectfully beside Ye Ming, holding a stack of documents. General Yi, these are the records of families in Jiangnan who once had dealings with the Dragon Slayers. Quite good. And thank you for your efforts regarding the 7-star heavenly palace as well. Ye Ming accepted the documents and offered a casual compliment. After entering the Sevenstar heavenly palace, he distinctly felt the curse within his body temporarily suppressed. Moreover, the dragon slayers were connected to the disappearance of his parents years ago. Li Chankong's investigation had indeed been thorough. Li Chankong fought to suppress his inner excitement, lowering his head even further with a blank expression. I'd gladly walk through fire and water for Commander Yi. This Zhao family. Ye Ming's gaze fixed on a section of the paper. Start with this Zhao family. Secure me a position within the Zhao group tomorrow. Yes. Your orders are followed, Commander Yi. The next day, atop the Zhao Tower, a board meeting concerning Zhao Ling'er commenced. Mr. Ding, the pharmaceutical project under your responsibility has been cancelled by the board. I'm sure you won't be idle for long. Seated on either side of the large conference table were several high-ranking executives of the Zhao group. Zhao Ling'er sat at the head of the table, her teasing gaze resting on a woman in her early 30s seated below her, as the company's president. I have decided to send you, Mr. Ding, to Africa to expand our market. You won't refuse, will you, Mr. Ding? As the words fell, the woman under Zhao Ling'er's gaze flashed a look of resentment. Beside her sat a man in his 20s with a greasy, flushed face. His gaunt face bore two triangular eyes that glowed with venom as he snapped, You little brat. How dare you speak to my sister like that? My sister, Ding Shuixian, is your father's new wife. Your stepmother. She's your senior, no matter how you look at it. Is this how you speak to your elders? Humph. Senior? Zhao Ling'er shot a mocking glance at the woman, Ding Shuixian. Business matters are business matters. This is a company meeting, there's no room for seniority here. At these words, the faces of the Zhao family members seated on both sides of the conference table who were Zhao Ling'er's elders flushed with discomfort. Zhao Ling'er didn't notice. After addressing Ding Shuixian, she turned her piercing gaze toward the man from earlier. And you? Don't think you can run wild in this company just because your sister works here. I heard you even had the nerve to harass our company receptionist. You've got some nerve. I hereby announce, you're fired. Now. Get out. Hold on. Just then, Ding Shuixian, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly raised her hand, drawing everyone's attention to her. Not bad for a little girl. Think you've won? Trying to transfer me to that godforsaken place in the Philippines? Ding Shuixian stood up and circled Zhao Ling'er's chair. When she stopped in front of Zhao Ling'er again, the seething anger from before had vanished from Ding Shuixian's face, replaced by pure mockery. But TSK, you think that by manipulating the board to halt my medical project, I'm finished? Zhao Ling'er's brows furrowed tightly as she looked up at her stepmother, whose expression had shifted completely. Had she overlooked something? Why could Ding Shuixian still smile now? Chapter 8, The Agreement. Zhao Ling'er's Crisis. As if reading Zhao Ling'er's confusion, Ding Shuixian snorted disdainfully and waved to her younger brother, Ding Yi, bring out that performance-based agreement for this little girl to see. Got it. The slick-haired man immediately complied, pulling a document from his bag and slapping it down in front of Zhao Ling'er. He looked down at her with a smirk. You little brat. You think you can take on my sister? You're still too green. Watch closely. This is the bet agreement you signed with your own hand. It's written in black and white. The moment this medical project fails, you'll step down immediately. With that, Ding Yi crossed his arms, watching the stunned Zhao Ling'er with mock amusement. It was Xiao Sun. After a brief moment of shock, Zhao Ling'er, seasoned in the business world, instantly realized she had been set up by her personal secretary, Xiao Sun. No wonder that girl had been complaining about family matters back home and left 2 weeks early. This document is Xiao Sun framing me. I never approved it. Zhao Ling'er frowned, then turned to the elders seated on both sides of the conference table, uncles and elders. Don't you believe me? At that moment, the expressions of the Zhao group executives were extremely awkward and uncomfortable. Ahem, Ling'er, you have a signed document right here. How can we possibly believe you? Yes, Ling'er, how could you handle this matter? Alas. We have no other recourse. It seems we must now honor the agreement. Uncles. Could it be that even you? The sudden reversal of the situation was too much for Zhao Ling'er to bear. She slumped into the chair symbolizing the president's authority. It's over. The medical project. These agreements. And these uncles. This was all Ding Shuixian's trap. How ridiculous that she'd been so confident just moments ago about exiling her to the Philippines. Hey! You were going to fire me, weren't you? Humph. Little brat. Ding Yi leaned casually against the conference table, his face brimming with contempt. Ding Shuixian looked at the utterly devastated Zhao Ling'er with even more mockery. Little brat, just go marry into the Wang family and be their young mistress. Business matters? How could a little girl like you possibly handle them? How could the old master possibly trust you to handle the Zhao family's business? With that, Ding Shuixian burst into a loud, unrestrained laugh that echoed throughout the entire conference room. Zhao Ling'er slumped against the chair's backrest, her eyes hollow and vacant. Marrying that spoiled Wang family scion would ruin her entire life. And not just that. The entire Zhao family would be ruined by this venomous woman. I'll fight you to the death. With that thought, tears welling in her eyes, Zhao Ling'er lunged to strangle Ding Shuixian. But Ding Yi acted with lightning speed, pulling his sister behind him while raising his other hand high, ready to strike Zhao Ling'er's cheek. At that very moment. They say the Zhao Group is a vast and prestigious enterprise, all high-end and sophisticated. But how did thugs like these manage to sneak into a meeting? A voice tinged with mockery and contempt rang out. As the onlookers' gazes settled, they realized someone had appeared in the room without anyone noticing. He was young. His smile radiated sunshine. Yet in that instant, his palm slammed hard against Ding Yi's face. The force sent Ding Yi flying backward. He slid across the conference table for a long time before finally coming to a stop. Zhao Ling'er, we meet again. It's you. Ye Ming? Ye Ming. Chapter 9, Ye Ming Strikes. Gazing at the handsome face mere inches away, Zhao Ling'er, burdened by so much injustice, could no longer contain her emotions. She threw herself onto Ye Ming and burst into tears. Meanwhile, Ding Yi, who had been knocked off the table, finally landed and reunited with the trembling Ding Shuixian beside him. Who the hell are you? How dare you hit me? You're asking for it. Ding Yi, seething with rage, grabbed a nearby chair and lunged toward Ye Ming. But Ye Ming merely turned his head, meeting Ding Yi with a single, icy glance that froze him in his tracks. Who are you? At that moment, Ding Shuixian also recognized Ye Ming's formidable martial arts skills and realized resistance was futile. She stepped forward to confront him. This is an internal meeting of the Zhao Group. How dare you interfere? And, as she spoke, Ding Shuixian's gaze fell upon Zhao Ling'er. Ling'er, do not forget your standing. You are the betrothed fiancé of the Wang family's eldest son. To be seen in public embracing a man like this. Do you think the Zhao family can withstand the wrath of the Wang family? As soon as she finished speaking, Ding Shuixian's words immediately drew agreement from the Zhao family executives present. One after another, they began to rebuke Zhao Ling'er and Ye Ming. Zhao Ling'er, realizing her indiscretion, scrambled off Ye Ming's shoulder and scolded him with feigned pout. You fool! Didn't I tell you to leave Jiangnan immediately? Leave Jiangnan! Why did you come back? Do you have any idea how dangerous you are right now? Despite Ye Ming being merely a one-night lover, Zhao Ling'er still cared deeply for him. Especially now that Ye Ming had unexpectedly appeared in this situation. And even helped her vent her anger. Ha! I'm afraid I'd starve to death if I left Jiangnan. Ye Ming glared at Zhao Ling'er with a look of utter grievance. So now I'm your secretary, in charge of your daily affairs. Secretary? How come I? Zhao Ling'er desperately wanted to say she had no idea she'd acquired a secretary. But Ye Ming was quick as lightning, pressing two fingers against Zhao Ling'er's lips with a sunny smile. Leave this to me. Zhao Ling'er desperately wanted Ye Ming to leave. To get away from this trouble-ridden Jiangnan. Because he had no idea how terrifying and powerful the Wang family truly was. Yet feeling the warmth of his fingertips against her lips, Zhao Ling'er's heart melted instantly, her throat feeling as if stuffed with cotton. Let me take a look. After guiding Zhao Ling'er to her seat, Ye Ming scanned the plan on the table and instantly understood the scheme Ding Shuixian and the others were playing. Everyone, quiet down. Ye Ming's command cut through the clamor of the Zhao family executives, instantly intensifying the already charged atmosphere in the room. You little brat. Who do you think you are? How dare you tell us to shut up? Do you even know who we are? Not even Zhao Ling'er's father would dare speak to us like this. Several executives slammed their fists on the table. Ding Shuixian and Ding Yi crossed their arms, content to sit back and watch the show. Young man, you're asking for trouble. But just then, Ye Ming waved a finger, a mischievous grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Yulong Group is about to invest in Jiangnan province. Who do you think I am? Do I need to spell it out? How could you possibly know this top secret information? Yulong Group is a world-class top enterprise. Could he possibly be from Yulong Group? After a flurry of whispered discussions, the room suddenly fell silent. Chapter 10, a 10 billion investment. Even Zhao Ling'er couldn't believe it, turning her head to stare blankly at Ye Ming. But soon, she pouted and shook her head. When Ye Ming first met her, he was fretting over 100 yuan. And now he dares to brag about connections to the Yulong Group? Put. That sly little fox. He really knows how to use a tiger's skin as a banner. He must have heard some rumor from somewhere. Now he's trying to act all high and mighty. Ahem, it's just a medical project. What's there to fail? Just inject more capital. Seeing the room fall silent, Ye Ming, known for his shocking remarks, blurted out another bold statement. But this time, Ding Shuixian seized the opportunity to probe. Since you're from the Yulong Group, why don't you take charge of this investment? After all, the Zhao Group doesn't have that kind of money. Exactly. Easier said than done. You take charge. At that moment, Ding Yi also stepped forward to challenge him. Zhao Ling'er immediately clutched Ye Ming's wrist, silently shaking her head to warn him not to fall for the bait. But Ye Ming seemed oblivious, sneering dismissively. How much? I won't make it too difficult for you, let's say 500 million. Ding Shuixian feigned benevolence. What? 500 million? Ye Ming was stunned. Ding Yi tilted his head back defiantly. You can't even scrape together a measly 500 million for an investment? Ye Ming chuckled. Oh, I was expecting something more substantial. 500 million? Even the Zhao group couldn't come up with that. No, Ye Ming, Ye Ming. Zhao Ling'er whispered urgently. Ding Shuixian and the Zhao group executives present turned green with anger. Don't talk big. Can you actually secure it? Forget 500 million. Let's round it up. 10 billion. Ye Ming slammed his hand on the table. Hearing the figure, Ding Yi beamed even wider, slamming his own fist on the table. A gentleman's word is his bond. If you can't secure it, you'll kowtow 3 times and call me grandpa. No turning back now. I'll get it. We're even. I'm waiting for your 3 kowtows too. Ye Ming's eyes gleamed intensely. That evening, in Zhao Ling'er's office. You. I told you to leave, but you wouldn't. Now let's see what you'll do. Zhao Ling'er tapped Ye Ming's forehead, her eyes filled with concern. Ye Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes. Hey, Missy, I saved your life, and this is how you thank me? Thank you? Zhao Ling'er rolled her eyes in retort, then pulled out her phone and began scouring for potential investors. All the while, she ranted incessantly at Ye Ming. I don't know where you got the nerve to come back. I'll arrange a private jet tomorrow. If you don't leave, I'll have you forcibly removed. You really don't know your place. Aren't you afraid of losing your life in Jiangnan? Found it. Yes. Mid-rant, Zhao Ling'er's fingers froze abruptly. Ye Ming leaned in to catch a glimpse. A line of text appeared on the phone screen. Tianke Investment Firm. Is this the investment firm you found? Ye Ming asked. Zhao Ling'er bit her finger, her face twisted with conflict. Right now, Ding Shuixian and the others have probably blocked every path. The only one who can save us is probably this investment firm. As she spoke, Zhao Ling'er stood up and punched Ye Ming's chest playfully, her tone a mix of reproach and teasing. 10 billion. You really have the nerve to ask for that much. I'll go check out this investment firm tomorrow. All right. You go ahead. Yeah, that's fine. Ye Ming agreed before quickly walking away. Once outside, he dialed Li Changkong's number. Yulong Group naturally, it had inextricable ties to the Dragon King's palace. Chapter 11, Tianke Investment Bank. Alright, Tianke Investment Bank. 10 billion in investment funds. You handle it overnight. With that, Ye Ming hung up and headed back to Zhao Ling'er's office. Why are you back already? Zhao Ling'er had been resting with her eyes closed. Hearing the movement and seeing it was Ye Ming, she was taken aback. Ye Ming raised an eyebrow and smiled with effortless ease, of course, to properly comfort you. After all, it's my fault you're in this mess. You finally get it. What are you doing? Ye Ming, you. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room grew intensely suggestive. The next morning, Ye Ming stirred groggily in Zhao Ling'er's embrace. Wake up! A slightly impatient, sweet voice reached Ye Ming's ears. That was a good sleep. Ye Ming stretched lazily as he climbed out of bed. Zhao Ling'er pouted her cherry lips as she dressed, saying, I'll arrange a plane for you to leave Jiangnan by noon. Don't come looking for me anymore. Hearing this, Ye Ming suddenly drew close to her, his deep gaze fixed on her eyes. What? Miss, if I leave, who will help you? Help me? Zhao Ling'er felt both amused and exasperated. This whole mess was Ye Ming's doing to begin with. What was supposed to be 500 million had ballooned to 1 billion. Currently, only Tianke Investment had the financial clout to handle it. Given her relationship with the firm, there was a high chance they'd refuse. Yet despite this, Zhao Ling'er didn't blame Ye Ming. Instead, she was grateful he'd stepped forward to help her yesterday. While it hadn't made a decisive difference, it had at least offered her some solace and confidence. Ye Ming, our relationship is what it is, you really shouldn't take it too seriously. Oh, but I did. Ye Ming flashed a sunny smile. Did you forget yesterday? I said I'm your secretary now, taking care of your daily needs and handling all your affairs. Hearing Ye Ming speak so plainly, Zhao Ling'er felt considerably more at ease, though a flicker of hesitation still lingered in her heart. Could she truly rely on this man before her? Enough, stop overthinking. Aren't you heading to Tianke Investment? I'll go with you. Really? Ye Ming nodded decisively, absolutely. From now on, your matters are my matters. His voice wasn't loud, yet it shook Zhao Ling'er to her core. She had assumed Ye Ming would only offer lip service, but never expected him to genuinely want to share both the good and the bad with her. With that realization, Zhao Ling'er made up her mind instantly. Ye Ming, if I can get through this crisis, I'll agree to be with you. You'll remember that. Ye Ming's deep eyes now gleamed with sharp intensity, surprising Zhao Ling'er. It was the first time she'd seen him wear such a solemn, dignified expression. Alright, let's grab breakfast and head out soon. Zhao Ling'er and Ye Ming arrived at the entrance of Tianke Investment. The receptionist bowed and inquired, May I ask if you have an appointment? Yes, I have an appointment with President Tian regarding an investment. I'm afraid President Tian hasn't arrived at the office yet. If you'd like to discuss investments, you can speak with Vice President He's in his office right now. Zhao Ling'er thought it would be the same anyway, so she nodded. Then please schedule it for me. Certainly, please wait a moment. Just as the receptionist was making the appointment, two figures approached. One was none other than Vice President He Chang, whom she intended to contact, while the other was a company client. Chapter 12, Unwritten Rules. Ha! Isn't this the Zhao family's heiress? He Chang recognized Zhao Ling'er at a glance, a smile playing on his lips. What brings you here? Deputy Director Miss Zhao is here to discuss an investment opportunity with you. I'm currently arranging an appointment for her. Oh, no need for an appointment. Just come to my office. Seeing his friendly attitude, Zhao Ling'er felt a surge of hope. This might just work out. Alright, thank you, Vice President He Chang then led Zhao Ling'er into his office, while Ye Ming had to wait outside for updates. Please, have a seat. He Chang sat down beside Zhao Ling'er with great warmth, personally pouring tea and offering water, his manner flattering and obsequious. The situation is this: our Zhao group is currently undertaking a medical project, but we're facing funding issues. We were hoping your investment firm might be able to lend a hand. Hearing this, He Chang drew a deep breath, his gaze darkening. How much funding is required? 10 billion. 10 billion? While Tenka Investment does possess the capacity to commit 10 billion, they must conduct thorough risk assessments and multi-level analyses. Unless a project is a sure thing, they wouldn't approve even 2 billion, let alone 10. If absolutely necessary, 5 billion could be considered. He Chang sighed with a hint of resignation, but he didn't refuse outright. Instead, he nodded and smiled. That's not impossible. Really? Zhao Ling'er's eyes, as clear as autumn water, instantly flashed with sharp brilliance. At last, she saw a glimmer of hope. However, given Zhao Group's current standing, the company would never approve it unless there was a guarantor. A guarantor? Exactly. We need someone with substantial financial backing. This news caused Zhao Ling'er's eyes, which had just lit up with a glimmer of hope, to dim once more. Seeing the look of embarrassment on Zhao Ling'er's face, He Chang cleared his throat and gave a slight chuckle. After all, I am the vice president of this company. If I step in as your guarantor, I can ensure the investment funds reach your hands. Really? But I have one condition. Zhao Ling'er nodded vigorously. Please, tell me. At that moment, a sly smile touched He Chang's lips as his restless hand gently rested on Zhao Ling'er's fair thigh. The condition is this: spend the night with me. What? Zhao Ling'er immediately sprang to her feet, her delicate brows furrowed. Are you out of your mind? Heh, Miss Zhao, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. With your current qualifications, forget about getting 10 billion, even 2 billion would be difficult. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Zhao Ling'er, greedily inhaling her scent. No! Zhao Ling'er shoved He Chang away and took a few steps back. But as she reached the doorway, hesitation suddenly gripped her heart. This was her last chance. Could she really just give it up like this? You know this investment is crucial for you. He Chang seemed to know something, repeating this phrase insistently. Zhao Ling'er bit her lip, feeling as if fate had her by the throat. Whichever choice she made seemed like a plunge into a bottomless abyss. Seeing her freeze in place, He Chang sneered coldly and reached behind her to embrace Zhao Ling'er. Smack! But in the next instant, Zhao Ling'er shoved him away. I won't! He Chang's anger flared instantly. Consumed by lust and primal urges, he resorted to force. Chapter 13, Ye Ming, get out of here! Damn it! She's being ungrateful. He grabbed Zhao Ling'er's hands, determined to take her right there. Without his permission, no one dared enter the office. Let go of me! Zhao Ling'er struggled relentlessly, but she was no match for a grown man and was quickly pinned down. Just as He Chang pulled down his pants, a thunderous explosion erupted from behind. Boom! The office door was kicked open with a thunderous crash. Who? He Chang jolted in fright, only to see a figure swiftly materialize before him. Zhao Ling'er was scared into tears, crying out helplessly like a wounded kitten. Ye Ming. Seeing Ye Ming appear before him, He Chang instantly boiled with rage. Who let you in? Ye Ming stretched his limbs slightly, his gaze as cold and sharp as a frost-edged blade. I came in myself. With that, Ye Ming reached out and pulled Zhao Ling'er back to his side. Perhaps still shaken from the shock, hot tears continued to stream down Zhao Ling'er's cheeks. Ye Ming, Ye Ming. She kept calling out his name, her helplessness tugging at the heartstrings. It's okay. Ye Ming gently stroked her head. Just then, He Chang pulled up his pants, his eyes flashing with fury as he roared, Damn it! You dare kick my office door? You're asking for it. He grabbed the phone off the desk and yelled, Get all the security guards in here now. Soon, several burly men burst into the office. This scene startled Zhao Ling'er again. She quickly wiped her tears and shouted, What do you want? What do we want? Since you've come onto my turf, I might as well tell you. He Chang snorted derisively, then crossed his arms over his chest, a cold smile curling his lips. Someone from the Zhao group already contacted me. They knew you'd come looking for me, so no matter what, I won't give you the investment funds. What? Hearing this, Zhao Ling'er clenched her teeth in fury, her eyes burning with hatred. Damn it, it's that woman again. But if you spend the night with me, I might just put in a good word for you. Seeing Zhao Ling'er's despair, He Chang felt an even greater surge of excitement, bursting into loud laughter. Yet Ye Ming responded calmly with a single chuckle. Is that so? Since when does a vice president like you get to make decisions at Tianke Investment? Oof. All investments at Tianke Investment are decided by me. The president doesn't concern himself with such matters. Ye Ming chuckled meaningfully. That's not necessarily true. Oof. Still spouting nonsense when you're about to die. With that, He Chang waved his hand, and the burly security guards behind him immediately charged toward Ye Ming. Ye Ming, get out of here. Don't worry about me. Zhao Ling'er kept pushing Ye Ming, terrified he might get hurt here. But Ye Ming gave a helpless, bitter smile and stepped in front of Zhao Ling'er. I told you from now on, your business is my business. So? Before he could finish, the burly men lunged at Ye Ming, intent on capturing him alive. Perfect timing. Ye Ming spun and kicked out. The seemingly effortless motion sent the burly men flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. He Chang never imagined that the security guards he'd paid a fortune to hire would be taken down by a single kick from Ye Ming. Useless. Every last one of you is useless. Fury boiling over, He Chang snatched the monitor from the desk and swung it toward Ye Ming's head. Chapter 14, Ye Ming strikes. Ye Ming, watch out. Zhao Ling'er screamed, quickly blocking Ye Ming's back. Just as the monitor was about to smash into Zhao Ling'er, Ye Ming raised his arm, spun around, and with a single swing, knocked the monitor away. He then grabbed He Chang's arm in one swift motion. Ow! Ow! Let go, you bastard! Ignoring He Chang shrieking, Ye Ming turned to Zhao Ling'er and said, Are you stupid? Don't you know that's dangerous? Zhao Ling'er was momentarily speechless. Her eyes, as clear as autumn water, fixed on Ye Ming as her heart pounded wildly. She had charged forward purely on instinct, not truly understanding why she'd acted that way. Ye Ming turned to look at He Chang, slowly and deliberately wrenching his arm out of its socket. Let go! It's breaking! It's breaking! He Chang grimaced in pain, his face contorted. Snap! The crisp sound of breaking bone echoed through the room, freezing everyone in place. Ah! He Chang's arm snapped clean off, and he immediately began wailing like a banshee. Seeing this, 2 employees immediately contacted the president. After all, the situation had escalated beyond control. Zhao Ling'er's heart was torn between joy and sorrow. She rejoiced that Ye Ming had saved her, yet grieved that this investment could now be declared a failure. Let's go. Knowing it was over, Zhao Ling'er turned to pull Ye Ming away. What's wrong? Ye Ming pulled her back and asked. We're leaving. Leave? What for? They haven't given you the investment funds yet. Zhao Ling'er sighed helplessly. That guy just said it himself. Tianke Investment Bank has already made arrangements with Ding Shuixian and the others. There's no way they'll give me the investment funds. Didn't I just say? It's not certain. Ye Ming laughed with confident resolve, leaving Zhao Ling'er feeling somewhat perplexed. The president is here. A commotion erupted near the entrance, and all employees parted to make way. A middle-aged man in a black suit strode straight toward the crowd. What's going on? The man spoke with powerful resonance, his piercing gaze immediately locking onto Ye Ming. This. For a moment, the man froze in place. His previously formidable aura vanished instantly, replaced by timidity and unease. Mr. Tian. At that moment, He Chang rushed over, drenched in sweat, pointing at Ye Ming and Zhao Ling'er. These two are causing trouble. Zhao Ling'er immediately retorted, You're the one who started groping me. Ye Ming only stepped in to save me. Bull. You two clearly came here to threaten me into approving the investment funds. Mr. Tian, the Zhao Group is facing a financial crisis and urgently needs external capital. This woman tried to force an investment from our bank, and when I refused, she attacked me. Unexpectedly, He Chang preemptively played the victim card, leaving Zhao Ling'er flustered. Let me make this clear to both of you, Tianke Investment isn't some small-time operation you can mess with. Kneel and apologize now, and I might spare you. Just as He Chang was ranting, he suddenly turned and was slapped across the face by Mr. Tian, flying several meters away. Damn it! The blow stunned He Chang. Clutching his stinging cheek, he staggered to his feet. Mr. Tian, why did you hit me? How dare you speak to Yi? Before he could finish, Ye Ming shot General Manager Tian a piercing glare. Chapter 15, This Isn't a Dream. Mr. Tian instantly understood and quickly corrected himself. How dare you be so rude to Miss Zhao? What? Mr. Tian, that girl has already been ostracized by the Zhao family. There's no need to curry favor with her. Smack! No sooner had He Chang finished speaking than General Manager Tian delivered another slap, this time with such force it wrenched his neck to the side. Do I need you telling me how to run things? Starting tomorrow, you're dismissed. All shares are revoked. Hearing this, He Chang felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cave. His eyes widened in shock. Mr. Tian, you're joking, right? Joking? Mr. Tian turned to the burly security guards behind him. What are you standing around for? Get him out of here. In an instant, the security guards moved in and dragged He Chang out. This little incident was quickly over. Mr. Tian walked up to Zhao Ling'er and gave her a polite nod. Miss Zhao, I'm truly sorry for being late. Zhao Ling'er gave a wry smile and shook her head. It's nothing. But what did you mean just now? What did you mean? Mr. Tian blinked, caught Ye Ming's gaze, and immediately smiled. It means Tianke Investment Bank approves your application. Really? I came here today specifically to discuss this matter with you. I know. I've reviewed the basic details. We've decided to invest 1 billion yuan in Zhao Group. As the words fell, Zhao Ling'er stared at Mr. Tian with disbelief, then turned to Ye Ming. Ye Ming, am I dreaming? Ye Ming gave an awkward chuckle and gently pinched her cheek. Ouch, that hurts. If it hurts, it's not a dream. In that moment, Zhao Ling'er excitedly threw her arms around Ye Ming, letting out a triumphant squeal that was utterly adorable. Mr. Tian looked at Ye Ming, said nothing, and silently nodded. I'll notify finance immediately to transfer the investment funds into the Zhao Group account. Soon, Zhao Ling'er received word from the company, the 10 billion had been secured. The crisis was finally averted. Afterward, the two left Tianke Investment Bank and returned to their car. Zhao Ling'er let out a sigh of relief, turned to Ye Ming, and smiled. Looks like your words really worked, huh? Could you be my lucky star? Ye Ming gave a wry smile and gently patted her head. Whatever the case, the company's crisis is resolved now. Zhao Ling'er exclaimed with renewed vigor, great. We should celebrate properly. Tonight, dinner's on me. Meanwhile, in the Zhao family's grand hall, Ding Shuixian received news of Tianke Investment's capital injection and instantly flew into a rage. Mr. He, what's going on? When you took my bribe, didn't we agree you'd never let that girl get the investment funds? He Chang on the other end of the line sounded utterly miserable. I don't know. I thought Mr. Tian wouldn't get involved, but he showed up unexpectedly today and fired me. What? Has the Tian family lost their minds? They actually gave that girl 10 billion? I have nowhere to go now, and my arm's broken. Could you take me in? He Chang asked humbly. But Ding Shuixian's face darkened as she coldly replied, you're useless now. Why would I keep you? To keep you like a dog? He Chang immediately erupted in anger. If it weren't for your mess, would I have ended up in this miserable state? Useless. Chapter 16, Encountering my ex-wife at the hotel. Ding Shuixian hung up coldly, ignoring the phone as it rang incessantly afterward. Sis, it's bad news. I just heard Tianke Investment gave that girl 10 billion. Dingy rushed in, shouting urgently. I know. Ding Shuixian stroked her chin, her eyes darkening before she sighed. Who would have thought? That brat actually pulled it off, secured 10 billion. Dingy seethed with resentment. The thought of having to kowtow to Ye Ming made him stomp his foot on the floor. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Enough with the whining. Focus on how to deal with that girl next. No sooner had she spoken than an idea struck Ding Shuixian. Got it. The investment funds were deposited into the company's finance department. We'll work through finance and secretly transfer the 10 billion into that girl's account. That way, the company's investment project fails, and Zhao Ling'er gets another charge pinned on her. She'll be forced to resign. Hearing this, Ding Yi's face filled with worry. But if anyone finds out, the Zhao family won't let us off the hook. Heh, as long as it can't be traced, it's fine. You go to the bank immediately and make sure the transfer details don't reach that girl. I'll handle the finance department. The two divided the tasks, determined to drive Zhao Ling'er out of the Zhao Group. That evening, Zhao Ling'er parked her car outside a hotel. Let's have a proper meal here. After getting out of the car, Zhao Ling'er said to Ye Ming, this hotel used to be a small restaurant, but now it's become a landmark building in Jiangnan. Ye Ming knew this well, since the hotel's chairman was part of the Yulong Group. It's packed tonight. It was the peak evening hour. The hotel entrance bustled with people, its surroundings packed with luxury cars. Those coming and going were all well-dressed and affluent. This hotel was extremely expensive beyond the reach of ordinary people. It operated on a membership system, catering exclusively to the high-end market. Zhao Ling'er wrapped her arm around Ye Ming's as she spoke, and they walked inside. The two walked straight into the hall. Zhao Ling'er needed to use the restroom and asked Ye Ming to wait for her at the entrance. The moment Zhao Ling'er stepped away, a familiar figure appeared before Ye Ming's eyes. Ha! Ye Ming paused, blinked, and greeted the figure proactively. Oh, you're here too? Ye Ming? Seeing Ye Ming and Zhao Ling'er walk in, Suna looked somewhat surprised. If you're here, then she should be at this hotel too, right? Ye Ming asked casually. However, Suna's brows knitted tightly, and she gave a cold snort. Ye Ming, are you annoying or what? The general has told you countless times to stop bothering her. Ye Ming sighed helplessly. Seriously, why do you have to treat me like a clingy nuisance? Can't I just come here to eat? Not that you can't. But are you alone? Ye Ming glanced around before adding, and my boss. Your boss? Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Ling'er walked back. Seeing Ye Ming talking to Suna, she asked curiously, "What's going on?" Suna glanced over and immediately recognized her as the girl who had fainted in the car last time. Upon closer inspection, she retrieved Zhao Ling'er's information from her memory. The Zhao family's heiress? Zhao Ling'er? You know me? Suna exhaled, seemingly piecing together the misunderstanding from last time. Chapter 17, This wine is reserved. Did you just say she's your boss? Ye Ming nodded. Yep. Is there a problem? Oof. Never thought you'd find a new sugar daddy so fast. Nice work. Suna's words carried a hint of mockery, which made Zhao Ling'er feel somewhat repelled. Just a heads up, the general is entertaining important guests in the private room tonight. You absolutely must not disturb her. Ye Ming rolled his eyes and retorted irritably, I'm here to eat tonight, not to find her. With that, Ye Ming and Zhao Ling'er turned to leave, appearing utterly indifferent, a reaction that instantly left Suna feeling rather annoyed. This guy moves fast. Suna then made her way to a private room on the third floor. The room was filled with an air of luxury, and as far as the eye could see, it was filled with prominent figures from the Jiangnan region. Shen Aoxue was among them. Noticing Suna's delayed return, she approached with concern. Why did it take you so long to return? Did something go wrong with the arrangements? No. Suna paused for a moment before finally deciding to reveal what had happened with Ye Ming. I just ran into Ye Ming at the entrance. Hearing this, Shen Aoxue's mood instantly darkened, her delicate brows furrowing tightly. That guy is like a shadow that won't go away. No, he wasn't here to see you, General. Shen Aoxue froze, not for me? He seemed to be here for dinner, with that Zhao family's young heiress. Hearing Suna's words, Shen Aoxue felt a pang of unease. She asked with a hint of concern, what's their relationship? Not sure, but they seemed pretty close. Ye Ming even said that young miss is his boss. I see. That bastard really is despicable. Shen Aoxue gave a cold snort before adding, you'd better stay vigilant. I'm worried Ye Ming might suddenly come causing trouble again. Understood. After Suna left, Shen Aoxue's expression darkened, but she quickly regained her composure. Meanwhile, Zhao Ling'er and Ye Ming had also arrived at one of the private rooms on the third floor to celebrate. Though this celebration had little to do with Ye Ming, he thoroughly enjoyed seeing Zhao Ling'er's joyful expression. She was like a blossoming flower, evoking a protective urge in others. Zhao Ling'er ordered numerous dishes and instructed the waitstaff to open a bottle of 1982 Lafite Rothschild, intending to celebrate in style. But the waiter entered with an awkward expression, bowing his head as he said, I'm sorry, but that bottle of Lafite has already been reserved. Reserved? Zhao Ling'er inquired. I thought I told your manager to always set aside a bottle for me. Yes, but today the distinguished guests in the private room next door took all the Lafite. That's outrageous. Get manager Zhang over here. Ye Ming interjected, it's just a bottle of wine. Any bottle will do. Hearing Ye Ming's words, Zhao Ling'er exhaled softly. Upon reflection, she agreed it wasn't worth the fuss. Just then, manager Zhang entered. Miss Zhao, I sincerely apologize. It was my oversight. That bottle of Lafite was intended for you, but the distinguished guests next door insisted on taking it. Is that so? Who are these people next door? Manager Zhang thought carefully, there are a few people I recognize. They seem to be from the Yulong group. Hearing this, Zhao Ling'er took a deep breath and shook her head helplessly. Well, they're definitely people we can't afford to cross. Chapter 18, Follow the Rules. But Ye Ming suddenly raised his hand and said to Manager Zhang, it's fine. That bottle was meant for us anyway. Manager Zhang, please go and retrieve it. What? The words had barely left his mouth when Manager Zhang turned pale with fright. Ye Ming, I think we shouldn't put Manager Zhang through this. Didn't you just say it could be casual? It's fine. Ye Ming waved his hand dismissively, completely unconcerned about the gap in their statuses. Just then, the waiter from earlier walked in carrying a tray. Manager Zhang, I just went across the street and quietly retrieved the wine. Hearing this, Manager Zhang's brows immediately knitted together. How clueless can you be? Put it back immediately. But Ye Ming walked over, took the bottle, and opened it without a word. This? Zhao Ling'er asked nervously, what are you doing? This bottle was reserved for us all along. What's the big deal? The people across from us are from the Yulong group. Ye Ming paid no heed whatsoever. He poured the red wine into a glass, handed it to Zhao Ling'er, and chuckled lightly, here, let's celebrate. Though Zhao Ling'er felt a twinge of unease, the bottle rightfully belonged to her. Taking it back to drink was only natural. Manager Zhang could only bow his head and exit the private room. However, the moment he stepped out, he ran into Suna. Manager Zhang, a server just took that bottle of Lafite. Please have him bring it back immediately. My apologies, that bottle was delivered to the wrong table. Wrong place? Yes, that 1982 Lafite was reserved long ago by Miss Zhao in the next private room. Hearing this, Suna's expression darkened. In an icy tone, she demanded of Manager Zhang, I don't care what happened. I want that bottle of wine now. Manager Zhang lowered his head helplessly, it's gone. It's already been opened. What? Su Na's anger flared instantly. She turned and strode directly into the adjacent private room. The moment she opened the door, Su Na froze. There stood Ye Ming and Zhao Ling'er, both holding wine glasses. You again? Ye Ming. Su Na seemed to realize something, so that's how it is. You're here to cause trouble again, aren't you? Even a clay Buddha has its limits. Ye Ming's brows immediately darkened. Setting down his glass, he coldly retorted, What's your language? What do you mean I'm causing trouble? I haven't disturbed you at all, have I? Then how do you explain this bottle of wine? Zhao Ling'er retorted, This bottle was reserved by me long ago. You forcibly took it. Isn't it only right that we take it back now? With that, Su Na was instantly rendered speechless. At that moment, Shen Aoxue emerged from her private room. Noticing the commotion in the adjacent booth, she glanced over curiously. She took one look and immediately stepped inside. What's going on? Su Na retreated behind Shen Aoxue and explained the wine situation to her. Without a word, Shen Aoxue strode directly to Ye Ming and said coldly, Ye Ming, you're deliberately picking on me, aren't you? Ye Ming's expression remained impassive as he shrugged helplessly. What does this have to do with me? I'm just following the rules. The rules? Just an excuse. Oh? Excuses? I recall the Shen family places great emphasis on rules. No matter the circumstances, principles remain uncompromised, and they're the type to hold fast to their rules without mercy. As he spoke, Ye Ming lifted his head to meet Shen Aoxue's gaze. His deep, piercing eyes blazed with intensity, and the surrounding air seemed to grow icy cold. Chapter 19, The Shen Family's Son-in-Law. This bottle of wine was reserved by us long ago. By the rules, it rightfully belongs to us. You're using your status to seize it no matter how you look at it. It damages your image as the war god, right? Ye Ming's voice was low but clear, leaving Shen Aoxue and Su Na speechless, words stuck in their throats. Meanwhile, Zhao Ling'er beside them seemed to recognize Shen Aoxue's identity. She immediately raised her eyebrows and leaned close to Ye Ming's ear, whispering, She Shen Aoxue? That's right. Why? Zhao Ling'er was stunned upon hearing this. She never imagined the renowned female war god of Jiannan would appear before her eyes. What surprised her even more was that Shen Aoxue was actually arguing with Ye Ming. Their relationship clearly wasn't ordinary. Ye Ming's irritated expression made it clear their relationship was far from harmonious. Just as Shen Aoxue was about to speak, Su Na pulled her back and whispered, General, I think we should let it go. There's no need to keep arguing with him over a bottle of wine. Humph. He's not worthy of arguing with me. With that, Shen Aoxue turned coldly and left the private room. Ye Ming shook his head with a bitter smile, muttering to himself, Women. Ye Ming. Just then, Zhao Ling'er suddenly leaned close to him, her voice filled with shock. What exactly is your relationship with her? Seeing Zhao Ling'er's anxious and concerned expression, Ye Ming couldn't help but chuckle. He turned his head and replied lightly, You guess. Zhao Ling'er's cherry lips puckered. She grabbed Ye Ming's sleeves and asked, her voice tinged with unease, Could it be, you and her? Yes, I have a deep connection with her. Hearing this, Zhao Ling'er grew even more concerned. Biting her lip, she urgently demanded, Tell me right now. Ye Ming gently tapped her forehead and sighed, I'm the Shen family's son-in-law, her nominal husband. What? Zhao Ling'er froze in place, her entire body trembling with shock. So that means I slept with the husband of the top female warrior in Jiannan? Oh my god, I. Ha ha. Amused by Zhao Ling'er's reaction, Ye Ming waved his hands. Sorry, I left something out. I'm divorced from her. Just to be clear, I met you after we divorced. Divorced? So that means. Exactly. We're no longer connected. The scene earlier happened because she thought I came here to bother her. After hearing Ye Ming's explanation, Zhao Ling'er finally exhaled in relief. She gave a wry smile and said, You scared the life out of me. I thought it was because of me. Zhao Ling'er knew exactly what kind of influence Shen Aoxue held in Jiannan. If someone with her clout targeted the Zhao family, it would spell trouble. By the way, how did you end up divorcing her? The Shen family holds considerable standing in Jiannan. Status? Ye Ming took a deep breath. Do you think status is important? Of course it matters. Status equals power and influence, things most people pursue. But Ye Ming had long since lost his fascination with such worldly pursuits. What he yearned for now was a life of peace and tranquility. No matter how high one's status, without love, it's not like being husband and wife. That's exactly how it was with her. Zhao Ling'er gazed into Ye Ming's deep eyes, feeling a sense of shared understanding. It was her who asked for the divorce, right? Chapter 20, The Assassination by the Black-Robed Figure. Yes. She's now the Cloud Dynasty's foremost female warrior and also the Deputy Hall Master of the Dragon King's Hall. She felt we weren't meant for each other, so she chose to divorce me. As he spoke, a flicker of sadness touched Ye Ming's heart, but it quickly faded. He saw no point in wasting his thoughts on someone unworthy. Never mind. Anyway, I was kicked out by the Shen family. Homeless, I'll just have to stick around with you. Zhao Ling'er's eyes flashed at his words, a gentle smile curving her lips. She opened her arms and embraced Ye Ming, declaring, "From now on, you'll be my personal secretary. I won't abandon you like she did." As the words fell, the atmosphere grew slightly ambiguous. Ye Ming couldn't help but pull her closer into his embrace. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Boom! The sound startled all the hotel guests, who rushed out of their private rooms to see what had happened. Then a voice rang out. "Trouble! Someone's attacking the general." Hearing this, Shen Aoxue's men immediately grew alert, surrounding the private room tightly. Due to Shen Aoxue's status, it was only natural that many rivals harboring resentment toward her would attempt to take her down in secret. Such assassination attempts were a frequent occurrence. Previously, Ye Ming had always handled these situations, but without his assistance now, the Shen family guards alone were utterly incapable of protecting Shen Aoxue. At the end of the corridor, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe stood, a sharp blade in hand. His eyes gleamed with malice, and a palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from his entire being. Who the hell is this guy? Judging by his attire, he appears to be a dark figure from the underground. He's here to take the general's life. Everyone, be cautious. Inside the private room, Shen Aoxue and the assembled dignitaries all wore grim expressions. Everyone, don't panic. My men have undergone specialized training. A mere assassin poses no threat to my life, Shen Aoxue declared with unshakable confidence. As the Cloud Dynasty's foremost female warrior, she had weathered countless storms and saw no reason for undue alarm. Little did she know that this time, the underground faction had dispatched a top-tier assassin. While victory wasn't guaranteed, she was confident in crippling him. Due to the incident unfolding inside the hotel, staff were frantically evacuating guests. Meanwhile, Ye Ming also received word of the situation. "Ye Ming, we have to leave now." Zhao Ling'er didn't hesitate, grabbing Ye Ming's arm with her jade-like hand and shouting anxiously. As they stepped out of the room together, they were met with a horrific sight: the floor strewn with bodies, a scene too gruesome to behold. Ah! Zhao Ling'er was so terrified she immediately covered her eyes and threw herself into Ye Ming's arms. Ye Ming, accustomed to such scenes, remained unperturbed. He wrapped an arm around Zhao Ling'er and offered a wry smile. "It's okay. Don't worry." With that, he shielded her as they cautiously approached the stairwell entrance. Just as they rounded the corner, he spotted the blood-soaked figure in black robes. This figure possessed terrifying strength, having dispatched nearly all of Shen Aoxue's guards. Now, he was heading straight for Shen Aoxue. Zhao Ling'er clenched her eyes shut in terror, yet since Ye Ming had wrapped his arm around her shoulder, an inexplicable sense of security had settled in her heart. "Move aside." Ye Ming's cold command instantly overwhelmed the cloaked figure with an intense aura, like a lion marking its territory. "Kid, you're different from these others." Chapter 21, Home. The black-robed man's eyes turned fierce as he gritted his teeth and charged toward Ye Ming. He had intended to test Ye Ming's strength, but Ye Ming merely raised his hand, unleashing a powerful gust that instantly stirred up a whirlwind, the hurricane howling toward him. "What?" Before he could react, the cloaked figure was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to move. The surrounding chaos instantly subsided. Ye Ming supported Zhao Ling'er as they slowly walked out of the hotel entrance. At the same moment, Sunmmary emerged from the private room, stunned to find the black-robed man lying unconscious on the ground. Sunmmary was stunned. She had no idea who could have defeated the black-robed man. All of Shen's guards had been wiped out, and she herself had been preparing to make a desperate last stand to buy the general time to escape. Yet this black-robed man had been knocked out so easily. Who could it be? A figure flashed through Sunmmy's mind: Ye Ming and Zhao Ling'er. Doubt crept into her voice as she murmured to herself, could it be him? But after a moment's thought, she shook her head and sighed bitterly. How could it be? He's nothing but a useless fool. He's no match for that cloaked figure. Never mind. The black-robed figure was dealt with now, and she saw no need to dwell on it. Sunmmary returned to the private room, where Shen Aoxue immediately approached and asked, "What happened?" The guards were wiped out. Hearing this, Shen Aoxue narrowed her eyes and shook her head. "Looks like we need to train the guards more rigorously." "Forget it, I'll handle this myself." As she spoke, Shen Aoxue radiated a powerful aura, ready to step out only to be swiftly pulled back by Sunmmary. "General, there's no need to go out. That guy has already been taken care of." "Taken care of? You handled it?" Sunmmary shook her head. "Not me. I don't know who it was either. Anyway, that black-robed figure was knocked unconscious." This left Shen Aoxue somewhat astonished, as this eerily familiar scene felt like something she had experienced before. Whenever assassination attempts struck, someone would silently aid her from behind, only to vanish without a trace afterward. In truth, she didn't know that the person who had quietly helped her behind the scenes all along was Ye Ming. But now that they were divorced, they had no connection whatsoever. This time, it was merely a coincidence. Ye Ming hadn't intended to help her, he'd just acted on impulse. "Enough. Bring him back. I'll interrogate him thoroughly." "Yes, General." Shen Aoxue reined in her fiery demeanor and stepped out of the private room, her gaze shifting to the adjacent booth. Where are those two? Not sure. Probably slipped away in the chaos. Humph, cowards. Shen Aoxue gave a cold snort before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Ye Ming drove along the highway, with Zhao Ling'er still visibly shaken in the passenger seat. That was way too dangerous. I never expected something like this to happen. Are you okay? Ye Ming asked. Zhao Ling'er shook her head vigorously. I'm definitely fine. I was worried about you. I'm definitely fine. No sooner had she spoken than she tugged at his shirt, biting her lip as she added, don't ever do that again. It makes me so worried. Alright. Whatever you say goes. I'll listen to you. Ye Ming replied casually. The car drove through the thick night. Ye Ming and Zhao Ling'er sat in silence, the atmosphere suddenly feeling awkward. By the way, where are we going now? Home, of course. Ye Ming turned the steering wheel and soon pulled up to the gates of the Zhao family mansion. We're here. After getting out, Ye Ming handed the car keys back to Zhao Ling'er. I'm leaving. Seeing Ye Ming turn to leave, Zhao Ling'er quickly grabbed his arm, her delicate brows furrowed as she asked, where are you going? Do you even have anywhere to go now? Ye Ming rummaged in his pocket, pulling out a few crumpled 100 yuan bills. He gave a wry smile. Should be enough for a few nights at a hotel. Seeing this, Zhao Ling'er couldn't help but sigh. She grabbed Ye Ming's arm with her delicate hand and said, alright, you can stay at my place from now on. Ha! That's not really appropriate, is it? Though Ye Ming protested, his heart was filled with anticipation. It's fine. We're already that kind of relationship anyway. Oh? What kind of relationship? Ye Ming teased with a laugh. You know, that kind of relationship. Spit it out. Zhao Ling'er's cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she blushed and exclaimed, ugh, you know exactly what I mean. Love it or leave it. I'll stay. Don't be mad. Ye Ming quickly laughed. After that, Zhao Ling'er brought Ye Ming home and they chatted casually for a while. This old house has been around for quite some time, hasn't it? Yes, it dates back to my great-grandfather's generation. My grandfather renovated it twice during his time. Ye Ming looked around curiously and asked, do you live here alone? Yes. My father rarely comes back to stay, and that woman, well, needless to say. It's just me living here all the time. As she spoke, Zhao Ling'er's eyes glistened. A house needs people to live in it to have a soul, she said. That's what my grandfather used to say. Ye Ming took a deep breath, slowly sat down, and ran his fingers over the wooden sofa beneath him. Wow, sandalwood. Looks like your grandfather knew how to enjoy life. You know about it? For direction sandalwood, I recall it was the crown jewel of the Guamai auction. Who'd have thought your grandfather acquired it? Must be worth at least 200 million, right? Close to that figure. Grandfather loved collecting all kinds of national treasures. Zhao Ling'er sighed as she spoke. There's another auction coming up soon. The star piece is the landscape painting Mountains and Rivers. Unfortunately, Grandpa can't make it back in time, so he sent me to attend. But given the company's current situation, I'm afraid it's the Mountain and River Scroll? I recall it was provided by the Yulong Group, right? Exactly. Acquiring that painting wouldn't just make Grandfather happy, it would also help us build connections with the Yulong Group. That's something many people dream of. Ye Ming had thought it was something valuable, but it turned out to be merely an attempt to curry favor with the Yulong Group. When is the auction? Tomorrow night. To be honest, I'm not really keen on going. Ye Ming paused, then asked, why? If your grandfather likes it, why not give it a shot? No need to try, I know I don't stand a chance in my current situation. Many prominent families will attend this auction. They aren't there for the painting itself, most are just trying to establish some connection with the Yulong Group. I see. Buying connections with money. Exactly. And that woman will be there too. Your stepmother? Zhao Ling'er snorted disdainfully, she doesn't deserve to be my mother. This auction is connected to her too. After all, most people are there for the Yulong Group, so naturally she won't miss this chance. As the words fell, Ye Ming couldn't help but look up and say, then you absolutely must go. It's useless. That woman controls part of the Zhao family's assets. My company's cash flow is tight, and I even need to set aside reserve funds. I basically can't bid. Hearing Zhao Ling'er's disappointed tone, Ye Ming chuckled. While she was in the shower, he immediately dialed Li Changkong's number. Since it involved the Yulong Group, he could arrange things however he pleased. Right. Tomorrow's auction I'll bid freely. That landscape painting must be mine. Chapter 22, The Opportunity for Cooperation. On the other end, Li Changkong sounded puzzled. Commander Yi, what exactly are you trying to achieve with this? Ye Ming couldn't be bothered to explain. He casually replied, I want to make Yulong Group's partnership with the Zhao family legitimate. I see. So this auction is the opportunity, right? Alright, you handle the arrangements. Understood. Ye Ming hung up the phone and immediately sank onto the sofa, his gaze turning icy. Though he would start with the Zhao family now, his primary focus remained finding a way to control the curse within his body. Sigh, looks like I'll be busy for a while. Perhaps due to today's exhaustion, Ye Ming drifted into a deep sleep without realizing it. When he opened his eyes again, he found the sky had already begun to lighten. Ha! He found himself covered by a blanket, and a warm sensation touched his hand. Ling'er? He widened his eyes to see Zhao Ling'er slumped over the edge of the sofa, holding his hand as she slept. Had this girl been sleeping here since last night? When Ye Ming stirred, he accidentally woke her. Did I fall asleep? Zhao Ling'er mumbled groggily. Yes, you fell asleep here last night. I remember now. Last night I saw you asleep on the couch, so I covered you with a blanket. Looking at your sleeping face, I felt like I was infected by your calmness and accidentally fell asleep on the couch myself. Just how scatterbrained is this girl? But the thought of a woman who could fall asleep beside him filled Ye Ming with a deep sense of warmth. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Ling'er immediately pulled out her phone to check the time. She needed to get to the office early today for a morning meeting. Ye Ming stretched his limbs a bit and said, "Let's go. I'll drive you to the office." After grabbing breakfast on the way, they drove straight to the office. However, as soon as they arrived at the office, they saw Ding Shuixian emerge from the finance department. Her face bore a haughty, cold expression as she walked toward Zhao Ling'er. So you really did pull off that investment deal after all. Zhao Ling'er didn't give the woman a friendly look either. Crossing her arms, she replied with considerable confidence, "I, Zhao Ling'er, always keep my word." Truthfully, she'd been extremely worried at first, but thankfully, she'd secured the investment in the end. Just luck. I don't think you'll last long in that position. After all, most of the Zhao family elders are now on my side. The entire group is already under my control. Oh? Is that so? But I'm still the chairman here, that's undeniable. Zhao Ling'er now spoke with such confidence that she instantly overshadowed Ding Shuixian's presence. Humph. Don't think your luck will last forever. Ding Yi strode over arrogantly, launching into a tirade at Zhao Ling'er without a shred of self-restraint. However, to Zhao Ling'er and Ye Ming, these words sounded more like the whimpering of a stray dog. Oh, right, I recall you still owe me 3 kowtows, don't you? Ye Ming chuckled. Dream on. Ding Yi had never been one to keep his word, so he had no intention of honoring the debt. Ye Ming snorted coldly, his fingertip plucking a pencil from the desk. With an imperceptible flick, he sent it flying. Snap! The pencil bounced off the table and struck Ding Yi's knee. Ouch! Ding Yi winced in pain, instinctively dropping to one knee. Seizing the moment, Ye Ming flicked again, forcing his other leg to buckle as well. What? Oh my, he really did kneel. Ye Ming burst out laughing. Ding Yi, flustered and angry, tried to stand up, only to have Ye Ming press his head down and slam it hard against the floor 3 times, producing 3 crisp, loud thuds. Alrighty then, 3 perfect bows. With that, Ye Ming slowly withdrew his hands and returned to stand behind Zhao Ling'er. This finally enraged the arrogant Ding Yi. Damn it! I'll fight you to the death. Just as Ding Yi was about to strike, Ding Shuixian grabbed him from behind. Her eyes darkened as she said, "Forget it." Forget it? Sis, this kid's just looking for trouble. Why be afraid of him? From the moment she first laid eyes on Ye Ming, Ding Shuixian had sensed something off about him. She felt he was deeply calculating, someone not to be approached lightly. It would be better to wait for the right opportunity before making a move against him. Let's go! With Ding Shuixian's words, Ding Yi and his henchmen trailed behind her as they departed. Zhao Ling'er watched their retreating figures and snorted coldly. A bunch of rabble. Forget it. Better hurry and call the meeting. Earlier, she'd been so preoccupied with confronting Ding Shuixian that she'd completely overlooked why Ding Shuixian had emerged from the finance department so early in the morning. But while Zhao Ling'er was careless, Ye Ming noticed. Go to my office and fetch the meeting materials. I'll head to the conference room first, Zhao Ling'er instructed. Ye Ming turned to fetch the materials from the office, but the next moment, he headed straight for the finance department. The moment he entered, Ye Ming sensed something was off. Everyone in the finance department looked grim, their expressions dark and heavy. Mr. Yi, what can I do for you? A woman in a business suit approached Ye Ming, bowing politely. Ye Ming glanced around briefly before replying, nothing. Just wanted to notify you all to attend the morning meeting. Understood. As soon as she finished, Ye Ming casually added, did General Manager Ding mention anything when he was here earlier? At this question, the finance director's eyes immediately darkened. She averted her gaze and replied, nothing, nothing. From the subtle shift in her expression, Ye Ming could tell she was lying. Nothing? Then why are you so nervous? Caught by Ye Ming, the finance director grew even more flustered, shifting uncomfortably in her seat. If you don't tell me, and I find out, the consequences will be. Smack! At that moment, the finance director made an unexpected move. She bent her knees and knelt directly before Ye Ming. Secretary Yi, I really can't tell you about this. Judging by her panicked state, she likely had some kind of leverage held over her by Ding Shuixian. As the company's finance director, you should be well aware of your standing here. If you choose to keep this hidden, once it's uncovered, it won't end with just dismissal, you'll be held accountable in no time. Ye Ming continued to press her, urging her to come clean voluntarily. I'll tell you. Under the weight of Ye Ming's commanding tone, the finance director, Zhao Hong, could no longer bear the pressure. Lowering her head, she confessed, President Ding instructed me to secretly transfer the billion-yuan investment into Chairman Zhao's personal bank account. Hearing this, Ye Ming instantly understood the sinister scheme Ding Shuixian was orchestrating. Sneaky little tricks the way of petty thieves. I know I did something I shouldn't have, but I had no choice. If I disobeyed Mr. Ding, he would have targeted my family. Chapter 23, The Auction. Threatening my family? Good grief, this Ding Shuixian is truly ruthless. Ye Ming's loathing for her deepened instantly. Fine. Since you enjoy playing games so much, I'll gladly play alone. Ye Ming ordered directly, continue handling this matter as she instructed, but keep the transfer records safe for me. Understood. But don't worry. Just pretend you know nothing. I'll handle the rest. With that, Ye Ming turned and left the finance department, heading straight for the conference room. At that moment, Zhao Ling'er was holding the morning meeting. Once she switched into work mode, she was like a completely different person, poised and capable, embodying the image of a strong, efficient woman to perfection. After the meeting concluded, Zhao Ling'er and Ye Ming returned to their office, both letting out a long sigh. Phew, finally got that project sorted. Now we just wait for updates. Ye Ming casually asked, are we going to tonight's auction? Let's give it a shot. At the very least, we want to establish some connection with the Yulong group. I'll accompany you then. Meanwhile, the Shen family was also preparing to attend tonight's Guamai auction. Shen Aoxue also hoped to secure an opportunity for cooperation with Yulong Group. General, many foreign merchants are attending this Guamai auction. It seems they're all targeting the Yulong Group, Suna remarked softly. Shen Aoxue was well aware that most attendees tonight had ulterior motives, so she had already made arrangements with the auction organizers. I've already negotiated with the auction house. In terms of financial strength, no one in the entire Jiangnan region can match our Shen family. So, as long as our bid is high enough, we can secure that painting? Exactly. The painting itself is secondary. The main goal is gaining access to Yulong Group's contacts. Suna nodded. General, ever since you divorced that good-for-nothing, everything seems to be going smoothly for you. That's right. Before, I always had to worry about that good-for-nothing causing reputational trouble for the Shen family. Now that we're divorced, whatever that good-for-nothing does won't affect me or the Shen family. Though that little bastard's been living pretty comfortably lately. Hearing this, Shen Aoxue immediately snorted coldly, humph. Just continuing to be a pretty boy. A good-for-nothing will always be a good-for-nothing. I hear the Jin family's young master will be attending this auction as well. Jin Ku? Exactly. He's apparently harbored an infatuation with the general for quite some time. Shen Aoxue shook her head dismissively, a mere commoner. I wouldn't give him a second thought. No, the Jin family has been expanding rapidly in Jiangnan lately. Their eldest son has always been a big spender, involved in major business deals. His wealth is now on par with ours. Are you implying we should seek a match of equal standing? Suna immediately bowed her head in apology. No, what I meant was that he has the qualifications to be our business partner. Is that so? Then we'll see how he performs tonight. As the sun set and dusk fell, night descended. Outside the Guamai auction house, crowds surged while vehicles streamed endlessly along both sides of the street. Tonight's auction was undoubtedly bustling. Zhao Ling'er arrived at the entrance, observing the distinguished individuals coming and going. She immediately remarked, looks like tonight's not happening. Don't say that. There's still hope. Ye Ming casually interjected. However, as soon as the two of them entered, they discovered the auction had already begun early. It was merely auctioning off some antiques, with the main attraction, the Chinese landscape painting Mountain and River, scheduled for last. They found a booth and sat down. Zhao Ling'er had never witnessed such a grand auction before. Nearly every prominent figure in the Jiangnan region had gathered here, seemingly all hoping to establish connections with the Yulong group through the auction. Amidst the crowd, a sudden commotion erupted, drawing every gaze in the room. There she was, Shen Aoxue, emerging in a pristine white evening gown. The pure white fabric draped over her like silver armor, radiating such commanding presence that it commanded respect from all who saw her. Shen Aoxue? Zhao Ling'er couldn't help but exclaim, then turned to Ye Ming. She's here too. Oh? Is that so? Seems she also wants to secure the partnership with Yulong Group, but her timing is off. Ye Ming had already decided to secretly hand the partnership rights to the Zhao family. There was no place for her in his plans. Everyone, quiet please. At that moment, the host on the platform spoke up through the microphone. The prelude to this auction has concluded. Now comes the climax everyone has been eagerly awaiting. With that, the host raised a hand, signaling staff to roll out the glass display case holding the landscape painting. Wow! The entire venue erupted in cheers as everyone grew excited. This traditional Chinese landscape painting, provided by the Imperial Dragon Group for auction, served as the grand finale. The starting bid was 500 million, with each increment increasing by 100 million. As the words fell, the guests below the stage exchanged glances. Meanwhile, Ye Ming remained utterly unfazed, thinking to himself, starting at 500 million? Looks like they're trying to scare off quite a few bidders. 500 million? Zhao Ling'er sighed helplessly, her bitter smile revealing her disappointment. I thought it would start at 10 million. Who knew it would jump straight to 100 million? Looks like I'm out of the running. Just as the crowd fell silent, a figure suddenly rose from the crowd. 10 billion. The moment the bid was called out, every pair of eyes in the room turned toward the bidder. It was Jin Ku, the eldest son of the Jin family. Oh, it's him. He's always been known for his extravagant spending and carefree personality. Once he sets his sights on something, it's practically impossible for it to slip away. Looks like it's over. Time to head home, wash up, and call it a night. Sure enough, once Jin Ku made his move, no one dared to bid against him. They all knew of his formidable wealth. Meanwhile, Ye Ming raised his hand and called out to the waiter, "Excuse me, could I get another cup of tea, please?" But just as he finished speaking, the auctioneer suddenly announced, "This gentleman bids 11 billion. What? Every pair of eyes in the room instantly turned to Ye Ming. Zhao Ling'er was startled and quickly grabbed Ye Ming's hand, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Ye Ming feigned confusion, scratching his head. "I just wanted to call the waiter for more tea." Oh dear, just at this moment. Zhao Ling'er was about to explain it was a misunderstanding when, unexpectedly, a figure rose from the crowd. Ye Ming. It was Shen Aoxue. Oh dear, looks like the show's about to begin. Ye Ming froze for a moment, then sighed helplessly. Seriously, here we go again. Shen Aoxue was baffled. How could Ye Ming's shadow follow her everywhere she went? He was like a persistent ghost. General, mind your image. Chapter 24, The Auction. Upon hearing Su Nao's words, Shen Aoxue instantly realized her own lack of composure. She quickly regained her calm, a trace of embarrassment flickering in her eyes. General, everyone here holds a position of status. You mustn't tarnish your image in this manner. I know, but how did Ye Ming end up here? Su Na scanned the room and immediately understood. It's the Zhao family's young heiress. She's attending this auction too. The Zhao family? Oof. To dare attend the National Heritage Auction with such a background, they clearly haven't weighed their own standing. So, General, what do you suggest? Drive up the price. The Jin family should do the same. Su Na nodded immediately, then turned her gaze to Jin Ku, seated beside her in the VIP section. Their eyes met in silent communication. Jin Ku instantly grasped Shen Aoxue's intent and raised his hand without hesitation. 15 billion. The words sent shockwaves through the room once more, all eyes turning back to Jin Ku. Truthfully, most present could afford 15 billion, but spending that sum on a single painting felt utterly unworthy. Thus, Jin Ku, who could offer such a figure, instantly became the object of everyone's envy. Shen Aoxue exhaled in relief before promptly adding, "Notify Mr. Jin later that the highest bid is 30 billion. 30 billion? General, are you serious?" Shen Aoxue nodded solemnly, her expression grave. Absolutely. Jin Ku already has feelings for me. Asking him to prove his sincerity with 30 billion shouldn't be a problem. Sure enough, when Su Na relayed the message to Jin Ku, he responded that it was absolutely no problem. Spending 30 billion to win over the goddess he admired was money well spent. On the other side, Zhao Ling'er breathed a sigh of relief. She immediately grabbed Ye Ming's arm, her delicate brows furrowed as she said, "Thank goodness someone matched the bid. Otherwise, how could I possibly come up with 11 billion? Ye Ming waved his hand dismissively. "Didn't you say your grandfather really liked this painting? Grandpa does enjoy collecting national treasures, but this is clearly beyond my means right now." Hearing this, Ye Ming instinctively rubbed his chin before saying, "It's just a few billion, right?" Zhao Ling'er sighed helplessly at Ye Ming's words. How could someone who fretted over a few hundred or thousand yuan speak so casually? "Stop bragging," she said. Seeing Zhao Ling'er's skepticism, Ye Ming pressed on, "Believe it or not, I can get this painting without spending a single penny." "What? Not a single penny?" Zhao Ling'er crossed her arms over her chest and laughed with evident disbelief. "Is that even possible?" "Nothing's impossible. How about we make a bet?" "Bet it is. Who's afraid of who?" Ye Ming smiled as he studied Zhao Ling'er, then said with a chuckle, "If I win, how about you keep me company all night tonight?" "Stay with me all night?" "Yes." "Why?" Had anyone else said that to Zhao Ling'er, she might have immediately dismissed them as a creep. But coming from Ye Ming, Zhao Ling'er didn't hesitate for a second. She simply nodded in agreement. "Fine. What if you lose?" "I can't lose." With that, Ye Ming immediately raised his hand, grinning as he shouted, 20 billion. "Wow!" The entire crowd responded with gasps of astonishment, their voices echoing their inner shock. "Who is this guy? He looks familiar. I think he's the Shen family's son-in-law." "No need for, seems like this guy is the Shen family's son-in-law." But I heard Shen Aoxue divorced him. So that's it. He must be here to cause trouble on purpose. The guests present were all murmuring among themselves, while Shen Aoxue's face turned crimson. Ye Ming. What the hell do you think you're doing? Seeing Shen Aoxue's furious expression, Sunmmary immediately interjected, General, please calm down. He's no longer your husband. Whatever foolish things he does now have nothing to do with you or the Shen family. Hearing this, Shen Aoxue finally snapped out of it and lifted her head. Right. How could I forget? That guy isn't part of the Shen family anymore. Why am I still so bothered by him? Exactly. Hurry up and have Jin-ko follow the price. Sunmmary shot Jin-ko a meaningful glance, while Zhao Ling'er froze in shock on the other side. What are you doing? Bidding. Ye Ming replied with a laugh. Zhao Ling'er knew it was bidding, but starting at 20 billion? Was he just throwing out a random number? If you can't pay later, don't say I didn't warn you. Zhao Ling'er pouted. Ye Ming certainly had the money, but his funds weren't something you could just withdraw from a regular bank. Besides, he didn't need to pull it out now. All he had to do was give the word to the Yulong group. This gentleman has offered 20 billion. Does anyone have a higher bid? The auctioneer, never having experienced such excitement before, adopted a solemn tone. At that very moment, Jin-ko leapt forward, eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Ye Ming and shouted, 30 billion. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone felt they couldn't keep up with this pace. But before the crowd could react, Ye Ming casually threw out a new bid, 50 billion. 50 billion? For the average person, that was a fortune beyond reach in dozens of lifetimes. Yet today, Ye Ming had casually thrown out 50 billion and for a single calligraphy piece? All they could say was, money talks. But what preoccupied most minds now was whether Ye Ming could actually produce 50 billion. Jin-ko abruptly stood up, his words caught in his throat. Seeing Jin-ko had nothing more to say, the host raised the gavel to settle the matter. Thud. The landscape painting was acquired by seat 32 for 50 billion. Yet, instead of applause, the entire hall fell silent, filled only with bewildered stares. Wait. At that moment, Jin-ko immediately began walking toward Ye Ming. Something doesn't feel right. Jin-ko's words echoed everyone's thoughts, and the room erupted into a flurry of chatter. Shen Aoxue then stood up and addressed the crowd, everyone, please quiet down and listen to what Mr. Jin has to say. Jin-ko strode step by step toward Ye Ming, his eyes dark and menacing as he declared, 50 billion? Do you think money is paper? Jin-ko's imposing presence caused those around him to step back in fear, hesitant to approach. Yet Ye Ming remained utterly composed. Taking a deep breath, he declared, to me, money is no different from paper. Though he spoke with such confidence, Ye Ming's pockets held only a few scattered 100 yuan notes at that moment. Chapter 25, 12 Nations Purple Gold Card. Humph, what a bold claim. A dog kicked out of the Shen family dares to show up at an auction? Don't you find that laughable? Hearing this, Zhao Ling'er immediately stood up and declared, I brought him here. What's the problem? Got an issue with that? Oh, Miss Zhao, you wish to join the fray as well? Ye Ming is my man. His business is my business. Jin-ko burst into loud laughter right there in front of everyone. Ha ha ha. How hilarious. Who'd have thought the Zhao family had sunk so low they'd taken this stray dog? Zhao Ling'er grew increasingly furious. She could tolerate insults directed at herself, but she would never tolerate anyone speaking ill of Ye Ming. Fallen on hard times? I can offer 50 billion for this painting, while you can't. Who's really fallen on hard times? At that moment, Zhao Ling'er made up her mind. No matter what, she would secure that 50 billion. Even if she had to beg on her knees, she would get it. She would restore Ye Ming's dignity. Yet Ye Ming hadn't considered asking Zhao Ling'er for help. He adjusted his clothes, stood up, and cleared his throat. Come on, I've already won the painting. You don't need to put yourself through this. I don't believe you can actually come up with 50 million. What does it matter to you whether I can or not? The moment the words left his mouth, Shen Aoxue strode forward and shouted, of course it matters. All eyes turned to Shen Aoxue, who radiated a palpable aura of cold fury. This is the National Pulse Auction, not some place you can just disrupt. Disrupt? Ye Ming stood up with righteous indignation, spreading his hands and asking, how exactly have I disrupted things? Did I disrupt the order or harm anyone? Your chaotic bidding is disrupting the rules. Did I bid recklessly? I'm offering 50 billion. Do you doubt I'll honor my bid? Shen Aoxue knew Ye Ming well. He was all about putting on airs. With the Zhao family's resources, they couldn't possibly come up with 50 billion. Since you're honoring the bid, dare you let me verify it? Jin-ko inquired. With that, Jin-ko snapped his fingers. A man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward from behind him. Allow me to introduce my personal financial manager. He can verify your assets. So you were worried I couldn't pay? Well, rest assured. Cut the nonsense. The manager approached Miss Zhao and said, hello, I'll verify the assets under your personal accounts. Zhao Ling'er now looked somewhat embarrassed. After all, her account only held 200 million yuan. If that were discovered, wouldn't she be immediately labeled a troublemaker? Seeing Zhao Ling'er's troubled expression, Jin Ku and Shen Aoxue on this side both sneered coldly. What? Can't produce it? If you can't produce it, yet you still dared to have Ye Ming bid? Looks like the Zhao family is truly pathetic. Just then, Ye Ming pulled a gold card with purple edges from his pocket and placed it slowly on the table. This purple gold card was the bank card he always carried with him. Unlike ordinary bank cards, this one couldn't be used to withdraw cash. Transactions could only be processed at a specific bank. What kind of toy card is this? Jinka picked up the purple gold card, his cold laughter resurfacing. Shen Aoxue chimed in, Ye Ming, have you lost your mind? Who do you think you're fooling with this toy card? Ye Ming, hearing this, didn't bother to respond. He turned to the manager and said, check it. The manager nervously took the card from Jinku's hand, then slowly placed it back on the desk. I can't check it. Jinku burst out laughing. Of course you can't check it. How could you possibly check this toy card? No, this isn't an ordinary bank card. It's a 12 Nations purple gold card. Only at the exclusive bank can you process inquiries, and this purple gold card has unlimited overdrafts worth billions, so. As he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent in shock. Bull! Jinku immediately shouted, how could this guy possibly have a purple gold card? It must be fake. Shen Aoxue was equally convinced that Ye Ming couldn't possibly possess this purple gold card, of which only 3 exist nationwide. General, take a closer look. Suna pointed to a golden emblem beneath the card and explained, that's the authenticity mark. If it has this emblem, it's genuine. What? This left Shen Aoxue and Jinku utterly dumbfounded. They had been certain Ye Ming couldn't possibly possess this card. The next second, Ye Ming handed the card to Zhao Ling'er. Now they all understood. This card wasn't Ye Ming's, it belonged to the Zhao family. They never imagined the Zhao family would possess such a card, but if it belonged to them, it made perfect sense. Any more questions? Ye Ming asked casually. Shen Aoxue and Jinku were instantly furious, their heads nearly exploding with rage. They turned and stormed off, gnashing their teeth. After that, the host led Ye Ming and Zhao Ling'er backstage to swipe the card. Ye Ming, how did you get this purple gold card? Zhao Ling'er asked in bewilderment. How could someone who couldn't even scrape together a few $100 possibly own this purple gold card? Ye Ming retrieved the card and let out a cold chuckle. I've got 2 more of these toy cards. With that, Ye Ming snapped the card in half, leaving Zhao Ling'er frozen in shock. What are you doing? This card is useless now. We haven't even swiped it yet. You snapped it in half, how are we supposed to pay later? Ye Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry. I'll give you this painting. Me? As he spoke, an elderly man in traditional Chinese attire approached from behind. Miss Zhao. Zhao Ling'er turned her gaze and was startled. You're Chairman Lin? The elderly gentleman before her was none other than Lin Tongzuan, chairman of Yulong Group. This landscape painting was provided by him for auction. Why did you come in person? I heard your grandfather greatly admired this painting. We shared a friendship in earlier years, so I intended to present it to him. Saying this, Lin Tongzuan handed the painting to a bewildered Zhao Ling'er. Zhao Ling'er stood there utterly bewildered, having no idea what was happening. What on earth is going on? Seeing her puzzled expression, Ye Ming shot Lin Tongzuan a meaningful glance. Well, it's like this thanks to Ye Ming reminding me, or I would have completely forgotten about this. Truthfully, the auction was just a formality, there's no need to take it seriously. Hearing this, Zhao Ling'er finally began to understand, a bright smile spreading across her lips. Oh, I see. Well, if that's the case, then I'll gladly accept your kind offer. Chapter 26, Framing. Lin Tongzuan nodded, then continued, by the way, I heard your Zhao group has been developing a pharmaceutical project recently. Our Yulong group is quite interested and would like to explore a partnership. Would you be open to that? Hearing the chairman of Yulong Group personally request a partnership, Zhao Ling'er felt as if she were dreaming. Really? Absolutely. It's entirely up to you. No problem. I'll arrange for someone to come to your company tomorrow to sign the contract. Zhao Ling'er was overjoyed, never expecting such good news to come one after another. Very well. I'll have someone receive you tomorrow. It's settled then. With that, Lin Tongzuan excused himself, leaving Zhao Ling'er and Ye Ming standing there in stunned silence. Ye Ming, am I dreaming again? Probably. This time, it was Zhao Ling'er's turn to grab Ye Ming's cheek and pinch it hard. Ouch. That hurt. Zhao Ling'er's inner excitement erupted in an instant. The pain proves it's not a dream, we've truly partnered with the Yulong Group. Seeing Zhao Ling'er's joyful excitement, Ye Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you acting like a child? If that's the case, being childish is fine. The Yulong Group is the top company in the Jiangnan region. Partnering with them will elevate the Zhao family to a whole new level. With that, Zhao Ling'er threw her arms around Ye Ming, her voice softening. I don't know why, but ever since you've been by my side, good things just keep happening. So you're saying I'm your lucky charm? You bet. Ye Ming chuckled softly, lucky charm or not, you still have to accept the consequences of your bets. Hearing this, Zhao Ling'er's cheeks flushed slightly as she said shyly, why do you always think about these things? What can I say? You're just so radiant. Ugh, I'm leaving. I'm ignoring you. And so, amidst laughter, the two slowly departed the auction. Watching them from afar, Shen Aoxue felt a surge of anger welling up inside her. Damn it! Why does that good-for-nothing always get the upper hand? At that moment, Suna turned to Jin Ke beside her and spoke coldly, so it turns out the Jin family isn't as deep-pocketed as they seem. Jin Ke lowered his head, a flicker of anger stirring within him. Sorry, Xiaoshui. I had no idea that guy would bid 50 billion. Before he could finish, Shen Aoxue whipped around and slapped Jin Ke hard across the face. Her face twisted with fury as she spat, you think you're worthy of calling me by my nickname? I'm sorry. Struck by the slap, Jin Ke's face flushed crimson with humiliation as he stood silently with his head bowed. Jin Ke, if you want to pursue me, I can give you a chance. Really? Jin Ke nodded like a dog, his face brimming with anticipation. Yes, I'll give you a chance. If you can secure a partnership between Shin Group and Yulong Group, I'll accept your pursuit. Hearing this, Jin Ke's lips immediately curled into a smile. Alright, I guarantee I can make it happen. Suna made a dismissive gesture, and Jin Ke promptly turned and left. General, why not handle this personally? Yulong Group holds considerable standing. If I personally sought their cooperation, they'd look down on me as inferior. I see. So you plan to use Jin Ke as your intermediary to secure the partnership without appearing before them yourself? Shen Aoxue gave a cold laugh, exactly. That fool still thinks I'm giving him an opportunity. General, haven't you considered it? Consider him? Aside from his slightly better family background, he's just as useless as Ye Ming. I wouldn't consider him for anything, he's merely a pawn to be exploited. Your insight is brilliant, General. What should our next move be? No rush. We'll wait for good news. The next day, Ye Ming stood in Zhao Ling'er's office, scrutinizing the landscape painting. Are you planning to give this painting as a birthday gift to your grandfather? Zhao Ling'er replied while working. Exactly. My grandfather's birthday is in a couple of days. Since I just acquired this painting, it's only natural I give it to him. Ye Ming stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes as he asked, should I give one too? Of course you should. Ha? Why should I? Zhao Ling'er murmured with her head bowed, because he's your grandfather too. What? Never mind. You're coming anyway. Ye Ming took a deep breath, as if something occurred to him. He asked, then what capacity will I be attending in? This was something Zhao Ling'er hadn't considered. In fact, she couldn't even clearly define their current relationship. So what exactly are we? Ye Ming pressed. Zhao Ling'er thought carefully for a moment. Boyfriend and girlfriend. Then I'll attend as that. Just then, Zhao Ling'er approached Ye Ming, head bowed like a child who'd done something wrong. Ye Ming, I need to be honest with you about something. Ha? What is it? The thing is, I'm actually betrothed. My family has arranged for me to marry the young master of the Wang family. Hearing this, Ye Ming narrowed his eyes, his concern evident as he asked, so what are your thoughts? Will you honor the engagement? If I could avoid it, I certainly wouldn't want to marry that guy. But the family is pressuring me, and I can't resist. That's all there is to it. Ye Ming shrugged it off, clearly not taking it seriously. Don't play it cool. What do you really think? You're asking my opinion? Zhao Ling'er could only turn to Ye Ming for advice on this matter, she trusted no one else. To be honest, right now, I wouldn't like anyone else besides you. This statement caught Ye Ming off guard. If you say so, then we absolutely must stand up to those family members. Exactly. The biggest threat right now is that woman, Ding Shuixian. She's the mastermind behind forcing me into the Wang family marriage so she can control the Zhao family's assets. Just as she spoke, Ding Shuixian and Ding Yi pushed open the office door, followed by a line of Zhao family uncles and relatives. Ha! Zhao Ling'er turned to look and instantly sensed ill intent. What's going on? Ding Shuixian crossed her arms over her chest and strode over with great airs. Ling'er, you said last time you secured a billion yuan investment. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Not arrived? Zhao Ling'er was puzzled. She distinctly remembered the 10 billion being deposited into the company's finance department. How could it not have arrived? I've already checked with finance. They say number 1 billion yuan was ever deposited. How could that be? Zhao Ling'er refused to believe it. But Ding Yi immediately pulled the finance department head over and demanded, come here. Explain yourself. Me? The pressure now fell squarely on the finance director. But Ye Ming had anticipated this outcome. Chapter 27. The finance director shot Ye Ming a dismissive glance, as if she'd figured something out, and immediately spoke up, that's correct. No 10 billion yuan was deposited into the company account. Heh, you heard that? Then where did the 10 billion investment you negotiated go? I bet it went straight into your personal account, didn't it? You were planning to pocket the entire investment. Ding Yi's words made all the Zhao family uncles and elders suspicious. What are you talking about? I would never embezzle funds. Zhao Ling'er desperately protested, but her opponents had come prepared. No matter how she defended herself, suspicion lingered. All we need to do is check your accounts. Go ahead and check. Zhao Ling'er flung several bank cards onto the table. Check them. As soon as Ding Shuixian finished speaking, the finance director began checking the cards. Since this scheme had been planned long ago, Ding Shuixian didn't even need to look at the results. She turned directly to Zhao Ling'er and declared, "You might as well announce your resignation right now." Exactly. With your abilities, you're simply incapable of managing this company. The Ding siblings sneered in disdain, while Zhao's uncles and relatives eagerly anticipated taking over the Zhao group. However, the next second, the finance director handed the card back and announced the result. I've checked, and there's no record of a 10 billion yuan transfer from Chairman Zhao's bank card. What? Ding Shuixian's curiosity instantly piqued. She narrowed her eyes and asked, "Impossible." At that moment, Ye Ming suddenly asked, "Oh? Ms. Ding, how can you be so certain that Chairman Zhao embezzled this money? Where else could this 10 billion have gone?" Just as everyone was plunged into confusion, Ye Ming spoke again. "I actually know where that money went." Zhao Ling'er tugged at Ye Ming's sleeve, urging, "This money is crucial for our company. Tell us quickly." Ye Ming took a deep breath, his shifting gaze suddenly settling on Ding Yi. Him. All eyes were fixed on Ding Yi. "You little brat, you're talking nonsense. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, just check it out. This." Ding Yi snorted coldly, "Why should I let you check? Then what gives you the right to investigate Chairman Zhao?" This statement instantly silenced the group, leaving Ding Shuixian and Ding Yi with awkward expressions. "Fine, investigate. But if you can't prove it, I want you out of this company immediately." Ye Ming nodded calmly. "Fine, go ahead and investigate." Soon, the finance director checked Ding Yi's personal account. After 2 minutes, the finance director announced, "His account does indeed show an additional 10 billion in liquid assets." The truth was laid bare, stunning everyone present. "Impossible. That money couldn't possibly be in my account." Ding Shuixian also anxiously explained, "Yes, I clearly." "Clearly what?" Ye Ming pressed, zeroing in on the crux. This question instantly made Ding Shuixian realize. Her scheme had been seen through by Ye Ming all along, and he'd even turned it against her. "No matter how much you deny it, this money will appear in your account." Ding Yi hurriedly protested, "This must be an oversight by the finance department." "Not at all. The finance department requires your personal approval to transfer these funds, and only executives at the level of vice president or above have the authority to do so." Could it be President Ding? Ye Ming looked at Ding Shuixian with a meaningful expression. Ding Shuixian's gaze turned icy as she fixed it on Ye Ming. She drew a deep breath and nodded. "So you knew all along, you little bastard. What goes around comes around, hasn't Mr. Ding heard that saying? If your husband found out about this, wouldn't he be terribly disappointed in you?" Zhao Ling'er chuckled, "My father despises people who abuse their power the most." "You." Ding Shuixian was so enraged she couldn't speak. "I believe all the Zhao family uncles and elders are aware of this matter. If you still insist on following Mr. Ding and his kind, don't blame us for being unkind." Ye Ming's words were spoken softly yet carried clearly, each deliberate syllable making the Zhao uncles and relatives squirm with embarrassment. "Yi, mark my words." Ding Shuixian bit her lip and stormed out of the office. The others followed suit, bowing apologetically to Zhao Ling'er before leaving. "Sis." Just as Ding Yi was about to leave, Zhao Ling'er called out, "Ding Yi, you stop right there." "What? You embezzled public funds without authorization. That's a criminal offense. I can report you to the police anytime." "Arrest me?" Ding Yi laughed brazenly, "If you dare touch a single hair on my head, my sister won't let you off. Don't forget, she's your stepmother now." With that, Ding Yi flung the bank card onto the floor. "Take the 10 billion if you want it. Don't think I'm scared of you." Seeing Ding Yi act so brazenly, showing him no respect whatsoever, Zhao Ling'er clenched her teeth in fury. Getting angry over someone like this isn't worth it. Ye Ming remarked calmly. "Sigh, truth is, I can't do anything about him. My father has always looked out for him. Even if he found out about the 10 billion, he wouldn't do anything. If you ask me, your father's been bewitched by that fox Ding Shuixian." Zhao Ling'er leaned closer to Ye Ming, her large, watery eyes fixed on him. "Ye Ming, how did you find out about this?" "Just by chance. But honestly, if we don't deal with these guys, they'll keep causing trouble for you." "I know that, but I just can't seem to handle them." Ye Ming stroked his chin and said, "I happen to have a solution." "What is it?" "They're acting cocky because they've got company shares backing them. Once we get our hands on those shares, they'll back off." Zhao Ling'er rolled her eyes and shook her head. "I know that, but how exactly do we do it?" Ye Ming gestured toward a contract on the table. "This is the contract with Yulong Group." "This?" Zhao Ling'er was confused. "Explain it clearly." "Now that we're partnering with Yulong Group, we have the capital to branch out on our own." "Oh? Are you suggesting we transfer all company resources to establish a new group? Exactly. The entire company is already aligned with Ding Shuixian anyway, we don't need them. We'll find trusted subordinates to establish a new department. Even if your father comes, he won't be able to touch us. Hearing this, Zhao Ling'er grew concerned. She looked up and asked, but that's openly defying my father, isn't it? Well, there's nothing you can do about it. Actually, this approach has another advantage. What advantage? Ye Ming chuckled softly. It means you can directly break off the engagement with the Wang family. Since you've declared your independence, the family won't have any grounds to interfere, right? Indeed, once we reclaim the Zhao group, it would be the best of both worlds. Chapter 28, Bringing Shame Upon Oneself. That evening, Zhao Ling'er brought Ye Ming to the entrance of the Aoxue group to sign the contract. Upon arriving at the entrance, they saw a row of Maybach luxury cars parked along the roadside, an imposing sight that drew the attention of many passers-by. Seeing this scene, Zhao Ling'er appeared somewhat startled. Blinking, she remarked, looks like someone else is here to seek cooperation with Yulong Group. Oh? You can tell? Zhao Ling'er nodded and continued, exactly. The Yulong Group is the most prestigious among all the conglomerates. Many companies aspire to partner with them, so they typically use this kind of display to demonstrate their company's strength. Hearing this, Ye Ming shook his head and gave a wry smile. It's all just posturing. Real capability doesn't need all this flashy nonsense. Someone with genuine strength could walk in with just a contract and seal the deal. Seeing Ye Ming actually approach with just a contract, Zhao Ling'er furrowed her delicate brows and sighed. Right, you're the real deal. You flatter me. Ye Ming replied, his pride swelling. Soon, the doors of the Maybach swung open, revealing dozens of men clad in black. One figure stood out among them. It was Jin Ke, the very man who had taunted Ye Ming at yesterday's auction. Today, he came seeking cooperation with Yulong Group, though his true motive was to win Shen Aoxue's favor. Him? Zhao Ling'er exhaled softly, folding her arms across her chest as she murmured, looks like this guy wants to partner with Yulong Group too. He's asking for trouble. Ye Ming remarked casually. But he wasn't courting humiliation. The Jin family had grown rapidly over the years, reaching peak levels of wealth and influence. If they approached the Dragon Group for a partnership, they might very well succeed. Zhao Ling'er knew the Jin family well. After all, the Zhao family was now following the same path toward development as the Jin family. They won't succeed. Oh? You're so sure? Ye Ming nodded, then continued, because today, we're the ones going to them to sign the contract. Is there a conflict? Ye Ming didn't answer, merely smiling as he followed Zhao Ling'er into the lobby of Yulong Group's headquarters. The moment they entered, both immediately noticed Jin Ke waiting there. Their gazes met, and Jin Ke was instantly taken aback. It's you? Zhao Ling'er took a deep breath and replied with a hint of irritation, Mr. Jin, hello. I hadn't expected Miss Zhao to seek cooperation with Yulong Group as well. Jin Ke's tone dripped with disdain, his haughty demeanor radiating superiority. Indeed, we have come to seek cooperation with Yulong Group. Then you've picked the wrong day. Jin Ke gave a cold laugh, then waved his hand dismissively. Go back. I'm here to propose a partnership with Yulong Group today. You won't get a chance. His words carried a hint of triumphant smugness, but to Ye Ming, they sounded utterly ridiculous. What do you mean we don't stand a chance? Oh? Do you really think the Yulong Group would choose the Zhao family, whose assets and capabilities are inadequate, over our powerful Jin family? That's not necessarily the case. Jin Ke snorted coldly, please. What caliber is Yulong Group? And what caliber is your Zhao Group? How dare you even show your face here? No sooner had he spoken than the front desk clerk addressed Jin Ke, Vice President, please proceed upstairs for your meeting. Upon hearing meeting, Jin Ke's face lit up with smug satisfaction as he lightly brushed his suit. Did you hear that? They're taking me straight to a meeting. With that, he strode confidently toward the elevator. After he left, the clerk bowed low to Zhao Ling'er, seeming even more courteous than before. Miss Zhao, correct? Yes, that's me. Mr. Lin instructed me to escort you to the reception room. Zhao Ling'er asked anxiously, is it about signing the contract with us? Yes, Mr. Lin has already instructed us to take you there. Hearing this, Zhao Ling'er's heart finally settled. After all, facing a competitor like Jin Ke had left her feeling uneasy. But Ye Ming remained perfectly calm, showing not a hint of nervousness from start to finish. This baffled Zhao Ling'er. Was this guy really that confident they'd seal the deal? In truth, Ye Ming had already made arrangements. The entire Yulong Group maintained close ties with the Dragon King's Hall. A simple word from him would ensure the group's obedient compliance. Soon, the two were ushered into the reception room. Lin Tongzuan was brewing tea there. Upon seeing Zhao Ling'er and Ye Ming arrive, he promptly poured 2 cups of premium pre-rain Longjing tea. Please sit. Try my fine tea. Zhao Ling'er sat down nervously, while Ye Ming took his seat with an expression of calm detachment. Without a word, he picked up a cup of hot tea and took a sip. Not bad. Truly fine tea. Ha, thank you for the compliment. Zhao Ling'er furrowed her delicate brows, nudging Ye Ming with her elbow and murmuring, "What are you doing?" "We're here to sign a contract." "Signing a contract doesn't mean you can't even drink tea, right?" "Drinking tea is also a form of courtesy." Hearing this, Lin Tongzhuan immediately chuckled. "Haha, exactly. Miss Zhao, no need to be nervous. I said we'd cooperate, and we certainly will." With that, Lin Tongzhuan snapped his fingers. A woman in a business skirt suit entered from the doorway, likely his personal secretary. The secretary handed the contract to Lin Tongzhuan and said, "Mr. Lin, this is the cooperation agreement. Please review it." After carefully reviewing it, Lin Tongzhuan placed the contract on the table and slid it toward Zhao Ling'er. "Here's the contract. If you're satisfied with it, please sign." Zhao Ling'er carefully reviewed it. Satisfied with its contents, she picked up the pen and signed her name. All set. Just as the two shook hands to wish each other a successful partnership, the reception room door suddenly swung open. A man in a brown suit walked in. He was none other than Huang Shanshe, vice president of Yulong Group. "Mr. Lin, the young master of Jinshan Group is here to discuss a partnership." "Oh? Young Master Jin?" Lin Tongzhuan glanced sideways at Ye Ming, who instinctively shook his head. In Ye Ming's view, the Jin family's activities over the years had been nothing but illegal schemes and self-serving business deals, the very reason for their rapid expansion. Naturally, Ye Ming held no regard for such a group, so he promptly instructed Lin Tongzhuan to reject the offer outright. "Tell young Master Jin that Yulong Group will not partner with him," Lin Tongzhuan stated. Huang Shanshe, upon hearing this, immediately looked puzzled. Scratching his head, he asked, "Mr. Lin, please reconsider. The Jinshan Group truly possesses the capability to collaborate with us, and moreover." Chapter 29, Different Leagues. "And what?" Huang Shanshe added awkwardly, "I've heard Jinshan Group has been getting quite close to the Shen family lately." Hearing this, Lin Tongzhuan chuckled. "Ah, I see. No wonder Jinshan Group suddenly approached me for cooperation. The Shen family must be pulling strings behind the scenes." Lin Tongzhuan handed the contract to Zhao Ling'er, his eyes crinkling with amusement. "It's already signed." Seeing the signed document, Zhao Ling'er's face lit up with a smile. She hurriedly said to Ye Ming, "Wonderful. This contract is finally settled." Seeing the joy overflowing on Zhao Ling'er's face, Ye Ming felt a deep sense of comfort. He had never experienced this kind of happiness from helping others before. Back in the Shen family, whenever he helped Shen Aoxue, he never received a comforting response. Instead, he was met with cold stares and indifference. Zhao Ling'er's smile, therefore, offered him a rare sense of emotional solace. At that moment, Ye Ming silently vowed to himself that he would help Zhao Ling'er develop the Zhao family. Now that they had secured the partnership with Yulong Group, it was up to Zhao Ling'er's own abilities to drive their progress forward. Though she was usually rather scatterbrained, when it came to work in critical moments, she became completely focused, radiating an entirely different aura like a completely different person. And so, Zhao Ling'er took the contract, bid farewell to Lin Tongzhuan, and departed. After seeing them off, Lin Tongzhuan couldn't help but sigh. "Well, that's finally settled." Huang Shanshe noticed Lin Tongzhuan's expression and immediately asked in confusion, "Mr. Lin, why didn't you agree to cooperate with Jinshan Group?" "Because I can't afford to cross that person." "Who? Someone even you can't afford to provoke? Could it be someone from the Dragon King's palace?" Lin Tongzhuan chuckled. "Heh, you don't need to know about that. Just remember, report any business dealings with the Zhao family to me from now on." "Understood. What about Jinshan Group?" "Turn them down. It's unnecessary. Besides, I can afford to offend both the Shen family and Jinshan Group." Huang Shanshe was puzzled but dared not pry further, merely nodding and withdrawing. Meanwhile, the supremely confident Jin Ko remained in his office, admiring the interior design and decoration. His subordinate beside him asked, "Young Master Jin, if we can secure the cooperation with Yulong Group this time, you'll finally have the standing to pursue Shen Aoxue." "Heh, that's all thanks to Shen Aoxue divorcing that good-for-nothing. Only then would I have the standing to pursue her. But I hear Shen Aoxue has incredibly high standards and an extremely cold, proud personality. She probably won't be easy to handle." Jin Ko was aware of these challenges, yet Shen Aoxue was the most otherworldly woman he had ever encountered. Winning her over would signify an elevation of his status and standing. The thought sent a surge of excitement through Jin Ko, a smirk spreading across his lips. Just then, Huang Shanshe pushed open the door, a hint of awkwardness on his face. "Deputy Director Huang, the partnership arrangements are finalized, correct?" Just as Jin Ko asked with confidence, Huang Shanshe sighed helplessly and shook his head. "I'm sorry, but our chairman Lin stated that Jinshan Group isn't qualified to partner with our corporation." Hearing this, Jin Ko froze instantly. He blinked, then forced a bitter smile. "Haha, Vice President Huang, you really have a sense of humor. If even our Jinshan Group isn't qualified, then who on earth is?" "Zhao Group." The moment he heard that name, Jin Ko's brows furrowed tightly, anger welling up inside him. "What did you say?" He never imagined that a third-rate group like that could partner with Yulong Group. Yes, President Lin has already agreed to partner with Zhao Group, so there's no spot left for you. These words struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him frozen in place. I need to see Mr. Lin. Jinke seethed with resentment, his teeth clenched as he shouted. But Huang Shanshi didn't give him the chance, immediately ordering his men to escort him and the others out. This left Jinke utterly bewildered. He never imagined that his Jinshan group, with assets worth billions, could be outmatched by the Zhao group. Damn it! Fuming, Jinke stomped his foot in frustration and immediately led his men back to devise another strategy. Meanwhile, Zhao Ling'er gazed at the coveted contract in her hands, her heart bursting with joy. She turned to Ye Ming, who was driving, and asked, Ye Ming, is there anything you want? Ye Ming asked instinctively, what? Suddenly feeling generous with gifts? Yes. Ever since meeting you, my career has been on a meteoric rise. Of course, that wouldn't have been possible without your unwavering support. So I feel I should give you something. Ye Ming pondered for a moment before finally uttering one sentence. Give yourself to me. That would be the best gift. Hearing this, Zhao Ling'er's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head and stammered, what did you say? Ha? Did I say something wrong? Ye Ming chuckled softly, then gently swept her bangs away from her forehead. You are my greatest gift. Oh my, stop it. You're embarrassing me. Zhao Ling'er felt both nervous and excited. She covered her flushed cheeks with both hands, unable to meet Ye Ming's gaze. Soon, the two returned to the company, just as they encountered Ding Shuixian and Ding Yijing carrying large bags of gifts. What are these two up to now? Zhao Ling'er immediately understood. I know. Grandfather's birthday celebration. Hearing this, Ye Ming sighed, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. So that's it. Looks like they've gone all out, so many gifts. That woman Ding Shuixian has always been trying to curry favor with my grandfather. First, to secure some standing within the Zhao family, and second, to extract more benefits from him. That's scheming. Exactly. She's a. Ever since my father brought her home, the Zhao family has been plagued by all sorts of trouble. It was clear Zhao Ling'er harbored deep hostility toward Ding Shuixian, so grandfather Zhao's birthday celebration was likely to turn into a farce. By the way, have you prepared grandfather's gift yet? Zhao Ling'er asked. Ye Ming shrugged. Haven't decided yet. Why don't I just pick up a couple of random things at the gift shop? No, that won't do. It can't be so casual. Zhao Ling'er furrowed her delicate brows, hands on her hips, speaking with authority, you're my man. You can't be careless. Hearing her say that for the first time, Ye Ming couldn't help but let a wry smile touch his lips. Then what do you want me to get? I'll help you pick something out when the big day comes. For now, just tidy up your appearance. Grandfather's birthday celebration will draw many prominent guests. Including the Wang family? Zhao Ling'er nodded slightly. Exactly. Ever since that marriage contract was signed, the Wang family has treated me as their daughter-in-law. Chapter 30, the day of the grand birthday celebration. This time, I seized the opportunity to dissolve the betrothal. After all, with the contract signed with Yulong Group, I now had the leverage to do so. Thus, each prepared their gifts. Zhao Ling'er intended to present the landscape painting she'd acquired at the National Pulse Auction, while Ye Ming selected a seemingly ordinary jade pendant. Soon, the day of old Master Zhao's birthday arrived. The banquet was held at Zhao Ling'er's father's residence. This place was entirely different from the style of other wealthy families. The estate wasn't located in the city center but in the outskirts. Moreover, the estate covered an immense area, with nearly the entire outlying region belonging to the Zhao family. While it couldn't compare to the top-tier families, it was vastly superior to other families of similar standing. Upon arriving, Zhao Ling'er and Ye Ming remarked in admiration, my father has always cherished this pastoral lifestyle. There's even a dedicated garden here, a golf course, and he's practically bought up nearly all the surrounding hills. As soon as they entered, they noticed numerous security personnel stationed throughout the courtyard. They stood at the entrance checking guests' invitation cards, barring entry to anyone without one. As the granddaughter of old Master Zhao, Zhao Ling'er naturally required no invitation to enter. However, Ye Ming was an outsider without an invitation, so he was promptly turned away by the guards. Sir, please present your invitation. The guard's tone was stern as he blocked Ye Ming's path. Since today marked Mr. Zhao's 80th birthday, only prominent figures were permitted to enter the courtyard to celebrate. With inevitable attempts to sneak in, security measures were exceptionally tight. Ye Ming sighed helplessly, pointing toward Zhao Ling'er who had already entered. I'm with her, he stated. The guard eyed Ye Ming up and down, sneering contemptuously. No way, buddy. If you want to crash the party, at least come up with a better excuse. Who do you think you are? Our young mistress would be with someone like you? No invitation? Get lost. Don't make us use force. Zhao Ling'er, who had taken only a few steps ahead, noticed Ye Ming hadn't followed and hurried back. Seeing the two security guards pointing and whispering about Ye Ming, she immediately approached, her delicate brows furrowed. What are you two doing? Seeing Zhao Ling'er approach, the two security guards immediately lowered their heads and said, "Miss Zhao, this guy kept insisting he was with you, but he was just trying to get in for free food and drinks." "What do you mean freeloading? He's my friend." Zhao Ling'er snapped sharply. Hearing this, the two security guards broke out in a cold sweat. They quickly turned to Ye Ming, bowing apologetically. "We're so sorry, we didn't know. But even if he is your friend, Miss Zhao, he still needs to present an invitation." This remark drew a look of utter contempt from Zhao Ling'er. Crossing her arms sternly, she retorted, "Oh? So you get to approve who I bring as my friend? No, no. You're in charge. We were just being nosy." The two security guards apologized respectfully, then promptly stepped aside to let Ye Ming enter. They soon arrived at the birthday banquet venue. It was a meticulously manicured lawn, originally a golf course, now temporarily fitted with a tent serving as a stage. Below stood rows of long tables laden with various buffet delicacies. Many guests had already gathered on the lawn, chatting in small groups. Zhao Ling'er scanned the area and said to Ye Ming, "Grandpa isn't here. He must be inside the banquet hall." As Zhao Ling'er and Ye Ming walked along, they happened to encounter a man in his early 30s. "Oh, Ling'er, what a coincidence." The man greeted them politely, then quickly corrected himself, "Sorry. I should be calling you sister-in-law." Zhao Ling'er's delicate brows immediately furrowed. "My name is Zhao Ling'er. I am not your sister-in-law." This man was Wang Tianzong, the eldest son of the Wang family. Wang Tianzong paid no mind to Zhao Ling'er's attitude and immediately burst into laughter. "Come on, it's bound to happen sooner or later anyway." Zhao Ling'er had met members of the Wang family several times, and what she disliked most was precisely this kind of self-righteous attitude. Ever since the marriage contract was set, they treated her as their own, speaking to her with casual familiarity. Seeing Zhao Ling'er's bored expression, Wang Tianzong shifted his gaze to Ye Ming. "And who is this?" Zhao Ling'er lifted her head and declared firmly, "My secretary." "Oh? Your secretary? I hadn't expected you to bring your secretary here. But it's more than just a secretary relationship." Zhao Ling'er replied meaningfully. This piqued Wang Tianzong's interest even more. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Oh? Care to introduce her?" Wang Tianzong had mingled among the elite of various wealthy families and clans, and even those with modest fame were familiar to him. Yet the person before him was completely unknown. Ye Ming. Zhao Ling'er simply stated the name, leaving Wang Tianzong utterly baffled. This answer made Wang Tianzong's expression darken. "Surnamed Yi? I don't recall any prominent figures with that surname." "What? Does one have to be a big shot to be my secretary?" Just then, Wang Tianzong snapped his fingers. "Oh, I do know someone with the surname Yi." Wang Tianzong deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of many. He declared loudly before the crowd, "As far as I know, there really is someone surnamed Yi that useless son-in-law the Shen family kicked out of their house not long ago." The moment he finished speaking, the entire crowd erupted into discussion. So it was him the good-for-nothing who divorced Shen Aoxue, the female war goddess of the Yun Dynasty. I heard the Shen family kicked him out because he was such a good-for-nothing. Ugh, in my opinion, kicking someone like that out of the Shen family was long overdue. He was just tarnishing Shen Aoxue's reputation. Hearing the clamorous voices, Zhao Ling'er felt intensely displeased. She couldn't allow these people to speak of Ye Ming like this. Just as she was about to explode, Ye Ming grabbed her arm and said nonchalantly, "Forget it. Today's your grandfather's birthday. Don't cause trouble." "But they're talking about you like that." "Let them talk. I don't care." Zhao Ling'er's anger flared. Gritting her teeth, she immediately hooked her arm through Ye Ming's. This sudden display left everyone utterly stunned. "Sis-in-law, what are you doing?" Wang Tianzong asked in confusion. "Can't you tell? That's exactly what Ye Ming and I are." This time, it wasn't just Wang Tianzong who froze. Everyone in the room stood rooted to the spot. Zhao Ling'er's approach was too extreme, instantly catching many off guard. However, after her statement, no one dared to speak against Ye Ming anymore. Then, Zhao Ling'er pulled Ye Ming away from the scene. Wang Tianzong watched their retreating figures expressionlessly, a bitter taste rising in his heart. Chapter 31, Zhao Ling'er's resolve. "Well, she's already giving me attitude before she's even walked through the door. Looks like I'll have to teach her some manners." Zhao Ling'er pulled Ye Ming along as they strode purposefully into the main hall. Within 2 minutes of entering, Ye Ming sensed a palpable tension in the air, something he hadn't anticipated. The two entered the main hall, where food and drink were readily available. Surrounding the area were bars and entertainment facilities, with many young people gathered here to have fun. The moment Zhao Ling'er stepped into the hall, she drew everyone's attention. Many handsome young men swarmed over to strike up conversations. They all knew Zhao Ling'er was the Wang family's daughter-in-law, so they dared only to look, not to harbor any ill intentions. Surrounded by these young men who bombarded her with questions, Zhao Ling'er found herself in a crowd while Ye Ming walked over to a nearby table to eat. After a while, Zhao Ling'er finally finished mingling with the group, only to find Ye Ming gone. Where had he gone? Without Ye Ming by her side, Zhao Ling'er felt uneasy. She searched high and low before spotting Ye Ming leisurely eating fruit, looking utterly at ease, as if he were in his own home. "How did you end up here?" Zhao Ling'er asked in a low voice. Ye Ming picked up a piece of fruit and asked, "Why not? Want some?" How could he just leave his girlfriend behind to go eat? "You." Zhao Ling'er sighed helplessly. Just then, several more people gathered around, all curious about the relationship between Zhao Ling'er and Ye Ming. "Miss Zhao, is this your friend?" Someone suddenly asked pointedly. Zhao Ling'er sighed and turned to say, "My personal secretary, Ye Ming." "Oh? Does Miss Zhao treat her staff this well? Bringing him along like this?" "No, he's with me." Zhao Ling'er replied simply. This remark instantly piqued the curiosity of many. Some even harbored a hint of doubt. "Is that so? Does together mean working together?" Zhao Ling'er replied indifferently, "We're together outside of work too." This statement instantly left everyone present utterly astonished. Holy crap! What's going on here? Aren't the Zhao and Wang families supposed to be betrothed? "Yeah, I heard Miss Zhao is about to marry the young master of the Wang family." Sure enough, whispers erupted among the surrounding crowd. Meanwhile, Ye Ming sighed helplessly and said to Zhao Ling'er, "Didn't you just say that a bit too bluntly?" "I want to be blunt. I want these people to know I have absolutely no connection to the Wang family." Zhao Ling'er wasn't about to let these people spread rumors about her being related to the Wang family. So she took action to shut them up. The scene instantly fell silent, leaving everyone feeling awkward. Just then, a girl suddenly walked in. "What's all the commotion about? What's going on?" After she spoke, all the boys parted to make a path. "Miss Wang, you're here." This girl was Wang Yu, the youngest daughter of the Wang family and the younger sister of Wang Tianzong. Wang Yu walked over and immediately spotted Zhao Ling'er. She smiled and called out, "Sister-in-law." Hearing this title, Zhao Ling'er immediately frowned, her expression darkening. "Don't you dare call me that." However, Wang Yu paid no heed, a smile playing on her lips as she said, "What's the big deal? It's bound to happen sooner or later anyway." Zhao Ling'er felt utterly powerless, her expression darkening. She felt like a commodity, to be manipulated at will. Exactly, it was inevitable. If young Master Wang had come today, they might have even gotten engaged right then and there, two happy events at once. "We'd have to drink 2 cups of celebratory wine." The crowd began to cheer and jeer. This only made Zhao Ling'er, already in a foul mood, even more furious. Gritting her teeth, she snapped, "If you don't understand, don't speak out of turn." With that single sentence, she shattered the festive atmosphere once more. Zhao Ling'er raised her hand and declared, "Let me make this clear, I never intended to marry into the Wang family. This so-called engagement is nothing but their one-sided wishful thinking." "What?" The outcry instantly startled everyone present. No one expected Zhao Ling'er to state these matters so bluntly and decisively. "Sis-in-law, you're joking, right?" Wang Yu asked in confusion. "I'm not joking. Let me make one more thing clear to everyone." With that, Zhao Ling'er reached out her jade-like hand and linked it through Ye Ming's arm. "This is my boyfriend." This revelation was even more explosive, instantly leaving everyone frozen in place, staring at them in shock. Wang Yu never expected Zhao Ling'er to do something like this. "Sis-in-law, you. Don't call me sister-in-law." After a moment's thought, Wang Yu hurriedly relayed the news to the head of the Wang family attending today's birthday banquet, her grandfather, Wang Quangue. The sheer magnitude of the revelation left those nearby momentarily unable to process it, frozen in place and speechless. Zhao Ling'er knew she had laid everything bare. Now she had to figure out how to face the pressure coming from both families. Seeing her troubled expression, Ye Ming chuckled, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just need to explain this clearly to the family later. Don't worry. Now that you've secured the partnership with Yulong Group, the family won't force you." Zhao Ling'er's worries weren't about that. Explaining to her family wouldn't be difficult. Grandfather cherished her most, and no matter what she did, he would never blame her. Her real worry was her father and Ding Shuixian. Ever since she'd put Ding Shuixian in her place last time, the woman had held a grudge. This time, she'd surely seize the opportunity to make a big deal out of it. As for her father, he had a betrothal agreement with the Wang family. Completely backing out wouldn't be as simple as just saying so. "Don't worry. I'm here." Ye Ming patted Zhao Ling'er's shoulder with a smile. "Machem," Zhao Ling'er nodded with a smile. Soon, the two reached the banquet table in the center of the hall. Because of what had just happened, many people dared not approach Zhao Ling'er. For a moment, she was completely isolated. But Zhao Ling'er paid no heed to this. Her mind was solely occupied with how to explain things to her grandfather. "Master Zhao has arrived. Oh, the guest of honor has arrived. Make way." As these voices echoed, all eyes turned toward the entrance. There he was, Master Zhao, dressed in a crimson traditional Chinese robe, followed by the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Lilin, and Mrs. Zhao, Ding Shuixian. "He's here." Zhao Ling'er caught Zhao Lilin's darkened gaze. He must have learned of this matter too. "So be it." Ye Ming stretched his limbs slightly and chuckled, "It had to be said sooner or later anyway. Might as well get it over with. You'll always stand by me, right? Without a doubt. Ye Ming replied solemnly. Chapter 32, Breaking Off the Engagement. As Old Master Zhao approached the center of the crowd, everyone rushed forward to offer birthday wishes. Only Zhao Ling'er and Ye Ming remained frozen in place. Ling'er. Just then, Zhao Lilin approached with a stern expression, instantly making Zhao Ling'er feel uneasy. Dad, Ling'er called out with a sidelong glance. Ding Shuixian, meanwhile, stood nearby with a smirk, waiting to see the drama unfold. After all, if this matter escalated, Zhao Ling'er's standing within the family and the company would plummet instantly. I just heard from the Wang family that you intend to break off the engagement, correct? Zhao Ling'er's mood grew complicated upon hearing this. But seeing Ye Ming beside her, she seemed to make up her mind instantly. She immediately declared, that's right. I intend to break off this engagement. I know exactly what kind of person that young master from the Wang family is. Nonsense. Zhao Lilin immediately roared angrily. Do you think the marriage agreement between our two families is a joke? Do you think you can just call it off whenever you feel like it? At that moment, Ye Ming spoke calmly. What era are we in, still playing these marriage alliance games? It's just families trying to use these ties to keep each other in check. Treating their children's lifelong happiness as a business deal, isn't that utterly shameless? His words instantly drew the attention of everyone present, and some even admired Ye Ming's boldness. Zhao Lilin's expression darkened instantly. He turned to Zhao Ling'er and demanded, Ling'er, who is this kid? My secretary, Ye Ming. A mere secretary dares lecture me? Ha! Ridiculous. Zhao Lilin immediately strode toward Ye Ming, his eyes blazing with fury, as if he intended to bore right through him. What? Is what I said wrong? If you truly care about your daughter, you should ask her opinion first instead of arbitrarily deciding her future. The Zhao family's affairs are none of your business, outsider. Ye Ming shrugged indifferently, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. That's true enough, but since your daughter has already made her decision, you should mind your own business. Those words ignited Zhao Lilin's fury. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, Kid, starting today, you'd better not show your face before me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you vanish from this world. Dad. At that moment, Zhao Ling'er couldn't hold back any longer. Let me be clear, Ye Ming is the person I love. The person you like? What right do you have to like another man? You should only be allowed to like the young master of the Wang family. No. I just won't like him. No matter how much you pressure me this time, I won't give in. Ding Shuixian immediately poured fuel on the fire from behind him. Oh my, old Zhao, just look at your daughter, a case of delayed rebellion, isn't it? Zhao Lilin believed Ye Ming was behind all this mischief. If not for that boy, how could his daughter have turned out this way? With that thought, Zhao Lilin coldly addressed Ye Ming, Boy, while I may not rule all of Jiangnan with an iron fist, disposing of a lowly commoner is no trouble at all. Ye Ming couldn't help but chuckle softly. Oh? Is that so? I'm new here and haven't fully grasped the extent of your power. Why not let me see what you're capable of? This statement was undoubtedly a fierce provocation to Zhao Lilin. Instantly, rage boiled within Zhao Lilin. He waved his hand and shouted, Guards! Throw this scoundrel out. Today is my father's birthday celebration. I don't want bloodshed here, but once he's outside the door, you can do with him as you please. Just as several burly bodyguards at the door rushed in, Zhao Ling'er stepped in front of Ye Ming with her body. If you want to lay a finger on Ye Ming, you'll have to get past me first. As her words fell, a deep, aged voice boomed out. Everyone, stop immediately. The entire room fell silent instantly, all eyes fixed on old Master Zhao. Grandfather Zhao has spoken. Zhao Ling'er hurried to her grandfather's side, lowering her head and pouting, Grandpa, you must judge fairly. Very well, my dear granddaughter, you mustn't feel wronged. Master Zhao had always doted on Zhao Ling'er since childhood. Seeing her so heartbroken, he couldn't bear it. Lilin, Ling'er is an adult now. She has her own thoughts. Why must you interfere so much? Zhao Lilin's face was equally filled with grievance as he cried out in distress, but this is a marriage promise to the Wang family. We can't just call it off. This marriage was arranged by you and the Wang family without my consent. I was forced into it all along, Zhao Ling'er stated truthfully. Hearing this, Zhao Lilin's eyes darkened instantly, and he was momentarily speechless. Just then, a voice called out from behind them. It's just two children playing house. No need for such a big fuss. All eyes turned to see another elderly man stepping forward. This was none other than the head of the Wang family, old Master Wang. Master Wang, oh dear, we're embarrassed to have you witness our family's shame. No, this matter was entirely our fault from the start. Please don't take offense. The head of the Wang family personally came out to explain the matter. After all, he didn't want such an incident to tarnish his family's reputation. If you can think that way, it's all good, no hard feelings. Ha, old Zhao, you're the guest of honor today, how can you be apologizing? Lighten up. What about the marriage? Zhao Lilin asked instinctively. Since your daughter doesn't fancy my son, let's just call it off. It was never meant to be. As the words fell, Zhao Ling'er immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't expected the Wang family to have such a reasonable patriarch. She bowed low before Mr. Wang and thanked him respectfully. "Thank you, Grandfather Wang, for your understanding." "It's nothing, really." Mr. Wang had merely been concerned about preserving the Wang family's reputation. It wasn't really a matter of understanding or not. Zhao Lilin, however, was consumed by bitter disappointment. He had invested so much effort and endured such hardship to forge this connection with the Wang family, only to see it crumble so swiftly. His teeth clenched in fury, a palpable rage radiating from his entire being. In that instant, it seemed as though everyone sensed this powerful aura, and they all fell silent, no longer daring to discuss the matter. "Alright, since it's already happened, let's not dwell on it here. The time is nearly upon us, everyone, please take your seats," Master Zhao called out. Only then did the guests dare to take their seats, each wearing a solemn expression. The Wang family members, in particular, were overcome with indescribable emotions. The banquet seating was divided. The front row held the head table, reserved exclusively for the Zhao family. Behind that lay the guest seating, open to all attendees present today. Chapter 33, The Wang Family's Scheme. Logically, Ye Ming, not being a member of the Zhao family, should have been seated among the guests. However, old Master Zhao approached Ye Ming himself, smiling as he asked, "What is your name?" "Ye Ming. I hear you're quite close with my precious granddaughter. You two are already a couple, right?" Ye Ming paused briefly, then nodded instinctively. "You could say that." "Very well." Mr. Zhao grabbed Ye Ming's wrist, pulling him toward the head table and seating him directly beside him. Everyone seated at the head table was stunned. They looked at him in confusion and asked, "Grandfather, what are you doing? That boy isn't part of our Zhao family." "Exactly. He should be seated with the guests, there's no place for him at this head table." Master Zhao's gaze turned stern as he declared, "Why wouldn't he? He's my granddaughter's boyfriend. He's practically half a Zhao family member. I see no issue with him sitting here." With old Master Zhao speaking so decisively, the others found no grounds to object. They could only lower their heads in resignation, daring not to utter a word. Over here, Zhao Lilin was so furious he felt like grinding his back teeth to dust. Zhao Ling'er leaned closer to Ye Ming, her eyes crinkling with delight as she whispered with a sly smile, "Wonderful. Grandfather has approved of you." "Your grandfather has quite the discerning eye," Ye Ming remarked calmly. Don't get too cocky. But since you spoke up for me just now, I'll agree too." "Agree?" Ye Ming froze for a moment and asked, "Agree to what?" "I agree to marry you." The words instantly froze Ye Ming in place. Scratching his head, he asked, "Are you serious? We've barely known each other for a month. I've set my heart on you anyway. Whether you want to marry me or not is up to you." Ye Ming hadn't expected Zhao Ling'er to become so proactive, probably emboldened by old Master Zhao's words. But marriage was a matter for later. They could discuss it after spending more time together. Meanwhile, at the guests' table, the Wang family members all wore grim expressions. Except for old Master Wang, every single one of them was filled with hostility toward the Zhao family. "Damn it, these people are completely unreliable." "Exactly. They're bullying our Wang family, aren't they?" "Hold on, everyone. Actually, I know the main reason." At that moment, Wang Tianzong addressed the crowd. "Truthfully, the root of all this lies with that man by Zhao Ling'er's side. That rotten kid surnamed Yi?" As the words fell, Wang Tianzong continued, "Exactly. That brat named Ye Ming, he's the one stirring up all this trouble. Brother, I have a way to teach that brat a lesson." Wang Yu suddenly interjected. "Oh? What's your plan?" Wang Yu gave a cold laugh, then pointed toward the stage set up ahead and said with a smile, "Isn't there a performance coming up shortly?" Upon hearing this, Wang Tianzong immediately understood. He nodded vigorously. "I see. So that's what you had in mind." Wang Yu nodded, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth that sent a chill down one's spine. "Alright, I'll go speak with Mr. Zhao." Wang Tianzong then approached Mr. Zhao and bowed his hands, saying, "Mr. Zhao, tonight our Wang family has invited professional live dance performances and some martial arts demonstrations." "Oh? Really? Great. Then get it arranged right away." "Yes." Wang Tianzong waved his hand casually. Instantly, colorful lights flashed across the stage as a group of handsome men and beautiful women emerged from backstage. Singing and dancing joyfully, they instantly energized the entire venue. Soon, the dance concluded. Wang Tianzong stepped forward with the microphone and announced to the crowd, "Alright, now it's time for our Wang family's revered master to perform for you all." The Wang family's revered master? The entire venue erupted with excitement. After all, the Wang family's revered master was none other than the renowned Qigong master Wang Wanshi. It was said that Wang Wanshi had been passionate about Qigong since his youth. After over 30 years of arduous training, he had mastered the art of absolute power Qigong. His prowess was legendary throughout Jiangnan, and few in the martial world dared to cross him. As Wang Tianzong finished speaking, an elderly man clad in a black robe emerged from the backstage area. Though well over 60, the old man possessed an incredibly muscular physique that defied belief. Holy crap! Is that the famed Wang family's guardian, Wang Wanshi? To think he could remain so robust past 60, truly formidable. A wave of admiration swept through the crowd. Wang Wanshi strode to the center of the stage, calm and composed. His eyes closed, a palpable aura rippled from his body. "What is this?" asked Master Zhao curiously. Wang Tianzong explained, "Our family's Master Wang always does this. He gathers his qigong energy within his body, ready to unleash it in an instant." Then, Wang Tianzong clapped his hands. Boom! A series of thunderous crashes echoed from backstage. The crowd turned to see 10 muscular men carrying a massive marble slab weighing 1,000 caddies emerge. Boom! The marble was set down. The muscular men all sat on the ground to rest for several minutes before exiting, clearly demonstrating the immense weight of the slab. "Everyone, take a good look. This marble slab weighs 1,500 pounds apiece. I personally selected. And now, Master Wang will shatter it with a single punch." What? The words had barely left his mouth when astonishment swept through the crowd. Every pair of eyes turned toward Master Wang in disbelief. Shatter this marble with one punch? Impossible. Even machines struggle to achieve that. Hey, this is the renowned Wang Wanshi we're talking about. Do you think he's some street performer? Everyone grew visibly eager, and even Mr. Zhao in the VIP seat was keen to witness this demonstration. Alright, now let's invite Master Wang to perform for us. As Wang Tianzong's words fell, Wang Wanshi took a deep breath, channeling all his qigong into his fist. In an instant, the atmosphere on stage grew tense and solemn. Every pair of eyes fixed intently on the marble slab before them. Ha! Wang Wanshi strode forward 5 steps, bellowed, and raised his fist, channeling his power. An intense aura erupted instantly. Boom! Wang Wanshi's fist struck the marble slab. The entire arena fell silent, every spectator frozen in shock. This. Before anyone could react, a crack appeared in the marble slab. The fissure rapidly widened, and within 3 seconds, the 1,500-pound slab shattered completely. Holy crap! Is this a dream? That's insane. He really shattered it with one punch. Impressive. If that punch landed on a person, wouldn't it punch right through their stomach? Chapter 34, Unshakable as a Mountain. Amidst the applause, Wang Wanshi slowly retracted his fist, his expression cold and composed. For him, this was as easy as eating a meal. He hadn't even unleashed his full power. I see. From the chairman's seat, Ye Ming chuckled softly and shook his head. He had just observed that Wang Wanshi had concentrated his qigong into a single point. At the instant of impact, he channeled that concentrated energy into the marble, causing it to shatter instantly. While this qigong was indeed impressive to watch, it held no practical value in real combat. Alright, everyone. Master Wang has just demonstrated his stone-shattering fist. Next, he will show us his technique of striking the ox across the mountain. Hitting the ox across the mountain? Isn't that a qigong technique only found in novels? Does it really exist in reality? The crowd grew murmuringly skeptical, and Wang Tianzong couldn't resist adding a comment. Since this hitting the ox across the mountain demonstration requires a partner to enhance its excitement, we plan to select one audience member to serve as the target. A target? As in, getting hit by Master Wang? Wow, that's terrifying. If Master Wang lands a punch on me, I might just ascend to heaven right on the spot. Forget it, that's way too dangerous. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. Yet on stage, Wang Tianzong smiled and reassured them, everyone, relax. Master Wang is a qigong master. His strike the ox across the mountain technique actually hits the body but channels the force elsewhere. It's perfectly safe. Though he said that, accidents can happen and in this case, they could be deadly. So no one dared volunteer. I'll do it. Just then, old Master Zhao himself raised his hand and stood up. Grandfather. Zhao Ling'er cried out anxiously. Don't do this. It's far too dangerous. Zhao Lilin also pleaded, yes, Dad, how could we possibly let you handle this? After saying this, Zhao Lilin intended to send one of his subordinates up instead. Just then, Wang Tianzong suddenly interjected, oh my, why is everyone so timid? But I just noticed someone who didn't flinch at all. His gaze settled on Ye Ming, a faint smile playing on his lips. That's you. Ye Ming froze, glancing sideways at the group's stares. Me? Yes, Mr. Yi, correct? You were one of the focal points just now. To possess such composure truly shows commendable courage. Now that you have the chance to perform on stage, surely you wouldn't refuse? Ye Ming really didn't want to participate in this boring performance, but since Wang Tianzong had already said it, he had no reason to refuse. Fine. Might as play along with these people to pass the time. As Ye Ming slowly rose to his feet, Zhao Ling'er grabbed his arm, her delicate brows furrowed. Don't go. This is definitely some trick the Wang family is playing. Ye Ming chuckled casually. It's fine. I'm actually curious to see just how formidable the Wang family's so-called qigong master really is. With that, he patted Zhao Ling'er's shoulder and chuckled softly, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Then, Ye Ming stretched his limbs slightly and walked slowly toward the stage. "Excellent. Let's applaud Mr. Yi for his courage and determination," Wang Tianzong said with a smile. As the applause filled the air, Wang Tianzong deliberately moved closer to Wang Wancher and whispered, "Don't go all out later. Today is Master Zhao's birthday banquet. We can't have anyone getting seriously hurt. Then use maximum 3 layers, just teach this kid a lesson." Wang Wancher nodded. Understood. In truth, there was no such thing as qigong that could strike through mountains. This entire setup was a scheme orchestrated by Wang Tianzong, all for the purpose of beating up that kid Ye Ming. "Alright. Everyone, get ready. Don't blink." As the voice fell, all eyes focused on the stage. Wang Wancher stepped before Ye Ming, lifting his head with a smile. "Kid, you ready?" Ye Ming shrugged nonchalantly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Bring it on. I'm eager to witness this striking through mountains technique." "Then don't blink." Wang Wancher immediately clenched his fist again, gathering his power into it. In an instant, everyone's attention sharpened, nearly every gaze fixed on Ye Ming. Ye Ming remained utterly unfazed. Even under such scrutiny, he felt perfectly at ease. If anything, he was genuinely curious about Wang Wancher's qigong. After all, he'd never heard of qigong that could strike a bull across a mountain. But judging by their plans, such skills probably didn't exist at all, just an excuse to beat him up. If they were so eager to fight, then he would give them a fight. With that thought, Ye Ming straightened his posture, a faint smile curling his lips. "Bring it on." Seeing Ye Ming's unflappable composure, Wang Wancher froze for a moment before blurting out, "Kid, you don't seriously think I know how to strike an ox across a mountain, do you?" "Oh? So you don't?" "Ha!" Wang Wancher gave Ye Ming no chance to flee, lunging forward and slamming a vicious punch into Ye Ming's chest. In that instant, everyone's gaze froze. Below the stage, Zhao Ling'er covered her eyes with her hands, unable to bear witness to the events unfolding above. She was terrified Ye Ming would be knocked flying, so she clenched her teeth and prayed. Boom! Even using only 30% of his strength, Wang Wancher could easily send someone flying several meters away. Yet Ye Ming remained standing in place, his expression calm, merely stretching his limbs slightly. "Oh? Is that it?" When Ye Ming spoke, Wang Wancher froze in place, his face filled with disbelief as he stammered, You're okay?" "Of course I'm fine. Isn't this supposed to be a strike through the mountain technique?" Ye Ming glanced behind him, then burst into open mockery. "No way. Master Wang, your hitting the ox across the mountain technique isn't working." The crowd froze. Though they saw Ye Ming unharmed, proving the hitting through mountains part succeeded, it hadn't struck any object, meaning the hitting the ox failed. Only the Wang family members were utterly bewildered. In their eyes, Wang Wancher had channeled 3 layers of power into striking Ye Ming. Even 3 layers should have been enough to send a person flying, yet Ye Ming stood there as if nothing had happened. Holy crap, does this kid have hard qigong? No way. Master Wang must have slipped up. Most people believed Master Wang hadn't been prepared, which led to the failure. Wang Tianzong also leaned toward this explanation, instinctively asking Wang Wancher, "What happened?" I don't know. Did I forget to channel my power just now?" "Never mind that, hurry up and continue." Wang Tianzong, responding to the murmurs of doubt, immediately raised his hand and said, "Apologies, there was a minor mishap just now. Let's try again." Chapter 35, Picking a Fight. Though no one knew what had gone wrong, they were eager to see it again. This time, Wang Tianzong addressed Wang Wancher directly. "This time, use all your strength." "All his strength? That kid won't last. 1 punch and he'll bleed. Forget it. If it turns red, we'll take the bet. It's already come to this." Wang Wancher sighed helplessly, then lifted his head and said, "Fine. Since you insist, I'll have to give it my all." His expression immediately turned serious as he gathered all his strength into his fist. In an instant, everyone's expressions turned serious. Wang Wancher lunged forward again, charging toward Ye Ming. With all his might, he slammed a punch into Ye Ming's chest. Boom! The sheer force of the blow sent a bottle of liquor toppling from behind Ye Ming. Clang! As the bottle shattered on the floor, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Only the Wang family members looked utterly bewildered. Ye Ming casually brushed off his clothes and joined in the applause. Impressive! Truly a master of striking from afar. Crack! Seeing Ye Ming unscathed, Wang Wancher collapsed in terror. Impossible! Why didn't my punch send you flying? Ye Ming wore a playful expression, offering no answer to his question as he silently turned and walked back to the chairman's seat. Wang Tianzong immediately approached Wang Wancher, narrowing his eyes as he demanded, "What happened? I told you to give it your all." "I gave it my all, but when that punch hit this kid, it felt strange." "What kind of feeling?" "Like he's a towering mountain. My fist couldn't budge him at all." Wang Tianzong's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth. "Unmovable as a mountain? Looks like this kid's got some skills." Watching Ye Ming return to the head seat, the Wang family members all fell silent. After all, they now understood just how formidable a figure Ye Ming truly was. Oh my goodness, Ye Ming, you scared the life out of me. Zhao Ling'er breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him return unharmed. What could possibly happen to me? Ye Ming gave a wry smile. Meanwhile, old Master Zhao placed a reassuring hand on his chest. You really are unharmed. Of course I am. The banquet soon drew to a close. Many guests stepped forward to present gifts. Zhao Ling'er offered the landscape painting she'd acquired at the auction to old Master Zhao, who was overjoyed. However, just as Ye Ming was about to present his gift, the main hall doors suddenly kicked open. Slam! Several severely injured security guards were tossed inside. What's going on? The lively atmosphere vanished instantly, replaced by faces filled with confusion. The security guards who had been thrown in were all responsible for security duties, yet they were beaten so badly they were unable to get back up. Several uninvited guests slowly walked in through the doorway. Quite the scene, huh? The one-eyed uncle leading the group spoke first, his words sending a chill through the entire crowd. One-eyed dragon? Wang Tianzong exclaimed in surprise. How did this guy end up here? Wang Yu asked, bro, who is he? The local kingpin of South Street, the one-eyed bandit underground forces, perpetrators of every conceivable crime. What's someone like him doing here? Probably looking for trouble. Following One-Eyed Dragon was a group of burly men dressed in black, each looking like a fierce demon with menacing glints in their eyes. Seeing this, old Zhao stepped forward first, his face darkening as he demanded, what's going on? The one-eyed leader sneered coldly, then feigned politeness by clasping his hands in a bow. Master Zhao, we've long admired your reputation. Hearing today is your birthday, we from South Street have come specially to offer our congratulations. With that, the one-eyed man snapped his fingers, and several men behind him carried in two gifts. One of the gifts was a coffin, while the other was a normal present. Hey! What the hell is this? My father's birthday, and you bring a coffin. Zhao Lilin roared angrily. Though the underground folks weren't easy to mess with, the Zhao family wasn't pushovers either. How could they let someone walk all over them? Calm down. The one-eyed man waved his hand immediately, signaling no ill intent, and explained, this coffin isn't for old Master Zhao. Oh? Then who is it for? For your son, Zhao Hao. The words hung heavy in the air, freezing the entire crowd in place. Zhao Lilin narrowed his eyes in confusion and coldly demanded, what did you say? For my son? That's right. I have a video here. Take a look, and you'll understand. With that, One-Eyed Dragon tossed his phone across. Zhao Lilin and the other Zhao family members opened it to find a video showing a man and a woman. The man was none other than Zhao Lilin's son, Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao was violently assaulting the woman in the video. The scene was so unspeakably vulgar that Zhao Lilin immediately deleted the footage. What do you mean by this? The one-eyed man chuckled, the girl in the video was the biological daughter of our South Street boss. Boss sent me here today to take your son Zhao Hao's life. So that's it. That little bastard Zhao Hao actually raped South Street boss's own daughter. This is no small matter, now they've come looking for trouble. This coffin is for your son, Zhao Hao. This ordinary gift is merely a birthday present. But if you insist on not handing over that brat Zhao Hao, this coffin will still carry someone back, and that someone will be old Master Zhao. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Who would have thought these men came in such force just to kill Zhao Hao? Zhao Hao was also a beloved grandson of old Master Zhao. Though Zhao Hao had always been a dashing playboy, no one expected him to cause such a huge mess this time. Hand over Zhao Hao, and we can fulfill our orders. The other side had made it abundantly clear they wouldn't rest until they achieved their goal. This left old Master Zhao feeling deeply embarrassed, for it was indeed his own good-for-nothing grandson who had committed this error. One-eyed dragon, I know these matters stem from my failure to raise him properly. This is what we'll do, I'll bring my son to your place another day to apologize to your boss. Zhao Lilin declared with solemn dignity. But One-Eyed Dragon only gave a cold laugh. Apology? Ba Ge said the best apology is bringing back a corpse. Cut the nonsense, hand over your son now. No sooner had he finished speaking than Master Zhao stepped forward, his face darkening. Oh? Do you think I would hand my grandson over to you for punishment? Was old Master Zhao willing to sacrifice his own flesh and blood? The one-eyed man raised his head, his henchman behind him poised and ready. Zhao Ling'er tugged at Ye Ming's sleeve. I never imagined this would happen. What should we do? Ye Ming paused, then sighed helplessly. As the saying goes in the underworld, a grudge must be avenged. Chapter 36, A Turning Point. Zhao Ling'er frowned. She understood this principle well enough, but judging by her grandfather's attitude, he would never allow her to bury someone younger than herself. Ye Ming watched the drama unfold from the sidelines, having no intention of interfering. In his view, Zhao Hao had brought this upon himself. In his younger years, Zhao Hao had been a womanizer, committing many acts against his conscience. Countless young women had met their end at his hands, truly a ruthless destroyer of blossoms. Grandfather Zhao froze upon hearing the news, his sighs growing heavier. Ding Shuixian, equally stunned by her son's actions, rushed forward. Father, you must help Hao Hao. You know he's a good boy. Ye Ming listened to Ding Shuixian's tearful plea, then glanced at the men beside him, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. He sighed inwardly. This woman really has no brain. These gentlemen were already furious enough, and now she comes along to fan the flames. Sure enough, the one-eyed leader's expression twisted even further upon hearing her words. But that coffin might not be heading back alone. I wouldn't mind a few extra bodies, though it would be a drag on the brothers. The one-eyed man smiled faintly, but his eyes held no trace of humor. Mr. Zhao took 2 steps back, clutching his chest, clearly enraged. Unfilial son. Unfilial son. Zhao Ling'er looked at her grandfather with a worried expression. Grandfather. This matter was our fault from the start. We should never have tarnished the young lady's reputation. Master Zhao sighed. Master Zhao had lived his entire life with integrity. Though he had done his share of foolish things in his youth, he had never stooped to such disgraceful acts. Little did he expect that with each generation, the descendants would become increasingly inferior. Oh? So according to you, Master Zhao, what should be done? One-eyed dragon finished, glancing at the man behind him. Only then did the men release their grip, and the coffin crashed heavily to the ground. Today's guests were already terrified by the scene. Had the one-eyed dragon's men not sealed off the area, many would have fled. Ye Ming surveyed the crowd, then turned his gaze to Zhao Ling'er beside him. Her tightly clenched hands pressed against his arm, her anxiety reaching its peak. Ye Ming wasn't heartless. He'd been with the Zhao family for so long, and both old Master Zhao and Zhao Ling'er had treated him well. He studied the one-eyed man, weighing his options. Given the one-eyed bandit's temperament and influence, he could have easily tracked down Zhao Hao and crippled him. Why then, would he come here now to humiliate old Master Zhao? Moreover, if Ye Ming remembered correctly, that Ba Ge wasn't exactly kind to his own daughter. Ba Ge was notoriously promiscuous, keeping numerous mistresses. He had 5 children publicly acknowledged, and who knew how many more illegitimate offspring lurked in the shadows. The daughter in the video was clearly an undisclosed child. It was well known that even if Zhao Hao was a complete scoundrel, he wouldn't dare provoke those he couldn't handle. One-eyed dragon fixed his gaze on old Master Zhao, his expression hardening into sheer malice. Dad, please save Hao Hao, Ding Shuixian pleaded again. Old Master Zhao sighed again, about to speak, when Ye Ming interjected. One-eyed bandit, huh? We live in peaceful times now. What can't be discussed? Ye Ming chuckled from the side. And another thing, this concerns the girl's honor. If this Ba really cares about his daughter, this matter should be settled privately. The one-eyed bandit, locked in a standoff with Master Zhao, turned to Ye Ming who had stepped in. Who the hell do you think you are? Ye Ming looked at the one-eyed bandit with a smile and said, I'm just here to speak up for fairness. I believe the Zhao family is also willing to discuss this. Besides, in today's world, harmony brings prosperity. Having one more friend is better than having one more enemy. I'm sure neither side wants to escalate this. Making a big deal out of it won't benefit either the Zhao family or you. Mr. Zhao, seeing Ye Ming step forward, immediately flashed a hint of approval. Young man, the one-eyed man sneered coldly, meddling in others' affairs isn't exactly a commendable habit. You didn't refute my words, which means there's still room for this matter to turn around. Though Ye Ming didn't know Brother Ba personally, through the Dragon King's Hall's connections, he'd picked up bits and pieces about him. Generally, Brother Ba didn't act so hesitant. Coupled with One-Eyed Dragon's attitude just now, it seemed certain. Kid, you've got more sense than this bunch. Since it's a done deal, Zhao Hao will marry into the family. We need a 5% stake in the Zhao family as a dowry. That's not unreasonable, is it? The one-eyed dragon had completely shed his earlier tough stance, now appearing much more approachable. But this approachability came with conditions. Ding Shuixian nearly stumbled upon hearing this. My son becoming a son-in-law, plus 5% equity? How is this any different from robbery? Had this group not stood there like fierce demons, paralyzing her with fear, she would have charged at them long ago. Her son, whom she had worked so hard to raise, was now being claimed by others. The one-eyed bandit's words laid bare Brother Ba's ambition. As the sole male heir in Zhao Hao's generation, his status as successor was set in stone in the minds of these aristocrats. Now, the Zhao family's heir was being lured away to become a son-in-law. Unless the Zhao family intended to abandon Zhao Hao, they must harbor even greater ambitions. The one-eyed man shot a glance at old Master Zhao and inquired, well, this is our greatest concession. He didn't even bother to look at Ding Shuixian. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that Master Zhao still ruled this household. When Master Zhao heard the term marrying into the family, his heart clenched. Yet compared to the agony of burying one's own child, this outcome was far preferable. Perhaps there's still room for negotiation, Mr. Zhao spoke slowly. You know we have only this one heir in the Zhao family. Though Zhao Hao had moral shortcomings, he was quite capable in managing the company, and Master Zhao had considered him among the potential heirs. If Zhao Hao truly became a son-in-law, he would effectively become a discarded pawn. Master Zhao, I've said this is the greatest concession possible. Or rather, it doesn't matter which of you ends up in that coffin, I must fulfill my duty. Ding Shuixian tried to step forward to argue, but the one-eyed dragon's glare made her hesitate. Whispers rippled through the crowd below. The banquet had clearly devolved into farce. Ye Ming looked at Master Zhao. He had already guessed the elder's decision. Indeed, this was the best option left. We're in the wrong here. So, if the girl marries into my family, I'll grant you an 8% stake. What do you say? Master Zhao clearly wasn't ready to give up, pressing on. He still wanted to protect Zhao Hao one last time. After all, he was a Zhao family son. Mr. Zhao, you must be joking, One-Eyed Dragon chuckled. Chapter 37, The Gift. Seeing One-Eyed Dragon's reaction, Ding Shuixian immediately interjected, if we choose someone else, she still has inheritance rights. I heard your brother Ba has a son of marriageable age. Her meaning couldn't have been clearer. Zhao Ling'er looked at Ding Shuixian, her eyes wide with disbelief. Seeing the One-Eyed Dragon didn't immediately deny it, Zhao Lilin chimed in from the side, right, we could still become in-laws. Zhao Ling'er had already grown disillusioned with the Zhao family, but she never imagined these two could make her feel even colder. You're well informed, but we only want Zhao Hao. The One-Eyed Dragon was equally certain. Ye Ming frowned, then turned to Ding Shuixian with a cold sneer. You reap what you sow, there's no escaping that. Ding Shuixian was already in a foul mood, and Ye Ming's words only fueled her anger further. Since when do outsiders like you get to speak? Old master, look at this man. Ling'er really is something, bringing just anyone into the family. Every word Ding Shuixian spoke was a veiled accusation directed at Zhao Ling'er. Today had been utterly humiliating for her. Suffering herself, she wouldn't let Zhao Ling'er off the hook. Ye Ming paid no heed to Ding Shuixian's words. He looked at Old Master Zhao and said, Old Master Zhao, I believe you've already made your decision. Retribution is inevitable, it's predestined. Besides, Ling'er has secured the partnership with Haolong Group. Mr. Zhao had been wrestling with the decision, but upon hearing Ye Ming's words, he looked at Zhao Ling'er with a hint of approval. It was all the old man's fault. Who would have thought that someone whose body was practically ready for the grave would witness such a farce? We were the ones who made the mistake first. Mr. Zhao lifted his head to meet the other man's gaze, his eyes now tinged with a weariness that seemed to age him considerably in mere minutes. Since you've made such a significant concession, we can't refuse. Let's proceed this way. At this point, there was no other choice. They were indeed at fault in this matter. Master Zhao never imagined that at his age, he'd be involved in such a scandal. It was utterly disgraceful. Upon hearing this, Ding Shuixian nearly collapsed. She had already secured a suitable match for her son, a well-educated and refined young lady from the Li family. The Li family could also offer considerable support, making it an excellent marriage alliance. But now, his bride was to be the daughter of a street thug, and an unwelcome one at that. Of course Ding Shuixian refused. Father. Ding Shuixian tried to protest. It's settled then. Since we're in-laws now, and it's my birthday today, you'll stay for the celebration. Seeing the situation, Master Zhao concluded this was the best possible outcome. By inviting them to stay, he was signaling their stance, hoping to prevent the other side from becoming too aggressive. Father. Zhao Lilin looked at the elder Zhao, puzzled. Keeping these people here was essentially slapping their own faces. What's that? My words hold no weight anymore? Master Zhao retorted immediately. Zhao Lilin's voice immediately softened. No. Ye Ming had expected Zhao Lilin to put up more of a fight, but this was unexpected. Alright, it's settled then. The matter concluded thus. One-Eyed Dragon was satisfied with Master Zhao's actions and softened considerably, ordering the coffin opened. This gesture sent a wave of terror through the crowd below. Since we're in-laws, the gift can't be so simple. This is something our boss specially prepared. Clearly, One-Eyed Dragon had known the outcome even before arriving. The coffin was opened, revealing the Buddha statue within. A jade Buddha statue. Those in the know began gasping in astonishment. If these people had been watching for a laugh just moments ago, now they were filled with nothing but envy. Master Zhao had never seen such a large jade Buddha statue before. He too was momentarily stunned. Mr. Zhao, you'd better keep it safe, One-Eye remarked with a smile. They had long known of the Zhao family's impending partnership with Haolong Group, and this presented the perfect opportunity. Either way, they held the upper hand. Indeed. This old man thanks Brother Ba for his birthday gift. Master Zhao stared at the jade Buddha statue, his eyes nearly glued to it. Ding Shuixian seethed inwardly. Watching the two men beside her acting as if nothing had happened only fueled her anger further. Dad, Ling'er brought her boyfriend home for the first time, which shows she takes him seriously. Didn't he just say he brought you a gift? Let's see what it is. Ding Shuixian's tone was dripping with sarcasm. She had already had Ye Ming investigated, just a penniless youngster. What could he possibly bring that was worthwhile? Zhao Ling'er clutched Ye Ming's hand, her expression filled with worry. Truthfully, before coming, she had prepared a gift for Ye Ming herself. She knew he had no money. Even if he spent every last penny, whatever he brought would be laughed at. But Ye Ming had made her trust him. What? You didn't prepare anything? Ding Shuixian, seeing Ye Ming make no move, immediately sneered. Of course not. Ye Ming stepped forward, surveying the crowd below. Most eyes fixed on him like he was a laughingstock. Ye Ming didn't care at all. Those who understood would get it. Those who didn't would probably think he was joking even if he explained. Ye Ming casually pulled a jade pendant from his pocket and handed it to Master Zhao. His manner suggested he'd casually crumpled something in his pocket before now presenting it to Master Zhao. Master Zhao frowned slightly at Ye Ming's gesture. But upon clearly seeing the object in Ye Ming's hand, he froze. This. Ding Shuixian caught sight of the object in Ye Ming's hand, first a plain jade pendant covered in numerous scratches. She gave a cold smile. Just as she'd expected a penniless youngster. How dare he bring out such a worthless trinket? This was an old Master Gu piece, but wasn't it unsellable? Master Zhao took the jade pendant, somewhat surprised. He had been fortunate enough to see this jade pendant before and had wanted to buy it then, but old Master Gu had said it was meant only for someone destined to possess it. Mr. Zhao looked up at Ye Ming. Could this be the destined person Master Gu spoke of? Yes, Master Gu and I hit it off immediately. He gave this to me. Ding Shuixian eyed the jade and sneered. You didn't just buy this off some street vendor, did you? Hearing Ding Shuixian's words, Ye Ming remained silent. There was no point wasting breath on such people. Are you certain you wish to give this to me? Master Zhao asked cautiously. This jade pendant isn't just a collectible. With it, you can purchase any piece created by old Master Gu. In fact, those were Mr. Gu's exact words. Of course, Ye Ming affirmed. Master Zhao took it, running his fingers carefully over the jade's patterns, clearly unable to put it down. Ye Ming stepped back. Zhao Ling'er grabbed his hand and pouted. What's going on here? Chapter 38, Greetings. Ye Ming smiled as he squeezed Zhao Ling'er's hand tighter. I came across it by chance. Zhao Ling'er smiled. Just how much more is there that I don't know about you? She hooked her arm through his, her expression tinged with allure. Ye Ming's heart stirred. This side of Zhao Ling'er was one he'd never seen before. Then I'll tell you everything tonight, okay? Ye Ming leaned in and whispered to Zhao Ling'er. Ugh, Zhao Ling'er murmured softly, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness. You'll get more of what you hate later, Ye Ming said with a smile. He was already eagerly anticipating tonight. Seeing Ye Ming's confident expression and recalling their tender moments from days past, a blush involuntarily spread across Zhao Ling'er's cheeks. That Ye Ming, he really knows exactly where to push her buttons, just making her blush over and over. While the two were lost in their own world, the others were left out. The banquet had been dull and lifeless ever since the Cyclops made his appearance. After the banquet concluded, the Zhao family saw off their guests and gathered in the living room, waiting for the old master to speak. Just then, Zhao Hao, who had been missing for quite some time, appeared. Rebellious son. Rebellious son. The old patriarch uttered these words. When Zhao Hao learned he was to marry that woman, he was utterly unwilling. Grandfather, I refuse to marry her. That woman is no good, she's just someone to be toyed with. Ding Shuixian nearly fainted with rage upon hearing her son's words, nearly slapping him across the face. You brat, what are you saying? Ding Shuixian lowered her voice and leaned close to Zhao Hao. She'd never seen her son act so foolish before. Now, at this critical moment, he was letting them down. This was no time for them to be speaking. Ding Shuixian wished she could seal her son's mouth shut. Zhao Hao looked aggrieved. Mom, you know she's not worthy of me. Though their voices were already hushed, they still reached old Master Zhao's ears. You made your own mistake, you'll bear the consequences, old Master Zhao declared immediately. But Grandpa, I already have someone I like, Zhao Hao whispered. He didn't have anyone he truly loved, but any girl he picked would be better than Brother Ba's daughter. Everyone knew that woman was a bastard child. What could a bastard child possibly bring him? He'd heard she still lived with her mother, scraping by on barely enough to survive each month. He certainly didn't want another burden. And on top of that, he'd have to marry into the family. Zhao Hao couldn't stand the thought. You have someone you like, yet you still mess around like this? Ye Ming sneered coldly from the side. Zhao Hao was already in a foul mood. Hearing Ye Ming speak, he immediately snapped. Who are you? What business do you have speaking here? He's my boyfriend. Zhao Ling'er immediately stepped forward. Stop bringing home all these shady characters day in and day out. Zhao Ling'er was furious upon hearing this. She wouldn't tolerate Zhao Hao speaking to Ye Ming like that. He's not some shady character. He's my boyfriend. Boyfriend? He's wearing nothing but knockoff clothes. Bet he's just a phoenix man. Zhao Hao sneered. Zhao Ling'er clenched her fists. Ye Ming chuckled from the side. I really am nothing special. It's only because your sister thinks highly of me that I'm even here. There was no point arguing with Zhao Hao, he wouldn't understand anyway, and it would just be a waste of breath. Zhao Ling'er looked at Ye Ming, puzzled. This is your sister's boyfriend. Old Master Zhao spoke up. His words instantly confirmed Ye Ming's identity. Zhao Hao stared at Ye Ming in disbelief. He truly hadn't expected this Ye Ming to gain the elder Zhao's approval. Alright, the matter is settled. Your task is to marry that family's daughter. You'd better behave yourself properly this time. If anything goes wrong again, I'll cancel all your cards. Grandfather, you can't, Zhao Hao protested immediately. He couldn't live without those cards. Since you know it's impossible, then behave yourself. Old Master Zhao said coldly. Zhao Hao seethed inwardly, but dared not protest further. I never imagined the Zhao family would produce someone like you. It truly breaks my heart. Besides, your sister brought her boyfriend home today. This just makes you look ridiculous. Old Master Zhao's tone grew harsher. Before this, he might have dismissed Ye Ming as a nobody. But when Ye Ming produced the jade pendant, Old Master Zhao knew Ye Ming's background couldn't be that simple. He didn't believe Old Master Gu had given Ye Ming the jade pendant purely out of fate. Ye Ming must have possessed something that caught Old Master Gu's eye. Mr. Zhao couldn't yet discern Ye Ming's special qualities, so he'd have to wait and see. Besides, his granddaughter liked him. Mr. Zhao, you're too kind. Not at all. But Xiao Yi, are you now Ling'er's assistant? Ye Ming nodded, his expression unchanged. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao, standing nearby, let out a cold snort and muttered under his breath. I thought he was some big shot. Turns out he's just a freeloader. Zhao Hao's voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for Ye Ming to hear. Of course, Zhao Hao had deliberately made sure Ye Ming heard it. Zhao Hao. Master Zhao barked sternly. This was the first time Zhao Hao had ever been spoken to so harshly by Old Master Zhao, and he felt a bit frightened. Dad, he's still so young, Ding Shuixian said, rushing over to placate him when she saw how fierce Old Master Zhao was. Young? Look at his age. How can you call him young? Master Zhao sighed. It's precisely because of your indulgence that he's developed this character. This marriage is unavoidable. You must go through with it. This time, Master Zhao's stance was unwavering. Ye Ming smiled and interjected from the side, Master Zhao, don't be too hard on him. He's right. I live off Ling'er's salary. Unlike young Master Zhao, who was born into privilege and gets everything handed to him without lifting a finger. His smile grew brighter and brighter. Zhao Hao listened to Ye Ming's words. They were clearly well-intentioned, yet somehow they grated on his ears. Ye Ming earns his own money, what are you implying? The elder retorted immediately upon hearing this. Ye Ming observed the scene with satisfaction. Zhao Ling'er watched the entire exchange from the side, feeling somewhat surprised. After all, her brother was the undisputed champion of being unreasonable, and this was the first time he'd been left speechless. But he was clearly just a pretty boy. Since you put it that way, your living expenses are revoked effective immediately, Old Master Zhao declared promptly. Grandfather, you can't do this. He's stirring up trouble. Zhao Hao immediately stepped forward to protest. Grandfather, I'm not. I'm just stating the facts, Ye Ming retorted immediately. Still arguing? Fine, it's settled. With that, Zhao Hao seemed to lose everything, sinking into utter despair. After speaking, Master Zhao turned to Ye Ming and asked, do you know how to play chess? Chapter 39, Testing the Waters. Ye Ming smiled faintly. I know a little, but I'm no expert. Very well. I've been itching for a game. Let's play around, said Old Master Zhao. His meaning was clear, he intended to keep Ye Ming overnight. Master Zhao's attitude today clearly acknowledged Ye Ming's identity. The two quickly headed to the study. Zhao Ling'er tried to follow, but Master Zhao stopped her. Master Zhao produced the chess pieces and declared, this old man will take his leave first. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his move, securing the advantageous position. Ye Ming placed his piece calmly and waited for Master Zhao to make his move. After placing another piece, Master Zhao looked at Ye Ming and said, I can tell Ling'er has feelings for you. Ye Ming placed his piece softly and nodded. Yes. But you don't like her, Mr. Zhao stated firmly. He had been observing the two closely. Compared to Ye Ming, Zhao Ling'er's gaze lingered far longer on Ye Ming. If Zhao Ling'er hadn't been so taken with him, Master Zhao wouldn't have kept him here today. Precisely because his granddaughter was already deeply involved, he needed to test this young man. After all, in his eyes, Ye Ming's background was clearly no ordinary affair. What purpose could such a complex individual serve by staying close to his granddaughter? Only Zhao Ling'er. So naive, thinking he's just some penniless lad. I want to know your feelings toward my granddaughter. After pondering, Old Master Zhao placed a chess piece. Ye Ming lifted a piece, studying the board as he spoke. Ling'er is a wonderful person. She deserves my affection, and she deserves the affection of many others. He understood the old man's intentions in summoning him for this game. There was no way he'd let him off easily, especially after seeing that jade. Ye Ming placed the piece lightly on the board again, as if unable to see the situation clearly, randomly setting it down on the other side. Master Zhao stared at the board, somewhat bewildered. He pondered Ye Ming's words. Yet the pieces on the board only deepened his confusion. Was this young man genuinely clueless, or was he just pretending? Old Master Zhao stared at the board, pondering Ye Ming's words once more. How much of what he said could be trusted? I truly appreciate the gift you sent. But no matter how much I like it, I could never trade my granddaughter for it. I trust you understand this principle. Ye Ming smiled as he replied, Master Zhao, you know the times have changed. Young people today prefer to make their own decisions. But no matter how far Ling'er and I go together, I can assure you of one thing, I will never betray her trust, and I will see this through to the end. Ye Ming placed a piece on the board, and the situation on the chessboard became clear. Master Zhao looked at the board with surprise, then turned his gaze back to Ye Ming. This man truly was unfathomable. Master Zhao cautiously placed a piece. He had believed everything was under his control, yet just like this chess game, the situation was slowly shifting. Ye Ming smiled. He knew Master Zhao was testing him. But it was fine. If Master Zhao hadn't tested him, it would only prove he wasn't truly invested in Zhao Ling'er. His presence here was precisely to secure the Zhao family's backing. In his view, the Zhao household remained firmly under the old master's control. It seemed this Master Zhao still favored his granddaughter. After playing for quite some time, Ye Ming smiled and said, "Master Zhao, I've lost." This game was over. It was late, and there wasn't time for another round. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on Master Zhao's back. He had nearly fallen into Ye Ming's trap just now, but fortunately, he had changed his strategy in time. When he looked up at Ye Ming again, his eyes held a hint of admiration. Even if Ye Ming weren't his granddaughter's boyfriend, encountering someone like him in the business world would make him want to engage in deeper conversation. But Master Zhao couldn't help but wonder, how had someone so capable ended up in such a predicament? Perhaps sensing Mr. Zhao's thoughts, Ye Ming smiled and said, "Rest assured, I would never do anything inappropriate to Ling'er." Mr. Zhao nodded. "With that assurance, I feel at ease. I hope you won't disappoint her feelings." Lately, he felt increasingly overwhelmed and wanted to entrust the Zhao family to a reliable person before his departure. If Ye Ming proved to be a good match, then his wish would be fulfilled. Ye Ming nodded. How could he ever betray Zhao Ling'er's trust? After finishing their game, the two men left the study. Zhao Ling'er spotted Ye Ming and immediately ran over. How did it go? She had been worried ever since she saw Ye Ming follow her grandfather into the study. Though her grandfather was kind-hearted, he would surely scrutinize her boyfriend closely. Zhao Ling'er feared her grandfather might deliberately target Ye Ming. Ye Ming waved his hand and said, "Grandpa's chess skills are still formidable. No way around it, I lost." He smiled, looking anything but defeated. Old Master Zhao knew Ye Ming had deliberately let him win, but he didn't take it personally. After all, this young man had managed to sweep his granddaughter off her feet. It was only natural. He chuckled and said, "Good lad, your game still needs some polishing. We'll continue our match next time we have the chance." Ye Ming nodded. "Sure." Mr. Zhao paused, then addressed Zhao Ling'er before entering his study. "Ling'er, there's a dinner tomorrow. You'll attend in my place. Bring Ye Ming along." Besides, he wanted those old codgers to see this kid. He was getting old and feared he might misjudge things. Besides, if Ling'er truly set her heart on this lad, he couldn't let her remain without proper recognition. That would only invite gossip later. Zhao Ling'er looked puzzled. She hadn't known about tomorrow's dinner party. Master Zhao immediately explained, "It's a dinner hosted by your great-grandfather Gao. It's for us old comrades to gather and get to know the younger generation. I was planning to take you along anyway. Now that you have a boyfriend, you should bring him along too. Grandfather is getting too old to join the festivities." Ye Ming understood the implication. If he weren't there, this would essentially be a disguised matchmaking event. Now that old Master Zhao was asking him to accompany them, it must mean they were acknowledging his status. So this visit must be their way of making it official. Ye Ming smiled to himself. This grandfather and grandson really weren't wary of him at all. What if he had bad intentions? The entire Zhao family would be ruined. He shook his head, feeling a bit helpless. "What's the matter?" Zhao Ling'er saw Ye Ming's helpless expression and immediately asked. "Nothing, just thinking about some things." "Oh, and remember to tell your grandfather about going solo later." With so many companies under the Zhao family, Zhao Ling'er didn't necessarily need to prove herself there. Seeing how much trust this grandfather and granddaughter placed in him, Ye Ming resolved to lend his full support. Chapter 40, The Stranger. Old Master Zhao finally let the two of them go. Once they returned to the cottage, Zhao Ling'er couldn't hold back any longer and immediately asked, "Tell me quickly, what did grandfather say to you?" She'd wanted to ask the moment she saw Ye Ming emerge, but with grandfather present, she hadn't pressed for details. Zhao Ling'er knew the outcome was favorable, but she desperately wanted to know what Ye Ming had said to satisfy her grandfather. Nothing much, just playing chess. They had indeed been playing chess the entire time. Zhao Ling'er was utterly baffled. She grabbed Ye Ming's hand and insisted, "Stop stalling. Tell me now." Ye Ming smoothly pinned Zhao Ling'er's hand against the wall, forcing her back into the corner. He and old Master Zhao had indeed been playing chess. Even if they had spoken during the game, they hadn't said much. Their main communication had been through guesswork. Ye Ming felt somewhat helpless. He couldn't possibly voice all his speculations aloud. These weren't concrete statements. Even if spoken, they couldn't be verified. The distance between them closed. Zhao Ling'er, who had held the upper hand, now lost it entirely. "You can take a guess," Ye Ming said with a smile. "Guess? How?" Zhao Ling'er was puzzled. The atmosphere between them grew ambiguous. Ye Ming gently tickled Zhao Ling'er's nose and said, "You know." Zhao Ling'er didn't know what she was supposed to understand. By the time she realized it, she was already inside the room. After a night of passion, Zhao Ling'er finally came to her senses. She hadn't even gotten the answer she wanted, yet she'd been swept away again. "You're such a tease. How can you always change the subject?" "How did I change the subject?" Ye Ming propped himself up on his elbow, smiling at Zhao Ling'er. "I was asking you a question yesterday. How could you do this?" Zhao Ling'er thought to herself that next time, she couldn't let this happen again. She couldn't keep letting herself be distracted by good looks. Ye Ming enjoyed teasing Zhao Ling'er, especially when she'd get flustered, her cheeks would puff up, making her utterly endearing. Besides, if he said no, Zhao Ling'er wouldn't pester him. "I didn't do anything. Besides, your grandfather called me over just to play chess. What else could I possibly do?" Ye Ming chuckled, watching her expression as he gently tickled her nose. "Really, just playing chess?" Zhao Ling'er was a bit doubtful. She'd expected Grandpa to ask a lot of questions, but judging by Ye Ming's demeanor, it seemed to be just about chess. But this was her boyfriend. Now, Zhao Ling'er couldn't quite figure out her grandfather's intentions. Was this approval? Ye Ming watched Zhao Ling'er's expression and smiled. The little girl was still so young, overthinking everything. Still, it didn't matter. Since she was so pleasing to him, Ye Ming naturally wouldn't shortchange her. He would certainly support the Zhao family, and within this circle, Zhao Ling'er was the best candidate to back. Her true fortune was yet to come. "Remember to inform them about establishing your own branch," Ye Ming reminded her. "Don't forget." After yesterday's events, Zhao Ling'er didn't have many options left. Now, she was officially at odds with her father. Staying at that company would make it difficult for her to hold any real sway. Moreover, keeping the Aolong Group project within that company would be a waste. "I remember this matter," Zhao Ling'er sighed. "But it's not that simple. With the Aolong Group collaboration now in her hands, her father wouldn't let her off easily." "Don't worry, everything will be fine," Ye Ming said softly. Zhao Ling'er felt touched. She immediately said, "Thank you, Ye Ming. Thank you for always being by my side." Ye Ming smiled helplessly. This matter was indeed difficult for Zhao Ling'er, but for Ye Ming, it was a piece of cake. As long as the request came from Aolong Group, everything could be arranged. What's the big deal? It's just keeping her company. Ye Ming casually ruffled Zhao Ling'er's hair. After arriving at the company, Zhao Ling'er had to attend a meeting, so Ye Ming waited for her in the office. He waited until Zhao Ling'er left before calling Li Changkong. He instructed the Aolong Group to set a condition: Zhao Ling'er must be the one to handle it, and it had to be done within a subsidiary. Understood. Ye Ming lingered in Zhao Ling'er's office for a while, gazing at the scenery as he waited for her to appear. But instead of Zhao Ling'er, an uninvited guest appeared. "Who are you?" the man demanded the moment he entered. "Who are you?" Ye Ming countered. "I'm Zhao Ling'er's boyfriend." The man walked straight over, took aim at Zhao Ling'er's seat, and sat down. Ye Ming had specifically investigated Zhao Ling'er before coming. Aside from a nominal fiancé, she truly had no boyfriend. So what exactly was this sudden boyfriend here for? Boyfriend? Ms. Zhao never mentioned this to me. Ye Ming smiled faintly. He could guess this guy was probably forced on her by Zhao Ling'er's parents. But this time, the person they'd forced on her seemed to have a screw loose. "What level are you? Do you really need Ling'er to tell you these things?" The man's voice immediately hardened. "I'm Mr. Zhao's personal assistant. I believe I should be privy to such matters." Ye Ming maintained his smile. "Personal assistant? You're that pretty boy?" The man's gaze swept over Ye Ming with obvious disdain. Clearly, this man was aware of his existence. By now, nearly everyone at the banquet knew he was Zhao Ling'er's boyfriend. So how did this sudden interloper intend to justify himself? "So you know who I am. If you know, why are you still meddling? What's your purpose?" Ye Ming had been with Zhao Ling'er the entire time. He knew better than anyone whether she had other men. Therefore, the only plausible explanation for this man's brazen entrance and his apparent knowledge of Ye Ming and Zhao Ling'er's relationship was that he had been sent by Zhao Ling'er's father and stepmother. Beyond those two, Ye Ming couldn't think of anyone else. "Interfering? You're the one interfering," the man retorted immediately. As he spoke, Zhao Ling'er pushed open the door. Seeing the man inside the office, she looked surprised. "Brother Mu, why are you back?" Sunmmary saw Zhao Ling'er, immediately stood up, waved, and said, "Ling'er." He looked genuinely excited. Zhao Ling'er clearly wasn't thrilled, though she didn't seem overly upset either. Ye Ming observed their interactions, pondering the nature of their relationship. "Ling'er, I came here specifically for you this time," Sunmmary said gently. Zhao Ling'er glanced at Ye Ming, her eyes betraying a hint of guilt. Chapter 41, Ex-Boyfriend. "We're over," Ling'er stated firmly. Yet beneath her resolve, a flicker of hesitation lingered. Ye Ming noticed her hesitation. "Ling'er, I'm back. We can still go back to how things were before," Sunmmary said firmly. "Sunmmary, do you take me for a fool?" Zhao Ling'er's emotions were spiraling out of control. Ye Ming had never seen Zhao Ling'er so emotionally unhinged before. He was genuinely curious what had happened between them. How could I ever think you're stupid? Ling'er, I've thought long and hard about this. I'm willing. Sunmmary said with deep affection. But I'm not willing. Zhao Ling'er declared firmly. Then she turned to Ye Ming, took his hand, and said, let's go. Are you really leaving? Sunmmary asked. Zhao Ling'er said nothing, simply pulling Ye Ming away. Only after leaving the company did Zhao Ling'er stop. Ye Ming slowed to a stop and looked at Zhao Ling'er. That was your turf, after all. Zhao Ling'er had been running fast earlier and was still catching her breath. She then looked up at Ye Ming and said, I just forgot. Ye Ming smiled and asked, then do we still need to go back? Zhao Ling'er shook her head immediately, no. It seems he really has quite an influence on Ling'er. Zhao Ling'er remained silent. Ye Ming continued, at first I thought your stepmother just randomly hired someone. I didn't expect you two actually knew each other. From the way he put it, I was the third wheel. He said it with remarkable calmness. Zhao Ling'er immediately retorted, how could that be? It's impossible. Ye Ming, don't listen to his nonsense. Then who should I believe? Ye Ming asked. You guessed right. Zhao Ling'er sighed and said, he was most likely called back by my stepmother. What do you mean? Zhao Ling'er looked at Ye Ming, hesitating slightly before gathering her resolve. We were indeed boyfriend and girlfriend before, but he betrayed me. Zhao Ling'er sighed as she spoke. Ye Ming, rest assured there's no chance between us. I know that. I still believe in my own charm. Ye Ming said with a smile. You, of all people, still have the energy to joke around at a time like this? Why wouldn't I? Ye Ming ruffled Zhao Ling'er's hair and added, besides, I genuinely believe I'm charming, it's a fact. Zhao Ling'er was momentarily speechless. She had to admit Ye Ming was indeed a charismatic person. You can't be a little more humble? Zhao Ling'er chuckled, playfully punching Ye Ming lightly. Ye Ming took Zhao Ling'er's hand. Why be modest? If I were, you might run off with someone else. Fine, I trust you. But from the way you sound, there's more to this story. Zhao Ling'er nodded. You really are something. But I admit, I did like him back then. At one point, I even considered giving up my shares to be with him. Unfortunately, before I could tell grandfather, he betrayed me. If it's painful, you don't have to talk about it. Ye Ming could probably guess the rest. From his time with Zhao Ling'er these past days, he knew she wasn't the fickle type. No need. Since I've started, I'll finish. I was planning to tell you anyway. Zhao Ling'er gave a faint smile. But remembering the past is always painful. We were very close back then. When we were together, it was right after my stepmother had entered the family. I was quite vulnerable at the time, so I relied on him a bit. He was very good to me. As Zhao Ling'er spoke, she couldn't help but sigh. At least, that's what I believed back then. And at the time, I truly needed someone to confide in, so I shared practically everything with him. Sometimes, I'd even discuss business partnerships with him. I truly believed he cared for me deeply. Then I walked in on him making a deal with my stepmother. Only then did I realize my feelings were nothing but self-delusion. In truth, he had been treating me like a joke. Especially since he knew I disliked my stepmother intensely, yet he kept trying to bring us together. Zhao Ling'er grew angrier as she spoke. But back then, she genuinely liked Sunmmary. Even knowing he was using her, she still liked him. That's why breaking up with Sunmmary was excruciatingly painful for Zhao Ling'er. She cried for so long her tears dried up, her mind consumed by the thought that she'd give up everything just to be with him. Of course, there was another reason for their breakup. Ding Shuixian had secured Sunmmary a pretty good job overseas. Sunmmary seized this opportunity and left without hesitation. Technically, they never actually said goodbye. But Sunmmy's abrupt departure, leaving her alone in her sorrow, effectively ended things. Besides, she hadn't failed to try reaching out to Sunmmary. But he never replied to any of her messages. It wasn't until one day that Zhao Ling'er finally realized Sunmmary never truly liked her. She was merely a stepping stone on his path through life. Zhao Ling'er had locked away her heart for so long that even her grandfather believed she would never feel love again. But things are good now. I've met you. Zhao Ling'er smiled brightly. She'd found a good person, someone who, unlike Sunmmary, could always be by her side. And whenever she faced hardship, Ye Ming was always there. Ye Ming, thank you. Zhao Ling'er said sincerely from the bottom of her heart. Ye Ming was deeply touched. Don't worry, I won't get too involved with him. I suspect they called him back just to annoy me. Ye Ming nodded. Yeah, but it's fine. It'll pass. Zhao Ling'er nodded. Yes, it will. Oh, I told Grandpa about going to the branch office, and he agreed. She had expected him to refuse, since leaving now would mean losing many of her advantages. But when he heard it was Ye Ming's suggestion, he agreed immediately. Zhao Ling'er wondered what Ye Ming had actually said to her grandfather during their chess game that day. Ye Ming hadn't expected Zhao Ling'er to act so swiftly. He nodded and said, exactly. If you go to the branch office, these people won't have as much influence over you. Besides, he certainly didn't want the resources he'd secured to be snatched away. Yes, Grandpa should bring it up within a couple of days. Zhao Ling'er smiled faintly. Alright, enough about that. Tonight I'm taking you to meet the other grandfathers, so stay alert. Ye Ming nodded. Alright, don't worry. I won't embarrass you. He was still quite curious about this banquet. Chapter 42, The Opponent. Zhao Ling'er excitedly brought Ye Ming to the evening banquet, only to run into Sunmmary there. Her brows furrowed. What are you doing here? Ye Ming strolled over leisurely, then casually wrapped his arm around Zhao Ling'er's waist, staking his claim. Everyone present knew Ye Ming had been acknowledged by Master Zhao. Of course, they were also aware of Sunmmy's situation. So when Ye Ming and Sunmmary crossed paths like this, with Zhao Ling'er present, the ensuing scene of conflict stirred excitement among the onlookers. He came with me. As Zhao Ling'er spoke, a woman stepped out from behind Sunmmary. Ye Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing into the distance. Looks like a good show is about to unfold. Wang Wenwen, why are you meddling? Zhao Ling'er retorted. She and Wang Wenwen were notoriously at odds. Back in their school days, Zhao Ling'er was the campus beauty, while Wang Wenwen was also widely recognized as a beauty. During their school years, the two had frequently clashed over who was prettier. Zhao Ling'er always came out on top. This only deepened Wang Wenwen's resentment toward Zhao Ling'er. Zhao Ling'er could tell Wang Wenwen had deliberately come over today to rub salt in the wound. Wang Wenwen shot a glance at Ye Ming and said with a smile, Zhao Ling'er, your taste is getting worse and worse. How can you bring such trash into your life? Though she spoke these words, her eyes kept drifting toward Ye Ming. It must be said, Ye Ming held a strong attraction for her. Wang Wenwen had heard from Sunmmary that Ye Ming was just a penniless young man who had deliberately approached Zhao Ling'er to marry into a wealthy family. If there was one thing Wang Wenwen was supremely confident about, it was her charm. She deliberately accentuated her curves, shooting him flirtatious glances as she looked his way. Sitting directly across from Wang Wenwen, Ye Ming couldn't possibly ignore her. Watching her coquettish antics, he found it nothing short of painful to the eyes. What on earth was this woman doing? Clearly, some people only know how to pick up trash, Zhao Ling'er remarked with a smile. Ye Ming took Zhao Ling'er's hand, and they shared a knowing smile. Ye Ming had been standing there for a while and hadn't failed to notice Wang Wenwen's hints. Ye Ming wasn't stupid. If he couldn't see this, he'd have lived all these years for nothing. Who's trash? He's the trash. Sunmmary blurted out the moment he heard it. At this moment, Wang Wenwen hadn't even started her verbal assault yet, but Sunmmary couldn't take it anymore. Watching these two women treat him like a worn-out soccer ball, kicking him back and forth, made him feel deeply uncomfortable. The venue was quite large, and Sunmmy's shout echoed all around. Everyone turned to look, curious about his outburst. Wang Wenwen, noticing the scrutinizing stares, felt her face burn with embarrassment. She grabbed Sunmmy's arm and shot him a fierce glare. Looks like they have something important to discuss. We shouldn't disturb them, Ye Ming remarked from the side. Zhao Ling'er had been about to stay and watch the spectacle, but upon hearing Ye Ming's words, she immediately nodded in agreement. True enough. Their purpose in coming today was to introduce Ye Ming to the others. There was no need to waste time on these few people. Though the surrounding guests were Mr. Zhao's friends, they were puzzled by his decision to acknowledge this commoner as his granddaughter as fiancée. To them, Ye Ming seemed utterly ordinary. Moreover, the boy looked like he'd never seen anything grand before. Ordinary people would at least put on a bit of a front, but this one? He was strutting around, gawking freely. He truly resembled an old countrywoman visiting the Grandview Garden. Not far away, whispers had already begun, accompanied by suppressed chuckles. Zhao Ling'er naturally noticed the reactions of that group of people. She knew they looked down on Ye Ming. In truth, Ye Ming was far from as weak as they made him out to be. Fortunately, Old Master Gao treated everyone equally. Old Master Gao had initially been puzzled by Old Master Zhao's actions. But upon hearing that Ye Ming had presented Old Master Zhao with a jade pendant from Old Master Gu, he could no longer contain his astonishment. He knew the value of Old Master Gu's jade pendant. It was priceless, even a scrap of it would symbolize status. For a commoner to possess such a jade pendant was no simple feat. Once he grasped this, Old Master Gao gradually began to accept Ye Ming. That's why, when Ye Ming entered earlier, he had been observing him intently. He noticed Ye Ming didn't share the typical apprehension toward such settings. Instead, he openly displayed his curiosity. Why would someone like this, who didn't bother to hide his true self and even deliberately invited contempt, act this way? Old Master Gao didn't believe Ye Ming was trying to tarnish Zhao Ling'er's image in his mind, especially after presenting such a precious gift at Old Master Zhao's birthday banquet. He looked at Ye Ming again, his gaze now tinged with a hint of scrutiny. Noticing the host's gaze fixed on him, Ye Ming returned a polite smile. The moment he entered, he'd sensed a gaze fixed upon him, though he couldn't pinpoint its source. After all, he had drawn so much attention the moment he entered. Now that Ye Ming saw the host of the banquet, he naturally understood where that gaze he'd noticed earlier had come from. Old Master Gao slowly approached. Ye Ming greeted him with a smile. Hello. Mr. Gao scrutinized him carefully, silently nodding in approval. The moment he saw his physique, he knew Ye Ming was a martial artist. Though dressed casually, the lines of his arms and the way he walked already earned Old Master Gao's admiration. Having trained at Shaolin Temple in his youth, Old Master Gao retained his foundational skills despite years of comfortable living. He could generally discern whether someone was all bark and no bite. From what he could tell now, Ye Ming's skills were no simple matter. Your bone structure is quite unique. Which school or style do you follow? Old Master Gao began with these words. Though they hadn't yet exchanged blows, Old Master Gao was genuinely curious. For a young man to reach this level of skill was no small feat. Ye Ming smiled faintly, just a minor sect. Nothing worth mentioning. Seeing Ye Ming had no intention of elaborating, Old Master Gao didn't press further. However, Old Master Gao felt a bit restless and itched to spar with Ye Ming. He cut straight to the point. After the banquet, might Mr. Yi be willing to exchange a few moves with this old man? It's been ages since I've loosened my joints. The old master was particularly excited at that moment. He too hadn't sparred with anyone in ages. Mostly, those opponents were simply too dull. They flaunted the names of great schools and lineages, yet their skills were nothing but half-baked, utterly uninspiring. Now that he'd encountered a worthy opponent, Old Master Gao naturally didn't want to pass up the chance. Ye Ming smiled and nodded. Since you put it that way, I can hardly refuse. But let's just spar, no fighting. Let's not damage our friendship. Chapter 43, Temptation. Old Master Gao's mood lifted considerably upon hearing Ye Ming's promise. Your grandfather mentioned you secured the partnership with Yulong Group. It's been ages. Ling'er has truly grown into her own now, Old Master Gao remarked with a smile. Zhao Ling'er immediately waved her hands. Grandpa Gao, please don't say that. You're making me feel like I'm floating on air. You really shouldn't. What? Achieving success means you can't accept praise? Old Master Gao retorted with a laugh. He had heard about Zhao Ling'er signing the contract with Yulong Group a few days prior and was genuinely pleased. Watching this group of young people grow increasingly capable brought an indescribable joy to Old Master Gao's heart. Zhao Ling'er shook her head. Of course not. I just worry I might become arrogant and complacent. Zhao girl, anyone could become complacent, but you won't. That's why Grandpa can praise you to his heart's content, Grandpa Gao said with a smile. Grandpa Gao, please stop saying things like that, Zhao Ling'er quickly interjected. Alright, I'll stop talking about that old man. Old Master Gao approached Zhao Ling'er and whispered softly, your grandfather also asked me to take a good look at this young man. I think he's quite promising. You have excellent taste. After saying this, Old Master Gao winked at Zhao Ling'er, making the atmosphere even more awkward. A blush instantly spread across Zhao Ling'er's face. Being easily embarrassed, she couldn't handle such teasing. Especially now that Ye Ming had glanced over. Their eyes met, as if they'd been caught sharing a secret. Zhao Ling'er couldn't help but react. Grandpa Gao, if you keep saying things like that, I won't talk to you next time, Zhao Ling'er pouted. Her mood was deeply troubled. With Old Master Gao stirring things up like this, she had no idea how she could ever face her relationship with Ye Ming seriously again. Grandpa Gao laughed even louder. Look at this girl, all flustered now. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Since you're both here today, I should fulfill my duties as an elder. Grandpa Gao was in high spirits as he led Ye Ming and Zhao Ling'er around to meet everyone. By the end of the tour, everyone understood the Zhao family had officially accepted this son-in-law. They also knew that Old Master Gao had given Ye Ming his blessing. This only fueled their curiosity further. What exactly did Ye Ming possess? Why would these two shrewd individuals, as cunning as foxes, simultaneously endorse this young man? Wang Wenwen watched Zhao Ling'er's arrogant demeanor and felt deeply resentful. Seizing the moment when Zhao Ling'er was distracted by conversation with others and had forgotten about Ye Ming, she sidled up to him. Seems Zhao Ling'er doesn't think much of you. Why didn't she bring you along? Wang Wenwen's eyes glazed over when she saw Ye Ming. I'd say she's just played you out and lost interest. Makes sense, people like her have zero patience. You'd better find your next catch soon. Wang Wenwen practically pointed at herself, implying, come with me. She'd seen her share of handsome young men and considered herself well-traveled in the ways of men. No man would ever make her pause again. But now, Wang Wenwen felt her heart stir once more. She couldn't articulate the feeling she got from seeing Ye Ming like old wood blooming again in spring. Yet, without realizing it, she found herself captivated by his expression. Ye Ming caught Wang Wenwen's flattery out of the corner of his eye. He'd thought she was so formidable, yet here she was, clinging to him. He sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Sometimes, his charm was simply irresistible. So, Zhao Ling'er left you here all alone? Wang Wenwen asked with a smile. Or is she just unwilling to keep you around anymore? That's just how she is always guarded. You know, you'd be so much better off with me. At this moment, Wang Wenwen had completely laid bare her ambitions. Yes, she was drawn to Ye Ming's type, deeply so. In her eyes, men like Ye Ming were rare as hen's teeth. Ye Ming hoped Zhao Ling'er could become self-reliant so she could support him from the rear in the future. Therefore, he didn't want to interfere now. As for the others, Ye Ming didn't care. If he needed them, he'd find a way to connect with them. How do you know she won't take me along? Ye Ming retorted. His eyes held a trace of mockery. But Wang Wenwen couldn't see it. She continued talking to herself. Even if she isn't tired of you today, she will be sooner or later. You know as well as I do that there's no such thing as pure love in these wealthy families. So now I'm offering you another choice. If you come with me, I'll double whatever Zhao Ling'er gave you. What do you say? Wang Wenwen stared at Ye Ming, her eyes brimming with raw desire. She had never encountered a man who made her crave to conquer him like this. Now, her entire heart was set on Ye Ming. From a distance, Sunmmary watched as Wang Wenwen practically pressed her entire body against Ye Ming. Her affection for him was plain for all to see. Sunmmary clenched her fists, grinding her teeth in frustration. The man she'd worked so hard to climb her way up to, how could he be so easily swept off his feet by Ye Ming? Gripping his glass tightly, he resolved to see just how smug Ye Ming would look later. Ye Ming took a step back, as if he were Tang Sanzang encountering a female demon, desperate to escape immediately. But this demoness refused to let him go. What, you think it's not enough? Given your current state, the promises I've made to you are already generous. Wang Wenwen looked at Ye Ming with growing contempt. She thought he'd know better than to push his luck, but his ambition was still so vast. But Ling'er said she'd marry me if I wanted her to, Ye Ming said slowly. His words came out deliberately, as if he were carefully weighing each syllable. Marry you? What kind of joke is that? Do you really think someone like you could rise up and become a phoenix man? Well, I wouldn't know, Ye Ming replied with a smile, though he instinctively pulled away from Wang Wenwen. Wang Wenwen, utterly fixated on securing Ye Ming, failed to notice his movement. Her gaze locked onto him, as if she could devour him whole. She even took a bold step forward, grabbing the hem of his shirt. My terms are already quite favorable, you know. You'd better think it over carefully. Consider what? Ye Ming retorted. You stubborn fool, don't you get it? Ling'er has been good to me, and the bond between us isn't as fragile as you imagine. As for the terms you mentioned, they're all based on money. Without money, what can you possibly offer me? Ye Ming turned his gaze toward Wang Wenwen, his eyes carrying a look of judgment. In that moment, Wang Wenwen was genuinely intimidated by Ye Ming's gaze. She even began to doubt whether what she had just said was right. But within moments, she snapped back to her senses. But you really need that money. Wang Wenwen blurted out immediately. She practically ripped open Ye Ming's wound in one go. Chapter 44, Dilemma. Ye Ming silently looked at Wang Wenwen, feeling like he was talking to a wall. In Wang Wenwen's serious eyes, Ye Ming was showing his inferiority complex. Wang Wenwen felt even more smug now. Zhao Ling'er finished her conversation over there and immediately came to find Ye Ming. Did that Wang Wenwen say anything to you just now? Don't pay her any mind. She's as good as a dog spitting out ivory utter nonsense. Zhao Ling'er watched Ye Ming's expression, fearing he might actually be hurt by Wang Wenwen's words. Relax, Ye Ming said with a smile, ruffling Zhao Ling'er's hair. Her little remarks won't hurt me. He couldn't care less about what Wang Wenwen had said. To him, her words held no significance whatsoever. The Wang family held little value for him anyway. Besides, someone like Wang Wenwen, who craved beauty, would eventually ruin herself. No need to waste more thought on it. Ye Ming already had a good grasp of the situation. By the way, how did your conversation with them go? Ye Ming immediately changed the subject. Zhao Ling'er frowned at the reminder. I get the feeling this group still sides with my stepmother. Don't be fooled by the fact that we secured the cooperation with Yulong Group. They're secretly backing her all along. Zhao Ling'er sighed. The truth was just that harsh. Well, at least we've taken this step, haven't we? Ye Ming smiled and ruffled Zhao Ling'er's hair. Once we've taken this step, the rest of the journey will be smoother. Of course, Ye Ming wouldn't tell Zhao Ling'er outright, but he would continue to support her through these days. Yes, the road ahead would be even tougher. Zhao Ling'er sighed again. Had she stayed, she could have leveraged her existing resources and moved forward steadily. But now, circumstances forced her to strike out on her own. A new company, a new team who knew how long it would take to gel? Ye Ming watched her troubled expression and offered reassurance from the sidelines. Don't worry, everything will be fine. With him around, what could possibly go wrong? Never mind. She'd just have to take things one step at a time. At this point, Zhao Ling'er had no better alternative. That's how it is. But thankfully, I still have you. When I'm tired, you're here by my side. That's enough. From then on, the two stayed together. Sunmmary had come with Wang Wenwen, but the moment Wang Wenwen saw Ye Ming, she seemed unable to move forward. Now, she couldn't possibly spare any thought for the person she'd brought along. And so, he found himself alone. He watched Ye Ming beside Zhao Ling'er and thought to himself, if he hadn't been here, then the person by Zhao Ling'er's side today would have been him. How could it have fallen to this Ye Ming? This thought only fueled Sunmmy's anger. He casually grabbed a glass of red wine and swayed his way over to Zhao Ling'er. Sunmmary smiled and greeted Zhao Ling'er. As he drew near, he stumbled slightly, nearly falling, but managed to steady himself. However, the wine spilled from the glass. Unfortunately, the glass flew in Ye Ming's direction. Ye Ming reacted with lightning speed, catching the glass and pulling Zhao Ling'er back a step. Sunmmary hadn't anticipated Ye Ming's lightning-fast reflexes. The sudden tug threw him off balance. Sunmmary stumbled and fell. The spilled red wine landed precisely on his clothes. "My clothes!" Sunmmary exclaimed immediately. That outfit had cost him dearly, and the thought of it tearing his heart out. Ye Ming steadied the glass, not a single drop of wine touching him. He held it firmly before handing it back to Sunmmary. "Here's your glass. Hold on to it tight." Sunmmary was furious. He'd intended to make Ye Ming look foolish, only to end up embarrassing himself instead. Staring at the wine stain on his clothes, his mood sank even lower. Now, all eyes around them were on him. Sunmmary couldn't have looked more pathetic. His gaze shifted to Ye Ming, his eyes darkening with resentment. If it weren't for this man, he wouldn't be in such a wretched state. "Ye Ming, you did this on purpose." Sunmmary pointed at his clothes. This outfit had cost Sunmmary a pretty penny, and he certainly didn't want to lose it all. Ye Ming just stared back at Sunmmary. "How was I being intentional? Look at the wine stain on my clothes, that was definitely on purpose." Sunmmy's tone was aggressive and irritating. "Deliberate? You were the one who didn't hold the glass steady, it nearly spilled all over me. I just happened to catch it for you. How was I supposed to know you'd trip? If I hadn't caught it just now, that cup would have smashed into someone." "Sunmmary, this cup is way too spirited. You're talking nonsense. If I hadn't caught it, the way it was heading, it would have gone toward Ling'er, right? What's this, Mr. Sun? Are you turning affection into resentment?" Hearing Ye Ming's words, Zhao Ling'er shot Sunmmary a look thick with disgust. "Sunmmary, I've tolerated your every move out of respect for our past relationship. But I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. I truly overestimated you." Before, Zhao Ling'er still harbored a shred of friendship toward Sunmmary. But now, it was completely gone. Recalling Sunmmy's past actions toward her, Ling'er felt even more disgusted. "I can't even be friends with you," Zhao Ling'er declared immediately. With those words, she had completely severed any possibility of reconciliation with Sunmmary. Sunmmary had intended to argue his case, but Zhao Ling'er's words stunned him. Only now did he grasp the gravity of the situation. No matter how bitter their quarrels had been, Zhao Ling'er had never spoken with such utter coldness. But today, she said this to him for another man. "Really?" Sunmmary asked from where he stood. "What's real or not?" "It's all real." Zhao Ling'er immediately replied, "Sunmmary, stay away from me from now on. For the sake of the time we spent together, I don't want to make things overly complicated. But if I ever catch you targeting Ye Ming again, I won't let you off the hook." Zhao Ling'er was petite and soft, yet her words now carried such steely resolve, a charming contrast. Sunmmary, however, had no heart to appreciate this moment. He truly hadn't expected Zhao Ling'er to forget their feelings so quickly and find someone else she liked. "You weren't always like this," Sunmmary stated firmly. "Yeah, I was really stupid back then. I actually thought someone would come save me, but turns out they just used me as a stepping stone." Zhao Ling'er sneered coldly. Ye Ming patted Zhao Ling'er's shoulder reassuringly, signaling her not to worry. Zhao Ling'er instinctively looked at Ye Ming, finding a sense of security and reliance in him. She was certain that no matter what happened in the future, Ye Ming would always be there. This time, she hadn't misjudged him. Ye Ming gently soothed Zhao Ling'er as the surrounding crowd began to disperse. Chapter 45, Sparring. After dismissing the guests, old Master Gao could no longer contain his impatience. Had he not been the host of today's gathering, he would have long since cast aside all formalities to spar properly with Ye Ming. "Young man, let's have a spar." Old Master Gao couldn't contain his excitement. Zhao Ling'er tugged at Ye Ming's sleeve. "Be careful," she urged. "Grandpa Gao is quite formidable." She looked at Ye Ming, her concern evident. Zhao Ling'er had been close to old Master Gao since childhood and had heard the legends about him. She'd heard that in his youth, old Master Gao had trained extensively at Shaolin Temple and was even recruited to compete in tournaments. Had the Gao family not been waiting for him to take over the family affairs, he might well have pursued a career in martial arts. "Don't worry," Ye Ming patted Zhao Ling'er's shoulder. He knew his own limits well. The real dilemma would be figuring out how to go easy on the old man. While Ye Ming pondered, old Master Gao had already assumed his stance. "Then I'll have to ask you to go easy on me, old master," Ye Ming said with a smile, assuming his own stance and preparing to strike. How could old Master Gao let Ye Ming take the first move? He struck first. He was the one who came for a sparring match, and given his age disadvantage, initiating the attack wasn't a big deal. Ye Ming's initial stance was immediately suppressed, clearly putting him at a disadvantage. Zhao Ling'er watched from the sidelines, growing anxious. She'd only seen Ye Ming fight during emergencies, just a few light, effortless moves, and had no real sense of his true skill. Zhao Ling'er watched anxiously from the sidelines, especially as old Master Gao grew increasingly serious in his fighting, showing no sign of holding back. She clenched her fists, her tension mounting. Ye Ming fought with ease, showing no signs of being overwhelmed. Having dominated early on, he was now gradually mounting a counterattack. Old Master Gao grew increasingly strained, eventually beginning to pant heavily. Then, with one powerful thrust from Ye Ming, old Master Gao stumbled back several steps. That round was over. My apologies for any offense. Ye Ming paused, then spoke slowly. Old Master Gao was drenched in sweat, yet he was deeply moved at that moment. What offense? Victory and defeat are common in warfare. Your skills are impressive, young man. I truly didn't misjudge you. Rather than feeling defeated, old Master Gao was now utterly exhilarated. It's been ages since I fought with such satisfaction. Next time we'll continue. Old Master Gao repeated this over and over, making no effort to hide his excitement. Zhao Ling'er finally regained her composure, but upon hearing old Master Gao's words, she frowned. She was absolutely terrified. Grandpa Gao, please don't do this again. You're getting on in years. Zhao Ling'er's true meaning lay unspoken. Grandpa Gao immediately chuckled. Ling'er, you're worried about me? Ye Ming grabbed Zhao Ling'er's hand and reassured her, it's fine, don't worry. It was just a spar. I know what I'm doing. You really are something. Grandpa Gao is getting on in years, and you still go and mess around with him. Zhao Ling'er shot Ye Ming a sideways glance and glared at him. Zhao Ling'er felt a bit resentful. She knew Ye Ming was doing this to curry favor with the old man, to gain his approval. But what she feared most was Ye Ming getting hurt. Ye Ming froze. This was the first time the little girl had ever been so fierce with him. He smiled, then couldn't resist ruffling Zhao Ling'er's hair. Zhao Ling'er looked up and glared at Ye Ming again. Ye Ming smiled affectionately. All right. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Watching her, he found this little girl increasingly amusing. This trip had truly yielded significant gains. It seemed that after putting in a little more effort to get the Zhao family back on track, he could retire with his mission accomplished. Truth be told, he was quite reluctant to part with Zhao Ling'er. But the curse still clung to him. Without breaking it, it would always be a knot in his heart. Seeing Ye Ming's expression, Zhao Ling'er knew he was probably just going through the motions with her. She felt a little upset. Alright, don't be upset. Ye Ming soothed her from the side. Old Master Gao had enjoyed himself immensely today. As he looked at Ye Ming now, he felt increasingly pleased. Young man, we share a bond. I'll make you a promise right here. Should you ever face hardship in the future, you may come to this old man for help. Old Master Gao declared cheerfully. Old Master Gao stretched his limbs. He hadn't felt this exhilarated in ages. He knew full well that Ye Ming had gone easy on him, but overall, he'd been exceptionally earnest. That alone was enough to earn old Master Gao's deep appreciation for Ye Ming. Zhao Ling'er was taken aback upon hearing this. Old Master Gao never made promises lightly, but once he did, he always kept his word. Then I'll thank you in advance, Ye Ming replied. Ye Ming didn't refuse. After all, an extra connection could only be beneficial. Besides, given Zhao Ling'er's current predicament, she genuinely needed someone to assist her. She probably just couldn't bring herself to ask, but no matter, now she had him. The two bid farewell to old Master Gao and left the villa. Along the way, Zhao Ling'er kept recounting the heart-pounding events from earlier. Ye Ming chuckled in response until his expression suddenly darkened. Noticing Ye Ming's change in expression, Zhao Ling'er immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "We're being followed." Ye Ming replied. He glanced back at the distance, confirming several times before accepting the reality. Zhao Ling'er instantly grew tense. Ye Ming took Zhao Ling'er's hand and said, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Zhao Ling'er trusted Ye Ming implicitly, but glancing back at the car closing in, she couldn't help but feel anxious. We'll be okay, right? This was Zhao Ling'er's first time facing such a situation. She gripped the seatbelt, flattening herself against the seat, terrified that a single turn might fling her out. But this was clearly not something a seatbelt could solve. Ye Ming glanced back at the car behind them, then at the traffic ahead, and frowned. "Driver, turn in there." The driver had never encountered this situation before either. He never imagined a scene straight out of a TV drama would happen to him one day, and now he was panicking. He kept his foot on the gas pedal the entire way, not daring to ease up. Occasionally, he'd slam on the brakes to follow the car ahead. "All right." The driver signaled and steered toward the gap. Ye Ming felt a bit helpless. The driver was clearly running red lights. "Don't worry too much. Just shake them off," Ye Ming reminded him. He hoped that after saying this, the driver would steady himself and drive normally. But clearly, Ye Ming's words didn't have much effect. The driver immediately replied, got it. With that, he slammed his foot on the accelerator, sending the car hurtling forward. Chapter 46, The Chase. Ye Ming hadn't expected the driver to be so reckless. He'd only wanted him to drive more steadily, but the man had clearly panicked. Still, thanks to that sudden acceleration, they managed to pull away from the group. "What should we do next?" Zhao Ling'er asked anxiously from the passenger seat. Zhao Ling'er was terrified beyond words. She clenched her fists, trying to calm herself down. Yet the real terror lay ahead, something far more terrifying than this. The driver was already panicking. His hands on the wheel couldn't keep up with the chaos in his mind. Luckily, he still knew how to swerve, otherwise they would have crashed in a matter of seconds. Ye Ming, sitting in the back, was drenched in cold sweat. Finally, he conceded. "Driver, that's enough. Stop at the small grove up ahead, drop us off, then drive away." Ye Ming had given up all hope in the driver. He feared that if he said another word, the driver might actually accelerate to crash into another vehicle. That would spell big trouble. "If we're not in the car, even if you get caught, you won't have any problems," Ye Ming said slowly. "Up ahead? Where exactly?" The driver seemed confused. Ye Ming pressed his hand to his forehead, feeling helpless. "When I tell you to stop, you stop," Ye Ming said immediately. He feared that if he waited any longer to get out, something truly bad might happen. Then it wouldn't be that they were injured from being followed, they'd be scared to death by this driver. "Don't worry, I've got this covered," the driver said confidently. Dodging the pursuing car might be tricky, but pulling over? That was a piece of cake. Ye Ming didn't trust this driver at all now. "Will we be safe if we get out?" Zhao Ling'er hesitated. "Do you think we'd be safe staying in the car?" Ye Ming's question silenced Zhao Ling'er. "Right now, this car is the most dangerous place." "Alright, don't worry. While I can't guarantee anything else, once we get out, the driver will buy us time. By then, those people will have a hard time finding us." He just noticed the pursuing vehicle was far behind, and the heavy traffic ahead would provide cover. "The moment the car stops, we move out immediately. No lingering," Ye Ming urged from the passenger seat, glancing back at the vehicles behind them. Then, as the car came to a halt, Ye Ming pulled Zhao Ling'er out. They moved swiftly, as if the traffic had merely stalled momentarily before flowing again. Zhao Ling'er followed Ye Ming in their frantic escape, panting heavily from exhaustion. She dared not stop, terrified that pausing would allow them to be caught, a fate that would spell trouble for both of them. Ye Ming ran for a while before finally stopping. He watched the driver's car drive away in the distance, followed by the other vehicles they had seen earlier. Thankfully, those people hadn't noticed they had already escaped. Zhao Ling'er gasped for breath. They were now at the edge of a small grove. The surrounding trees provided cover from the road, one would never spot them here unless looking intently. What should we do next? Zhao Ling'er was exhausted, but her fear of being caught was even greater. She gasped out the question. She had expended every ounce of strength she had just now to shake off those pursuers. Now that she had stopped, Zhao Ling'er felt her legs go weak. Ye Ming scanned the woods and said, "Let's go this way." As he spoke, a gust of wind swept through, causing the trees to rustle. Zhao Ling'er peered inside, sensing the gloom within, then took 2 steps back. She shook her head. Ye Ming found her cautious manner amusing. He reached out and ruffled Zhao Ling'er's hair, saying, "Let's go." "But if we go in, we probably won't even find our way," Zhao Ling'er hesitated. "Trust me. Besides, if we turn back now, they'll spot us soon enough." Ye Ming took Zhao Ling'er's hand. By now, those people should have noticed we're not in the car anymore. Zhao Ling'er caught Ye Ming's expression in the moonlight. Though she'd been hesitant, seeing his resolve, she nodded. "Alright, let's go." Yet the moment Zhao Ling'er stepped inside, she regretted it. The nighttime forest was far more damp and eerie than she'd imagined. Zhao Ling'er instinctively pulled her coat tighter around herself. This truly wasn't a place for humans to venture into. The two entered the woods. Under the moonlight, they could barely make out the path ahead. Zhao Ling'er followed cautiously behind, but stumbled on a fallen branch. Losing her balance, she tumbled forward. Ye Ming reacted instantly, sweeping his arm out to catch her. In an instant, she was in his arms. "You scared the life out of me," Zhao Ling'er blurted out, her voice tinged with playful petulance. Ye Ming smiled and ruffled her hair. "Don't worry. I'm always here." His voice was gentle, soothing her fears away. "Of course, only temporarily." Zhao Ling'er took a deep breath and continued following Ye Ming forward. They walked for a long time, venturing deeper and deeper, as if there was no end in sight. Then Ye Ming stopped. "We're almost at the exit. If you can't walk any further, just tell me and I'll carry you." Zhao Ling'er had thought Ye Ming was about to say something else, but this was it. She nodded immediately. Ye Ming crouched down, patted his back, and said, "Hop on." "No, you should get up and lead the way. We need to get out of here quickly." Zhao Ling'er, who had been frightened moments ago, now felt deeply moved. She felt herself growing fonder of Ye Ming by the minute. He always offered her boundless warmth and could solve her troubles. "It's fine. Come on up." Ye Ming patted his own back. Zhao Ling'er hesitated. "I'll walk faster. I'll put you down once we reach the main road," Ye Ming said softly. The main thing was that the sky was growing increasingly dark. If they didn't leave quickly, it would become difficult to walk. By then, even with their phones' flashlights, it would be hard to get away. At that moment, Zhao Ling'er stopped hesitating. She was physically and mentally exhausted, barely able to walk. Insisting on being stubborn now would only burden Ye Ming. So Zhao Ling'er climbed onto Ye Ming's back without hesitation. With Zhao Ling'er on his back, Ye Ming's pace noticeably quickened. Bouncing gently on Ye Ming's back, Zhao Ling'er nearly drifted off to sleep. However, Ye Ming's swift pace carried them quickly to the main road. Once there, Zhao Ling'er refused to let Ye Ming carry her any further. She swung her legs and hopped down from his back. I'll walk on my own from here. Chapter 47, Chance Encounter. By the time they emerged, it was deep into the night, and the road was nearly deserted. Those people must have given up by now, Ye Ming speculated. Just as Zhao Ling'er pulled out her phone to call for a ride, a group of people appeared and surrounded them. What was this? Zhao Ling'er's phone was still clutched in her hand, and she felt a sudden surge of tension. At this hour, she hadn't expected to encounter trouble. Had they been tracked down after all? Boss, they look like they've got deep pockets. A voice suddenly rang out from within the group. Then, a group of people surrounded Ye Ming. Ye Ming studied the group, confirming repeatedly that these weren't the same people who had been tailing them earlier. Still, these guys weren't easy to deal with either. Their demeanor screamed local toughs who did this sort of thing regularly. Money, all they ever think about is money. I like that girl. Why don't you come with me? The leader grinned lecherously. The leader rubbed his hands together, ready to grope Zhao Ling'er. Zhao Ling'er cowered behind Ye Ming, terrified. Ye Ming patted Zhao Ling'er's shoulder reassuringly. It's okay, don't be afraid. He frowned, scanning the crowd gathering around them. Clearly, that group had no sense of reading the situation, thinking sheer numbers could solve everything. Stay behind me. Don't step forward. We'll handle this, Ye Ming said immediately. Zhao Ling'er nodded, though her heart was pounding wildly inside. Seeing the group charging forward, Ye Ming loosened his joints and struck out. Zhao Ling'er followed Ye Ming's lead, not daring to slack off for a moment. However, the scene had already descended into a chaotic melee. Despite Zhao Ling'er's best efforts to dodge, she was accidentally caught in the crossfire. Moreover, she was yanked by one of the attackers. Struggling against the pull, Zhao Ling'er fell to the ground, her clothes torn open in the process. Seeing this, Ye Ming immediately rushed over and swiftly kicked the assailant away. Zhao Ling'er clutched her clothes tightly, flustered. Ye Ming promptly removed his own coat and draped it over Zhao Ling'er. Zhao Ling'er looked at Ye Ming, a flicker of panic in her eyes. But Ye Ming had no time to dwell on such things now. He swiftly plunged back into the fray, his actions even more ruthless this time. Originally, the group had intended to overwhelm Ye Ming with their numbers. Little did they know that now, every single one of them was getting beaten badly, the scene turning brutal. Realizing Ye Ming was a formidable opponent and confirming they stood to gain nothing from him, the group swiftly retreated. Once they were gone, the road returned to its earlier tranquility. Zhao Ling'er huddled beneath Ye Ming's coat, looking pitifully vulnerable. Let's go. Ye Ming extended his hand toward Zhao Ling'er. Zhao Ling'er stood up and walked over, feeling a bit uneasy. Did you sprain your ankle? Ye Ming wasn't entirely sure. He crouched down, ready to examine her foot. But Zhao Ling'er seemed uncomfortable and pulled her foot back. Zhao Ling'er nodded. Probably. Ye Ming nodded thoughtfully. Just then, a car drove by. He hurried over and flagged it down. The driver, a kind soul, offered to take them back after hearing their story. Seeing Zhao Ling'er's current state, Ye Ming realized it wouldn't be convenient for her to return home like this. He asked the driver to simply drop them off in a bustling area. After riding for a while, they finally spotted a hotel. Zhao Ling'er didn't want to go through any more trouble, so they decided to stay at this hotel. They arrived looking utterly disheveled. Fortunately, the hotel was quiet at this hour, so their appearance didn't draw much attention. After checking in, they turned to leave and spotted Shen Aoxue. Ye Ming pressed his hand to his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. Talk about running into each other at the worst possible moment, this must be some kind of karmic debt. Shen Aoxue had been in the area for business negotiations, and after her meeting, she had to attend an impromptu cross-border conference. She had instructed Sunna to book a room at this hotel. Now, as she finished her meeting and was heading back, she unexpectedly ran into Ye Ming. Are you following us? Sunna blurted out without hesitation. Sunna had practically developed a conditioned reflex the moment she saw Ye Ming, she couldn't help but ask. The thing was, before the divorce, they had never once crossed paths. But after the divorce, it felt like she could spot Ye Ming anywhere truly bizarre. Ye Ming hadn't expected to run into them here either. Their current state was far from good, especially Zhao Ling'er. Her clothes were torn and tattered, revealing patches of skin, making her look utterly disheveled. Ye Ming's jacket was draped over her, and given Zhao Ling'er's current state, it was hard not to draw conclusions. Just as I thought, not a proper person. Playing around so openly in private. Sunna continued her mockery. Hearing the mocking tone, Zhao Ling'er immediately pulled the coat tighter around herself. Ye Ming frowned. Zhao Ling'er was already brooding over today's events, and Sunna's taunt would only add to her burden. Please correct your wording. Ye Ming looked sternly at Sunna. Su Na froze. In the past, Ye Ming had always been timid and hesitant, never speaking with such firmness. She looked at Ye Ming and continued, "Isn't that exactly what I'm saying? You two, a man and a woman alone in this hotel, and Miss Zhao's appearance and demeanor are still like this. It's hard not to raise suspicions." "That's none of your business to comment on," Ye Ming retorted immediately. Zhao Ling'er looked up at Su Na and said, "Miss Su, do you think I'm some easy target? Others may not know about your affairs, but I know quite a bit." Su Na's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Whatever we do, Ye Ming is my boyfriend now. What's the big deal?" Zhao Ling'er pressed on. Shen Aoxue frowned, her displeasure plain to see. "Oh, and Miss Shen, I must thank you for letting Ye Ming go to me. I'm quite satisfied," Zhao Ling'er said, winking at Shen Aoxue. Shen Aoxue hadn't expected to hear this and was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing Shen Aoxue like this, Ye Ming felt even less inclined to say anything. What did Shen Aoxue think mattered to him? "Enjoy yourselves. We'll be leaving now." Ye Ming took Zhao Ling'er's hand and said. Shen Aoxue's eyes unconsciously fixed on their clasped hands, her brow furrowing slightly. Only after they had left did Su Na speak up. "Miss, look at that Ye Ming. What's he so cocky about? He's just hooked up with a Zhao family lady." Shen Aoxue nodded. "Let him be. We just need to mind our own business. As for Ye Ming, if he wants to rely on the Zhao family, he should take a good look at their current situation." Chapter 48, Morning Meeting. Early Monday morning, Ye Ming followed Zhao Ling'er to the company. Zhao Ling'er felt a bit nervous. At today's meeting, she would announce her transfer to the branch office. Of course, Zhao Ling'er had already informed Old Master Zhao. She believed the others should be aware of this as well. After discussing company matters at the dawn meeting, they finally turned to Zhao Ling'er's situation. "Ling'er, no offense meant, but you're doing so well here. Why transfer to the branch office?" Others nodded in agreement, murmuring their assent. Zhao Ling'er held a significant position within the company. Her transfer required an official announcement. Such an unexpected transfer would inevitably impact the stock price. Regardless, they continued, since you're transferring to the branch office, the project you're handling with Yulong Group will be reassigned to someone else. Those words were delivered not as a request for discussion, but as a direct order. Yet, the subordinates who heard this exchanged glances that betrayed a hint of greed. The Yulong Group project was substantial, a plum assignment for anyone who could get their hands on it. Zhao Ling'er had no intention of consulting this group anyway. She smiled and said, "Since I negotiated this project, I'll naturally see it through to completion. Besides, what difference does it make whether I handle it here or at the branch office?" Ye Ming observed the others from the sidelines, noting how many of them were playing dumb with Ding Shuixian. He studied their expressions and could discern their attitudes to some extent. How could a young girl like Zhao Ling'er outmaneuver this pack of old foxes? They'd likely been in cahoots all along. Perhaps they were already waiting to divide the spoils. Ye Ming smiled. If Zhao Ling'er's words held no weight, what about those from Yulong Group? Zhao Ling'er wrapped up the morning meeting, feeling utterly drained. Ye Ming followed her to her office. "Ye Ming, why is this so difficult? Why is it so hard for me to transfer to a branch office?" In truth, Zhao Ling'er knew her transfer would inevitably impact the company. "You could try talking to the Yulong Group people," Ye Ming suggested from the side. "I know that, but will the group agree?" Zhao Ling'er countered immediately. "How will we know unless we try?" Ye Ming smiled beside her. "I don't know either," Zhao Ling'er replied, feeling uneasy. She felt it was absurd enough just to imagine asking Yulong Group to make the partnership exclusively hers. Ye Ming chuckled. He had already made arrangements with them; they would cooperate with Zhao Ling'er's work. "Give it a shot. How else will you know?" Ye Ming urged patiently. "Are you sure this will work?" Zhao Ling'er asked again. Ye Ming nodded. "Look, you managed to secure the partnership with Yulong Group, something they couldn't achieve. That proves Yulong values your capabilities, which is why they chose to collaborate with us. Besides, you've been shouldering such heavy responsibilities for so long. You should know your own capabilities. Do you really think you're any worse than them? Ling'er, give yourself a little more confidence. You're actually more capable than you realize." Ye Ming hadn't chosen Zhao Ling'er on a whim; he'd done his research. Moreover, after observing her over this period, he grew increasingly certain that Zhao Ling'er would soon become someone capable of standing on her own. That would be the moment he would need her. Zhao Ling'er pondered this. It seemed he was right. "So, I think the people from Yulong Group definitely aren't considering company size or resources. If they wanted that, there are plenty of companies to choose from. Why choose you?" Listening to Ye Ming's reasoning, Zhao Ling'er found it particularly compelling. Other companies were present at the meeting, yet the head of Yulong Group made the decision to choose her without hesitation. What did that prove? It proved that Yulong Group might genuinely value her abilities. For her own sake, she should give it a shot. Zhao Ling'er looked up at Ye Ming, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Ye Ming smiled, walked over, and ruffled Zhao Ling'er's hair. "All right, go for it bravely." Zhao Ling'er nodded obediently. Ye Ming stayed with Zhao Ling'er the entire time, stepping out briefly at one point. Just as he was about to enter the restroom, he overheard the chatter from over there. Ye Ming hesitated, unsure whether to step in or not. See that guy Ye Ming over there? At that moment, Ye Ming's mischievous thoughts surfaced. He smiled faintly, eager to hear what this group had to say about him. Did you see that assistant Ye? He's clearly a self-made man. Exactly. With his qualifications, how could he possibly be by CEO Zhao's side? It's all thanks to his looks. In the end, Ye Ming didn't step inside. He stood with his arms crossed, listening at the doorway, finding it all rather amusing. He wanted to hear exactly how this group described him. What's so great about that pretty boy? He's not half as handsome as me. Exactly. He's nothing but a pretty face who keeps causing trouble for Mr. Zhao. Ye Ming's smile deepened. This group was genuinely entertaining. Had he not happened upon them today, he'd never have known his reputation at the company was so favorable. Either way, they were just praising his looks. Oh, and I heard Mr. Zhao is transferring to the branch office. Apparently it's all because of that pretty boy. Really? Why wouldn't it be? The morning meeting was probably about this very thing. Anyway, bringing that kid back this time has caused a huge mess. We should have had the upper hand after landing such a big project, but now it's going to be tough. But I get the feeling old man Zhao still favors the boss. What good is that when she's doing things like this? But seriously, that assistant Yi really doesn't have much to offer. Exactly. If I were in that position, I'd definitely work my ass off. Ye Ming listened from the side, wondering when he should step in. Just then, someone else approached. Ye Ming heard the commotion and walked over. The two men were chatting animatedly when they suddenly spotted Ye Ming approaching, causing them to fluster. Ye Ming glanced at them but said nothing. He thought to himself, these two should keep their heads down for a while now. The two hurriedly fled, already thoroughly shaken. Ye Ming calmly exited the restroom, finding the doorway already deserted. He returned to the office. Upon seeing him, Zhao Ling'er immediately asked, "You look like you're in a pretty good mood." Ye Ming nodded. "That's right. I overheard some interesting things just now." "What kind of interesting things?" Zhao Ling'er pressed immediately. "Nothing much. Come to think of it, it's not really anything. I think I've almost forgotten it all." Ye Ming pondered for a moment before saying, "Next time I hear something, I'll jot it down and tell you." Chapter 49, Negotiations. Early in the morning, Ye Ming was dragged by Zhao Ling'er to the garage. He walked slowly behind her. Zhao Ling'er said she had a surprise for him, and Ye Ming had a pretty good idea what it was. The garage door opened to reveal a brand new sports car parked inside. "Do you like it?" Zhao Ling'er asked excitedly. Ye Ming wasn't overly impressed. He'd seen plenty of cars before. This little dish was hardly worth his attention. But he knew this was something Zhao Ling'er had gone to great lengths to prepare. So Ye Ming feigned surprise. "You prepared this for me?" His voice rose slightly. Zhao Ling'er felt a touch of pride. "Yes, I even consulted other friends before choosing this." "How about it? Do you like it?" "I do." "Really?" Zhao Ling'er looked at Ye Ming, her eyes sparkling. "Of course. I love it," Ye Ming said with a smile. He could tell this young lady wasn't happy with his earlier tone. Considering she'd given him such a generous gift, he naturally had to reciprocate properly. "I'm glad you like it. Honestly, I was worried you wouldn't," Zhao Ling'er said contentedly. "The car is yours. From now on, you'll be driving me to and from work, understand?" With that, she gave Ye Ming a wink. Ye Ming smiled, then pulled Zhao Ling'er into his arms. "Thank you, Ling'er. I'm very satisfied." Hearing this response, Zhao Ling'er's mood soared. Let's go. We have business to discuss at Yulong Group today, and we should head out early." Zhao Ling'er was in high spirits. Recently, her close friends had been sharing stories about their boyfriends picking them up and dropping them off, leaving her utterly envious. She knew Ye Ming didn't carry much cash, and she wasn't short on money herself. What she truly needed was this kind of thoughtful gesture. Now, she could have that privilege too. "All right, princess, hop in." Ye Ming walked over, opened the car door, and waited for Zhao Ling'er to get in. Zhao Ling'er looked at Ye Ming with genuine approval. This guy really knows how to make an impression. They soon arrived at Yulong Group and went straight to meet Manager Wu. The later stages of the Yulong Group project had been entirely handed over to Manager Wu, so they were now liaising with him. Manager Wu immediately set aside his work upon seeing them. Zhao Ling'er rubbed her hands nervously. Still, she straightened her back. She was quite capable. "Manager Wu, I've come today to discuss some matters with you." Even so, Zhao Ling'er felt exceptionally nervous. She hooked her fingers together, looking somewhat awkward. "Please sit down. Let's talk it through." Manager Wu rose from his seat and offered Ye Ming a warm smile upon seeing him. The higher-ups had mentioned Ye Ming to her, instructing her not to neglect him. Manager Wu was a reasonable person and naturally understood what the higher-ups meant. Ye Ming then followed suit and sat down on the sofa. "Manager Wu, we're here today to discuss the new perfume project with you." Go ahead, Manager Wu said with a smile, her eyes gentle. Well, I've been transferred to the branch office. This project was originally negotiated by me with your company. My suggestion is for the branch office to take over its completion. Zhao Ling'er felt a slight twinge of unease, but she quickly regained her composure. She had poured her heart into this collaboration, revising the proposal countless times. All that hard work deserved some reward. Zhao Ling'er took a deep breath. She would be rewarded. Ye Ming watched Zhao Ling'er's expression and smiled faintly. It felt rather peculiar, like an old father bringing his daughter to a job interview. Please continue, Manager Wu nodded, his voice gentle. I'm proactively requesting a transfer to the branch office. The headquarters handles too many diverse tasks, making it difficult to fully dedicate myself to this project. Moreover, I've already developed some ideas and drafted a proposal. Here, you can take a look. Manager Wu knew he had to approve it, but to maintain appearances, he flipped through the proposals. They had already assembled a professional team. If Zhao Ling'er's proposals weren't viable, they would guide her toward the right direction. Manager Wu read slowly, growing increasingly impressed. You did this all by yourself? Manager Wu reviewed it again. From layout to text, from initial planning to execution, every step was meticulously detailed. This wasn't something you could just slap together. Frankly, if someone in her department had produced such a proposal, she would personally fund the project. My assistant offered some suggestions, Zhao Ling'er said, glancing at Ye Ming. If it's not suitable, you can tell me directly. I can make adjustments. What's not okay? It's absolutely perfect. Manager Wu exclaimed excitedly. This proposal is already excellent. The branch office is on board, and we can provide the resources. Zhao Ling'er had expected to need more time explaining, but Manager Wu agreed so quickly. That's it? You agreed just like that? To be honest, when I first learned your company was handling this, I wasn't entirely convinced. But this proposal? Absolutely viable. Manager Wu stated with unwavering conviction. Encouraged by Manager Wu's words, Zhao Ling'er felt even more confident. Rest assured, entrusting this project to us will be problem-free. Zhao Ling'er felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. As soon as she stepped outside, her whole body stumbled. Ye Ming saw this and immediately caught her arm. Careful. Zhao Ling'er smiled and ruffled her hair. Ye Ming sighed, be careful. Ye Ming, I'm so happy. Zhao Ling'er said immediately. I know. Ye Ming smiled. He had known all along that this would happen. Zhao Ling'er looked at Ye Ming, then stood on tiptoe and kissed him. Ye Ming froze, then broke into a smile. Ye Ming, thank you. What are you thanking me for? For standing by me through thick and thin. Without your encouragement, I probably wouldn't have taken this step at all. Ye Ming watched Zhao Ling'er smile, and his mood lifted. She really was just a little girl, so pure. His encouragement hadn't been free, it was all for himself. Still, since Zhao Ling'er was so agreeable, he'd lend more support later on. Next up was the branch office. That branch used to be managed by my mother. What a pity. Zhao Ling'er spoke with a hint of melancholy. The company her mother had run had been in decline these past few years. Zhao Ling'er knew exactly why, yet she was powerless to turn things around. That's perfect. Let's restore its former glory, Ye Ming declared firmly. I wish it were that simple. Zhao Ling'er sighed. Of course it can. With me here, what have you to fear? He needed the Zhao family's absolute backing, which meant the family had to grow rapidly during this period. Chapter 50, The Fallen Company. Ye Ming gazed at the building before him, then turned to look at Zhao Ling'er beside him. Zhao Ling'er had been taking deep breaths for quite some time now, still not going inside. Aren't you going in? Ye Ming asked from the side. He had already investigated this company. The branch had once operated quite well, but in recent years, all the capable people had been laid off, leaving behind a bunch of deadweight. A company filled mostly with deadwood, what kind of future could it possibly have? Let's go in. Zhao Ling'er took another deep breath and made up her mind instantly. Ye Ming followed behind Zhao Ling'er, observing their surroundings. The moment he stepped inside, he felt the emptiness. Before he could even speak, he heard an echo. This place wasn't always like this. Zhao Ling'er's voice broke the silence. She had come here before with her mother. Back then, it had been bustling with activity, and everyone got along well. Zhao Ling'er still remembered how she'd once had many older brothers and sisters here, but it seemed none of them were around anymore. Now, everything was the same, yet nothing was the same. It's okay. Things will get better. Ye Ming offered comfort. I know. We'll make it better, right? Zhao Ling'er looked up at Ye Ming, her eyes filled with hope. She lacked confidence, but she wanted to do this. This was her mother's thing. No matter how hard it was, she wanted to do it. Of course, I never tell lies. Ling'er, things will get better. Ye Ming spoke with unwavering certainty. Ye Ming rubbed his thumb, his smile growing deeper. That's right, everything will be fine. Zhao Ling'er immediately broke into a smile. You're being way too easy on me, nothing ever comes that easily. But Ye Ming, thank you so much. How many times have you said thank you these past few days? No amount of gratitude would be too much. Zhao Ling'er said earnestly. She used to cling desperately to her position at headquarters, terrified that leaving would mean losing her place forever. Lately, she'd gained a lot of perspective. She realized that those things would be hers sooner or later anyway. For some reason, ever since meeting Ye Ming, Zhao Ling'er felt energized about everything, and things seemed to be going more smoothly. Someone's coming, Ye Ming warned. He'd caught faint sounds earlier, and now they were growing louder. Zhao Ling'er replied, glancing over. Mr. Zhao, your grandfather mentioned me. Shen Aoxue greeted them with a smile. She quickly spotted Ye Ming standing beside Zhao Ling'er. This must be your boyfriend, Mr. Zhao. You two make such a perfect pair. Shen Aoxue's words made it hard for Zhao Ling'er to pick a fight with her. Let's go inside and talk, Shen Aoxue said with a smile, leading the way ahead. Ye Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, deep in thought. That smile must have been genuine. Sure enough, his information was correct. This Shen Aoxue was connected to Zhao Ling'er's mother's side. Still, he couldn't quite figure out why Shen Aoxue had chosen to stay. Shen Aoxue took Zhao Ling'er to meet the relevant people before finally bringing her to the office. After touring the place, Zhao Ling'er felt even more certain this company was doomed. She'd observed earlier, hardly anyone was actually working, and they didn't even bother to hide their disinterest when she approached. They were all seasoned veterans. Ye Ming observed the scene and couldn't help but shake his head. When he'd first heard descriptions of the place, he'd assumed it would be like this. But now, he realized this was going to be a long, drawn-out battle. Inside the office, Shen Aoxue had already prepared tea and snacks. Compared to the group outside, Shen Aoxue's attitude was remarkably better. Has it always been like this here? Zhao Ling'er asked. It wasn't like this in the early years. Ever since the core leadership left, things have been this way. Plus, with the branch company being supported by headquarters, this phenomenon has only intensified, Shen Aoxue explained slowly. Her tone was flat, as if she had accepted this reality quite willingly. Zhao Ling'er frowned. Actually, Ms. Zhao, you really shouldn't have come here, Shen Aoxue said earnestly. Shen Aoxue sighed again after speaking. As a veteran of the company, she understood its state better than anyone. This place is a complete mess. Why? Zhao Ling'er asked immediately. You belong in a larger, better company. This place isn't worthy of your talents. This place is destined to become a forgotten corner. Shen Aoxue spoke with absolute certainty, leaving no room for doubt. Ye Ming watched Shen Aoxue from the side, carefully studying her expression. According to his investigation, Shen Aoxue should have deep feelings for the company. Otherwise, why would she stubbornly hold on here while others were leaving? Yet now, she was urging Zhao Ling'er to leave. If someone truly cared about the company, wouldn't they strive to keep it alive? How could she do such a thing? Why forget? Ye Ming asked from the side. Shen Aoxue frowned at Ye Ming's question. Though slightly annoyed, she patiently explained. Look at our company's current state, how could it not be forgotten? Shen Aoxue seemed to be explaining an extremely simple matter, her dismissive tone tinged with slight irritation. From my perspective, the group allocates a substantial sum every year. That can't mean they've completely abandoned you, right? The problem is, why does the group keep funding a company that's clearly headed for bankruptcy? Ye Ming didn't think the Zhao family was that foolish, madly throwing money at this mess. This isn't charity, it's being a sucker. Shen Aoxue studied Ye Ming for a moment before smiling. How could we possibly know the group's intentions? Naturally, we're happy whenever funds are allocated. Are you truly happy? Ye Ming asked, fixing his gaze on Shen Aoxue, leaving her no room to evade. Shen Aoxue fell silent. Ye Ming knew it was best not to press further at this moment. He quickly changed the subject. Mr. Zhao's visit this time is to better facilitate our cooperation with Yulong Group. We'll need your full cooperation on your end. Of course. I'll do everything I can. Though Shen Aoxue said this, her tone was far from sincere, dripping with perfunctory compliance. Ye Ming had already grasped Shen Aoxue's attitude. He pondered silently. This matter might not be as straightforward as he'd imagined. Manager Shen, I'll need you to notify everyone later. I'll likely be holding a meeting. Zhao Ling'er interjected from the side. Got it. Shen Aoxue made no further attempt to persuade Zhao Ling'er, acting as if she had never uttered those words. Ye Ming kept observing Shen Aoxue, and he didn't call her back either. Everything was just right. He was eager to see just how many secrets lay hidden within this small company. Chapter 51, The Meeting. Only after watching Shen Aoxue leave did Zhao Ling'er finally relax. With Shen Aoxue present, there were many things she couldn't discuss. Now that she was gone, Zhao Ling'er felt her entire body relax. What should we do? Ye Ming, this place feels pretty tough. Ye Ming nodded. Indeed. Zhao Ling'er smiled and said, aren't you supposed to say it's not difficult and comfort me? Ye Ming replied, I'm not just buttering you up, okay? I was watching too. This manager Shen really treats you well. But judging by his words and actions, he's probably keeping a lot from you. Zhao Ling'er nodded. I've met manager Shen before. She was actually one of my mom's most capable lieutenants. When many people left, she stayed. I'm not sure why, but sometimes during holidays we'd run into each other and chat. Our relationship is still pretty good. Zhao Ling'er pondered this. Ye Ming smiled and said, you are, after all, a member of the Zhao family. It's only natural she would flatter you. Zhao Ling'er shook her head. No, that's not it. Manager Shen isn't flattering me. Ye Ming waved his hand dismissively. Alright. But judging by that look on her face earlier, she didn't seem to be joking. I suspect there's more to this company than meets the eye. We should be careful. Zhao Ling'er nodded. But I don't think we need to be cautious anymore. This company has been losing money for so long, it feels like it's about to be abandoned. If I hadn't been planning to take over the branch office and Ding Shuixian hadn't tried to sabotage me, I probably wouldn't have even considered this company. Zhao Ling'er sighed as she spoke, then paused before continuing. If not for this opportunity, the company would have filed for bankruptcy this year. Ye Ming nodded. No worries. We'll be here anyway, so we'll just take it one step at a time. He was determined to uncover whatever secrets this company held. Zhao Ling'er nodded. After all, she'd already informed the Yulong group and was determined to strike out on her own. She couldn't back down now just because of a minor setback. Soon, Shen Yuewan had everyone organized. Zhao Ling'er paused to consider before heading to the conference room. Ye Ming followed closely behind Zhao Ling'er. Unless one paid close attention, they wouldn't even notice someone trailing behind her. Zhao Ling'er had already discussed the meeting's agenda with Ye Ming. It was designed to galvanize everyone's enthusiasm and collectively build the company stronger. But when Ye Ming saw the group gathered, he couldn't help but wonder, would this truly succeed? Clearly not. Upon entering the meeting room and seeing the noisy crowd inside, Ye Ming knew this group would likely struggle to transform the company. For the company to make significant progress, it would likely require laying off some employees. After the layoffs, the company would likely be half empty. Those people showed no fear when Zhao Ling'er approached. Instead, they only laughed even more heartily. Zhao Ling'er felt a surge of anger. But she didn't immediately lose her temper. Instead, she took her seat at the head of the table and began outlining her plans. Yet those below her paid her no attention, instead chattering among themselves. Zhao Ling'er was furious. Manager Shen, who had been watching from the side, could no longer bear it and finally spoke up. Everyone, quiet down. President Zhao has something to say. The murmurs died down, though a few discontented voices lingered. Manager Shen, we rarely held meetings before, maybe once a month at most. We just had one a few days ago. Why another meeting now? The company's business is what it is. No amount of meetings will change that. Yeah, I've got other things to do. The surrounding crowd began to grumble again, giving Zhao Ling'er a headache. Ye Ming observed their expressions, a cold smile curling his lips. That group was clearly targeting Zhao Ling'er on purpose. He suspected Ding Shuixian must have tipped them off beforehand, otherwise, they wouldn't be acting so brazenly. And so, they truly believed they had the backing to act this way. But just how much confidence did they really have? Ye Ming was eager to see. Zhao Ling'er felt utterly helpless, racking her brain for a way to turn this situation around. But the surrounding voices were driving her so irritable she felt like cursing. Finally, Zhao Ling'er turned to Ye Ming, her eyes pleading for help. Ye Ming promptly remarked from the side, looks like everyone's just waiting to be fired. But it's fine. The company's already in this state. Whether you're here or not makes no difference. In fact, your presence only adds to the burden. Since that's the case, let's fire everyone. Given Zhao Ling'er's temperament, she would never utter such words. If she hadn't spoken up, these people would never have gotten the message. Did the company really intend to keep these uncooperative idlers on the payroll? What gave them the nerve to join in the clamor? Hearing Ye Ming's words, the group was taken aback, erupting into a commotion below. Who do you think you are? Firing people on a whim? We're all veterans here. How can you just fire us? Ignore him. He doesn't have the authority anyway. He's just a lackey. Look at Premier Zhao. It's all talk. Ridiculous. Ye Ming finished speaking and turned to Zhao Ling'er. Zhao Ling'er immediately responded, since Assistant Yi has proposed such an excellent solution, we'll proceed according to his plan. While this company's operations are struggling and we can't offer you great benefits, you haven't contributed much either. Frankly, there's little reason for you to stay. My decision stands. Those who wish to work diligently may stay. Those who don't get out immediately. Severance pay will be deposited into your accounts right away. But anyone who walks out of here today will never be rehired. Zhao Ling'er's expression hardened as she glared at them, leaving no room for argument. They hadn't expected Zhao Ling'er to be so ruthless. After all, a small number of them had been hired during her mother's tenure. They'd assumed she'd show them leniency out of respect for her mother. At this moment, Zhao Ling'er was beyond irritated. I'll count to 5. If you don't leave, we'll have a proper meeting. If you don't behave properly, I'll make sure you're removed whether you leave or not. Her irritation only deepened, and her words grew harsher. Many of those present exchanged glances upon hearing her words before lowering their heads. A few who couldn't stand it anymore had already stormed out. The rest mostly kept their heads down, lost in their own thoughts. Seeing the situation under control, Zhao Ling'er spoke up. Those who stayed were here to work hard. Since that's the case, let's all give it our best. Chapter 52, The Scheme. After Zhao Ling'er finished speaking, the crowd below grew significantly quieter. I won't tolerate any underhanded schemes behind my back. The remaining employees exchanged glances. They all knew Zhao Ling'er wasn't someone to be trifled with. For them, this company was just a place to scrape by. After all, as workers, isn't it the same wherever you go? Zhao Ling'er thought that should be the end of it, but reality proved far more difficult than she imagined. By the end of the meeting, Zhao Ling'er had descended from despair into an even deeper abyss of hopelessness. Ye Ming watched the employees leave, staying behind in the conference room with Zhao Ling'er. Zhao Ling'er felt like her soul was about to leave her body. She turned to Shen Aoxue and said, "Manager Shen, you can go now. Assistant Yi and I need to talk." Shen Aoxue said nothing and promptly left. After watching Shen Aoxue leave, Ye Ming carefully closed the door. Just as he turned to leave, Zhao Ling'er pressed herself against him. "Ye Ming, I'm so exhausted." Zhao Ling'er wrapped her arms around Ye Ming from behind. Ye Ming nearly reacted instinctively and lashed out at Zhao Ling'er, but thankfully his reflexes were quick. Zhao Ling'er sighed, "What am I going to do?" Ye Ming patted her hand and smiled at her. "It's okay. Everything will be fine. You always say that so easily." Zhao Ling'er shook her head helplessly. No matter what she said, Ye Ming always dismissed it as no big deal, as if these issues weren't significant at all. But this really was a big problem. Zhao Ling'er sighed again. This felt so hard. How is it making it sound easy? Anyway, we've already seen the worst. From here on out, things can only get better, right? Zhao Ling'er immediately laughed. "You're so optimistic." "I am quite optimistic," Ye Ming nodded. "Not only are the people inadequate, but the company is even worse. There's nothing left here." "Well, at least it's better than a shell company." Zhao Ling'er accepted the reality there was no other choice. The two exchanged a glance. Truth be told, they both felt a shell company would be preferable to their current predicament. Ye Ming, however, believed these were merely superficial issues. The real, major problems still lay beneath the surface. But what should I do? Zhao Ling'er pondered. She knew exactly where the problems lay, and it was precisely because of that knowledge that she was so troubled. There were simply too many issues to address all at once. Don't fret. Don't fret, I know that, but Ye Ming, I simply can't help but fret. The company was barely staying afloat, and she was swamped. She couldn't possibly handle everything alone, could she? Even if she wanted to, she couldn't possibly handle it all. There is a way. Ye Ming said softly. He was also thinking of a solution. After all, he still needed the Zhao family's support. He had to get the Zhao family back on their feet as soon as possible. Ye Ming frowned, his mind already exhausted from the strain. Zhao Ling'er's heart sank upon hearing this. She'd been deeply troubled by this very issue. Ye Ming smiled. Did you see how those people reacted just now? Suddenly, he recalled something amusing that might break this deadlock. What reactions? Zhao Ling'er asked. She thought back to the meeting scene but couldn't recall any particular reactions. Zhao Ling'er only knew that those people were beyond saving. If you'd observed closely, there was a young girl in the corner. While everyone else was resisting, she barely moved. Ye Ming could sense the girl's unease. Girls like her couldn't even fake it properly. Zhao Ling'er was a bit confused, not quite grasping Ye Ming's meaning. That girl must be new, Ye Ming reminded her. Zhao Ling'er pondered for a moment but still didn't know what to say. Sigh. What I mean is, if you want to resolve this situation, you need to find a breakthrough. Zhao Ling'er pondered for a moment before finally understanding. You mean I should start with that girl? Zhao Ling'er asked, still puzzled. Compared to this newcomer, surely the veteran employees would be better options. Ye Ming smiled without speaking. Zhao Ling'er pondered the matter. True enough, those old hands wouldn't budge. If you're too harsh, it might backfire. But newcomers still hold hopes for the future. But how should they proceed? Seeing Zhao Ling'er getting the hang of things, Ye Ming nodded approvingly. I get it now. Newcomers like this just need a little encouragement. Zhao Ling'er suddenly said with a smile. Ye Ming watched her smile and shook his head helplessly. Ye Ming, I won't be going back with you today. Zhao Ling'er had many ideas in mind and was ready to put them into action. Ye Ming nodded. Ye Ming headed home alone. As soon as he reached the parking garage, he sensed something was off. He deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for the person behind him to catch up. Looks like you're living the good life, huh? Hearing the voice, Ye Ming guessed who it was. It's only been a few days since we last met, and you've already tricked Zhao Ling'er into buying you a luxury car. You're quite the smooth operator. Sunmmary stared at the car, his jealousy growing. If he hadn't left back then, this car might have been his already. Why should this kid get it? Pretty capable, huh? What's your point? Ye Ming crossed his arms, eyeing Sunmmary before glancing at the group behind him. You have the nerve? She's my girlfriend. She bought it for me. What's there to be embarrassed about? Ye Ming said calmly. He genuinely didn't believe Sunmmary would actually do anything. Seeing Ye Ming's arrogant demeanor, Sunmmary felt a sharp pang of pain. Listen up, Zhao Ling'er is mine. Don't you dare try to seduce her. Today I'm just teaching you a lesson. If I catch you bothering her again, next time will be worse. Sunmmary finished speaking and glanced at the men behind him. His henchmen, receiving the signal, immediately moved in. In their eyes, Ye Ming was just a weakling, nothing to be feared. I advise you not to make a move. There are surveillance cameras here. You think surveillance cameras can stop me? Sunmmary said with a smirk. These days, people can twist the truth like that. Ye Ming could only feel scorn. Get him. Beat him up. Sunmmary glared at Ye Ming, seething with rage. Punch him hard in the face, let him use that face to seduce people. Ye Ming was utterly speechless. He watched the men charging toward him, showing not a hint of panic. Only when they drew near did he move. At first, Sunmmary thought Ye Ming had just gotten lucky, dodging those few men. But the more he watched, the more he sensed something was off. This wasn't mere luck, it was precision timing. Had Sunmmary not witnessed Ye Ming take down two of them in one swift move, he would never have believed such terrifying prowess existed in this world. Chapter 53, Gossip. Seeing Ye Ming's demeanor, Sunmmary felt a surge of fear. He wondered if coming here today had truly been the right decision. Ye Ming couldn't care less about Sunmmy's thoughts, he still had two opponents to deal with. His fighting style was ruthlessly decisive, he swiftly threw the approaching man to the ground. The man barely struggled before collapsing. Sunmmary took a few steps back, recalling Ye Ming's demeanor that day. Back then, Sunmmary had assumed Ye Ming was just a bit of a hack. This time, he'd even spent a fortune hiring these guys, only to have them taken down in just a few moves. Sunmmary felt a surge of fear. He truly couldn't beat Ye Ming. If Ye Ming decided to do something, Sunmmary wouldn't even have a place to cry foul. Ye Ming, I'm telling you, don't you dare hit me. I've got surveillance cameras. Ye Ming chuckled. Surveillance? What good is surveillance? Surveillance is useless. Sunmmary flinched in fear, scrambling backward 2 steps before stumbling and falling flat on his face. Ye Ming slowly approached Sunmmary. Seeing the person lying behind him, Sunmmary grew increasingly tense. Let me go. Let me go. I'll never do it again. Ye Ming demanded, who told you to do this? Sunmmary fell silent. Ye Ming smiled and said, Ding Shuixian, right? But since you had the audacity to come here, you'd better be prepared to face the consequences. Sunmmary was terrified. I'll never dare again. It was indeed Ding Shuixian who made me do this. She said that if I could drive you away, I could be with Ling'er. Do you still want to be with Ling'er now? Sunmmary stared at the car in the distance. Deep down, he wanted to say yes. But now, what material things matter compared to one's life? Sunmmary shook his head immediately. I won't. I won't. I'll never do it again. Ye Ming nodded. I see. Then tell Ding Shuixian this, I'm with Zhao Ling'er now. If he wants to harm her, he'd better consider who's standing beside me. Sunmmary nodded. Don't worry, don't worry. I'll make sure she gets the message. Ye Ming smiled. Alright then, I'll leave it to you. He deliberately patted Sunmmary on the shoulder. Today's little skirmish, I think you know it's just child's play. Don't hold a grudge over something like this. Sunmmary dared not hold a grudge now. He nodded repeatedly, saying, rest assured, this matter is known only to you, me, heaven, and earth. I won't tell anyone. Ye Ming nodded, then got into his car. As the car drove away, Sunmmary remained rooted to the spot. His legs had gone completely limp and he collapsed onto the ground with a thud. As Ye Ming drove away, he caught sight of Sunmmy's pitiful state and let out a wry smile. This guy really couldn't handle a thing. He thought Sunmmary would be tougher, but apparently that was the extent of his toughness. That night, Zhao Ling'er returned home very late. Upon arriving, she excitedly told Ye Ming that the matter had been settled. Ye Ming offered her encouragement, and between their back-and-forth exchanges, they spent another physically draining night together. The next morning, Ye Ming arrived at the office early. He had some business to attend to, while Zhao Ling'er, after their wild night of passion, couldn't even get out of bed this morning. Ye Ming came to handle some matters for Zhao Ling'er. When he arrived, several people were gathered around the new hire, Lin, discussing company matters. Wen, let me tell you, it's a good thing you didn't come back yesterday. If you had, you probably would have seen some nasty stuff. Lin asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, what kind of mess? Her eyes sparkled as she spoke. Ye Ming, intrigued by the conversation, moved closer, pretending to be busy. Then he listened to their conversation. Shu, listen up. You need to be careful. This company had some trouble before. Lin looked surprised. What kind of trouble? Lin asked. Ye Ming also felt something was off. He had investigated the company when he came over, and aside from the employees being lazy, there didn't seem to be anything particularly strange. He recalled not seeing anything supernatural or ghostly in his research. If there had been any murders or such, he would have noticed long ago. Before, there was a room tucked away in the corner of the company. I heard that's where the incident happened. But that room is gone now. Lin 11 was curious, how could it just disappear? The company veterans say it was renovated, and then the room just disappeared. But roughly where it was, something did happen. After hearing this, Lin 11 felt a chill run down her spine. What? Don't scare me. Lin 11 felt goosebumps rising all over her skin. It was truly terrifying. I'm not trying to scare you. If you're really brave, you can come take a look at night. Seeing Lin 11 so scared, my coworker couldn't resist teasing her. I'll tell you, there was this one time honestly, I didn't think much of it at first. But when I actually went there, I was absolutely terrified. Ye Ming listened to their conversation, finding it increasingly intriguing. This company isn't just plagued by personnel issues, now they've got a paranormal incident on their hands. If others found out about it, their impression of the company would only get worse. Anyway, don't be too curious. I'm telling you, you can be curious about anything, but not this. And definitely don't stay in the office at night. The others listening nodded in agreement. At this company, it was an unspoken rule that no one stayed late. Besides, I don't think our company will last much longer. It's actually perfect timing. We can renovate then. It'll be a fresh start. Lin 11 listened to their conversation and found it increasingly absurd. Ye Ming listened intently, his mind beginning to race. When he first arrived, he had sensed something seriously wrong with this company. Yet after days of investigation, he hadn't uncovered anything. But if there really were no problems, this company shouldn't be in such a state. Ye Ming felt troubled, as if many things were right before his eyes, yet he just couldn't make sense of them. Ye Ming realized this situation was no easy nut to crack. It seemed he really needed to have someone thoroughly investigate this company. Perhaps there had been problems in the past that simply hadn't been uncovered. His colleagues had noticed him, but none made a point of avoiding him. After all, he posed little threat to them. On the contrary, the group's attitude toward Ye Ming and Zhao Ling'er was largely uncooperative. They practically wished Zhao Ling'er would leave the next day. Thus, they felt even less need to avoid him. Having had enough of the gossip, Ye Ming returned to his office. Chapter 54, Cooperation. After completing the tasks Zhao Ling'er had assigned him, Ye Ming organized the documents and delivered them to Yulong Group. Ye Ming had visited Yulong Group frequently lately, and with the CEO's personal instructions, he enjoyed considerable freedom of access there. As soon as Ye Ming stepped out of his car, he spotted Shen Aoxue. Someone nearby quickly took Ye Ming's keys and parked his car in the lot. This allowed Ye Ming and Shen Aoxue to catch sight of each other. Shen Aoxue glanced at Ye Ming, then watched the departing car, her expression carrying an ambiguous meaning. I never imagined you'd sink so low. Shen Aoxue's tone dripped with contempt. She knew what this kind of person would resort to such tricks. Without her as his long-term meal ticket, he'd just find another. Shen Aoxue had thought Ye Ming would be so tough after leaving her. A freeloader by nature, how much better could he really be? Ye Ming glanced around and noticed Suna wasn't by her side today. In the past, seeing him like this would have prompted another round of mockery. But Shen Aoxue's attitude wasn't exactly pleasant either. Ye Ming smiled and said, I didn't expect to run into you here today. Shen Aoxue stared at Ye Ming, finding him increasingly unbearable. I thought you'd learned your lesson about embarrassing yourself, but apparently you can sink even lower. Don't think you can act however you please just because you're my ex-husband's name. Hearing this, Ye Ming finally understood Shen Aoxue was trying to reason with him. What a self-important woman. But he didn't care. He chuckled. And? Is my ex-wife here to give me a lecture on morality? Shen Aoxue snorted coldly, I wouldn't stoop to discussing such things with you. If you're too good to talk to me, yet you've said all this, then I really must thank you for your magnanimity. Ye Ming immediately shot back. Shen Aoxue grew increasingly irritated by Ye Ming's words. She shot Ye Ming a dismissive glance before striding inside. Ye Ming knew Shen Aoxue looked down on him, but he didn't need her approval anyway. And so, both entered the Yulong Group simultaneously. Manager Wu had been waiting there all along. Upon seeing him, Shen Aoxue quickened her pace. A smile graced her face as she prepared to greet him. Normally, Shen Aoxue wouldn't give anyone a friendly look, but this matter directly involved her interests, so she naturally had to put on a good front. Ye Ming trailed behind, strolling leisurely. Manager Wu merely gave a slight nod in response to Shen Aoxue's wave. Then, noticing Ye Ming approaching, he smiled and said, I'm truly sorry to trouble you both to make this trip. Ye Ming shook his head. No need to apologize. This is our project anyway. Shen Aoxue watched Manager Wu treat her with such cold indifference while being so warm toward Ye Ming. Anger welled up inside her. Especially since this Manager Wu was a woman. Shen Aoxue's lips curled up. She had an interesting thought. She never imagined Ye Ming would do such things behind her back. She thought his cowardice was his absolute limit, but it seemed that limit could be lowered again and again. Shen Aoxue interjected from the side, "Manager Wu, I came today to discuss a partnership. We've already drafted a proposal. I think it's quite solid. I hope you'll give it a chance." Shen Aoxue was genuinely eager to make this partnership happen. Manager Wu took the materials Ye Ming had brought and finally looked at Shen Aoxue. "Thank you for coming, but we've already secured a better partner for our project." Shen Aoxue was taken aback. "Who?" Manager Wu looked at Ye Ming and said, "We've decided to partner with the Zhao family." Shen Aoxue was taken aback. Why? Could it be because of him? Shen Aoxue glanced at Ye Ming, her expression tinged with disdain. She despised people who slept their way to the top, men and women alike. Manager Wu observed Shen Aoxue's astonished expression and shook his head helplessly. It seemed Shen Aoxue was completely unaware. How could a conglomerate like theirs possibly change its stance over a single individual? Well, it was possible provided that person possessed absolute power. However, his agreement to this collaboration stemmed not only from the directive to properly accommodate Ye Ming and his team, but also because he had reviewed Zhao Ling'er's previous project proposal. Moreover, he had spotted numerous viable approaches within that stack of proposals. Given that, Manager Wu felt that since they had collaborated once, they could certainly do so again. Shen Aoxue was utterly baffled. He believed anyone would recognize the value in partnering with them. How could anyone abandon them for a small company? After all, he'd heard that Zhao Ling'er had resigned from her previous position and moved to her current role, which seemed like she'd stepped down to take it easy. Shen Aoxue had no time to dwell on such matters. Her immediate concern was the work at hand. Manager Wu smiled and said, "I'm not entirely clear on what transpired between you before, nor do I wish to delve into the details. However, our Yulong group doesn't enter partnerships lightly. The Zhao family's young lady is very thorough in her work, and her proposal is excellent, particularly innovative. But the materials you provided are significantly lacking." Out of courtesy, Manager Wu glanced at Shen Aoxue's proposal. It was essentially all style and no substance. Manager Wu understood the internal workings of large corporations. Once you grasped the decision-maker's personality, proposals could essentially be churned out using templates. Such a proposal might work for other companies, but with her, it simply wouldn't fly. Shen Aoxue looked puzzled, and Manager Wu immediately added, "Did you even review the content? The formatting and layout are downright awful. Moreover, your ideas are truly outdated. What you're proposing is already saturated in the market. There's simply no investment value here." Shen Aoxue was furious, yet she couldn't argue back. In contrast, Ye Ming felt much more at ease. Ye Ming couldn't care less about exchanging words with his ex-wife. After all, no matter how much he said, he was nothing but a useless person to her. As far as Shen Aoxue was concerned, if he had any real use, he would have provided her with tangible support long ago instead of just silently sacrificing. Ye Ming felt nothing special toward Shen Aoxue now. Poof. Shen Aoxue let out a cold laugh and stormed off with a sour expression. Manager Wu's mood had only grown worse. It wasn't as if he'd begged Shen Aoxue to partner with them. If the Yulong group wanted to partner with someone, what kind of partnership couldn't they secure? Manager Wu shook his head. It was precisely because the Shen family had enjoyed such smooth sailing in their development over the years that Shen Aoxue had gained this unusual confidence. But this smooth sailing wouldn't last forever. Relying solely on past achievements wouldn't suffice. Chapter 55, Warmth. When Ye Ming returned home, Zhao Ling'er was already up. As he opened the door, he saw Zhao Ling'er wearing an apron as she carried dishes upstairs. Zhao Ling'er had her hair pulled back, her face bare of makeup, radiating the aura of a devoted wife. This feeling gave Ye Ming the illusion that they had truly formed a family. However, Ye Ming quickly snapped out of this fantasy. Truth be told, Ye Ming was somewhat surprised. He had assumed Miss Zhao, who never lifted a finger in the kitchen, wouldn't cook. Yet here she was, demonstrating this skill, and the aroma alone promised something delicious. Ye Ming asked with a smile, "How come you're in the mood to cook?" "I just had some free time today and thought I'd enjoy a meal with you." Seeing Ye Ming approach, Zhao Ling'er set down what she was holding and immediately ran over. Seeing her running so fast, Ye Ming called out a warning, "Be careful, don't trip." Zhao Ling'er chuckled, "You really do treat me like a child." "What's wrong with me? I'm perfectly fine." Ye Ming chuckled, "I know you're fine. I just worry you might trip." "Alright, let me see what you've made." Ye Ming approached the dining table. Today, Zhao Ling'er had prepared 3 dishes and a soup. Though not many, they looked quite tempting. Ye Ming recalled how he'd once treated someone the same way. But sadly, that person had no sense at all, mistaking his kindness for something else entirely. Zhao Ling'er smiled and asked, "Ye Ming, what are you thinking about? Why are you spacing out? You don't need to feel embarrassed. This is just something I do naturally." Snapping out of his thoughts, Ye Ming smiled. "I'm just deeply touched. Since you've already prepared everything, I'll start enjoying it now." Zhao Ling'er nodded with a smile. The two ate their dinner. Ye Ming recalled what he'd heard earlier that day and said, I actually made quite a discovery at the company today. Zhao Ling'er looked at him questioningly. Did you know there was an incident at your branch office? Zhao Ling'er was a bit bewildered. What kind of incident? Ye Ming continued, I heard from a veteran employee today that there was a murder case here before. But after the company was renovated, the spot where it happened is no longer visible. Zhao Ling'er found this rather odd. A murder? How come I never heard about this? It's true they did renovate many years ago. But that was only because the equipment was too outdated. They were talking to that new hire, but who knows how much truth there was in what they said. Ye Ming pondered as he spoke. Zhao Ling'er nodded. If I have time, I'll look into it. After all, if a murder really did occur, many things would need careful consideration. If something did happen and it was later exposed by someone with ulterior motives, it would damage the company's image. This collaboration is crucial, and Zhao Ling'er didn't want such a matter to jeopardize the larger goal. If something did happen, the company would face a PR nightmare. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Ling'er added, oh, right, we'll be visiting another company in a couple of days to discuss a partnership. They currently lack suitable suppliers, and I've actually identified one I like. I've already spoken with their boss. Their boss expressed interest in reviewing our proposal, and we've scheduled a meeting. I'll need to trouble you to drive me there. Zhao Ling'er phrased it politely, but as she spoke, she shot Ye Ming a playful glance. Ye Ming chuckled, it's no trouble at all, this is exactly what I should be doing. Zhao Ling'er chuckled, you really know how to talk. Ye Ming sighed helplessly. If I didn't know how to talk, she'd be gone for good, right? Zhao Ling'er lowered her head shyly when she saw Ye Ming looking at her. You really are something. Can't you be a little more modest? Ye Ming immediately retorted, what should I be modest about? With a girlfriend like you, of course I'll brag about it. Zhao Ling'er smiled and said, true. Before they knew it, the day of the negotiations arrived. Ye Ming drove Zhao Ling'er to the agreed-upon location. When they arrived, they encountered another group of people. Ye Ming found it odd before, he could never seem to catch a glimpse of Shen Aoxue, yet now it felt like he bumped into her everywhere. Shen Aoxue eyed them with disdain. Sunmmary had also come today. Sunmmary gave Ye Ming and his group a cold sneer. What a buzzkill. If I'd known, I would have checked the calendar before coming out today. Never thought I'd run into them here. Upon hearing Sunmmary mention Ye Ming, Jin-ku immediately grew wary. He hadn't forgotten that Ye Ming was the toad who'd snatched the swan. Zhao Ling'er was speechless at Sunmmari's sarcasm. What do you mean check the calendar? We're the ones who should be checking the calendar. In the past, Zhao Ling'er would never have dared to cross the Shen family. But recently, they'd secured 2 consecutive projects from Yulong Group, making them a household name in the industry. In the past, Zhao Ling'er would have feared that any word or action might offend Shen Aoxue and bring trouble to her family. But now she felt remarkably confident. She figured others wouldn't deliberately antagonize her out of respect for the Yulong Group. Sunmmary listened to Zhao Ling'er's words with utter disdain. Your Zhao family used to come begging for cooperation with us, speaking sweetly and politely. What, you think landing a project with Yulong Group gives you the right to act so high and mighty? Watch out, if they're dissatisfied, they might just refuse to work with you altogether. Zhao Ling'er, hearing this, grew displeased and retorted, let them refuse. At least we still have the Yulong Group project. What about you? When Zhao Ling'er got sharp-tongued like this, no one could stand up to her. Ye Ming chuckled to himself nearby. As he laughed, he sensed a piercing gaze fixed upon him. Ye Ming lifted his head to meet it, and his eyes locked with Shen Aoxue's. Shen Aoxue's eyes were filled with nothing but scorn and contempt. Ye Ming couldn't care less. The Yulong Group might turn a blind eye once, but they won't do it twice. Don't think your Shen family can truly decide everything. Zhao Ling'er immediately interjected. She had long disliked the Shen family. Sunmmary was so flustered by Zhao Ling'er's retort that she couldn't even find a chance to respond. Fuming with rage, Sunmmary desperately wanted to lash out physically. But resorting to violence would compromise her image, so Sunmmary ultimately held back. It's all because she's riding on the Shen family's coattails that she's so bold. If you're so capable, stand on your own 2 feet. Don't lean on the Shen family. I'd love to see what you can accomplish. Zhao Ling'er muttered under her breath. Sunmmary grew even angrier, yet she couldn't find a single counter-argument. Now, Sunmmary felt even more stifled. Sunmmary shot a resentful glance at Shen Aoxue, but Shen Aoxue didn't even spare her a look. This only deepened Sunmmari's sorrow. She knew she'd brought shame upon Shen Aoxue and dared not utter a word. Chapter 56, Slap in the Face. Jin-ku, observing Sunmmari's state, knew his chance had arrived. He piped up from the sidelines, it's just 2 collaborations with Yulong Group. You don't think every project from now on will be yours, do you? Jin-ku had been played by the Zhao family last time, causing him to lose face badly in front of Shen Aoxue. This time, Jin-ku wouldn't make the same mistake. Not everyone had to kowtow to Yulong Group. Sunmmary nodded in agreement at Jin-ku's words. Seeing Sunmmari's expression, Jin-ku knew his chance had passed. He immediately began fawning over Shen Aoxue. Aoxue, I'm telling you, we'll definitely secure this project today. They'll definitely want to partner with us. The Shen family is such a major corporation, and I'm friends with the owner here. No matter what, they'll choose to work with us. Jinku arrived today brimming with absolute confidence. The moment he learned the Shen family was seeking a factory partner, he rushed over immediately. He had interacted with these people several times before, and they treated him quite well. They'd shared meals a few times and could be considered friends. Besides, he provided the boss with plenty of business connections before the boss should know who to partner with. That's precisely why, upon learning the Shen family had decided to partner with this company, he felt quite pleased and immediately rushed over to try and muscle in. Seeing Jinku speaking up for him, Shen Aoxue gave him a rare friendly look. Ye Ming remained silent. The group entered the conference room. The boss, aware of Jinku's arrival, didn't rush over but instead made excuses to delay. When he saw Jinku, he didn't give him a friendly look, which was unprecedented. Zhao, Ling'er and Ye Ming had intended to greet him, but Jinku hurried straight over to speak with the boss, blocking their path. The boss's expression was far from pleasant. As soon as he sat down, his expression changed the moment he spotted Ye Ming. Mr. Yi, my benefactor. What brings you here? Ye Ming waved his hand. I'm here with my girlfriend to discuss a business partnership. I had no idea this was your factory. The man's face lit up with surprise. I never thought I'd see you again. If I'd known it was your girlfriend, I would have sent word right away. I'll mail the contract over, just sign it when you get it. The boss's words stunned both Jinku and Shen Aoxue. Jinku immediately retorted, are you really going to rush into this decision? Don't you see how many advantages partnering with the Shen family would bring? The boss shrugged. Since we're talking about benefits, I don't gain anything by partnering with any company. Our factory isn't exactly short on partners. The boss's tone was uncompromising. Jinku was momentarily at a loss for words. He quickly added, we're here today to discuss a partnership. Surely you can't take on two orders simultaneously? He was certain this boss wouldn't pass up such a golden opportunity to partner with the Shen family. The boss looked at Jinku with disbelief, his expression tinged with contempt. Haven't you grasped the situation yet? We're already committed to partnering with the Zhao family. We simply don't have the bandwidth to take on another collaboration. My apologies. Jinku felt like he'd been slapped in the face. He immediately retorted. Can't you reconsider? Our terms are more favorable. The boss retorted, what's there to reconsider? Your terms are better, but your demands are greater. Do you really think I'd make a profit with you? Honestly, I don't want to work with you either. If the Shen family had come on their own today, I might have considered it. But since you brought them, I'm not interested. Jinku, who had been feeling quite confident, was taken aback by the owner's response. He immediately asked, why? The boss smiled and said, what do you think it is? Jinku retorted, aren't we friends? The boss just laughed. Have you ever considered me a friend? I attended your gatherings before. You kept saying you wanted to partner with me, but every single time, you played me for a fool. Yet every single time, I showed up to support you, listening to all your meaningless banter. Our company may not be big, but it's certainly not so small that it can just become your personal property. The boss grew angrier as he spoke, though he hadn't intended to embarrass everyone like this. Those companies you pushed on me earlier cost me a fortune. Do you really think I'd keep doing such money-losing deals? Jinka had always looked down on the boss, so even when he brought him along, it was just to make him the sucker. He assumed a small company like this would be grateful just to land such a partnership. Little did he know they'd ever fight back. Shen Aoxue had come today specifically to discuss this partnership, already brimming with confidence in its success. But when Jinka mentioned he could slash the price for them, that's when he brought him along. Little did he know he'd brought along not a bargaining chip, but someone who'd thrown their entire plan into disarray. The Shen family didn't absolutely need this factory, but it had recently applied for a new technology, the first of its kind in the country, and they intended to ride that wave. Shen Aoxue was furious. Jinka tried to explain, but she refused to listen. She cut him off and addressed the owner directly. Since cooperation isn't possible, there's no need for us to stay here any longer. Boss, perhaps we can collaborate again in the future. With that, Shen Aoxue immediately walked away. She couldn't bear this humiliation, first one time, now another. Ever since her divorce from Ye Ming, she felt like she was constantly being humiliated. Shen Aoxue was furious. Jinku had no desire to continue discussing matters with the boss. Seeing Shen Aoxue leave, he hurriedly ran after her. Aoxue, let me explain. The boss, seeing them leave, immediately explained, I'm sorry for the spectacle. This Jinku, I had some past issues with him. But that won't affect us. Let's continue discussing our partnership. When Zhao Ling'er first saw Shen Aoxue, she truly felt uncertain. Little did she expect such a reversal. Out of gratitude to Ye Ming, the boss agreed to nearly everything they proposed. Zhao Ling'er also thought they'd secured this partnership at a very low price. After finalizing the deal, the boss invited them all out to dinner. Zhao Ling'er felt both flattered and overwhelmed. But Ye Ming just nodded along beside her, saying nothing. The boss was visibly excited whenever he saw Ye Ming, constantly chatting about their past dealings. Zhao Ling'er listened attentively, unaware that Ye Ming had accomplished so much in the past. Her admiration for Ye Ming grew even more. Who would have thought Ye Ming was so capable? Though he was a penniless young man, he truly possessed his own unique insights on many matters, which had proven quite helpful to her. Zhao Ling'er felt herself growing more and more fond of Ye Ming. Ye Ming caught Zhao Ling'er's intense gaze and immediately smiled at her. Zhao Ling'er smiled back, feeling even happier. Chapter 57, The Curse Poison. Truthfully, Zhao Ling'er cared deeply for Ye Ming. She wanted to know what had transpired between him and the boss, prompting her to ask again, "I only caught bits of your hurried explanation earlier, and I'm still not entirely clear. How exactly did Ye Ming save you?" Earlier, the boss had mostly expressed his gratitude. He'd mentioned it briefly, but hadn't gone into much detail. Now, seeing Zhao Ling'er ask again. When the boss spoke of Ye Ming, his eyes lit up. He immediately added, "My benefactor is incredibly capable. I was out buying materials and had cash on me. Because I had a large sum on me, the local thugs took notice. They stopped me, trying to rob me. To avoid trouble, I handed over a significant portion of the cash, leaving only a small amount for my return trip. But they wouldn't let me go and demanded more. I had no choice but to tell them what I had, but they thought I was refusing to pay up. That's when the fight broke out. Fortunately, Ye Ming appeared just then and knocked them all down with a few swift blows." Zhao Ling'er nodded. When she'd gotten into trouble before, Ye Ming had done the same. Ye Ming's skills are truly impressive. The boss said, "When I saw my benefactor, it felt like a god had descended from heaven. I was truly overwhelmed with emotion, though we only had that brief encounter. I even wanted to treat him to a meal, but he said he had business to attend to. Fortunately, I have a good memory and remembered the benefactor's face. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recognized you when you came in." Ye Ming smiled and said, "I just happened to intervene at the right moment. It's nothing." The man immediately shook his head. "It wasn't just a chance to help you made a huge difference. Without you, I'd have suffered massive losses. No need for further words. I'll leave it at that. Whatever project you undertake, I'll follow through with full commitment. You won't have to worry about a thing." Ye Ming smiled. "How could I possibly accept that?" The boss quickly retorted, "Why be shy? Let me tell you, if you're being polite with me, it means you're keeping your distance." Seeing the boss's warmth, Ye Ming felt awkward leaving empty-handed. "All right then," he said. "If you ever need my help, just say the word." The boss nodded. "Of course. Young lady, let me tell you, this benefactor is truly remarkable." Zhao Ling'er nodded in agreement beside him, fully concurring with the boss's words. "Exactly. I think he's amazing too. Let me tell you, being with him is the wisest decision you'll ever make in your life." Both of them were over there bragging about Ye Ming. Ye Ming listened intently. He ate his meal nearby, then suddenly felt that strange sensation within his body. Ye Ming immediately grew wary. Zhao Ling'er, sitting beside him, noticed something was off and asked, "Ye Ming, what's wrong?" Ye Ming looked at Zhao Ling'er, his eyes no longer holding the usual affection. He suppressed the urge surging within him and clutched his own hand. Ye Ming knew the poison was about to take effect. Seeing Ye Ming like this, Zhao Ling'er grew deeply concerned and immediately asked him, "Ye Ming, are you okay? Are you hurt? Are you okay? Are you all right?" His face had turned an alarming shade of pale. Ye Ming looked at Zhao Ling'er. He felt that if he didn't suppress himself, he would definitely do something crazy. By then, this place would likely be awash in blood. He immediately said, "I suddenly remembered something I need to handle. You two stay here and chat. I'll step out for a moment." Zhao Ling'er was about to offer to go with him, but Ye Ming had already bolted out the door. Ye Ming quickly located his car and drove off. He sped all the way to the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace. His face had turned from pale to dark, his entire being resembling a desiccated corpse drained of vitality, a terrifying sight. His eyes were now bloodshot. Had Ye Ming hesitated even a moment longer, Zhao Ling'er would likely have sensed something was amiss. Upon reaching the center of the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace, the poisonous bug within him stirred violently, unleashing the pent-up energy trapped inside his body. Bearing the agony, Ye Ming stepped into the specially constructed pool within the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace. Each step was excruciatingly difficult. Yet he had to endure this hardship. The pool held a fermenting liquid, its surface shimmering with cold vapors that looked bitterly chilling. The moment Ye Ming submerged, frost formed on his hair, swiftly covering his entire head. Yet soon, his complexion began to flush with a healthy red. Then, the redness in Ye Ming's eyes gradually began to fade. Though not entirely. He kept switching between the two states, struggling to suppress the murderous urge surging within him. Just as Ye Ming prepared to strike, a net descended upon him. The net squeezed him relentlessly, suppressing his madness. Struggling in vain, Ye Ming silently calmed himself within the pool. After waiting a long while, Ye Ming finally quieted down, his eyes returning to normal. He looked up and saw Lu Wuhui standing on the shore. Lu Wuhui gathered her net and waved at Ye Ming. Long time no see. Ye Ming looked rather disheveled at the moment. Emerging from the pool, he looked at Lu Wuhui and said, long time no see. Why are you back? Lu Wuhui replied, what, did you get so caught up in your romance with that Zhao family girl that you forgot all about me? Lu Wuhui then walked over to Ye Ming and helped him straighten his clothes. But Ye Ming's clothes were completely soaked through, no amount of adjusting could make them look any better. Didn't we agree that after the divorce, you'd consider me first? Ye Ming remained silent. Lu Wuhui smiled and said, you should be thanking me. If I hadn't happened to be here, you probably wouldn't have been able to control yourself. Ye Ming, can't you even say thank you? Ye Ming looked at Lu Wuhui and said earnestly, thank you. Lu Wuhui chuckled, you're welcome. Seeing Ye Ming remain silent, she added, I'll be coming your way soon. If you need any help, just let me know. You know my reputation can be quite useful. Ye Ming nodded. I understand. That's the look you give me? Wouldn't it be better if I were by your side? I could help you get back at those who look down on you. Lu Wuhui leaned closer to Ye Ming. Ye Ming frowned. No need for you to get involved. For now, don't make any rash moves. He was still playing this game. It wasn't going to be easy, but he had to be patient and play it out slowly. He could see now this 7-star heavenly palace wouldn't last much longer. It was already showing signs of collapse. Chapter 58, Sparring. After returning that day, Ye Ming told Zhao Ling'er he'd left abruptly because he wasn't feeling well. Zhao Ling'er grew deeply concerned and inquired about his condition. Ye Ming assured her it was nothing serious, merely a chronic ailment. Seeing he didn't wish to elaborate, Zhao Ling'er didn't press further. During this period, Zhao Hao's wedding was also held. Due to Zhao Hao's outrageous behavior, the ceremony was rushed through hastily. No matter how dissatisfied Zhao Hao was, he still had to marry Ba Ji's daughter. The day before the wedding, Zhao Hao caused quite a scene. But no matter how much he protested, the Zhao family would still push him out when the time came. On the wedding day, Ye Ming accompanied Zhao Ling'er to the venue. Although the ceremony was rushed, all the necessary formalities were observed, and the arrangements were quite satisfactory. Evidently, the Zhao family wasn't entirely indifferent to this marriage. At the ceremony, Ye Ming spotted Brother Ba. Despite his intimidating nickname, Brother Ba looked rather refined and even flashed Ye Ming a gentlemanly smile. Ye Ming thought this Ba Gu was quite the character. Ba Ge noticed Ye Ming and Zhao Ling'er and greeted them. You must be Ling'er. I hear you landed the Yulong Group project, quite impressive. Zhao Ling'er heard Ba Ji's flattery, but it didn't really register with her. Before Zhao Ling'er could respond, Brother Ba turned to Ye Ming and said, I've heard about your achievements. You're quite impressive. Ye Ming listened to Ba Ji's words, unsure what he meant by impressive. After all, Ye Ming's reputation outside wasn't exactly stellar. Was Ba Gu referring to his broken engagement, or his relationship with Zhao Ling'er? Ye Ming didn't feel comfortable asking. But Ba Gu didn't linger with the two of them. Soon, he went to meet Ding Shuixian. Ding Shuixian was deeply unhappy about this marriage arrangement, but she dared not voice her objections. When she saw Brother Ba approach, her face wore an unhappy expression. Brother Ba smiled at Ding Shuixian and remarked, your son is quite decent, honest and straightforward. Had Brother Ba not been smiling so genuinely, Ding Shuixian might have thought he was provoking her. Ding Shuixian ignored him. Don't think a few kind words could placate her. Brother Ba continued, your son is certainly more capable than my daughter. He can even manage a company. My daughter was spoiled rotten by me since childhood and knows nothing. This time, he stumbled upon a good match by sheer coincidence. Ding Shuixian had initially seen the displeasure on Brother Ba's men's faces, thinking his son shouldn't marry someone of such low status. But hearing Brother Ba speak so politely, her mood shifted slightly. After all, who doesn't like hearing praise for their own son? Ba Ge had already noticed the shift in Ding Shuixian's attitude. He immediately smiled and said, since you're about to become my son-in-law, I ought to offer some sort of welcome gift. I hear your company is seeking new partners and preparing to raise investment. Though my business isn't large, I do have some capital available. I can invest in that project you mentioned earlier. At the word investment, Ding Shuixian's eyes lit up. She immediately asked, really? Ba Ge smiled and said, I never speak falsely. When I say it's real, it's real. Ding Shuixian finally gave Ba Gu a friendly look. In that case, we'll be counting on your help. Ba Ge chuckled, no trouble at all. We're all family, aren't we? Though his face held a smile, the coldness in his eyes remained undiminished. Ding Shuixian listened and nodded quickly. Yes, we're all family. Just moments ago, Ding Shuixian hadn't considered Brother Ba family at all. Her expression had been sour enough to reach the sky. But the moment she heard Brother Ba could help her land a project, her expression changed instantly. After chatting with Brother Ba for a while, Ding Shuixian steered the conversation toward Ye Ming. Let me tell you, my relationship with my stepdaughter was actually fine. But ever since that Ye Ming showed up, things have been tense in our household. Boss Ba, who despised anyone disrupting family harmony, chimed in, what's so great about this Ye Ming anyway? He didn't know much about Ye Ming, but he'd heard this guy was actually pretty skilled. Boss Ba was actually tempted to meet this guy. Ding Shuixian immediately chimed in, he's quite the force to be reckoned with, his fighting skills are no joke. Ba Gu perked up at that. When it came to fighting, they the so-called street thugs were undoubtedly the real deal. Some kid like that couldn't hold a candle to them. Even if he had genuinely trained in martial arts for several years, their own third-rate moves would still outclass his. After hearing Ding Shuixian's rant, Ba Gu promptly tracked down Ye Ming. Seeing Ba Ji's aggressive demeanor, Ye Ming knew trouble was brewing. We challenge you to a fight. Ye Ming was puzzled. This was a wedding venue, what kind of challenge was this? I hear you're quite skilled. Let's spar a bit, nothing too serious. Ye Ming sighed helplessly. Isn't today your daughter's wedding to that Zhao family brat? You're planning this? Boss Ba said, it's just a friendly spar. We won't go all out. We'll stop at the right moment. Think of it as entertainment. Ye Ming really didn't want to do this. He shook his head from the sidelines. I think we shouldn't do this. Little did he know, this gesture was immediately interpreted by Brother Ba as cowardice and hesitation. Ba Ge retorted, today's a big day for our family. Acting like this is a slap in the face. Seeing Brother Ba so insistent, Ye Ming thought, isn't this just asking for a beating? But since Brother Ba had pushed it this far, refusing now would truly be a slap in the face. So Ye Ming reluctantly said, fine. If you really want this, I'll fight you. Originally, Ba Gu hadn't intended for this to escalate into an actual fight. But seeing Ye Ming's resigned expression, his competitive spirit flared up instantly. Let's fight. We'll spar. No serious blows, and we'll do it outside. With Brother Ba putting it that way, Ye Ming couldn't easily back out. He reluctantly agreed, fine, one match it is. So the two stepped outside and began their sparring match. Ba Ge had trained since childhood. Though he appeared refined and polite, he was genuinely skilled, having practiced for many years. He took the upper hand right from the start. But Ye Ming wasn't about to let him dominate forever. Seeing an opening, he quickly turned the tables and pinned Ba Gu down. Before Ba Gu could react, Ye Ming had him pinned. They fought only to the point of contact. Ye Ming pinned Ba Gu down, then said, over there, my apologies, senior. Then he released him. Boss Ba had intended to mock Ye Ming, but he hadn't expected the man to be so formidable. For a moment, he dared not utter a word. But Ba Gu knew full well that today, he had lost face. Chapter 59, Rescue. When Zhao Ling'er arrived, Ye Ming had already finished fighting with Ba Gu. Seeing the crowd gathered around, she assumed something had happened to Ye Ming. Rushing over, she spotted Ba Ji's sour expression. Zhao Ling'er immediately asked, what's going on? What happened? How did things escalate to this in just a moment? Ye Ming shook his head. I'm not sure. Zhao Ling'er found it all rather strange. Ye Ming quickly added, today is your brother's wedding. Let's not dwell on it. We should hurry inside. If too many people gather here, they'll really think something serious happened. Zhao Ling'er nodded. The wedding proceeded as scheduled. Though Brother Ba had lost face, he was now the father-in-law, so everyone treated him with respect. And so the wedding concluded. During this period, with the support of Yulong Group, Zhao Ling'er had implemented major restructuring within the company. They developed numerous products that garnered positive feedback. Leveraging Yulong Group's resources and their willingness to invest heavily in marketing, the Zhao family subsidiary's brand sold exceptionally well, achieving remarkable success. Thanks to this period of strong performance, Zhao Group's new products secured an exhibition opportunity. And because of Yulong Group's connections, Zhao Ling'er was granted the largest booth in the entire venue. This meant that attendees would see the Zhao family's products the moment they entered, which was highly effective for their promotional efforts. Zhao Ling'er was thrilled about this for quite some time and talked about it at length with Ye Ming. Ye Ming was genuinely pleased too. While he had indeed mentioned it to the Yulong Group, the truth was that Yulong had taken the initiative to make it happen. He later learned from the CEO that Manager Wu had approached them first. This clearly demonstrated Manager Wu's full recognition of Zhao Ling'er's capabilities. Manager Wu's endorsement of Zhao Ling'er's abilities meant he also endorsed Ye Ming's judgment. Ye Ming and Zhao Ling'er arrived at the exhibition hall. Ye Ming had business to attend to and stepped aside to take a call. Zhao Ling'er headed to their booth first. By the time he arrived, a crowd had already gathered around it. Zhao Ling'er double-checked several times before confirming that their booth had indeed been occupied. Zhao Ling'er then approached the person leading the group to speak with them. The leader wore a green tie and looked rather peculiar. Zhao Ling'er silently dubbed him Green Tie in her mind. Green Tie noticed Zhao Ling'er approaching and immediately asked, what's the matter? Zhao Ling'er pointed to the booth and said, this is the booth our company reserved. It's already confirmed. Your booth should be next to it, right? Zhao Ling'er gestured toward the adjacent booth. The man retorted, this is our booth. There's no way ours would be this small. Zhao Ling'er was puzzled. She replied, but it clearly says Zhao family's booth here. And judging by your sign, your booth should be the one next to it. You must have the wrong spot. The man glanced over and retorted, so what? We're taking this booth today. His unreasonable tone made Zhao Ling'er grow angry. She had been speaking politely all along, but who knew they'd be so unreasonable? Zhao Ling'er felt her temper rising. If there were no signs here, and you took our spot, I wouldn't say a word. But precisely because the areas are clearly marked. It clearly states here that this is the Zhao group's location, yet you've taken it so blatantly. Aren't you just deliberately pushing your luck? The man heard Zhao Ling'er's words and was equally unconvinced. He retorted immediately, just because you put another sign here doesn't mean it represents your booth. We can put a sign here later, and that'll be our booth. Besides, when we arrived, you weren't here yet. Who told you to come and grab it first? Zhao Ling'er was furious at their words. This was clearly the booth assigned to them, yet these people were still trying to wriggle out of it. Zhao Ling'er was absolutely furious. She immediately stepped forward and moved their belongings aside. But her action provoked their defiance, and they immediately blocked her path. Zhao Ling'er had been quite defiant, but now surrounded by a group of men, her confidence vanished instantly. You can't do this. I'm telling the truth. You can't bully a little girl just because there are more of you. Young lady, one of them sneered, you don't look like a young lady at all. Zhao Ling'er hated being called old, and she snapped back immediately. But the group was simply too large, and Zhao Ling'er was quickly surrounded. She swallowed hard as she looked at the crowd closing in around her. She was definitely just talking tough. When truly confronted by them, Zhao Ling'er was utterly helpless. Just then, Ye Ming arrived. He pushed through the wall of men surrounding her and entered the center of the circle. Seeing Ye Ming, Zhao Ling'er instantly relaxed. She immediately said to him, Ye Ming, they're picking on me. Ye Ming nodded, it's okay, don't be afraid. I'm here now. I can handle it. Zhao Ling'er nodded. I was just waiting for you. This is clearly our booth, but they insist on putting their stuff here and making all kinds of trouble. Ye Ming knew this was their booth too. Seeing the look on those people's faces, he knew they weren't easy to deal with. He promptly addressed them, everyone, harmony brings prosperity. Why ruin the goodwill over such trivial matters? Besides, this booth belongs to us. It doesn't seem right for you to occupy it like this. Seeing Ye Ming speak up, the others retorted, kid, you've got no real skills, yet you try to play the hero saving the damsel in distress. Look at the state you're in now. Ye Ming paid no mind to their taunts, knowing they'd soon realize how absurd their mockery was. He casually grabbed the man directly in front of him, yanked him close, and flipped him to the ground. Before the others could react, realizing only that Ye Ming had made his move, they charged forward. Ye Ming moved swiftly throwing down the men who charged at him. The attackers howled in pain. Seeing Ye Ming's martial arts prowess, the others inside lost their nerve and quietly slipped away. Seeing their leader flee, the remaining men abandoned the fight and hurriedly left as well. Seeing the situation resolved, Ye Ming smiled at Zhao Ling'er and said, see? That's all they're good for. Next time you're alone, don't be too stubborn. Just remember to call me, and I'll handle it. Zhao Ling'er was deeply touched by his words and immediately replied, thank you, Ye Ming. Ye Ming scratched his head. It's the least I could do. Chapter 60, Farewell. Ye Ming hadn't expected to run into Wuhui at the company entrance. He found it a bit odd. Nevertheless, the two agreed to grab a bite together. Ye Ming, I never imagined you'd be working at a perfume company, Wuhui remarked. Someone who specialized in making heroic films suddenly becomes someone who studies perfume scents every day. That's a huge difference. It's what the market wants now, and it's different from what you imagine, Ye Ming replied solemnly. Different? You'll understand once you learn more about it. Ye Ming said with a smile. He didn't push it, this was something Lu Wuhui had to discover for himself. Hearing Ye Ming speak, Lu Wuhui found himself genuinely curious about what kind of perfume this company produced. Then, the two chatted about their respective careers. First up was Lu Wugui's business. Lu Wugui had successfully built up his company, acquiring several smaller firms over the past few months as his enterprise steadily expanded. Ye Ming felt quite gratified by this. Ye Ming, how are things with you? I heard your company isn't doing too well lately. Lu Wugui expressed a hint of concern. Lu Wuwei couldn't do much about it for now. If Ye Ming needed help overseas, Lu Wuwei could probably assist. But the problem was with Ye Ming's company here. Lu Wuwei's reach didn't extend that far, and she couldn't intervene. Ye Ming shook his head. Nothing too bad. Just being targeted. It's fine. Are you sure it's nothing? Lu Wuwei pressed. Ye Ming smiled. What could possibly happen to me? Don't worry, it'll be fine. It's just that I'm being targeted. You know how strong the hierarchical mindset is around here. Lu Wuwei nodded. Speaking of which, I had a classmate who worked here before. She was pretty impressive. Lu Wuwei suddenly recalled. She had a pretty good impression of this classmate. She was exceptionally capable, after all. Even if Lu Wuguei couldn't help Ye Ming, perhaps that person could. Oh. Yeah, she's quite impressive. Skipped grades all the way through school and started her own company right after graduation. Rumor has it she comes from a prominent family, but no one knows why she pushes herself so hard. I'd be quite interested in meeting her. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuwei immediately said, Ye Ming, would you like to meet her? She happens to be here recently. Lu Wuwei was still a bit excited at that moment. What a coincidence. I thought you didn't know her. Ye Ming was genuinely curious. He wondered who else here he didn't know. Now that he was getting involved in these family affairs, he needed to build alliances in advance. I didn't know her before, but my company happened to collaborate on a project with hers, so we met. She's quite nice, though she's returning to her home country soon. Lu Wuwei sighed. Alright, I'll count on you to make the introduction. Ye Ming smiled. Lu Wuwei immediately responded with excitement, no trouble at all. Not a problem. What's the big deal? Ye Ming, I'll talk to her later and set up a time for us to meet. The thought of assisting Ye Ming filled Lu Wuwei with excitement. After all, Ye Ming had always treated him like a child. Asking for his help meant acknowledging his status as an adult. Ye Ming nodded. Alright, you handle the arrangements. After finishing their meal, the two parted ways. Only as he was leaving did Ye Ming remember the main reason for their meeting. He'd forgotten to ask the other person's name. Knowing it would have allowed him to have Zhao Ling'er brief him on this prominent family beforehand. Lu Wuwei worked efficiently. Ye Ming received a message shortly after returning home. Since the other party was returning to China the day after tomorrow, they agreed to meet tomorrow. Ye Ming had already reserved a restaurant and arrived early to wait. If possible, he could form an alliance early and begin laying his plans. Lu Wuwei soon arrived with a young woman in tow. She had the classic local features. Young and not overly serious, she carried an almost innocent charm. Is this your classmate? Ye Ming asked, turning to Lu Wuwei. This alumnus was surprisingly young, and Ye Ming hadn't expected it to be a girl. Ye Ming studied the girl, his mind racing. She was from Korea and remarkably skilled. Could she be the one from the Fong family? But surely it couldn't be that coincidental. Lu Wuguei nodded. Yes, it's her. Fong is exceptionally talented. The moment he confirmed she was a girl, Ye Ming had thought of the Fong family's eldest princess. He never imagined she really was the Fong family's eldest princess. Hello, I've long admired your reputation, Fong Wenjing said with a smile. Ye Ming nodded. Hello. I just learned about you myself. What a surprise to meet you here. My friend mentioned you just a few days ago. I believe we could have a very good collaboration, Fong Wenjing said slowly. Ye Ming paused, then recalled hearing this young lady's name at some banquet. Though I hadn't realized the Zhao family held such deep reservations about you, Fong Wenjing voiced her thoughts directly. In her view, Ye Ming's current company was still small and hardly a threat. Moreover, even if they feared future repercussions, forming a partnership now could mitigate that risk. To say they fear me is flattering. I'm merely riding on the Zhao family's prestige. I'm merely riding their coattails. Zhao Ling'er deserves most of the credit. But I did some digging earlier. Seems the Fong family has quite a history with the Zhao family. So that's why, Fong Wenjing murmured. I see. So you'll side with your brother too? Ye Ming asked. Ye Ming grew cautious. After all, they were all members of the Fong family. How could one refuse to support kin when justice demanded it? As for the specifics of their feud, Ye Ming wasn't clear, but the Fong and Zhao families were sworn enemies. Ye Ming wasn't being sarcastic, it was simply the reality. Fong Wenjing shook her head. I'm not on their side. While I could go back and try to persuade the old man, the Fong family's policies won't change overnight. That Fong Cheng kid may be lacking in other areas, but he's quite skilled at manipulating people. He probably said something to sway the Fong family. I need to go back and confirm that. But I hear the Fong patriarch holds you in high regard. If that's the case, why do you still need my help? Ye Ming pressed again. After all, relationships only endure when there's something to gain. Without mutual benefit, their cooperation wouldn't last long. High regard? Probably because I'm not a threat. Don't listen to what people say outside, it was mine to begin with. Fong Wenjing retorted immediately. Ye Ming observed Fong Wenjing's demeanor. She was anything but composed now, even carrying a hint of arrogance. He rather liked ambitious people like this. Perhaps she could truly help the Zhao family this once. Chapter 61, Courting. Fong Wenjing continued, I've already done some research on you and agreed to the alliance. If you have any questions for me, just ask. Nothing comes to mind for now, but you're helping outsiders over your own kin? What's wrong with that? I'm just taking back what's rightfully mine. But I heard the Fong family patriarch treated you well. Ye Ming interjected from the side. If they treated him well, he should naturally side with his own family. Ye Ming didn't believe a member of the main family would truly side with outsiders against their own kin. No matter how deep the grudges ran, when it came down to it, they'd still stand with their own. Therefore, Ye Ming felt Fong Wenjing's words couldn't be fully trusted. He'd heard that the Fong family's internal dynamics weren't nearly this complicated. True, but they couldn't outmaneuver his son, so they sought support from my maternal grandfather's family. Fong Wenjing had long seen through the Fong family's scheming and deceit. Ye Ming knew nothing of these aristocratic family affairs, and frankly, he had no desire to get involved. Fong Wenjing now held the Fong family's affairs in utter contempt, yet she was determined to reclaim her mother's belongings. Everyone outside was talking about how devoted her father had been to her mother, but that was just the outside world. The whole truth lay within their own family. Her father had long since taken up with his current mistress. But when her mother left, the Fong family company was in decline. To silence the gossip, her father had refrained from bringing that woman home. Once the company stabilized and the woman became pregnant, only then did her father bring her home. Fong Wenjing didn't want to get involved in all that, but she knew the Fong family was preparing to touch her mother's assets. Fong Wenjing would absolutely not let that group of people touch her mother's assets. "We can work together," Fong Wenjing stated firmly, her gaze fixed on Ye Ming. She came today with the intention of collaborating with Ye Ming. For some reason, Fong Wenjing felt certain Ye Ming would bring great shame upon the Fong family. She didn't have much affection for the Fong family, or more accurately, for her father's Fong family. The Fong in her name came from her mother's side. As for why this current Fong family had become so prominent, it was simply because they were backed by her maternal grandfather's family. Ye Ming had no idea what Fong Wenjing had been thinking just now. Hearing her speak up so suddenly caught him off guard. Why bring this up out of nowhere? Fong Wenjing smiled and said, "It's not sudden, I've had this in mind for a long time. I won't shortchange you either. Once I succeed, I'll provide resources for your family." Ye Ming smiled. "Then I'll take this opportunity to thank you in advance. As for Fong Chang, don't worry. Once I return, he won't be so brazen." Fong Wenjing wasn't like her father, turning a blind eye to everything. At the very least, once she returned, that group would have to keep their heads down. And so, Ye Ming and Fong Wenjing reached an understanding. Ye Ming pondered the next steps. All he needed to do now was cooperate with Fong Wenjing. Ye Ming felt it was also necessary to consult Zhao Ling'er about this matter. He truly didn't understand the complex history of grudges and enmity between the Zhao and Fong families. But the moment he stepped out of the restaurant, he spotted Lu Wuhui. Lu Wuhui stood with his arms crossed, looking at Ye Ming and saying, "What a coincidence." Ye Ming felt a bit helpless. "You're the one who booked this restaurant for us, and you call this a coincidence?" Lu Wuhui had been standing there waiting for quite some time when Ye Ming emerged. Lu Wuhui then pouted, "Couldn't you at least pretend? I brought you another ally." She had poured her heart into arranging things for Ye Ming, yet he showed her no appreciation whatsoever. This left Lu Wuhui utterly helpless. She didn't know how much longer she could keep up this one-sided effort. "Support? How much does she even know about our situation?" Ye Ming retorted. He suspected that otherwise, this Fong family girl wouldn't be treating him so kindly. After all, his reputation had long been ruined. He had married Lu Wuhui out of so-called loyalty and affection. After the marriage, he had taken good care of her, only to be betrayed in return, ruining his reputation. Ye Ming sighed inwardly. So was this what they meant by "no good deed goes unpunished"? She studies a bit, understands how to read the aura on a person's body, and probably uses that to judge your identity. Besides, having one more person know might actually lighten your burden. Lighten the burden? That's doubtful. Ye Ming didn't buy that lighter burden nonsense. This Fong family matter was likely impossible to resolve. But that's how these grand families operate: deep-rooted connections and intricate entanglements. For an outsider like him to meddle, the cost would be enormous. At the very least, you should give them some praise. Lu Wuhui immediately adopted a coquettish tone. Compliment? How exactly? Ye Ming was stumped. He genuinely couldn't think of what to praise. If I have to teach you, I might as well just praise myself. Ye Ming thought that made perfect sense. If you want to, you can. Lu Wuhui was nearly driven mad by him, but she managed to hold her tongue. Let's get down to business. I brought the person you wanted. When are you coming with me? Lu Wuhui immediately demanded, otherwise, she wouldn't have come here. Ye Ming knew he had better options, yet he deliberately chose to come and cause trouble. Wait, Ye Ming said calmly. You promised to be with me before, yet in the blink of an eye, you married that Shen family girl. And now you're preparing to marry Zhao Ling'er? What nonsense. I'm better off alone. If that's the case, why go through all this trouble? It's just for convenience. Besides, it's genuinely interesting from every angle. Lu Wuhui heard this and smiled helplessly. Ye Ming, when will you ever see me? Ye Ming grasped Lu Wuhui's hand and replied, you know my situation. Lu Wuhui fell silent. Yes, she knew. Otherwise, someone as impulsive as her wouldn't be so conflicted. You'd be better off staying out of the Fong family's affairs. Their situation is still quite complicated. Lu Wuhui continued. Ye Ming nodded. I know. It's just a business arrangement. By the way, I've recently discovered the Zhao family probably has a lot hidden too. I sent Li Changkong to investigate, but there's no news yet. Either it's a storm in a teacup, or someone's hiding it well. Lu Wuhui nodded. Got it. I'll look into it for you while I'm at it. Ye Ming, give some thought to what I mentioned earlier. Ye Ming nodded. Understood. Neither intended to linger. As they were leaving, Lu Wuhui called out to Ye Ming. Ye Ming, we'll meet again soon. Lu Wuhui said firmly. Ye Ming waved his hand. I know. Chapter 62, The Gold Ring. Lu Wuhui had said they would meet again soon, but Ye Ming hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Ye Ming had entered with Zhao Ling'er. The moment they stepped inside, all eyes in the venue had turned to them. They had barely entered when Ye Ming felt numerous scrutinizing gazes upon him. Ye Ming couldn't care less about their scrutiny. He was so used to being beaten up now that he felt indifferent to it all. After Ye Ming entered the venue, Zhao Ling'er departed. Zhao Ling'er had primarily come today to discuss business with the host of this banquet. A new branch office, a fresh start in the past, she'd relied on the group's resources and never had to worry about such matters. But now things were different. Not only did she have to handle these matters herself, but she was also responsible for the company's operations, leaving her swamped every single day. At times, Zhao Ling'er truly felt like she was starting from scratch. But then she reminded herself she was far better off than those who truly started from scratch. At least she had ample resources and didn't have to begin with nothing. The host didn't like having others present during conversations, so Ye Ming didn't tag along. Ye Ming soon found himself alone, but he actually enjoyed it. He never cared for these social engagements anyway. Whether you had money or not, they were bothersome. Whether you had a background or not, they were troublesome. Either way, they weren't easy. The food at such banquets was always excellent, and those who came to discuss business focused entirely on their targets, showing little interest in the food itself. Ye Ming could indulge freely over there. As he ate, he noticed a man wearing a large gold ring approaching. A bad feeling washed over Ye Ming, but leaving now seemed awkward. He hesitated, torn. The gold-ringed man eyed Ye Ming and declared, "See what happens when you rely on women. Now that you've been dumped, who's going to protect you?" He was thoroughly smug. Ye Ming found the gold ring's words odd. He couldn't grasp what the man was implying. He'd never seen this group before either. "I've heard about you. You're quite famous in our circles." Ye Ming nodded. "Well, I am Shen Aoxue's ex-husband. You all keep your eyes on Shen Aoxue, so naturally you'd know about someone as weak and cowardly as me." Gold Ring chuckled. "Cowardly, timid? No, Ye Ming, you're cowardly and timid. You're nothing but a freeloader." Ye Ming didn't argue when he heard this. Gold Ring continued, "As a man, I'm ashamed of your behavior." Ye Ming stared straight at him and said, "So what?" Golden Ring assumed Ye Ming would be too ashamed to speak, but to his surprise, Ye Ming actually answered him. For a moment, Golden Ring didn't know what to say next. He'd never encountered such brazen audacity before. "Don't you feel any shame? You've disgraced all men." Ye Ming smiled faintly. He glanced at the woman in the distance, then turned to Jin Jieji and said, "Your things came from him too, right? I don't think you're in any position to judge me." Gold Ring was actually quite handsome. When Ye Ming entered earlier, he overheard others whispering that Jin Jie specifically targeted wealthy women. Rumor had it he'd been doing this for years. This time, he'd finally snagged a wealthy one, so he was milking her dry. Of course, the wealthy woman was generous. She'd give him pretty much anything he wanted, especially that massive gold ring he wore on his finger, studded with diamonds. Rumor had it the wealthy woman had it custom made just for him. Gold Ring often flaunted the ring, which is how outsiders came to give him that nickname. Gold Ring was feeling pretty smug right now. "What we have is love. What about you?" Now, Gold Ring started showing off. Ye Ming smiled. "When did love become so cheap?" He immediately retorted, "You and him are love, isn't it all about money?" Ye Ming couldn't care less about that gold ring, but the man kept going on about it. Ye Ming wasn't about to give him a friendly look either, so he just put on a cold face. "Don't think just because you've hooked up with a rich woman you can do whatever you want. Everyone knows what you were up to before. You've gotten so much already, you should be satisfied. Watch out for playing too many games, you might end up falling flat on your face." The gold ring immediately grew defensive at Ye Ming's words. "How have I been playing around?" Ye Ming retorted. "Did I ever say you were playing around? I'm just telling you to learn to be content and stop judging others. How would you know their circumstances?" Golden Ring burst out laughing upon hearing this. "Don't I know your situation? You were kicked out of Shen Aoxue's house and now you've finally managed to climb your way into the Zhao family. But from what I see, Zhao Ling'er's interest in you is pretty limited." Ye Ming stopped talking to Jin Jieji. "The more you give people like him the cold shoulder, the more arrogant they become." Golden Ring snorted and walked away, leaving Ye Ming feeling helpless. What kind of people does he run into every single day? Can't he just meet a few normal people? But with Golden Ring setting the tone, the others now viewed Ye Ming through a filter too. Though they didn't engage Ye Ming directly, they constantly whispered about him nearby. A grown man relying on a woman to support him who knows what he's thinking. Yeah, I'd be ashamed if that happened to me. While eating, Ye Ming discreetly observed those talking. They were mostly opportunists. Those with real talent had long seized opportunities to secure more collaborations elsewhere. Only those who'd barely managed to latch onto wealthy women, along with those with little background themselves, lingered to gossip. Ye Ming had no desire to engage with them. Even if he did, they'd just accuse him of making excuses. He didn't want to waste his breath on them anyway. Yet the less he defended himself, the more they took it as tacit admission and the more they sought to mock him. Ye Ming was the least inclined to engage with such people. Just as their chatter grew livelier, a woman appeared at the doorway. She wore a silver suit, her hair falling loosely over her shoulders, and sported a pair of sunglasses looking incredibly cool. She walked in slowly, and the host of the banquet immediately rushed over to greet her. "Mr. Lu, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for ages." Those present needed no explanation to recognize her as Lu Wuhui, today's central figure. Though they'd never personally interacted with Lu Wuhui, they'd heard plenty of stories about him. Establishing a connection with Lu Wuhui could bring immense benefits to their entire families. Everyone was itching to seize the opportunity and climb aboard Lu Wuhui's ship. Chapter 63, The Banquet. Suddenly, murmurs rippled through the crowd. I recall Ye Ming mentioning that Lu Wuhui was pursuing him on the day his engagement was broken off. Now that the real deal has arrived, look how Ye Ming can't even speak up. What's there to believe? He's just fighting for face. Does he even have any left? He loves being a freeloader so much, what pride could he possibly care about? The crowd burst into laughter. Ye Ming gave a helpless smile. He remembered clearly that day when the engagement was broken off. Lu Wuhui had called, and he'd only replied once. How did it get twisted into this? Lu Wuhui exchanged a few words with the host of the banquet before turning his gaze toward Ye Ming and striding over to him. Those who had been staring at Ye Ming suddenly felt uneasy. They hadn't expected Ye Ming to actually know Lu Wuhui. Ye Ming frowned upon seeing Lu Wuhui and asked, "Why are you here?" Lu Wuhui sighed helplessly. "Didn't I tell you that day?" Ye Ming thought hard but couldn't recall such a conversation. "I thought you'd at least give me a heads up that day. I figured you'd take some time before showing up. Didn't expect you so soon." Lu Wuhui gave a resigned smile. "I'm already here, how could it be any slower?" The two chatted for quite a while longer. Their relationship seemed quite amicable. And because of this, those around them began to wonder about Ye Ming's true identity. But no matter how hard they searched, they wouldn't find anything. The higher-ups had already sealed off the information. Lu Wuhui left after chatting with Ye Ming for a while, mainly because Ye Ming didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. Not long after, Zhao Ling'er returned. Spotting Ye Ming eating there, she immediately asked, "Did anyone give you trouble after I left?" Ye Ming shook his head. "No." Zhao Ling'er exhaled in relief. "That's good. I kept worrying, what if someone came to mock you?" "Well, it didn't happen." Zhao Ling'er shook her head. "That was just luck. In reality, it happens. That crowd just loves flaunting their family backgrounds. Whatever they say, don't believe a word of it. You're different from them." Ye Ming knew he wasn't like them either. "Alright, enough about that. I just met someone new. He said if there are projects later on, he'd be willing to collaborate with us. I'm pretty happy about that." Ye Ming nodded. "That proves this banquet wasn't a total waste." "Good stuff." "Exactly." Zhao Ling'er nodded. "Yeah, it really is." After the banquet ended, Lu Wuhui called out to Ye Ming again. After bidding farewell to Zhao Ling'er, Ye Ming went over. Lu Wuhui looked at Ye Ming and said, "Aren't you curious why I came here?" Ye Ming shook his head. Lu Wuhui sighed in exasperation. "That's just how you are, never asking about anything." He'd heard she'd come to help him, but he doubted it was such a coincidence. There must be other reasons behind her visit. After all, joining the organization couldn't mean abandoning his entire family's business just to come here and work on these projects with him. Lu Wuhui smiled. "Right. You do know me a little. This time, I came not just to back you up, but also because of what happened before. You remember what I told you before, right? I've already found the thief here. We're still digging deeper into the clues." Ye Ming nodded. "If there's anything you need help with, just let me know." Lu Wuhui pondered for a moment before saying, "Help? The best help you could give me is to agree to be with me." "Ye Ming, what exactly is wrong with me that you need to deliberate so much?" Ye Ming sighed helplessly. "Nothing. It's precisely because you're too good that I need to deliberate. Lu Wuhui, you don't need to agonize over me. Who came here because they were agonizing over you? I'm not that irrational, okay? I did come here for a reason." Ye Ming immediately asked, "What business?" Lu Wuhui sighed with resignation. "I just told you I'd been investigating that thief. What I said earlier was true. I've already uncovered his trail here." Ye Ming nodded. "If I find any clues, I'll let you know too." Lu Wuhui smiled. "Then I'm truly grateful. She wondered if Ye Ming would remember this matter this time. After chatting for a while, Ye Ming took his leave. Zhao Ling'er waited for Ye Ming at the door. She stared absently at the ground, lost in thought. Ye Ming saw her and immediately ran over. Ling'er, sorry to keep you waiting. Zhao Ling'er looked up at Ye Ming and asked, do you know Lu Wuhui? Ye Ming didn't hide anything and nodded. Yeah, we're friends, I guess. If you're friends, then it's true that Lu Wuhui has been pursuing you? Ye Ming nodded. That's also true. Zhao Ling'er felt a bit nervous. Ye Ming smiled and said, don't worry. I know how to keep things separate. Hearing Ye Ming's words, Zhao Ling'er felt reassured. They immediately got into the car. Zhao Ling'er sighed over there. I didn't get to know many new people today either. I also spoke with the host family, but it didn't go well. Ye Ming listened to Zhao Ling'er's words, deep in thought. It's fine. I've seen it, most people at the banquet weren't up to par. As for the host family, I still need to assess them. After all, the threshold for the host family's banquet is so low. It makes me wonder where their bottom line really is. Zhao Ling'er smiled. You can't always invite only high-ranking officials and nobles to a banquet, you have to include other people too. The host family might be doing someone a favor. I know that much. Ye Ming nodded. They do have to pay some favors. Zhao Ling'er gazed at the scenery for a moment before saying, I've interacted with that Lin Wenwen. Her abilities are quite good, she's worth developing further. Ye Ming nodded. If possible, cultivate her properly and transfer her to your side. You don't have any reliable, capable hands at the new company yet. We really do need to develop things gradually now. Zhao Ling'er nodded. But Ye Ming, are you sure you don't want a promotion? With your abilities, I could elevate you to vice president. Why settle for being just a lowly assistant? Previously, Zhao Ling'er had thought Ye Ming's desire to be an assistant was nothing but wishful thinking. But after spending time with him recently, she could confirm that his abilities were more than sufficient for the position of vice president. Yet he genuinely only wanted to be a lowly assistant. Zhao Ling'er couldn't understand. Ye Ming smiled and said, being a vice president means taking on much more responsibility. I'm a free spirit. A lowly assistant is more than enough for me. Chapter 64, Lone Wolf Group. That day, Ye Ming had Li Changkong look into matters concerning the Lonely Wolf Group. For some reason, his gut feeling told him there was definitely something off about this Lone Wolf Group. Li Changkong arranged to meet Ye Ming to discuss the matter in detail. When Ye Ming arrived at the designated location, a waiter at the entrance stopped him. Sir, this venue requires advance reservations. Ye Ming wore a cheap t-shirt bought off the rack, dressed neatly enough, but anyone with discernment could tell he looked cheap. Ye Ming frowned. I'm here to meet someone. The attendant scrutinized Ye Ming and asked, which room? He blocked Ye Ming's path, standing firmly in the doorway to prevent him from entering. If Ye Ming had been in a bad mood, he probably would have started an argument with the attendant right then and there. Just go in and leave right away, he said. That's all you need to do. But that's a VVVIP private room. Are you sure? The attendant remained uncertain, still blocking the way. Ye Ming felt a bit helpless. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why was he being stopped? These waitstaff really did have such narrow-minded views. Sir, we've had people try to sneak in using that excuse before. Without a valid reason, you can't enter. The waiter blocked his path, refusing to let Ye Ming pass. The two stood locked in a standoff as passers-by gathered around to watch. Ye Ming realized this person simply didn't want him to enter. He immediately pulled out his phone and called Li Changkong. Soon, the restaurant manager hurried out. Spotting Ye Ming, he immediately apologized. I'm sorry, this waiter is new and doesn't understand the rules yet. The waiter, still unaware of the situation, insisted, I know all that, but he just can't come in. Kid, keep your mouth shut. The manager wiped sweat from his forehead, sweat that wasn't there, feeling somewhat embarrassed. But he had no proof. The waiter remained stubbornly defiant. And the manager just wanted to cover the kid's mouth. He was genuinely afraid this kid might lose his temper and offend his VIP customer. This is a VIP customer inside, the manager emphasized. They specifically told me. Upon hearing this, the waiter studied Ye Ming for a moment, looking somewhat incredulous. Ye Ming felt a bit helpless. These sycophants. So, can I go in now? Upon hearing the manager's reminder, the waiter dared not block him any longer. Please come in, he said. I misjudged you earlier. The waiter's attitude shifted completely. He was now exceptionally courteous to Ye Ming, as if he hadn't been the one who had stopped him moments before. Ye Ming gave a faint smile. MHM. The waiter felt a cold sweat break out on his back. Ye Ming paid the waiter no mind, someone would surely deal with him later. He entered the private room, and Li Changkong immediately stood up. Commander Ye. Li Changkong addressed him with utmost respect. Ye Ming nodded. Let's skip the formalities. What progress have you made on the matter I asked you to look into? They could have discussed it over the phone, but Li Changkong insisted the matter was complex, so they arranged to meet here instead. This restaurant operated on a membership system, and even members had to book a month in advance. The owner was one of Li Changkong's associates, granting them unrestricted access. This matter is rather complicated. The Lone Wolf Group is connected to Miss Lu. Li Changkong sighed as he spoke. When a group spans 2 regions, it demands serious attention. He wasn't sure what those people were really after. Lu Wuhui? Ye Ming looked puzzled. Yes, the Lone Wolf Group is targeting the Lu family. There's much speculation about the Lone Wolf Group. Currently, their chairman is just a puppet figurehead, with others pulling the strings behind the scenes. You can't even uncover it? Ye Ming still trusted Li Changkong's capabilities. If even he couldn't uncover someone's background, it meant their connections were truly intricate. There's another matter. The Lone Wolf Group seems intent on encroaching on our territory. Li Changkong frowned as he spoke. Ye Ming sought to court the aristocratic families because their influence would help consolidate the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace. The Dragon King Hall, leveraging its inherent geographical advantage, had secured the area with the strongest magnetic field early on. However, the magnetic field here was also influenced by the power of various families. Currently, the Shen family's influence lies to the north of the Dragon King Hall. To the east, Ye Ming had chosen the relatively weaker Zhao family. Logically, the Fong family held greater strength in the east. Yet in recent years, the Fong family had been embroiled in numerous scandals, tarnishing their public reputation and significantly weakening the core magnetic field. After much deliberation, Ye Ming resolved to begin by cultivating the Zhao family. The Zhao family had only been established for over 20 years, so its foundations were inevitably weaker than the Fong families and many other established families. Nevertheless, the fact that the Zhao family managed to rise to a level comparable to the Fong family within just 2 decades demonstrates its considerable prowess. The issue was that old Master Zhao was stepping down, causing instability within the Zhao family. Unless a suitable successor was found to stabilize the situation, this turmoil could disrupt the eastern region's magnetic field. Conveniently, Ye Ming needed to stabilize the eastern magnetic field, and the Zhao family's development was indeed quite promising. Furthermore, he had just encountered Zhao Ling'er. Thus, the matter was settled. How exactly? The Dragon King's Hall leveraged its natural advantages to consolidate various factions. Yet if an external force disrupted this equilibrium, it would represent a massive loss for the Dragon King's Hall. Ye Ming suddenly recalled something. When his poisonous insect had flared up earlier, the power of the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace had weakened. Otherwise, his bug poison wouldn't have been so difficult to suppress. When my bug poison flared up and I went to the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace, suppressing it wasn't entirely successful. Ye Ming spoke with remarkable calmness, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Had Lu Wuhui not been present then, he likely would have met his end. Then you must be cautious. Indeed. I too noticed the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace's magnetic field shifting these past days. While investigating the Lonely Wolf Group, I also discovered they're deliberately suppressing local clans. Li Changkong continued. Oh, so they're doing this deliberately? It's undeniable that the Lone Wolf Group appeared out of nowhere and immediately targeted various clans. To anyone's eyes, this isn't a wise choice. There's only one possibility. Even without Li Changkong saying it, Ye Ming understood those people were acting deliberately. But who else besides the Dragon King's Hall would know about these matters? Most people, before entering the Dragon King's Hall, didn't even know about magnetic fields. This situation seemed quite troublesome. It was more than just troublesome. Before establishing their presence, the Lone Wolf Group had acquired numerous small enterprises. Though scattered and not concentrated, these smaller entities showed signs of a spark that could ignite a prairie fire. Ye Ming frowned. This was not a good sign. Chapter 65, Communication. After discussing with Li Changkong, Ye Ming felt it necessary to thoroughly deliberate this matter with Lu Wuhui. So he called Lu Wuhui out. Lu Wuhui arrived at the agreed-upon spot, overjoyed. It's rare for you to actually ask me out. Today, Lu Wuhui wore light makeup, making her appear much more gentle and refined. She had specifically asked her subordinates for advice, and they all said she came across as too forceful, which didn't evoke any sense of compassion in others. Truthfully, Lu Wuhui felt terribly uncomfortable in her current state. It was like going out without clothes on. I need to talk to you about something. Ye Ming glanced at Lu Wuhui. He sensed something different about her today, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Lu Wuhui propped her chin on her hand. Go ahead. Well, I had Li Changkong investigate the Lone Wolf Group recently. He mentioned that the Lone Wolf Group is your Lu family's sworn enemy? Previously, Ye Ming hadn't inquired about the Lu family's affairs. He'd always believed it was solely the business of their own Jiantian Pavilion, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to interfere. But now that everything was connected, it seemed equally inappropriate for him to remain silent. Lu Wuhui had expected Ye Ming to bring up other matters with her, but this was yet another work-related issue. She couldn't help but feel a bit deflated. I thought you wanted to tell me something else? Lu Wuhui had even put on makeup the moment Ye Ming suggested meeting, agonizing over her outfit for ages only for Ye Ming to completely miss it. Business was business, and personal matters were personal matters. Lu Wuhui understood that. But right now, she just couldn't separate the two. She admitted she was letting her emotions cloud her judgment. But she was human too, she wasn't without feelings. What could I say? You remember what happened last time when the poison flared up, right? At that, Lu Wuhui instantly grew serious. She still cared about Ye Ming. Is something wrong? Ye Ming nodded. This time, I had Li Chongkong investigate the Lone Wolf Group. We discovered they'd acquired numerous small companies before entering the market. That's likely why the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace was affected. If the Lonely Wolf Group has further plans and the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace suffers severe damage, his bug poison will become uncontrollable, and the Dragon King Hall will also be devastated. At that point, it wouldn't just be his problem. It's them again. Lu Wuhui frowned. What's wrong? You were right earlier, the Lu family and the Lone Wolf Group do have some conflicts. But it's not that the Lu family deliberately targeted them, rather, the Lone Wolf Group provoked us and acted against us. Deliberately antagonizing us? Ye Ming was puzzled. Yes, deliberately antagonizing us. The Lonely Wolf Group has snatched many projects from us, though none were particularly crucial. That's true. Ye Ming nodded. But I wonder what they're planning lately. They seem to be shifting their focus. Lu Wuhui pondered. Probably because they've uncovered something. Ye Ming offered a faint smile. Lu Wuhui presiding over the Skywatch Pavilion was common knowledge. She had the capability to secure that position. Meanwhile, the Dragon King Hall's leader has remained elusive. Though a deputy leader was appointed recently, the main leader's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus, the outside world has long speculated that the Dragon King Hall might be leaderless. Without a powerful faction to stabilize it or a major clan to unify its forces, the Dragon King Hall presented an opportunity for opportunists to exploit its vulnerability. Ye Ming sensed that the Lone Wolf Group was strongly leaning toward this path. They had previously focused their efforts on seizing the Lu family's Skywatch Pavilion, but upon realizing the Lu family was not so easily dealt with, they shifted their priorities. They were indeed strategic, for the Dragon King Hall was currently unstable. Though he had inherited the legacy, he lacked the ability to unify the scattered factions of the various clans, a task that proved exceedingly difficult. The Lone Wolf Group's target, he surmised, was likely his very Dragon King Hall. Ye Ming's words suddenly struck a chord with Lu Wuhui. Indeed, but the Dragon King's Hall is inextricably linked to you. Should the Dragon King's Hall change hands, Ye Ming would suffer a severe blow. It could be said that the Dragon King's Hall is Ye Ming, and Ye Ming is the Dragon King's Hall. We must be cautious. Ye Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The Lu family's reach doesn't extend that far yet. I'll do everything in my power to help you. The Lu family's influence primarily lies within the jurisdiction of the Celestial Watch Pavilion. Beyond that scope, they are powerless. I understand. Matters concerning the Dragon King's Hall are not something the Skywatch Pavilion can meddle in too deeply either. After all, each hall must maintain its independence. If the two families interact too frequently, it will draw the attention of other hall masters. I understand that. I'm simply offering assistance within the bounds of what I can provide. Right, just wanted to confirm with you. Ye Ming added, since we now share a common enemy, it's still important to maintain communication. Right. If I get any other news, I'll let you know. Lu Wuhui still felt a bit disappointed. She had gone out of her way to dress up for Ye Ming today, only to receive this reaction. Lu Wuhui thought to herself, next time, she wouldn't bother. It was simply not worth the effort. After dinner, the two left the restaurant. Before leaving, Ye Ming called out to Lu Wuhui. You look pretty good today. Ye Ming said casually. Lu Wuhui froze for a moment, then slowly curved her lips into a smile. So he had noticed too. Oh, thank you, Lu Wuhui replied with a smile. Ye Ming froze. It felt like the first time he'd ever seen Lu Wuhui look so radiant. After they left, Ye Ming returned to the apartment. Zhao Ling'er was thrilled to see Ye Ming return. Ye Ming, I have to tell you, I just closed a huge project. They say the partner is quite wealthy. Once this project wraps up, our company should see rapid growth. Really? That's great. It is. Apparently it's an overseas company. I have no idea why they've set their sights on us, but they're determined to partner with us. I think it must be because of our collaboration with Alone Group. Zhao Ling'er pondered. After all, she knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Probably. It's still a good thing. Ye Ming smiled. If things unfolded as Zhao Ling'er suggested, the Zhao family's path to stability would accelerate. The emergence of the Lone Wolf Group had initially unsettled him, but now that unease had dissipated somewhat. With the Dragon King Hall using its reputation to restrain the Shen family, adding the Zhao family would stabilize half the power base. Things would proceed much more smoothly from here on out. Yes, I discussed this with grandfather too. He said it's no problem. Zhao Ling'er immediately took credit for the idea. Ye Ming nodded. Since old Master Zhao approved, it proved this project was viable. Ye Ming, I'm truly overjoyed. Zhao Ling'er said with a smile. Me too. Chapter 66? Discussing cooperation. Zhao Ling'er brought Ye Ming to the newly secured partner company. It was a foreign company looking to establish a local presence and needed a domestic brand partner, which is how they found Zhao Ling'er. Ye Ming couldn't shake the feeling that this whole thing seemed a bit too convenient. But without proof, anything he said would be meaningless. I've made arrangements with the people here. They've rented this space as a temporary office building. I hear the one next door has already been purchased. Ye Ming gazed through the glass walls toward the towering building in the distance. From this vantage point, the building did appear quite grand. For an external company to secure an entire building like that demonstrated substantial financial resources. It also signaled that this company was truly committed to staying here. I heard the company's owner spent 500 million to buy it, outbidding many other companies. 500 million yuan, that was indeed. Ye Ming marveled to himself. This building isn't actually in the city center. Based on his estimates, it could have been secured for just over 200 million. But now they've splashed out 500 million. Clearly the boss is rolling in it. Yes, though I only heard it secondhand. This was an internal bidding session. They'd already agreed on the price beforehand. The other companies were just window dressing. Zhao Ling'er sighed. She'd witnessed such things often before and once felt indifferent. After all, it had little to do with her. But now, Zhao Ling'er found herself struggling to accept it. Could wealth and power truly buy everything? It's normal. It's their company's business anyway, Ye Ming remarked indifferently. Zhao Ling'er smiled and nodded. Enough about that. Let's get inside. We have quite a few things to discuss today. Just as they spoke, a man in a black suit emerged. His face was radiant with smiles, revealing a row of perfectly white teeth that starkly contrasted with his complexion and attire. It wasn't that Ye Ming hadn't seen people with such dark skin before, but he'd never encountered someone like this, a black person who, if they flashed a toothy grin in the dark, would be downright unsettling. You must be Ms. Zhao. Zhao Ling'er was also seeing the man before her for the first time. She paused in surprise, then quickly offered a warm smile and extended her hand to the man who had spoken. I'm Zhao Ling'er. I'm here to discuss a partnership with your company. The man extended his hand with impeccable courtesy. Dear Ms. Zhao, my name is James. Our company is a top-tier enterprise internationally. I've been sent here to collaborate with your company. As you would say, we hope for your generous support. Zhao Ling'er smiled. Mr. James, you're too kind. There's no need for such formality. This is a mutually beneficial partnership. I'll be counting on your support as well. Ah, Ms. Zhao, not only are you sweet-looking and gentle-spoken, but your approach to business is refreshingly pleasant. It would be an honor for TBL Group to successfully partner with the company you represent. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Ling'er, the man shifted his gaze to Ye Ming. Ms. Zhao, this collaboration is of critical importance, a top-secret project for our company. May I ask who the gentleman beside you is? Just as Zhao Ling'er was about to speak, Ye Ming interrupted her. My secretary. My personal assistant. Ye Ming observed James, who appeared smooth-talking yet highly experienced, and decided to conceal his true identity. Noting this, Zhao Ling'er refrained from adding anything and simply smiled at James. Yes, he's my personal secretary. Rest assured, he's been with our company for over a decade and is completely trustworthy. James looked slightly reluctant, but the suspicion on his face vanished in an instant. If you trust him, Ms. Zhao, then I have no objections. This way, please. I've brewed my signature kopi luwak for you both. I understand Chinese people prefer discussing business over tea, but I'm not accustomed to tea myself. Today, let coffee stand in for tea. Shall we chat over a cup? No problem. It's been ages since I've had authentic kopi luwak. Today I'm fortunate to savor Mr. James's genuine kopi luwak. Ye Ming and Zhao Ling'er followed James into a private office. Ms. Zhao, TBL's perfumes are world-renowned, yet we've never had the opportunity to enter the Chinese market, James said, shaking his head. Zhao Ling'er looked puzzled. Oh? Why has a major company like yours delayed entering the Chinese market? I'm genuinely curious. If it's not too much trouble, could I learn more about it? Well, Ms. Zhao, while this does involve company interests, I see no harm in sharing. James took a sip of coffee before continuing. While I'm the CEO on the surface, several wealthy families hold significant stakes behind the scenes. To expand into new markets, I need their approval. James finished with a wry smile. The other shareholders see the Chinese market as a huge pie. They believe we should spin off a separate company to capture it. That's why we've been locked in endless debates over this issue for years. Ye Ming frowned in confusion. If that's the case, why are they bringing it up now? James' expression held a trace of bitterness. Because the domestic market has lost its value. Our country's economy has been unstable these past few years. Even though we make perfume, people simply don't have the money. No one is buying high-end perfumes like ours anymore. James looked at Zhao Ling'er and continued, to be completely honest, Ms. Zhao, our company has been operating at a loss for 3 consecutive years. While we had accumulated reserves in the past, such a massive entity sustaining losses for 3 straight years amounts to an astronomical figure. Zhao Ling'er nodded regretfully, Mr. James, I understand your situation. However, establishing your company in China is also an extremely costly endeavor. Young women today tend to be quite vain. Your company specializes in high-end perfumes, each bottle commanding a hefty price. Yet your brand holds no recognition whatsoever in China. Consequently, consumers naturally gravitate toward more established perfume brands. What are your thoughts on this? James was momentarily at a loss for words. He knew full well that the production cost of a single bottle was barely over 100 yuan, and for mass-produced perfumes, the cost approached zero as long as production continued. Yet in their country, the same perfume had previously sold for no less than 8,888 yuan, making it accessible only to the wealthy. James pondered for a long time, Ms. Zhao, let's do this. You understand the Chinese market and women's psychological needs better than I do. Let's sign a performance-based contract. If you can sell a small target amount of my products each quarter, then the profits will be split 60-40 in favor of your company. Chapter 67, I want an 80-20 split. Zhao Ling'er smiled and glanced at Ye Ming beside her, 60-40 split? Ye Ming clearly understood Zhao Ling'er was seeking his opinion, so he merely shook his head slightly. What was the relationship between Zhao Ling'er and Ye Ming? Having spent every waking moment together, they understood each other's meaning with just a glance. After deciphering Ye Ming's meaning, Zhao Ling'er looked slightly troubled. Mr. James, you know your perfume business is essentially a no-cost venture. If not for the exorbitant profits, your company would have gone bankrupt overseas within these 3 years. I suspect you've only survived these 3 years because of past high profits and accumulated reserves. I have a proposal, a 20-80 profit split. If you're willing, we can sign a contract with your company immediately. My dear Ms. Zhao, you're really asking for the moon. While our costs are low, a 20-80 split let alone capturing significant market share in China wouldn't even cover the dividends for our senior shareholders if we met modest quarterly targets. I absolutely cannot accept your proposal. Zhao Ling'er shot Ye Ming another meaningful glance, but he remained unmoved, showing no sign of budging. Yet it was Ye Ming who had just given Zhao Ling'er the courage to negotiate prices with James. Momentarily overwhelmed, she had blurted out those terms. Now, upon reflection, a 20-80 split was undoubtedly an outrageous demand for a brand already highly renowned internationally. Seeing Ye Ming remain silent for a long time, Zhao Ling'er couldn't make a decision herself, so she simply threw the question back at him. Mr. James, I believe my request is perfectly reasonable, she said, feigning composure. You are, after all, an executive president. Surely you understand the pros and cons involved? If necessary, I'll have my secretary explain it to you. Ms. Zhao, a 20-80 split is unacceptable to our company. If your secretary can present compelling reasons, I'm willing to make an exception for you. James took a small sip of coffee, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Ye Ming smiled faintly, gathered his thoughts, and spoke calmly, Mr. James, in my view, you have no other choice. We are, after all, a major corporation, a well-known one at that. How exactly are we without options? Lay it out for me. If you can convince me, I'll agree to a 20-80 split, or even a 10-90 split. James had never held Ye Ming in high regard, viewing him merely as a lowly errand-running secretary. The only reason he'd seated Ye Ming here was to save face for Zhao Ling'er. After all, he held no sway over this territory. As the saying goes, a mighty dragon can't suppress a local snake. James knew full well that Zhao Ling'er, sitting across from him sipping coffee, was that very local snake. Ye Ming smiled. Mr. James, I wonder if you conducted any background research on our company before coming here. Oh, my apologies, that was a rash question. If I hadn't fully understood our company's capabilities, I wouldn't have chosen to partner with us. A faint curve touched Ye Ming's lips, though his expression remained as forbidding as ever. In China's business empire, only our company and the Zhao family possessed the power to command tens of millions of followers overnight. Forget a 1910 split. Even if you handed over your company's profits from the first 3 years and only took 10% of future sales, your company would still rake in a fortune. After hearing this, James finally regarded Ye Ming with seriousness. He replied calmly, Mr. Yi, you strike me less as a secretary and more as an ambitious strategist. Haha, Mr. James, you flatter me. I'm merely conducting an objective and rational analysis of profitability. With our company as your backing, you'll gain access to a multi-billion consumer market, not just the paltry 200 or 300 million consumers in your country. James's eyes lit up. Ye Ming had clearly struck a chord. First, the reality was that their country had a relatively small population base and was facing a financial crisis, which was why they were seeking new opportunities. Second, the reason they had never entered China before was the fear of facing pressure from local enterprises and internal conflicts among shareholders, which had delayed their entry. Now, if they could tap into this massive consumer market of billions as Ye Ming described, and sustain that growth, the profits would be astronomical beyond belief. Yet even so, despite James's eagerness to sign this 20/80 split contract immediately, his rational mind urged him to pursue greater gains. Mr. Yi, you mentioned the Zhao family earlier. Is it possible for me to collaborate with them and secure a contract that satisfies me? Once we dominate the market, we could simply terminate the contract, allowing our company to capture 100% of the profits. Ye Ming smiled and shook his head. Mr. James, have you heard the old Chinese saying, my turf, my rules? I advise you to abandon any notion of growing large and strong without relying on any major corporation. In China, if you go it alone, every company becomes your competitor. Ye Ming paused before continuing, but by partnering with our company, your competitors will dwindle significantly. On the surface, we may appear as rivals, but in reality, we are partners. Zhao Ling'er was thoroughly impressed by Ye Ming. She hadn't expected him to so effortlessly grasp the man's true intentions, leaving James without a shred of room to maneuver. James, too, had shed his initial arrogance. Raising a thumb, he addressed Ye Ming. Mr. Yi, your negotiation skills and analysis of the situation have truly opened my eyes. Thank you. It's an honor to sit here drinking coffee with you today. James then pulled a contract from his briefcase and said with a wry smile, but it seems the contract I brought today won't be needed. He turned to Zhao Ling'er. Ms. Zhao, this 20/80 split agreement requires me to first settle returns to my company's other shareholders before drafting it for signing with your firm. I humbly request a few more days to finalize the details. Would that be acceptable? Zhao Ling'er extended her hand with grace. Mr. James, of course. I look forward to the next phase of our collaboration. Well then, Ms. Zhao and Mr. Yi, I won't see you out. I'll bring the contract to you for our partnership as soon as possible. Your company has truly impressed me. Zhao Ling'er and Ye Ming then exited the office, accompanied by James's warm smile. Chapter 68, Probe. Yet after returning to their office, Ye Ming and Zhao Ling'er felt uneasy. Something seemed off about James's surprisingly agreeable acceptance of this unequal contract. Ling'er, I suspect James might have other motives. Ye Ming's words jolted Zhao Ling'er. Her eyes narrowed in confusion. Other intentions? You mean James has other options besides partnering with us? Ye Ming nodded slightly. Yes. The Zhao Group headquarters, your stepmother's side, is also one of his options. Should we go check it out? After all, if my stepmother snatches this deal, it would be a significant loss for us. Zhao Ling'er placed great importance on this collaboration with James. Ye Ming agreed. All right. I also think it's necessary to check the situation. While losing James as a partner wouldn't significantly impact us, I wouldn't want your stepmother to take this deal. That would essentially be undermining you. The next day, Ye Ming went alone to the Zhao Group headquarters. If James intended to sign a contract with Zhao Ling'er's stepmother, this was the only place he could go. Due to Zhao Ling'er's complicated history with the Zhao family, he didn't want to deal with those unpleasant people. So he lingered near the group's headquarters, not intending to go in and probe. Just as Ye Ming was about to head back out of boredom, two familiar figures suddenly appeared. These were the last people he ever wanted to see: his ex-wife Shen Aoxue and her subordinate Sunmmary. They hadn't spotted Ye Ming yet, but their conversation reached his ears clearly. All Ye Ming could see was Sunmmary ranting and raving that puny Zhao Group actually looks down on our Shen family. Those Zhao people really have the audacity to judge others by their station. Who gave them the nerve? Your Excellency. Even if the Zhao Group doesn't respect the Shen family, they should at least show some deference to you as the deputy head of the Dragon King's Hall. What on earth is going on today? I'm truly at a loss. Shen Aoxue's expression grew grave. She thought to herself that ever since divorcing Ye Ming, her luck had taken a turn for the worse. No matter what she attempted, it seemed to go awry. Back when she was with that useless good-for-nothing Ye Ming, even the most difficult problems would somehow work out. Just as Shen Aoxue was deep in thought, Sunmmary suddenly spotted Ye Ming in the distance. Your Excellency. Look. Isn't that your useless, good-for-nothing son-in-law over there? Upon hearing Ye Ming's name, Shen Aoxue's heart jolted. A strange flutter stirred within her, her emotions churning violently beneath a surface of icy composure. Ye Ming had intended to leave, but upon seeing him, Sunmmary gave him no chance to depart. In the brief pause of Sunna's speech, the woman had already led Shen Aoxue to Ye Ming's side. Hey, I was wondering why today feels so unlucky. Turns out it's because I ran into you, you jinx. What a pain. Sunmmary shot Ye Ming a withering glance before continuing her scornful tirade. Your Excellency, look at this useless man. Thank goodness you divorced him back then. Otherwise, taking him out would be such an embarrassment. Sunmmary appraised Ye Ming's attire, a black suit over a white shirt, paired with 8-eyelet Dr. Martens boots. TSK, Ye Ming, it's not that I look down on you, but dressing like a delinquent straight out of hot-blooded high school every day, who are you trying to intimidate? Ye Ming didn't argue with Sunmmary, letting her taunt him. In his mind, Sunmmary was no different from a clown, just another parasite clinging to Shen Aoxue's coattails. Without Shen Aoxue's patronage, who knew where Sunmmary would be right now, or what kind of work she'd be doing? After years as a son-in-law in the Shen household, Ye Ming had long seen through everyone surrounding Shen Aoxue. Had it not been for their scheming and instigation, Shen Aoxue would never have divorced him so decisively. Ye Ming felt deeply frustrated. He hadn't expected that coming here merely to gather information would lead him to encounter these bothersome flies. At this very moment, Shen Aoxue had long since let go of her preconceptions about Ye Ming. If given the chance, she still hoped he would return to her side. Yet even so, Shen Aoxue, who considered herself of noble standing, had no intention of bowing her head in apology. Her sole wish now was for Ye Ming to come to his senses, soften his stance toward her, and return to her side of his own accord. But Ye Ming's heart had long since turned to ashes. His affection for Shen Aoxue had dissolved into a tangled web of hatred. Sun Na's taunts toward Ye Ming continued unabated. Shen Aoxue couldn't bear to watch any longer and spoke up to stop her. "Nana, stop it." But Sun Na persisted relentlessly. "Your Highness, you've already broken off the engagement with him. Why are you still protecting this useless man? Enough. Will you stop already?" Shen Aoxue's gaze turned icy, her regal presence instantly intimidating Sun Na. Only Shen Aoxue possessed such an alluring aura. Otherwise, Ye Ming wouldn't have fallen for her and agreed to marry into the Shen family. Of course, marrying into the Shen family was merely part of a separate deal between Ye Ming and Old Man Shen. A man who even the Dragon King Temple's leader feared. How could he be incompetent? Sun Na simply lacked the discernment to see it. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going." Ye Ming felt no need to argue, his prowess spoke for itself. "What the hell are you yapping about? Don't think just because our Aoxue gives you a friendly look, you can act like you own the place. Remember this, you, Ye Ming, are nothing but a worthless son-in-law of the Shen family. That label will stick to you for the rest of your life." Shen Aoxue merely looked troubled, but she didn't defend or stand up for Ye Ming again. Even so, Ye Ming held no grudge against her. After all, a day as husband and wife creates 100 days of affection. Having been married to Shen Aoxue for years, they still shared a certain emotional foundation. Leaving the two behind, Ye Ming walked home alone, his heart free of anger. Though he hadn't uncovered any news about James this time, it didn't significantly impact Zhao Ling'er's company. Encountering Shen Aoxue had inevitably stirred up a flood of memories, both bittersweet and joyful, that surged through his mind, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. It felt like the chaotic energy within him was spiraling out of control, causing unbearable discomfort. Ye Ming knew this couldn't continue. He quickly found a shady spot nearby, sat cross-legged, and began deep breathing. With each inhale and exhale, he felt his body grow noticeably lighter. Chapter 69, Farewell to Guiguixin. When Ye Ming slowly opened his eyes after closing them to rest and regulate his breath, he suddenly noticed a very familiar face had appeared beside him at some point. A man with a crew cut and a slightly round face. Though his features bore the marks of hardship, Ye Ming felt an immediate, heartfelt warmth. "Ye Ming? Guiguixin?" The two almost spoke in unison. These childhood best friends, unseen for years, now needed to study each other closely to recognize one another. The moment Guiguixin saw Ye Ming, the worry on his face vanished, replaced by pure joy. "Ye Ming, what are you doing here? We've only been apart for a few years, yet you've changed so much I almost didn't recognize you." Guiguixin grabbed Ye Ming's hand excitedly. "By the way, I heard from other classmates that right after graduation, you went straight ahead and married Shen Aoxue, the Shen family's daughter. You're something else, kid. Everyone says the Shen family's daughter is like a fairy descended from heaven. You're one lucky guy." Ye Ming smiled wryly. "Shen Aoxue is beautiful, yes, but I've already divorced her." "Hey, you. What's the deal? She was a perfectly good girl, how could you just divorce her like that? Have you ever thought about it? Sure, you're handsome, but looks don't put food on the table. Besides, the Shen family is a top-tier clan. Connecting with them is something ordinary folks like us would kill for. How could you just walk away?" Ye Ming thought, true to form, my old buddy. Every word is for my own good. They say brothers encourage reconciliation, not separation, while girlfriends encourage separation, not reconciliation. That saying rings absolutely true. Though Ye Ming deeply appreciated Guiguixin's words, he didn't voice his gratitude. He knew Guo was one of the few men who cared nothing for his wealth or status, wanting only to be his friend. That kind of friendship alone was deeply moving to Ye Ming. "Guixin, let's not bring up my messed up past anymore. What's done is done." Ye Ming smiled at Guiguixin. "Now tell me about yourself. After graduation, it was like you vanished off the face of the earth. I tried reaching out to you several times but couldn't get through." Guiguixin slapped his thigh with a hearty laugh. "Ye Ming, you have no idea. Maybe it's just my tough luck, but after graduation, I really wanted to reach out to you guys. But moving around so much, I lost all your contact info. When I finally had the chance to come back and find you, I had no money at all. There was just no way I could make it over." Guiguixin continued, "Plus, after moving, I was swamped at school. Assignments piled up non-stop, life was just brutal." Listening to Guiguixin's story, Ye Ming recalled their days studying together. "So what's going on now? How come you finally found time to come back?" Ye Ming asked curiously. Guo Guixin sighed helplessly. Ye Ming, it's been so long since we last met. If I were to tell you everything that's happened to me these past years, it would take me 3 days and 3 nights. Ye Ming chuckled. Ha! Well then, I'm all ears. Guo Guixin wasn't one to stand on ceremony. Seeing Ye Ming was eager to listen, he plopped down on a public bench beside him and began his vivid tale. Ye Ming, let me tell you, he began. After I moved, my grades were top of the class. But you know what happened? Guo Guixin sighed, not waiting for Ye Ming's response as he continued. That good-for-nothing father of mine got swindled out of a ton of money. He didn't even have the cash, it was all borrowed. So right when my grades were peaking, this heartbreaking mess hit our family. Years have passed, and my dad still hasn't paid back the money. As she spoke, Guo Guixin began to cry. Ye Ming, you have no idea how hard life has been. Over the years, we sold our house and moved from one rented place to another. I only managed to graduate from Harpo University, that prestigious school, by working part-time jobs to pay my way through. Ye Ming hadn't imagined that so much had happened to Guo Guixin in the years they hadn't seen each other. He gently patted Guo Guixin's shoulder, wanting to comfort the pitiful man before him. But Guo Guixin spoke with sudden intensity. Listen, it doesn't end there. I thought that was the worst of it, working part-time through college, graduating from a top university, landing a good job that would finally lift my family out of poverty. But misfortune never comes singly. Not long after I started at a prestigious company, my family's situation became known to everyone there. Once everyone found out my dad was a deadbeat, they all started avoiding me. But they don't understand, we didn't choose to be deadbeats. We just have no money right now, and my dad is a victim too. But they don't get it. They don't get anything. As Guo Guixin spoke, he began to sob uncontrollably. It was clear this incident had dealt him a heavy blow. In Ye Ming's memory, Guo Guixin had always been a bright, cheerful young man whose most charming feature was the perpetual smile lighting up his face. He was nothing like the defeated adult he was now. Guo Guixin sobbed as he continued. Ye Ming, you have no idea. I've been working my ass off, trying desperately to pay them back. But they're loan sharks. Even if I paid everything back, new debts pile up every single day. Isn't that bad enough? But it gets worse, Ye Ming. Let me tell you, those jerks at the company look down on me like dogs. They all discriminate against me. There's this green tea in the office who accused me of stealing. You know what? She's the office darling. Even though everyone knows this little green tea is framing me, in that atmosphere, not a single person, not a single one, stood up to say a word of fairness. And the company boss? What a shameless bastard. He knew full well I wouldn't steal, yet he fired me using that excuse. Ye Ming expressed sympathy for Guo Guixin's plight. Guo Guixin continued. What's even more outrageous is that my girlfriend turned out to be a piece of trash too. After finding out I lost my job and we had no money at home, she actually ran off with my last few thousand yuan in savings. Ye Ming, can you even fathom this? She took my money to sleep with another man. Can you imagine how that feels? I didn't realize it at first, but when I finally checked my bank statements, it became clear she was only with me for my money. She was a complete and utter fraud. Chapter 70? Job Introduction. Ye Ming, at least my wife and I lived together for a while. But how could she have the nerve to deceive me like this? It's bad enough she cheated on me emotionally, but she also cleaned out every last cent of my savings when she left. Now I can barely afford to eat. Ye Ming patted Guo Guixin's shoulder consolingly. What's done is done. Consider it a lesson learned. Next time you pick a wife, make sure you keep your eyes wide open. Ye Ming stood up. I'm a bit busy today. Let's chat another time. Guo Guixin also stood up. They exchanged contact information, then went their separate ways. After walking a short distance, Ye Ming turned back to silently watch Guo Guixin's receding figure. As his best childhood friend, now falsely accused and facing life's troubles, Ye Ming intended to help him as much as he could. After all, in Ye Ming's eyes, Guo Guixin possessed genuine talent. It was just that luck had been a bit unkind to him. Ye Ming pulled out his phone and dialed a saved number. After a brief wait, the call connected. Ye Ming simply instructed over the phone, I'll send you a phone number shortly. This person is Guo Guixin. Give him an interview opportunity, then assess which position his abilities suit best and arrange one for him. After finishing, Ye Ming added, but remember, if his abilities don't meet the company's standards, then don't hire him. After hanging up, Ye Ming murmured to himself, it's been so many years since we last met. Though I still believe you're the same young man you once were, whether you truly possess the abilities you claim will depend on your own efforts. This is as far as I can help you. Opportunities aren't reserved for the incompetent. The next day, Ye Ming had been feeling a slight weariness lately. While still in bed, Guo Guixin's call came through. Ye Ming, I've got some good news for you. Ye Ming asked sleepily, good news? What kind of good news? Guo Guixin was visibly excited. You know Yulong Group? I didn't even submit a resume to them, but today I got an interview invitation. They said a headhunter recommended me. I went in just to try my luck, and guess what? Though Ye Ming already knew the situation, he feigned surprise. Oh? That's great news. So how did the interview go? Ha! Of course I got the job, and the salary isn't bad either. After regaining his composure from his excitement, Wu Guixin continued speaking into the phone. Ye Ming, you're one lucky guy. Was it because I was with you yesterday that I caught some of your good fortune? Either way, I absolutely have to treat you to a meal. Ye Ming didn't refuse. Sure, let our CEO treat us. But where should we go? Most of the restaurants we used to frequent as kids are closed now. I saw that little seafood place we always went to back then has turned into a trendy chain. Wonder if it still tastes the same. How about we try it? No problem, I'll go with your suggestion. Let's have seafood. After a moment's pause, Ye Ming suddenly remembered he hadn't seen Lu Wuhui in ages. Future little Gua, can I bring a friend along? Sounds great. The more the merrier. It's been ages since I've felt this kind of joy. Let's double the celebration while we can. After Wu Guixin finished speaking, she exchanged a few more pleasantries with Ye Ming before setting a time and ending the call. Ye Ming then called Lu Wuhui. Naturally, Lu Wuhui was more than happy to join Ye Ming for dinner. Time flew by, and soon it was the agreed-upon dinner time for Ye Ming and Wu Guixin. The childhood seafood restaurant had achieved remarkable success, not only expanding into a chain of trendy hotspots but also boasting lavish, opulent decor. Had people not known it had started as a street stall, they might have mistaken it for an upscale establishment. Yet this remained one of its greatest strengths. Despite its success, the seafood prices stayed remarkably affordable. As long as one avoided overly exotic ingredients, a meal here didn't break the bank. What earned the most praise, however, was the consistently excellent quality of the ingredients and the first-rate flavors. Wu Guixin, Ye Ming, and Lu Wuhui arrived almost simultaneously. Spotting Ye Ming, Wu Guixin immediately jogged over. Sorry to keep you waiting, Ye Ming. Couldn't bring myself to take a cab, so I took the bus. There was a bit of traffic. Wu Guixin's gaze then shifted to Lu Wuhui standing beside Ye Ming. Ye Ming, you lucky guy. Never expected you'd have such a lovely lady by your side. Lu Wuhui smiled warmly and said, Hello, I'm Lu Wuhui. Nice to meet you. Wu Guixin smiled back, exchanging a few polite words with Lu Wuhui in a very gentlemanly manner. The three entered the restaurant together and settled into a quiet corner. Just then, the restaurant manager approached Lu Wuhui with great deference, saying respectfully, Esteemed guests, welcome to Seafood Feast. Is this your first visit? Wu Guixin chuckled, I visited when it was just a street food stall back in the day. Never imagined it would grow to this scale. I suppose this counts as my first visit. The manager smiled in return and said, In that case, allow me to give you a brief introduction. He produced an ornate menu and began describing the offerings. Our signature seafood dish is this three-way squid. Three-way squid? Isn't that the dish we loved most as kids? Never imagined we'd find it here after all these years. I wonder how much its flavor resembles the old days. Wu Guixin suddenly found himself filled with high expectations for this restaurant. Ye Ming felt the same way. Suddenly, the taste of childhood came flooding back, gathering with friends, beer, and seafood. The manager continued introducing other signature dishes, and the three had nearly finalized their selections. After placing their order, the manager politely excused himself. The restaurant served dishes quickly. Before long, all the dishes the three had ordered were brought to the table. The three of them ate and chatted about Ye Ming's childhood stories. Lu Wuhui, sitting nearby, was also amused by Ye Ming's childhood antics, laughing heartily. Before long, Wu Guixin had become quite familiar with Lu Wuhui. Now, Wu Guixin looked at Ye Ming with genuine curiosity and asked, I wonder why. Ye Ming seemed so lively as a kid, but ever since high school, he's become so low-key. Chapter 71, Seafood Feast. And Miss Lu, you probably didn't know this, but Ye Ming and I used to be neighbors. He moved after high school, and I went to college in another city, so we gradually lost touch. The three chatted and laughed over dinner for a while longer, until Wu Guixin had to take a call midway through. After hanging up, Wu Guixin apologized to Ye Ming and Lu Wuhui, My apologies, I must leave early today. I just received notice that I need to prepare some documents before starting my new job. Let's gather again once I'm settled in. With that, Wu Guixin departed. Ye Ming had intended to leave as well, but Lu Wuhui seemed to have something to say, so the two lingered at the seafood restaurant a little longer. Lu Wuhui said to Ye Ming with a hint of jest, Earlier, Wu Guixin mentioned you moved during high school. I'm guessing it had something to do with the Dragon King's temple? Ye Ming didn't respond directly, but his silence implied agreement. Amidst their banter, fate intervened in the most unexpected way. Not far away, Ye Ming's ex-wife, Shen Aoxue, arrived at the restaurant with a man. Even more coincidentally, the two of them were heading straight toward the table where Ye Ming and Lu Wuxuang were seated. For a moment, Ye Ming and Shen Aoxue locked eyes, a slight awkwardness hanging in the air. For some reason, Shen Aoxue might still harbor lingering feelings for Ye Ming. Or perhaps, since their divorce, she hadn't encountered any man who truly stirred her heart. The Shen family was currently strapped for cash, so the man by Shen Aoxue's side was merely a tool she was using. But the man didn't see it that way. This man was Jin Ku. Jin Ku came from a wealthy family, a second-generation rich kid himself, yet he was strangely drawn to women like Shen Aoxue. Shen Aoxue could captivate him completely with just a word. He had invested considerable time and effort to secure this dinner invitation. Jin Ku knew Ye Ming and knew full well that Ye Ming was Shen Aoxue's ex-husband. Just as Ye Ming and Shen Aoxue locked eyes, Jin Ku stepped forward, smugly humiliating Ye Ming. Well, isn't this the man who lived off the Shen family for years? I, Jin Ku, despise freeloaders more than anything. Ye Ming didn't get angry. He just replied calmly, what's wrong with living off someone else? If you're capable, you can live off someone else too. Hearing this, Shen Aoxue, standing nearby, thought to herself, Ye Ming's good looks were undeniable, just as Jin Ku's unattractiveness was undeniable. If it weren't for the money, she certainly wouldn't have agreed to dine with Jin Ku. Comparing Ye Ming and Jin Ku side by side made the gulf between them starkly apparent. While Ye Ming was indeed living off the Shen family, he had earned that privilege. Jin Ku, on the other hand, without his wealth, wouldn't even have the chance to live off anyone. Shen Aoxue couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was fate playing cruel tricks. When heaven closes a door, it inevitably opens a window. Jin Ku was the perfect example. Shen Aoxue glanced at Ye Ming beside her, shook her head, and said to Jin Ku, come on, it's all in the past now. Jin Ku obediently followed Shen Aoxue's lead, trailing behind her like a well-trained puppy. Wuhui had kept his back turned to them the entire time. It wasn't until Shen Aoxue passed by Ye Ming's seat that she noticed the woman sitting beside him was none other than Wuhui. In that instant, a complex mix of emotions surged through Shen Aoxue. She couldn't fathom why. Was it simply because Ye Ming was handsome? Was that why outstanding women were always drawn to him? But Shen Aoxue asked herself honestly, she was naturally beautiful, so why didn't she have a quality man? Currently, aside from her feelings for Ye Ming, Shen Aoxue could honestly say she had no interest in other men. Yet, she was the one who had insisted on divorcing Ye Ming back then. Ye Ming, do you two know each other? The words lingered on Shen Aoxue's lips but never left them. She felt asking would be redundant. The two seemed to be chatting happily, without a trace of awkwardness. If they had only just met, they wouldn't be in this state. Yet the more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. Before she knew it, she blurted out to Wuhui, are you two dating? Wuhui's expression remained perfectly natural and composed as he heard the question, merely nodding slightly. Ye Ming, meanwhile, offered no rebuttal. Shen Aoxue, seething with fury, snapped at Wuhui, so you like pretty boys, huh? Watch out, you'll end up bringing home a man who does laundry and cooks, more feminine than any woman. Wuhui chuckled, you think Ye Ming is more feminine than women? If I could really bring him home, I'd gladly do the laundry and cooking every day. Shen Aoxue froze at his words. So this is your type? Fine, I won't say more. You know about him and me. Since you like him, I won't try to talk you out of it. With that, Shen Aoxue turned and walked away without looking back. Jin Ku, standing nearby, called after her, Aoxue. Aoxue. We've already ordered the food. Why the rush? Shen Aoxue retorted irritably, if you want to eat, eat it yourself. I can't stand staying here any longer. At that moment, Jin Ku interjected, what's the rush? We're all family here. Since we've all gathered, why not just eat together? Wuhui, standing nearby, adopted a look of relishing the drama and added, Aoxue, the gentleman you brought is right. Why not stay for a little longer? The seafood here is quite famous. To Shen Aoxue, Wuhui's words felt like a blatant provocation. And Shen Aoxue couldn't stand this kind of provocation between women. Fine. I'll join you for dinner. Shen Aoxue turned back and sat down at the table, clearly annoyed. Jin Ku then turned to Ye Ming and Wuhui, I adore Aoxue. You two make such a perfect match, just get married already. That way, our Aoxue won't feel pressured or burdened. Once you two tie the knot, I can finally hold a grand wedding for her without any awkwardness. Don't you agree? Shen Aoxue simply drank glass after glass, paying no heed to Jin Ku's rambling beside her. She couldn't care less, for her heart was heavy with sorrow at that moment. Watching Ye Ming stirred up an indescribable feeling within her. When Jin Ku finally ran out of things to say, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned unbearably awkward. Chapter 72, Bet you can't make it. Wuhui, noticing the awkwardness, quickly changed the subject. What's everyone been up to lately? Before Wuhui could finish, Jin Ku stepped forward first, speaking with great confidence, I recently won a prize in free fighting. This award is highly prestigious, not something just anyone can get. Wuhui shot back sarcastically, young Master Jin certainly isn't ordinary. With your family's vast wealth, bribing judges or fighters must be child's play for you. Jin Ku laughed heartily, completely oblivious to Wuhui's sarcasm. He proudly explained to the others, you're right, most people couldn't pull it off, but I, Jin Ku, always find a way. But for an award of this caliber? I didn't need to spend a dime. My own skills were more than enough. Back in my school days, I was the undisputed king of the hill. Not a single guy in my entire grade dared cross Jin Ku. Jinke continued with unabashed pride. Besides, I train at the boxing gym for 8 hours nearly every day now. If I weren't accompanying my wife Aoxue today, I'd still be sparring right now. Jinke picked up the teacup on the table, speaking with a hint of thirst, and took a big gulp. So winning this award? I absolutely deserve it. Shen Aoxue, however, paid no attention to Jinke's words. She had no interest in the man before her. Their conversation was purely transactional, driven solely by a financial deal. Instead, it was Ye Ming, now divorced, who constantly tugged at her heartstrings. Especially now that Ye Ming was surrounded by beautiful women, which made Shen Aoxue feel bitter deep down. Meanwhile, Jinke continued bragging about his own capabilities, talking non-stop until everyone grew slightly annoyed. What was even more outrageous was that after boasting about his abilities, Jinke's gaze turned to Ye Ming with a hint of malice. Then, his gaze shifted slightly and landed on Shen Aoxue. Goodness, I have no idea how Aoxue picked her man back then. Look at some people skinny as a monkey, fairer skinned than a woman. Seems like he was born to be a freeloader. The moment Jinke uttered those words, everyone present understood he was targeting Ye Ming. Yet even as Jinke pushed his taunts to this extreme, Ye Ming remained buried in his meal, ignoring the provocation entirely. TSK, Ye Ming, you sure know how to play the victim. I'm talking about you, and you don't even give a reaction. What a genuine loser. Ye Ming gave a cold laugh, refusing to stoop to Jinke's level, and continued eating in silence. Wuhui, however, had reached her boiling point. Gritting her teeth, she snapped at Jinke. Hey, Mr. Big Shot Jin, since you're so full of yourself winning that big prize recently, beating world champions, why don't you and Ye Ming have a little showdown? I'd love to see how you knock down this freeloader you keep bragging about. Wuhui knew Ye Ming's capabilities well, so she indirectly issued a challenge to Jinke. Jinke, of course, was delighted at this prospect. In his eyes, Ye Ming was nothing more than a weak, pretty boy type who couldn't lift a finger. Today presented a rare chance to legally beat Ye Ming to a pulp. If he turned it down, there might never be another opportunity. Shen Aoxue, standing nearby, remained silent. She found herself oddly curious to see who would come out on top in a fight between Jinke and Ye Ming. Having lived with Ye Ming for some time, Shen Aoxue knew he wasn't the useless husband everyone claimed him to be. At the very least, he possessed unique skills when it came to fighting. Alright then, let's not waste any time. After we finish eating, I'll take you both to my master's boxing gym. We'll spar a bit. No problem, right? Wuhui answered for Ye Ming. Practice? Sure, why not? He then turned back to Ye Ming and flashed a playful grin. The atmosphere at the dinner table had grown so awkward that no one felt like eating anymore. After a while, the group made plans to head to the boxing gym. Outside, Jinke's driver was already waiting at the restaurant entrance in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, ready to pick up Jinke and Shen Aoxue. Jinke, with an air of superiority, invited Ye Ming and Wuhui. Never ridden in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, have you? Come on, today I'll give you a taste of what a real car is. Ye Ming and Wuhui both rolled their eyes. Just tell us the address. We'll meet at the boxing gym. Ye Ming replied indifferently. Jinke burst into laughter, mocking Ye Ming. What's wrong? Feeling inferior? Look at yourself, no need to feel inferior. After all, you only stayed with the Shen family for a few years. Stay a few more, and maybe you could afford one of these to a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. Ye Ming scoffed. You might not even get there faster driving than I would on my e-bike. Don't you see it's rush hour right now? Jinke scoffed dismissively. In his eyes, this was merely an excuse Ye Ming, the weakling, was using to cover his own incompetence. Then dare you take my bet? Jinke challenged. Ye Ming had lost all patience with this man, but he held back his anger for Wuhui's sake, who wanted to see him fight at the boxing gym. After Jinke finished proposing the wager, Ye Ming composed himself and quietly asked, "What's the wager?" Jinke grinned maliciously at Ye Ming. "How about this, whoever gets to the boxing gym first, the other one kneels down and polishes their shoes spotless. Deal?" Wuhui shot back at Jinke. Jinke, don't push it too far. Isn't that demand downright insulting? Jinke continued grinning maliciously. Miss Lu, this isn't insulting. If I wanted to humiliate someone, I'd have 1,000 ways. I'm just picking the most ordinary wager. Jinke paused before adding, besides, you mentioned heavy traffic. This is perfectly fair for you. If I get stuck for an hour and you arrive first, I'll honor the bet. I'll polish your shoes. Wuhui found no rebuttal to Jinke's words. Ye Ming, standing nearby, immediately agreed. Fine, I accept. Let's start the race now and see who gets there first. Chapter 73, Gym Showdown. After speaking, Ye Ming wasted no time chatting with Jinke. He headed straight for a nearby shared electric scooter. Jinke snorted coldly, then led Shen Aoxue to the stretch Rolls-Royce Phantom driven by his chauffeur. As expected, the driver barely got the car moving before it got stuck in traffic. Wuhui watched as Ye Ming pushed his shared electric scooter over. Without a second thought, she hopped on and wrapped her arms around Ye Ming's waist. All set? We're leaving. After a quick wave, Ye Ming leisurely twisted the throttle. With two whirring sounds, the e-bike carried both riders through the crowd, quickly catching up to Jin Ke's stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom. Seated on the back of Ye Ming's scooter, Lu Wuhui flashed an unfriendly gesture toward Jin Ke inside the Phantom. Provoked, Jin Ke disregarded traffic rules entirely, weaving recklessly across the road. Yet despite their speed, Ye Ming's electric scooter maintained a steady lead over Jin Ke. This outcome had not occurred to Lu Wuhui. He had assumed Ye Ming would inevitably lose this time and had been contemplating how to console the defeated Ye Ming while sitting on the scooter. But judging by the current situation, it was still anyone's guess who would end up losing. One on an electric bike, the other in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. After driving for a while, they were neck and neck. Jin Ke, sitting in his car, saw Ye Ming still leisurely pedaling along, while the main road had now been completely cleared of traffic. He rolled down his window and flashed an unfriendly gesture toward both Jin Ke and Ye Ming. Traffic's cleared now. Let's see what you've got. With that, he floored the accelerator. In the blink of an eye, Jin Ke's taillights vanished from view. Damn it! That kid got the better of me. Lu Wuhui seethed with anger, while Ye Ming continued pedaling at his leisurely pace. Lu Wuhui turned to Ye Ming and demanded, "Why aren't you even a little anxious? Don't you want to win? You heard it yourself, the loser has to kneel and polish shoes." Ye Ming merely smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I won't lose." After riding for a while, Ye Ming turned his electric bike into the underground parking garage of a large shopping mall, then made several turns. What's he doing bringing the bike in here? Are we just going to concede defeat? Lu Wuhui remained utterly baffled. Ye Ming explained to the woman before him, "Conceding is out of the question. This is a shortcut. I grew up here and know far more back alleys than Jin Ke, that deadbeat who just leeches off his parents. No wonder you dared accept such an unequal bet. Looks like you knew Jin Ke would lose from the start." Ye Ming shook his head at Lu Wugui's assumption. "Logically, I should be faster, but this is my first race against someone else. Anything could happen." As the two traded words, Ye Ming emerged from the shortcut, just as Jin Ke's Rolls-Royce happened to pull up at the same spot. Jin Ke had been wearing a pleased expression, but seeing Ye Ming appear out of nowhere and even closer to the boxing gym than he was made his anger flare instantly. After all, losing this time meant having to kneel and polish shoes, a humiliation Jin Ke refused to endure in front of his goddess, Shen Aoxue. He slammed his foot down on the accelerator, determined to overtake Ye Ming. But just as he did, Ye Ming slipped into a street-side mall parking lot and vanished from sight. Just as Jin Ke was puzzling over Ye Ming's speed, the driver beside him spoke up, "Young master, they took the back roads. The electric vehicle on that route is indeed faster than ours. You useless fool. If you knew about the shortcut, why didn't you tell me sooner?" Jin Ke angrily berated the driver who had already taken the front passenger seat. The driver looked at Jin Ke with an innocent expression. "Young master, it's not that I didn't want to go that way. If we followed his route, it would take us half an hour longer than him. That underground passage connects to a series of parking garages where cars can't drive fast." Jin Ke gritted his teeth. Though furious, he could only channel that anger into stomping on the brakes. About 10 minutes later, Jin Ke finally entered the boxing gym where they were supposed to meet, his face dark with anger, accompanied by Shen Aoxue. When they reached the ground floor, they spotted Ye Ming's electric scooter, a clear sign they'd lost this round. After Jin Ke and Shen Aoxue went upstairs, they discovered that Ye Ming and Lu Wuhuang were taking their sweet time. Apparently they'd been resting in the boxing gym for quite a while. Ye Ming and Lu Wuhuang had actually only just arrived themselves, but both possessed excellent physical conditioning. Even after riding for so long, they showed little sign of fatigue. As soon as Ye Ming spotted Jin Ke and Shen Aoxue approaching, he opened his mouth to speak. But Lu Wuhuang, who had long disliked Jin Ke, piped up with a sarcastic tone, "Oh my, Master Jin sure took his sweet time arriving. We've been here for ages. According to our agreement, shouldn't you be kneeling down to polish our shoes by now?" Lu Wuhuang grinned maliciously and continued, "Oh, I almost forgot this is young Master Jin personally polishing shoes. Such a sensational scene deserves to be captured by TV cameras for the reporters. That would be truly entertaining." Meanwhile, Jin Ke stood beside him, his face darkening. Clearly, he hadn't expected to lose. Now, he was desperately trying to figure out how to wriggle out of this bet. After a long pause, Jin Ke addressed Ye Ming and Lu Wuhuang, "Though I proposed this wager, we never specified how many rounds would decide the outcome. Here's the deal, if Ye Ming beats me, I'll kneel and polish your shoes." Lu Wuhuang was speechless at Jin Ke's attempt to back out. "How can you renege like this?" Ye Ming stepped forward and addressed Jin Ke, "I accept your challenge. How do we play? Shall we start immediately?" Jin Ke sneered disdainfully, thinking, he's clearly an amateur. Doesn't know a thing and wants to jump right in. Still, he began explaining the rules to Ye Ming. "Don't say I'm bullying you just because I've won awards. My master will take you to learn the rules of combat first. Then you can pick up a few moves before fighting me." After speaking, Jin Ke gave a subtle nod to the staff nearby. After all, this boxing gym was run by his master, and he frequented the place often, so everyone was familiar with him. A single glance was enough for the staff to understand Jin Ke's meaning. Chapter 74, Practical Training. Ye Ming thought to himself that while these guys seemed like total losers to him, the idea of playing dumb to catch the big fish was incredibly satisfying. Without further hesitation, he agreed. The gym owner who approached him sported a thick beard and a burly build that certainly looked formidable. But after just one glance, Wuhui and Ye Ming both knew this man was all bluster and no substance, not truly formidable. The gym owner shot Ye Ming a dismissive glance, a sneer curling his lips. He thought to himself, if this little trash doesn't get beaten to a pulp by Jin Ku in a moment, I'd be ashamed to call myself his master. Come with me, young man. Judging by your build, this must be your first time at a boxing gym. Ye Ming merely smiled without responding. The gym instructor then explained, our gym specializes in free fighting. Ye Ming, already aware, asked, what exactly is free fighting? Could you explain the rules? A smile played on the gym owner's lips. Free fighting, as the name suggests, is close quarters combat with no restrictions on which body parts you can use. In a real fight, of course, the goal is simply to beat your opponent. But since we're just sparring and having a bit of fun, you just need to avoid dirty tricks like monkey-style moves and you can go all out on your opponent. Ye Ming chuckled, got it. Let's get started. The gym owner interjected from the side, no rush. Since this is your first time, I'll show you how my students actually fight first. With that, the owner clapped his hands and addressed several individuals in training uniforms behind him, you two, step up and spar. Let him observe. At his command, two disciples both strikingly handsome leaped onto the ring. They began their sparring routine. Ye Ming hadn't expected that even apprentices from a small boxing gym could execute such intricate techniques. Nor did he expect their exchanges to feel less like staged acting and more like genuine combat. Just as the lively exchange continued, Jin Ku, sipping tea nearby, sneered, Master, this new disciple of yours is no good. Look at all those openings in his moves. If it were me, one sweeping kick would have them flat on their backs, unable to get up. The boxing gym master shot Jin Ku a stern look before calling a halt to the sparring. Young man, why don't you practice with my two disciples first? He then turned to his disciples, go easy on him. He's a beginner. The two gym disciples exchanged sly grins upon seeing Ye Ming. They knew Jin Ku and his crew were no match for them, but Jin Ku himself was utterly detestable. Yet, wary of Jin Ku's influence, they could only grovel before him. The man before them looked like nothing more than a pretty boy, so they grew bold. As Ye Ming stepped forward, Jin Ku prepared to watch him make a fool of himself. Beside him, Wuhui remained utterly unfazed. Ye Ming stepped forward, frozen in place. The two men, poised and ready, exchanged a gesture of deference before turning to Jin Ku with mocking smiles. You go first, they said. Jin Ku hesitated for a moment before assuming a fighting stance and unleashing a powerful punch toward the boxing gym apprentice. This blow contained merely 1/10 of Ye Ming's strength. Yet as a gym apprentice, he felt as if that single punch nearly took his life. The apprentice muttered to himself, this kid looks skinny and weak, but who knew his punch packed such power? Luckily, he doesn't have any technique. I just need to use my fighting skills to overpower him and win. Just as the apprentice was basking in his smug fantasies, Ye Ming unleashed another punch. It was pure brute force crushing technique. Even with superior strength, the apprentice couldn't withstand Ye Ming's powerful, heavy strikes. The punch sent the apprentice reeling to the edge of the ring. With a single sweeping kick, Ye Ming sent him tumbling off the platform. Ye Ming's sequence looked clumsy, yet it had effectively knocked the man off the ring. While the gym apprentice stood there dumbfounded, Ye Ming leapt down from the ring. He extended his hand, his face now wearing an expression of utter innocence. You didn't hurt yourself, did you? The gym apprentice's face flushed crimson, the color spreading from his neck all the way to the back of his ears. He felt utterly humiliated, having been bested by a complete novice like Ye Ming. Meanwhile, Jin Ku mocked the apprentice from the sidelines. Master, I told you your new apprentice was useless. Look at him, got knocked down by a complete amateur in just a few rounds. That's hilarious. Or was he holding back? But even if he was, he couldn't have gone about it like that, right? Ignoring Jin Ku's taunts, the gym owner gave the apprentice a thumbs up instead. Nice work. A rookie like that needs confidence from the start. Though the apprentice's face flushed with embarrassment, his heart warmed at the master's praise. The master then turned to another apprentice. You go up and try your hand with this young man. Don't hurt him. After saying this, the other apprentice stepped forward. Without further ado, he charged straight at Ye Ming. But Ye Ming feigned a slip, collapsing to the ground. The apprentice's punch sailed harmlessly through the air. Just as the apprentice thought it was mere luck and prepared to attack again, Ye Ming had silently moved behind him. With a swift hand strike to the man's neck, the apprentice instantly lost his ability to fight. Of course, Ye Ming hadn't exerted even 10% of his strength this time. He knew that a strike to such a sensitive area could easily knock the man unconscious if he applied too much force. The boxing gym's master had now realized Ye Ming was no novice. Though each move appeared clumsy and unskilled, he effortlessly defeated his opponents every time. Only Jin Ku stood by, still foolishly mocking the two apprentices. Useless. Truly useless. The gym master spoke up. Young man, I never would have guessed. You look like you've trained before. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Chapter 75 Facing Jin Ku. Jin Ku leaped onto the ring with utter disdain. You've learned enough, haven't you? Let's spar. Show me just how good you really are. Ye Ming said nothing, merely assuming a stance and waiting for Jin Ku. Jin Ku beckoned with a finger. Come on, I'll let you in a few moves. Ye Ming didn't refuse. This man had a face just begging to be punched, and Ye Ming didn't mind teaching the arrogant fellow a lesson. Without further ado, Ye Ming unleashed a punch at Jin Ku with 1/10 of his strength. But that 1/10 effort proved Ye Ming had slightly underestimated his opponent. The blow didn't send Jin Ku flying. Instead, Jin Ku caught it with one hand, absorbing 1/10 of Ye Ming's power. Even so, Jin Ku inwardly cursed his luck. Damn it, never expected this kid looking so refined and polite to pack such a punch. Yet Jin Ku still wore a smug grin on his face, his words showing no intention of letting Ye Ming off the hook. Is that all you've got? You're just tickling me. Jin Ku then launched his counterattack, unleashing a barrage of punches at Ye Ming. Yet Ye Ming managed to dodge every single one of Jin Ku's attacks with remarkable precision. Jin Ku grew increasingly furious. Ye Ming, you've got guts, stop dodging. If you're a man, come fight me head on. What kind of nonsense is this, slithering around like an eel? Watching from the sidelines, Shen Aoxue found herself silently rooting for Ye Ming. To her eyes, Jin Ku was utterly worthless beyond his wealth. Ye Ming, however, was at least a man she had once been married to. As Jin Ku's ex-husband, Shen Aoxue naturally didn't want him to get beaten up by Jin Ku. But Shen Aoxue's initial anxiety eased as she watched Jin Ku chase Ye Ming around the ring in a comical fashion. Jin Ku had only been caught off guard several times during his attacks, leaving him on the verge of losing his cool. Since he started boxing, he had never encountered an opponent as stubborn as Ye Ming today. Ye Ming moved across the ring like a cunning fox. Not only did Jin Ku's attacks consistently miss the dodging fighter, but what truly infuriated him was being repeatedly ambushed by this sly fox. This is infuriating. Fueled by rage, Jin Ku threw every punch with all his might. Yet the harder he tried, the more elusive Ye Ming became. Seeing Jin Ku finally take him seriously, Ye Ming decided to play along. Ye Ming initiated a head-on confrontation with Jin Ku. He lunged forward, delivering a palm strike that landed squarely on Jin Ku's midsection. He followed up with a spinning kick, though only using 20% of his strength, which sent Jin Ku tumbling to the ground. Now, Jin Ku clutched his stomach, struggling painfully to rise from the ground. How could this kid be so strong? Jin Ku had just won a prize in free fighting, but the competitors there had been inexplicably weak. If they were all like Ye Ming, Jin Ku knew he wouldn't even have a chance to advance. After scrambling to his feet, Jin Ku glanced at Shen Aoxue nearby, only to find her gaze fixed entirely on Ye Ming. This only fueled his already boiling rage. Then Jin Ku charged at Ye Ming like a bull. The blow was powerful and forceful, yet Ye Ming managed to dodge it. Jin Ku's swinging fist slammed into the ring's pillar instead. With a thunderous crash, Jin Ku actually knocked the pillar flying. Ye Ming merely smiled faintly, saying nothing more. He simply delivered another swift hand chop to Jin Ku, who collapsed instantly. Ye Ming had used a full third of his strength for that karate chop, a lesson well deserved for Jin Ku, who seemed born with a face just begging to be punched. After a brief blackout, Jin Ku slowly crawled to his feet, his face now swollen like a pig's head from Ye Ming's blows. Meanwhile, Ye Ming stood on the stage as calm as a spectator, utterly unfazed. I'll kill you. Jin Ku was still enraged, but the gym's master could see Jin Ku was no match for Ye Ming. The gym master, having witnessed Ye Ming exerting merely 20% of his strength, began to suspect the young man was a master of the transcendence realm. But with so many people around, he couldn't point it out. He himself possessed the strength of a first-tier transcendent realm expert, making him virtually unrivaled in this region. Jin Ku was merely one of his less gifted disciples. Young man, let me exchange a few moves with you. The gym owner blocked Jin Ku's advancing attack and beckoned to Ye Ming. Jin Ku, however, continued to rant, get out of the way. I'm going to kill this man, he's infuriating. The gym's master addressed Jin Ku, you two aren't on the same level. I'm probably the only one here who can spar with this young man. After speaking, the gym owner bowed respectfully to Ye Ming, his aura suddenly expanding. Ye Ming merely glanced at him indifferently, already forming a rough judgment in his mind. This man before him was worth him exerting 40% of his strength. Without hesitation, Ye Ming charged at the boxer. The arena echoed only with muffled thuds as the two exchanged blows relentlessly. It had been ages since Ye Ming had fought with such exhilaration. Though he was holding back at 40% power, he was thoroughly enjoying this bout. Initially, the boxer could keep pace with Ye Ming's attacks, but after about 10 minutes, his stamina began to falter. Gradually losing ground, the boxer exchanged a few more blows with Ye Ming before stepping back and bowing respectfully. Young man, I never expected you to be this formidable. I misjudged you. Who taught you these skills? I can't discern any recognizable style, it doesn't seem like our local techniques at all. Ye Ming smiled faintly. That's my secret. I can't tell you. But you're quite skilled yourself. With your talent, why settle for teaching boxing in a gym? You could clearly find better opportunities. After sparring with the boxing master, Ye Ming clearly understood the man's capabilities. With such skill, he could easily earn far more as a bodyguard for influential figures than he ever would running a boxing gym. The boxing instructor smiled back at Ye Ming. I simply wish to spread my martial arts. That's why I opened this gym, to seek out promising young talent. Chapter 76, The Poison Takes Effect. The boxing gym owner and Ye Ming had become acquainted through their fight. After chatting for a while, Ye Ming left the gym. Since Lu Wuhui had left earlier, Ye Ming planned to walk home alone. But after taking just a few steps, Ye Ming felt something was terribly wrong with his body. The sudden, piercing pain felt exactly like the poison was taking effect. Damn it! Could it be that he had slightly tapped into his inner strength during the sparring match with the gym owner, triggering the poison? The poison within Ye Ming hadn't flared up in quite some time. This sudden recurrence made him recall his earlier fight with the gym owner. But upon further reflection, Ye Ming realized he hadn't exerted much force during the fight. It was highly unlikely that the bout with the gym owner had triggered the illness. Yet, after much deliberation, Ye Ming still found no answers. He resolved to visit the Sevenstar heavenly palace that Li Changkong had constructed for him. This palace was specifically built by Li Changkong to suppress Ye Ming's poison. Inside lay the 12 treasures designed to seal off the poison's intrusion. Logically, as long as the 12 treasures remained intact, the power suppressing Ye Ming's poison should not weaken or dissipate. Lost in thought, Ye Ming sped toward the 7-star heaven. The insidious poison within his body began to ache faintly, so after traveling for a while, Ye Ming hailed a taxi. Soon, Ye Ming arrived near the 7-star heavenly palace. As this was a secret base Li Changkong had established solely for Ye Ming, few people ever came here. Upon entering the 7-star sky, Ye Ming carefully examined the 12 treasures suppressing the bug poison within the sky. To his surprise, he actually detected a subtle change. At some unknown point, one of the 12 treasures, the blood magnolia, had lost its original crimson hue, replaced instead by a ghostly blue tint. It was clear that this mutation in the blood magnolia stemmed from its absorption of vast quantities of the poisonous bug energy. If this particular blood magnolia became completely unusable, Ye Ming would face the full-scale eruption of the bug poison within his body. After a moment's thought, Ye Ming dialed Li Changkong's number. Do you know where I can find another blood magnolia? The one in the 7-star heavenly palace is about to become unusable. General Yi, why didn't you notify me sooner about something this critical? Blood magnolias are already exceedingly rare. Locating one for you took immense effort. Where on earth could we possibly find another? Li Changkong pondered for a long moment on the other end of the line before sighing. Yi Shuai, wait for me at the 7-star heaven. I'll be there immediately. Li Changkong thought to himself that such a matter demanded absolute precision. He had to verify it personally. Meanwhile, Ye Ming sat cross-legged in the 7-star sky, eyes closed in meditation. Nothing was more crucial than restoring his energy at this very moment. The 7-star heavenly palace, specially crafted by Li Changkong for Ye Ming, had consumed the man's entire life's work. Though one blood magnolia had been infected by the bug poison, it in no way diminished Ye Ming's ability to suppress the poison at its source by returning to the 7-star sky. After an unknown period of time, Li Changkong arrived at the 7-star heavenly palace. General Yi, are you all right? Li Changkong's heart sank with worry as he looked at Ye Ming. The man before him was deathly pale, his clothes looking as if they would fall apart at any moment. Damned bug poison. If I had a better solution, I would certainly help General Yi extract it entirely. But now, we can only rely on the power of the 7-star heavenly palace and the 12 supreme treasures to suppress the outbreak of this bug poison. Seeing Ye Ming still unconscious, Li Changkong stepped forward to examine the blood magnolia flower Ye Ming had mentioned. Sure enough, it matched Ye Ming's description exactly. The blood magnolia had been invaded by the poisonous insect venom. At most a month, at least 7 days, it would inevitably become a worthless, poisonous weed. Yet, no matter how hard he racked his brain, recalling every place he knew, he couldn't figure out who else in this world might possess such a rare and precious blood magnolia. Just as Li Changkong was at his wit's end, Ye Ming appeared behind him. Ye Ming's complexion had improved somewhat by now. He asked Li Changkong, do you know where else this could be found? Li Changkong shook his head without answering, and Ye Ming sighed helplessly. After a long silence, Li Changkong suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Commander Yi, I have an idea. Ye Ming's eyes flickered with interest. Tell me. Li Changkong described it vividly to Ye Ming. General Yi, though we can't find the blood magnolia now, we can absolutely find a treasure that can replace it. Ye Ming perked up at the suggestion. Whatever the treasure might be, as long as it could replace the blood orchid, it would be worth it. Once they found a way to completely extract the poisonous bug, these treasures would become mere trifles to him. Li Changkong pondered for a moment before sighing. However, General Yi, though I know of something that can replace the blood magnolia, I fear even you would struggle to obtain it. Ye Ming frowned in confusion. What could be so difficult to obtain? Ye Ming understood these treasures were exceedingly rare. Gathering the 12 treasures needed to suppress the poisonous venom was already an immense feat. Finding a substitute for the blood orchid would surely be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Yet in Ye Ming's eyes, even if it were as hard as ascending to the heavens, if he truly desired it, he could find it. Li Changkong addressed Ye Ming. It is the heirloom treasure of an ancient clan, known as the Warm Sun Jade. However, this jade is something they pass down through generations to their supreme patriarch's holy daughter. It should be impossible to obtain. The Warm Sun treasure jade? Ye Ming's heart jolted. You mean that mysterious, reclusive clan, the Mo family? Li Changkong nodded. Precisely, Commander Yi. The Mo clan. Yet even knowing the Warm Sun Jade is in their possession, we have no means to borrow it. After all, this reclusive clan, we don't even know where they are now. Ye Ming's expression, unusually, returned to normal. If it's the Mo family, I have a fair chance of getting it. Alright, leave this matter to me. Just wait for my good news. Li Changkong was startled. He hadn't expected Ye Ming to have heard of the reclusive Mo family, and judging by Ye Ming's demeanor, he seemed utterly confident, determined to obtain that Warm Sun Jade. As Ye Ming's figure was about to leave the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace, he turned back and suddenly asked Li Changkong, "Oh, right, how much time do I have to spare?" Chapter 77, The Desert of Death. Li Changkong gave Ye Ming a wry smile and held up one finger. Optimistically speaking, about a month. But General Yi, you'd better go and return quickly, because I'm not sure how much longer this blood magnolia can hold out. Ye Ming waved his hand. Alright, I understand. After that, Ye Ming told no one about his mission to find the Mo clan. Instead, he set off alone toward a land shrouded in endless yellow sand. Several days later, Ye Ming infiltrated a caravan of merchants also heading for the Mo family's territory. Though modern transport like planes and trains handled most cargo now, ancient methods remained the only solution for places technology couldn't reach. Camels and horses traversed the boundless desert. Among the caravan members were numerous mid-journey edition streamers, explorers, archaeologists, and similar groups. This desert region, entirely devoid of modernity and home to numerous World Heritage sites, had always drawn the yearning of countless people. Within this region, the sole major power is the Free Merchant Guild, an organization dedicated to exclusively exporting treasures from these ruins to other nations. Though initially just a small group of adventurers and caravans, over time this collective had evolved into a large, well-organized power with clear divisions of labor. In this desert, the Free Merchant Guild effectively reigns supreme. Due to its remote location and complete lack of modern development, this place functions as a lawless micro-society. It has become the first refuge for many of the most heinous criminals, with nowhere else to flee. Thus, this place is often called the Desert of Death. Due to the fact that explorers entering the Death Desert year after year never return, groups engaging in trade with the desert have gradually adopted the practice of traveling in caravans. This approach leverages strength in numbers, significantly increasing the collective chances of survival. Of course, the Death Desert isn't solely home to ruins and antiquities. It also hosts a peculiar plant resembling a cactus. This plant is fiercely sought after by major cosmetics companies. Any cosmetic product incorporating this plant as an ingredient commands an exceptionally high price. Faced with such exorbitant prices and a product that was practically impossible to obtain, everyone was envious. Over the years, numerous caravans seeking huge profits had come to this place to reap windfall gains. Ye Ming's purpose, of course, was to search for the Warm Sun Jade of the Mo clan. His knowledge that this reclusive family had taken root in this deadly desert was entirely coincidental. It all began long ago when Ye Ming rescued a girl with exotic features from a group of kidnappers. This girl happened to be the third daughter of the Mo family's leader. He had also received a token of recognition at the time, which was precisely why Ye Ming was so confident he could obtain the Warm Sun Jade. The weather in the Death Desert was notoriously harsh, yet Ye Ming, who had been following the caravan for some time, had yet to encounter such extreme conditions. Just as Ye Ming was quietly feeling fortunate, the sun hanging in the sky suddenly seemed to be obscured. Immediately after, a raging wind swept across the sky, howling as it carried sand particles with it. For caravans that frequently traversed the Death Desert, such weather was nothing unusual. But for those experiencing it for the first time, it was truly awe-inspiring. Everyone, don't panic. This weather is perfectly normal. Even if it were raining knives from the sky right now, it wouldn't stop us from making our fortune, right? The leader appeared to be a burly mercenary type, carrying no heavy firearms, just a simple entrenching tool and a small dagger. Ye Ming could sense something unusual about this man. If they were to fight, he estimated the mercenary had about 30% of his strength. Ye Ming didn't dwell on it after all, venturing into this deadly desert required capable enforcers. But just as Ye Ming was about to dismiss the matter, a group of black-clad figures approached from the distance. They charged through the raging sand like specters. The leader, spotting the approaching figures, let a sinister grin spread across his lips. He bellowed to his men, "Press forward." At this point, none of the group voiced any objections. Though some newcomers to the Death Desert eyed the figures in the distant black robes with wariness, the mercenary leader explained that those were their trading partners within the desert. When the group reached the black-robed figures, the leader and the newcomers exchanged a few words. The black-veiled figures swiftly formed a protective formation, encircling the caravan on both flanks. The journey passed without incident, easing the group's unease. After an unknown period of time, they arrived at a city built entirely of piled sand. Yet this place did not appear to be a base established by the Free Traders Guild. Instead, it exuded an eerie, ghostly aura. The moment they entered the city, the gates slammed shut behind them. It was then that the group clearly heard what the leader had said to the black-clad men. This time, the black-clad man made no attempt to conceal his words as he addressed the leader directly. "I've brought over 100 test subjects this time. We agreed on 5 million per head. How will you pay me for these 100? The black-clad man remained silent throughout, merely waving his hand. Behind him, others carried 50 million in cash and dumped it beside the leader. Ye Ming thought to himself, looks like he's been sold out. He had long known that a sinister force had recently emerged in the Death Desert, specifically targeting the Free Alliance. They kidnapped those who came to the desert to do business. It seemed this was the very group responsible. As the mercenary leader happily counted the money, the shadowy figure in black had silently appeared behind him. A black dagger plunged straight into the mercenary's body. The mercenary stared at the 50 million in cash before him, his eyes wide open in death as he collapsed to the ground. Every drop of blood from his body was instantly absorbed into the sand, leaving not a single trace behind. Everyone in the merchant caravan accompanying the mercenary panicked, scrambling toward the gate. But the black-clad men moved like ghosts, swiftly killing many in no time. Chapter 78, Heretics. After this brutal slaughter by the black-clad men, none of the survivors showed any inclination to resist. A black-clad figure stepped forward and addressed the remaining crowd. "If you want to live, stay put. We'll provide you with good food and drink every day." His eyes turned cold. "Disobedience will meet the same fate as those who tried to flee earlier. Is that clear?" The crowd remained silent. Most were merchants who traded in goods. They might treat money like dirt, but they would never trade their own lives. The black-clad men who had abducted the group seemed to have no further intention of extorting them, aside from moving all their goods into the warehouse. Shortly after, the black-clad figures led the group into a room that wasn't particularly large, yet could accommodate over 100 people. The room contained bunk beds arranged in rows. Both exits were guarded by black-clad figures. Time passed, and Ye Ming and the others remained there until nightfall. During this time, some merchants gathered in whispers, seemingly plotting an escape. Yet Ye Ming knew this godforsaken place offered no chance of survival beyond its borders. Reaching the nearest village was their only hope. Therefore, Ye Ming had no intention of attempting an escape. Besides, these black-clad guards posed little direct threat to him personally. Their sheer numbers, however, made dealing with them a potential hassle. Instead, Ye Ming was quite curious to see what these black-clad men were really up to, and what exactly they intended by locking them all inside this house. But day after day passed. For 3 consecutive days, the black-clad figures paid them no mind whatsoever. Aside from delivering meals punctually each day, nothing else happened. Ye Ming couldn't afford to wait any longer. The poison within his body seemed to have intensified compared to recent days. If they remained trapped here indefinitely without locating the Mo family's heirloom, the warm sunjade, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. Another night passed, and the others captured alongside Ye Ming began to grow restless. Several merchants who had attempted to escape were caught and returned with their legs broken. The gruesome sight had crushed any remaining desire to flee among the prisoners. If death itself offered some kind of release, then their current situation felt like a living hell. With their legs broken, they couldn't even die. Yet living here felt like merely clinging to life. Finally, after more than a dozen captives with broken legs were brought in, the men in black sent their leader. Upon entering, the leader addressed the group. "You've been here for some time now. I trust you've all grown accustomed to it." The crowd remained silent. The black-clad man clapped his hands. "Excellent, excellent. Your silence confirms you've grown accustomed to life here." After speaking, the leader clapped his hands and ordered those behind him, "Bring the equipment." A small squad of black-clad figures entered, each holding a piece of pitch-black stone. No one knew what purpose these black stones served, and even Ye Ming could only sense that they looked somewhat peculiar. The men then distributed the stones to each person, declaring, "From this day forward, you must water these stones with your blood. If you refuse to cooperate, we will enforce compliance by force." After speaking, the figure produced a small knife. "Watch closely. I will demonstrate this only once." He randomly selected one of the men who had been captured and was trying to escape. With the knife, he made a small cut on the man's arm. The wound was small, just enough to draw blood. He then placed the man's hand on a black stone. The stone seemed to act like a blood-sucking leech. Within mere seconds, it transformed from black to red. As the crowd gasped in shock, only Ye Ming noticed that the stone's blood-absorbing speed was so rapid that not a single drop remained after the wrist was cut. After absorbing all the blood and turning crimson, the stone seemed to possess a natural hemostatic function. Ye Ming strained to recall his memories. After a long moment, it suddenly dawned on him. The stone the man had given them wasn't an ordinary rock at all, but a creature that resembled stone. This creature required fresh blood to survive, but without it, it would harden into a rock-like object, just like the stone they now held. Yet no matter how hard Ye Ming racked his brain, he couldn't recall the name of this bizarre creature. He only knew it served as the finest catalyst for brewing potent, high-grade poisonous insects. The thought of bug poison made Ye Ming's teeth itch with rage. He never imagined that not only was his own body already infected with bug poison, but now he was to be turned into a bug poison manufacturing machine. Though he possessed the ability to leave immediately, departing alone would condemn the others captured with him to the same fate, becoming poison-producing machines. As Ye Ming's mind wandered, the black-clad figure bellowed at the crowd, who's volunteering for the test run. At that moment, everyone cowered timidly in the back. After all, piercing one's own arm to draw blood was something most people simply couldn't bring themselves to do. But the black-clad figure's gaze happened to land squarely on Ye Ming. After being singled out, Ye Ming didn't say much. He simply stepped forward, took the dagger from the black-clad figure, and slashed his own arm. The moment blood flowed, he pressed a black object against the wound. The next moment, the object turned red. The man in black exclaimed in astonishment, "Very good, very good. See? As long as you follow my instructions, we won't treat you unfairly." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the stone-like object in Ye Ming's hand twitched several times before exploding. Standing close to the black-clad figure, Ye Ming was sprayed with blood from the explosion. The areas where Ye Ming's blood landed on the man's face and skin began to rapidly corrode and burn. "Holy, this guy has a poisonous bug inside him." The black-clad man cried out in horror, frantically stripping off his blood-soaked clothes while backing away. Ye Ming, however, calmly snatched another black object, letting it suckle on his body. Once it was full, he tossed it toward the black-clad man. He hadn't realized this thing possessed such potent corrosive properties after detonation. For a simple bomb, it was practically perfect. Chapter 79, Mo Duo. Just as Ye Ming was locked in a fierce struggle with the black-clad figure using whatever was in his hands, a tremendous explosion echoed from outside the door. Immediately afterward, a voice blared over a loudspeaker, "Black Robe Cult. You are surrounded. Surrender now, or we will level your stronghold to the ground today." The voice on the other end of the megaphone belonged to an exceptionally elegant woman. Ye Ming recognized this as a golden opportunity. Though he didn't know the identity of the arriving force, it was clear they harbored a deep, irreconcilable hatred toward these black-clad figures. From the woman's announcement, Ye Ming deduced that these black-clad figures belonged to an organization called the Black Robe Cult. The only question was what their leader, the Black Robe Master, intended to do with these medicinal ingredients used to concoct poisonous bugs. The black-clad men inside the room had already been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Ye Ming. Now, hearing the sounds of reinforcements approaching, they abandoned all caution. The fear previously instilled in them by the cultists transformed into raw power, unleashed in a furious torrent upon the remaining Black Robe cult members within the room. Soon, over 100 people had beaten the 5 or 6 black-robed cultists within the house to a pulp. Some particularly vicious merchants even pulled out steel bars torn from the bed frames and began smashing the cultists mercilessly. Amidst the howls of terror, everyone stormed out of the building. But this house wasn't only holding the 100 or so who had just arrived. Next door were other merchants who had been captured earlier. Seizing the moment, the crowd kicked open the doors to the other rooms and released everyone inside. Ye Ming took a closer look and estimated there were at least 500 or 600 people in this place. Outside the Black Robe Cult stronghold, the sounds of gunfire and melee combat echoed incessantly, while flames engulfed the entire compound. Ye Ming, with his keen eyes, had already spotted a group of black-clad figures escaping through a secret passageway in the stronghold, carrying a large amount of valuables. Just as he prepared to pursue them, the poison in his body erupted once more, knocking him unconscious on the ground. He had no idea how much time had passed, nor whether the Black Robe cultists had been wiped out. When Ye Ming finally regained consciousness, he found a young girl in a black dress dozing off beside him. A bowl of half-consumed herbal medicine sat on the bedside table. Ye Ming shifted slightly, startling the girl awake beside him. "You're awake?" Ye Ming nodded, but his throat was so hoarse and parched he couldn't utter a word. Yet there was something vaguely familiar about the girl before him. The girl gazed at Ye Ming with affection in her eyes. "Brother Ye, don't you remember me?" Ye Ming strained to recall, wasn't this the third young miss of the Mo family? When he had first met this little girl, she had been only 7 or 8 years old. Now she had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Though her face still retained some of the innocence untouched by the harshness of the world, her entire demeanor had matured considerably. Ye Ming tried to speak, but his throat refused to produce any sound. He could only gesture with his hand, signaling to the girl that he wanted water. Quick-witted and perceptive, she instantly understood his need. After scanning the surroundings and finding no water, she picked up the half-bowl of leftover herbal medicine and said to Ye Ming, "Brother Ye, drink the medicine Mother brewed for you first. I'll go fetch some clean water for you." Ye Ming accepted without hesitation. He didn't believe this harmless-looking girl would poison him. After he finished the medicine sip by sip, the young girl beside Ye Ming said cheerfully, "Brother Ye, lie here for a bit. I'll go fetch you some water to drink." With that, she left and soon returned carrying a large basin of water, thoughtfully providing Ye Ming with an extra large straw. After taking several sips, Ye Ming felt his throat gradually quench its thirst. He blinked his mouth and said to the young girl, "It's been years since we last met. You've grown so much." The girl blushed slightly and nodded. Then she turned to Ye Ming and said, "Brother Ye, it's been so many years since we last met. You must have forgotten my name, right?" Ye Ming chuckled and shook his head. "Mo Duo? How could I possibly forget your name, little one?" Mo Duo looked shyly at Ye Ming. "Brother Ye, you're so mean. You promised to visit me when you had time. Look how many years I've waited for you. If it weren't for my mother going to clean up the black robe sect today, who knows when I would have seen you again." Though her tone held a hint of reproach, it couldn't hide her deep affection for Ye Ming. Ye Ming smiled without responding, only asking Mo Duo, "What exactly is the black robe cult? And what happened to the others who were imprisoned with me?" Mo Duo shook her head. "Brother Ye, I don't know the specifics. But this black robe cult is a heretical sect that emerged in our death desert in recent years. They specialize in kidnapping passing merchants like you. You'd think they're after money, but they only seem to seize cargo once. It feels like they're hiding some secret agenda." After a moment's hesitation, she continued, "Mother mentioned the cult leader practices a sinister martial art requiring the essence blood of 10,000 people to master. Our Free Traders Guild has been suppressing them for years, yet after every purge, they re-establish themselves in new strongholds. This is already our 8th campaign against them." After finishing, Mo Duo took a deep breath. Ye Ming grasped the situation and crossed his legs, beginning his cultivation. Mo Duo teased Ye Ming playfully, "Brother Ye, you're so powerful surely you wouldn't get captured by those nobodies? Are you planning to infiltrate their ranks and undermine them from within?" Ye Ming smiled without responding. Mo Duo puffed out her cheeks indignantly. "Humph. Brother Ye, you're so mean, keeping secrets from me. I should have just left you there for the dogs to eat." Ye Ming gazed at the mischievous young girl before him, suddenly filled with affection. Then he addressed Mo Duo directly, "I originally came to borrow your family heirloom, the warm sun jade, from your mother. Unexpectedly, I stumbled into a merchant guild and was captured by the black robe sect." Upon hearing Ye Ming mention borrowing the warm sun jade, Mo Duo tuned out everything else he said afterward. "Ye brother, what did you say? You want to borrow my family's warm sun jade?" Ye Ming nodded. "That's right. I've been poisoned by a powerful bug poison. The blood orchid I used before no longer works. The only thing that can replace it now is the warm sun jade." Chapter 80, The Conditions of Lending. Mo Duo's face clouded with distress upon hearing this. "Brother Ye, it's not that I won't lend it to you. The warm sun jade is still in mother's possession. She said only the heir of the Mo family can possess the warm sun jade." She glanced at Ye Ming after speaking. "But I'm the youngest child. No matter what, this treasure will never belong to me." Ye Ming felt stumped too. It seemed the only way forward was to discuss this with Mo Duo's mother. After a moment, Mo Duo gritted her teeth. "Fine. Since you're my Ye brother, I'll steal the warm sun jade if I have to." Ye Ming chuckled at the little girl's silly expression. Just as the two were laughing heartily in the room, a light cough sounded from outside the door. "Young man, don't think that just because you saved my doer years ago, you can set your sights on the Mo family's warm sun jade." Mo Duo's mother had overheard their entire conversation. Now bursting into the room, she gave Ye Ming a frosty stare. Recognizing the visitor as Mo Duo's mother, Ye Ming politely climbed off the bed. "Brother Ye, your injuries aren't fully healed yet. Stay in bed. My mother won't say anything," Mo Duo said with concern to Ye Ming, who had already gotten up. Mo Duo's mother shot her daughter a sharp glare, inwardly muttering, "This little girl hasn't even grown up yet, and already her arm is bending outward." Ye Ming addressed Mo Duo's mother, "Mrs. Mo, I desperately need the warm sun jade. Name your terms." Mo Duo's mother snorted coldly. "I've examined your condition. I never imagined you were afflicted with such a deep-rooted poison. This venom is far more potent than anything concocted by those black robe cultists. I wonder what formidable figure you've provoked to inflict such a vicious attack upon you." Ye Ming remained silent. Mrs. Mo continued, "The warm sun jade is the most precious treasure my late husband left me. It will never be lent to anyone except the next heir of the Mo family. Give up that hope." She then turned to Ye Ming, "But judging by the poison in your body, you don't have many days left. Go prepare for your final arrangements. At least spend your last days happily." Ye Ming was speechless. But Mo Duo's mother spoke up, her tone oddly curious. "Logically, this bug poison should have taken your life within days. I'm genuinely curious, what method did you use to prolong your life?" Ye Ming sighed helplessly. "I haven't found any truly effective method yet. I've only discovered a way to gradually suppress the toxicity and eventually extract it. This requires 12 extremely precious treasures. Previously, I used the blood magnolia flower as a substitute for the warm sun jade. But now, for some reason, the blood magnolia flower has been infected by the poisonous insect venom. This causes the venom within my body to flare up periodically. That's why I specifically came this time to borrow the warm sun jade. Madame Mo paused, saying nothing. Beside her, Mo Duo pleaded earnestly, "Mother, brother Yi saved my life. Please lend him the warm sun jade for a while." Mo Duo's eyes welled with tears. "Mother, you know how agonizing each day is for brother Yi without the warm sun jade. You understand the torment of that poison better than anyone." Madame Mo sighed deeply and replied to Mo Duo, "It's not that your mother doesn't want to help. It's just that this matter is of utmost importance to our Mo family." Before Lady Mo could finish, Mo Duo began pleading with her. "Mother, please, just let brother Mo borrow it for a little while." Fed up with Mo Duo's relentless pestering, Lady Mo waved her hand impatiently. Fine. You may borrow the warm sun jade, but you must offer sufficient compensation." Ye Ming bowed his hands respectfully. "Madame Mo, whatever you desire, if it's within my power to provide, I shall offer it in exchange." After a moment's thought, Lady Mo stated, then agreed to several conditions. "Ye Ming, I know your abilities are extraordinary. If I lend you the warm sun jade, whenever our Mo family needs your assistance during its use, you must come." Ye Ming nodded in agreement. Having never encountered a worthy opponent in this world, he was confident he could resolve any trouble, no matter how great. Lady Mo continued, "Since the warm sun jade is our Mo family's treasured heirloom, you must marry one of my 3 daughters. Of course, the eldest and second daughters already have suitors, so you have no choice. Once Mo Duo comes of age, you must marry her and inherit the Mo family." Upon hearing this, Ye Ming paused in surprise before his gaze shifted toward Mo Duo. Mo Duo blushed coyly, her expression suggesting she had long harbored feelings for Ye Ming. Ye Ming addressed Lady Mo with some embarrassment. "I have no objection myself, but Mo Duo is still a child. Is it not a bit premature to arrange her marriage in this manner?" Madame Mo snorted coldly. "For the sake of the Mo family, there's nothing inappropriate about it. Besides, though our Mo Duo is still young, as her mother, I can clearly see her feelings for you. Aside from having a few more enemies, you're a decent person. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here wasting my breath with you for so long." Mo Duo interjected from the side, "Ye Ming, don't worry. I do like you. Besides, I'm still young. There's time before I grow up. By then, if your illness is cured, you won't need to marry me. Just return the warm sun jade." A twinge of guilt pricked Ye Ming's heart, but he didn't dwell on it. Madame Mo continued, "The third matter, I want you to gather medicinal herbs over 500 years old for me. Any variety will do, and the more, the better." Ye Ming pondered for a moment. Herbs over 500 years old? The Sevenstar Heavenly Palace's warehouse still has quite a few. I can deliver them to you then. But I wonder what Lady Mo intends to use these herbs for. Lady Mo clenched her fist and gritted her teeth. "It's all those black robe cult heretics. They're all skilled in poison. Members of our Free Trade Guild and other Mo family members are now showing varying degrees of poisoning symptoms. To extract the toxins from their bodies, we must use medicinal herbs over 500 years old as the catalyst." Ye Ming nodded. "I see, Mrs. Mo. This must be your primary concern. It seems you wish to trade warm sun baoyu for the safety of these poisoned people." Chapter 81, The Yellow-Haired Thug. Madame Mo sighed. "These past years of constant conflict with the Black Robe sect have severely weakened our Mo family. If you can accomplish all the tasks I've entrusted to you, I'll lend you the warm sun jade." As she spoke, Lady Mo retrieved an exquisitely crafted silver box from her bosom. She tossed the box to Ye Ming and continued, "Inside lies the warm sun jade. However, to open this box, you will need the vital essence of our Mo family members." Ye Ming accepted the box containing the warm sun jade. "I'll take it then. If you don't mind, I'd like Mo Duo to accompany me. Once I've gathered what you requested, I'll bring it over with her." After a moment's thought, Lady Mo replied, "I'm a bit uneasy about Mo Duo going alone with you. How about this? I'll have her older sister accompany you both." Mo Duo bounced up and down beside her, overjoyed like a little child. Mrs. Mo, however, wore a look of worry on her face, her troubled expression showing not a hint of easing. "When do you plan to depart?" Ye Ming replied, "The sooner the better." Lady Mo nodded. "Then tomorrow morning it is. That will give Mo Duo and her sister time to prepare." After reaching an agreement with Ye Ming to borrow the warm sun jade, everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. Only Lady Mo remained, her heart heavy as she gazed at Mo Duo's photograph. "Duo," she murmured, "Mother is sorry. But from now on, the hopes of the Mo family rest upon your shoulders and that boy's." Early the next morning, Lady Mo arranged for a group of guards to escort Mo Duo and Ye Ming out of the Death Desert. Mo Duo's sister, however, after leading them out, turned back along the same path. Ye Ming and Mo Duo didn't notice anything unusual, but they both felt a strange unease, as if something was about to happen. Ye Ming and Mo Duo struggled to reach a spot where they might find a ride. Yet in this remote corner, the closest highway to the Death Desert, hardly any vehicles passed by, only the occasional construction truck. They decided to stay the night nearby and continue their journey the next day. Having lived in the Death Desert for years, Mo Duo was filled with curiosity about the outside world. Her last outing had been a secret escapade to play, which was when she met Ye Ming. She hadn't left the Death Desert since. Yet society had advanced at a staggering pace. The urban landscapes of just a few years ago had transformed beyond recognition. Mo Duo took it all in, imprinting every detail in his mind with wonder and delight. At Mo Duo's suggestion, Ye Ming brought her to a bar on the outskirts of the city. Accustomed to the tranquility of the Death Desert, Mo Duo felt a flutter of excitement upon suddenly finding herself in the bustling city. Just as the two sat down to enjoy a drink, a man with dyed yellow hair and a gold chain approached Mo Duo and struck up a conversation. "Hey, little sister, you look new around here. First time at this bar?" Mo Duo didn't even glance at the blonde-haired man. She turned to Ye Ming instead and said, "The people here are so annoying. Why do they come up and chat with strangers?" The punk, his vest exposed, felt a pang of resentment. He was the local tough guy here. Never before had he been treated like this. Who would have thought he'd get shut down by some little girl? So all his pent-up anger shifted toward Ye Ming, the man who looked sickly at that very moment. "So this is your girlfriend? How about lending her to a buddy? Name your price." Ye Ming coldly replied with a single word, "Get lost." The blonde punk immediately exploded. "Who do you think you're talking to? Do you even know who I am?" Ye Ming's icy gaze fixed on the thug before him. "I'll say it again. Get lost." The blonde punk wouldn't let it go. "I'm giving you face, aren't I? You could have taken the high road, but you chose to barge in. Today, I'm standing right here. Let's see what you can do to me." Ye Ming ignored the loudmouthed punk, but Mo Duo spoke up. "Brother Ye, these people are such a buzzkill. Let's go back to the hotel and drink." As Ye Ming and Mo Duo stood to leave, the punk blocked their path. "Back to the hotel? Oh ho! How about you come back with me, sweetheart? You look so young and fresh, bet you'd be a real treat." Mo Duo was already fed up with the punk's remarks. Without hesitation, she delivered a sharp slap across the man's face. So annoying. Who would have guessed that delicate-looking Mo Duo could deliver a slap powerful enough to knock a gold tooth right out of the punk's mouth? "Damn it! You dare hit me? You're asking for trouble." Before the blonde punk could finish ranting, the bar's security guard stepped out. "If you want to cause trouble, take it outside. Don't you know who owns this place? I'll see who dares to make a scene here today." Hearing the bouncer, the blonde punk instantly fell silent, but he glared at Ye Ming and Mo Duo with pure malice. "Come outside if you've got the guts. If this place didn't belong to Big Brother long, I'd knock your teeth out and make you crawl around looking for them." Ye Ming heard the name Dragon Fifth Master and felt like he'd heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it. Ignoring the blonde punk's taunts, he simply let Mo Duo out of the bar. Seeing their leader beaten, the blonde-haired man's crew gathered at the bar entrance, each clutching a bottle of liquor, ready to make sure Ye Ming and Mo Duo wouldn't get out alive. The majority of patrons at Wuhui bar poured out onto the street. On Ye Ming's side, however, there were only him and Mo Duo. Surrounded by over 100 men at the bar entrance, Mo Duo couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. Though she could take on 3 opponents single-handedly, facing 100 men was simply beyond her capabilities. Mo Duo clutched Ye Ming's hand and suggested, "Brother Ye, maybe we should split up and run." Ye Ming waved her off. "No need." He then addressed the blonde-haired thug. "Do I really have to get my hands dirty before you'll back off?" The blonde-haired thug covered his mouth, muttering, "You stubborn bastard. Beat him to death." At the blonde-haired man's command, the crowd surged toward Ye Ming. The blonde-haired man called out from behind, "Don't hurt the girl. I haven't had my fun with her yet." For a moment, the blonde-haired thug basked in his triumph. But Ye Ming simply pulled Mo Duo behind him, then positioned himself against a wall pillar, blocking her from view. This position was perfect. Only 2 or 3 people could squeeze through at a time. Thus, despite the swarm of thugs, they could only stand and watch as Ye Ming effortlessly took on 3 at a time, dispatching wave after wave of attackers who charged in. Chapter 82, Calling for Reinforcements. Facing wave after wave of attacks, Ye Ming emerged unscathed, while the yellow-haired gang suffered heavy losses. "How can this kid be so strong? I've got so many brothers, yet we can't beat him alone." Just as the battle raged fiercely outside the door, an elderly man with white hair and beard approached the bar entrance. He swept his gaze across the crowd. Just as he turned to leave, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. His gaze then settled on Ye Ming. It took him a long moment to come to his senses. The white-haired, white-bearded elder thought to himself, "Could it be that my old eyes are failing me? How could General Yi be in a place like this?" As the old man's gaze lingered, the blonde-haired thug beside him noticed the elderly figure. He shouted defiantly, "Hey, old man! What are you staring at? You want to die?" The blonde-haired man strode toward the old man. "My men got humiliated by this guy. Taking it out on you, you old geezer, will feel damn satisfying." As he spoke, he swung a punch at the old man. The old man didn't even flinch. Before he could react, the female secretary beside him delivered a flying kick that sent the yellow-haired thug crashing backward. The old man snorted coldly, "You blind fool." He then pushed through the crowd and headed toward Ye Ming. The secretary, acting as cover, had already subdued every thug surrounding them, pinning them to the ground. Of course, her swift takedowns were made possible because Ye Ming had already beaten these thugs so badly they couldn't fight back. Once the old man confirmed the arrival was indeed Ye Ming, he suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. "General Yi. Are you truly General Yi?" Ye Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the old man. Yet, as he searched his memories, he found not a single trace of the old man. The old man addressed Ye Ming. "General Yi, you may not remember me. I'm Li Changkong's distant cousin. I once had the honor of meeting you." Ye Ming paused in surprise. Li Changkong's cousin? Just then, the old man urged his secretary, "Hurry over and protect General Yi. Who put these thugs here? Do they want to get themselves killed?" The old man was furious. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired youth, left standing aside, had already made a call. "Hey, big brother. Hurry over for backup. Someone's crashing the party." Yeah, some old guy with a little girl and a couple who look like high schoolers are trying to wreck the place. "Ah, don't worry about that. Over 100 of us can't handle him. This guy looks like he's trained. Boss, bring some tough guys over fast. If you don't hurry, I'll lose my life here." At that moment, the old man instructed his female secretary, "Go fetch Longwu. I'm curious to see who trained these punks daring to mess with Ye Shui." The old man looked visibly furious. Ye Ming addressed him, "Stop kneeling on the ground. Get up." Hearing this, the old man slowly raised himself up, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. He then addressed Ye Ming with utmost respect. "Commander Yi, I know this area well. I hope you'll honor me by accepting my invitation to stay. As Li Changkong's cousin, I'd like to host you here to repay your kindness toward him." Ye Ming waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need to talk about repaying favors. Li Changkong is an excellent steward. I simply placed him in a position where he could fully utilize his abilities. General Yi, you're far too modest. Without you, our Li family wouldn't enjoy its current glory. This time, you absolutely must grant me this favor." Ye Ming glanced at Mo Duo beside him. She shrugged indifferently. After all, the warm sun jade was now on Ye Ming's person, temporarily shielding him from the life-threatening effects of the poison. Meanwhile, the blonde punk and his gang of thugs continued their taunts from the sidelines. "You lot just wait. I've called my big brother over. He'll show you what it means to bite off more than you can chew." Both the old man and Ye Ming shot the young thugs a dismissive glance. The old man's secretary sneered with utter disdain. "All you know how to do is call for backup? I'll be damned if I don't see what kind of trash you've brought. I bet they're not even as tough as my little finger." At that moment, one of the yellow-haired thugs seemed to recognize the elderly man's female secretary. He whispered to the leader, "Boss, why does this woman look so much like Luo Yanwang, one of the 5 tyrants of Yangcheng?" The 5 tyrants of Yangcheng were the 5 gangs controlling core power in this marginal city Ye Ming had passed through, with Lord Luo reigning supreme over the western district. The yellow-haired leader slapped the chatty thug across the face. "You idiot, don't scare me. Everyone says Luo Yanwang looks like a shrew ugly as sin. Look at this woman, what's ugly about her? She's just a tough-as-nails woman who knows how to fight. Besides, Luo Yanwang's turf is in the West District. We're in the East District, under the control of 5th Brother Long. Who does he think he is?" "Right, you're right. I was just talking out of my ass." The sidekick, chastised by yellow hair, fell silent. Huang Mao glanced at his comrade sprawled on the ground, beaten and sprawling, and felt a pang of regret. He then ordered his men to lie down one by one in front of the Rolls-Royce driven by the old man. True to form, the elderly gentleman who had intended to welcome Ye Ming with a banquet, along with Ye Ming and his companions, were now all caught in this standoff. After an unknown amount of time, the car the yellow-haired man had called for finally emerged slowly. This time, only about 30 men arrived, but each wore a standard yellow uniform with a vividly rendered blue dragon tattooed on their left arm. These were the elite members of the Qinglong gang, under the command of the Dragon 5th Master who ruled the East District. Leading them was Yellow Hair's own older brother. Seeing his sibling bullied, he couldn't stand idly by. He immediately charged forward with his capable underlings. "Who beat you up like this?" Huang Mao's brother demanded angrily. Without hesitation, Yellow Hair pointed his finger at Ye Ming and the woman. "It was them. Brother, avenge me." Huang Mao's brother roared and charged at the woman. With a single sweeping kick, she sent him crashing to the ground. She then planted her foot squarely on the man's face. A white tiger symbol tattoo peeked out from her ankle. "So that's what you are, trash from Longwu's Blue Dragon Gang. Look at you, all muscle but no strength. Is your gang so broke you can't even afford food? You little rat. You're Luo Yama's man. Humph. You Western District scum dare meddle in our Eastern District affairs? You better believe I'll report you to Dragon 5. Just wait and see how he deals with you." Chapter 83, Lord Longwu. "Ha! Longwu, tell that little punk to bring it on. Let's see what Long Wu can do to me. The blonde-haired man stared at the defiant woman, his heart swelling with the bold belief his subordinate had just planted. Could this woman truly be the legendary boss of West City, that bloodthirsty demon who killed without spilling a drop of blood, capable of kicking a cow to death with a single blow? But the woman before him with her long, slender legs and graceful figure didn't look anything like the female demon everyone talked about. Yet Huang Ma knew Luo Yanwang was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. His own arrogance stemmed solely from his older brother's position as the manager of the Qinglong Treasure Blade, an elite among the elite in their gang. If the woman trampling him beneath her feet truly was Luo Yenyang of the West City, forget his brother, this bloodthirsty demoness would be beyond even the mightiest dragon fifth master's help. So the man summoned his courage and asked, "Sis, I know I've made a mistake. If you really are Lord Luo Yanwang, I'm willing to follow your lead." The woman snorted coldly, so afraid of the name Luo Yanhuan? She released her foot and yanked the blonde-haired man up by his hair. "Go call Long Wu. I'll see if he can still act so cocky in front of our master Li." After speaking, she flung the blonde-haired man 3 meters away. He was the one who had the precious phone number of the esteemed Mr. Long Wu. He scrambled to his brother's side and recounted the entire incident verbatim. The blonde-haired youth's older brother, having earned his place in the Qinglong gang's inner circle, possessed considerable insight. He knew his good-for-nothing brother had crossed the wrong people this time. He immediately approached the woman to apologize. "Lord Luo, my Qinglong gang brothers were blind. I'm here to apologize to you." Before he could finish, the woman slapped him across the face. "You bastard. The apology isn't for me, it's for the person you've offended." As the ruler of West City, Luo Yanwang knew full well the terrifying power behind the man whom even his own boss, Li, had to kneel before. At that moment, the old man beside him spoke up. "Young Luo, don't be too hard on them. The 4 factions East, West, South, and North need to coexist peacefully. But today's incident is serious. You should call Long Wu and have him come over. These brats, if you don't give them a good thrashing every few days, they'll never learn." Luo Yanwang responded with utmost respect, then picked up his phone and dialed. "Long Wu, Mr. Li wants you to come over. Meet him at the entrance of the White Knight Bar." Long Wu paused on the other end. "What? Mr. Li wants to see me? That's fantastic. It's been ages since I last saw the old man. Give me a few minutes, I'll be right over." Lao Zhe then introduced Ye Ming. "This is my junior apprentice. You'll meet my second apprentice shortly. These punks today are under his command. Commander Yi, I humbly request your magnanimity, please punish and discipline these unruly creatures on my behalf." Ye Ming remained silent. Beside him, Mo Duo said nothing but seethed inwardly. Having just emerged from the death desert, she never expected to encounter such vicious thugs so soon. As they spoke, a red Mercedes convertible pulled up. A man clad in a mink coat emerged, his face obscured. First, a pair of black leather shoes touched the ground, followed by the man himself, cigar dangling from his mouth, radiating an air of immense swagger. After he fully exited the car and shed his mink coat, a blue dragon tattooed across his chest revealed a body bulging with intimidating muscle. Yet this imposing, broad-shouldered man, upon seeing the elder, suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. His tear-filled eyes resembled those of a child, bearing no resemblance to the imposing figure of the East City boss. "Master, how did you manage to come out? I haven't seen you in so many years." "Xiaolong, I merely stepped back from managing you these past years, and look what you've done to the gang. Just look at the sort of people you've gathered under your command." The elder helped Long Wu up and spoke earnestly. "When I had you establish gangs in the city's 4 districts, it was partly to gather intelligence, but also to rid society of evil and uphold justice. How have your gang members become such a cancer on society?" With tears in his eyes, Old Dragon 5 addressed the elder. "Master, I've always followed your instructions. Oh, and I have good news, I recently uncovered a secret." With that, Long Wu pulled a parchment from his trousers. "Master, look, this treasure map is nearly identical to the blueprints you gave each of us 4 back then." "Oh? Bring it here for me to see." Long Wu handed the treasure map to the old man, who gasped in shock. "General Yi, this map was given to me by my brother, Li Changkong. After all these years, I never imagined we could piece together the complete treasure map." Ye Ming took the half map and glanced at it. "So this is the treasure location." Luo Yanwang had already witnessed far more astonishing things earlier, so he was now accustomed to seeing Mr. Li groveling before this young man. As for Lord Long Wu, his jaw dropped in astonishment. He never imagined this young man could command such deference from their master. At that moment, 5th Master Lon leaned close to Luo Yanwang and whispered, "Sis, what's going on? I was so excited seeing our master earlier I didn't notice, aren't those guys sprawled on the ground all our Qinglong gang brothers?" The woman shot him a withering glance. "You have the nerve to ask? Your bunch of punks provoked someone even our master fears. They tried to steal someone's girlfriend and got beaten up. If my master and I hadn't happened to pass by, who knows what kind of trouble they'd have stirred up." Upon hearing this, 5th Master Long was so terrified he collapsed onto the ground. "Junior sister, you can't be serious. How am I supposed to explain this? Even if we produced the treasure map just now, this is still. Wuhui trailed off mid-sentence, his mind too frozen to continue. The woman addressed Dragon Fifth, that yellow-haired punk led the charge and even summoned your gang's core members. Dragon Fifth rolled up his sleeves. That little punk nearly got me killed. I'll break his legs and tear his mouth apart. He's been running wild, bullying others under my name, acting like a king with nothing better to do. It's infuriating. As he spoke, Fifth Uncle Long strode toward the blonde-haired youth. The already battered youth, upon seeing him, fell to his knees in terror, banging his head against the ground repeatedly. Chapter 84, Where is the treasure? Lord Longwu stood before the yellow-haired youth, who had already wet himself in terror. Even without uttering a word, the sheer weight of authority radiating from the man was enough to freeze the blood. After a long moment of contemplation, Lord Long turned to Huang Mao's older brother and spoke, "You are a core member of our Qinglong gang. Yet you allowed your younger brother to commit such crimes. How do you think he should be dealt with?" Hearing this, the older brother immediately dropped to his knees, frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy, pleading for fifth brother Long to spare his life. Long Wugai then dragged both men before Ye Ming. "You brought this disaster upon yourselves and provoked this young master. Await your punishment." Ye Ming's eyes flashed with icy murderous intent upon seeing fifth brother Long and the blonde-haired youth. The old man beside him interceded, pleading, "General Yi, though their crimes deserve death, I implore you to spare their lives for my sake." Ye Ming turned to Mo Duo for her opinion. "What do you think?" Mo Duo waved dismissively. Enough. They've had their beating. Hopefully they'll learn their lesson." Upon hearing this, Fifth Dragon addressed the yellow hair brothers. "This time, out of magnanimity, we'll spare your lives. But while death may be forgiven, punishment remains. You two are hereby expelled from the Qinglong gang. To demonstrate our severity, each of you must sever one of your own hands." The older brother, a ruthless man, immediately picked up the cleaver from the ground and swung it at his own arm. Instantly, blood spurted everywhere. Then, with swift, decisive strokes, he severed his own arm. He then slammed his head hard against the ground several times. "Fifth brother Long, I have never done anything to betray the gang or you. By severing this arm today, I sever all ties with the Qinglong gang forever." After speaking, he supported the unconscious yellow-haired brother, whose arm had been severed, and walked toward the woods. Soon, they vanished without a trace. With the two brothers dealt with, the thugs Huang Mao had summoned naturally scattered like birds and beasts, vanishing without a trace. The old man then addressed Ye Ming. "Commander Yi, what do you think of this mysterious sea chart? Are you interested?" Ye Ming smiled faintly, tossing the fragment of the sea chart the old man had given him back. "The locations depicted here have long been lost to history. Even if I were interested, the time investment would be too immense. I have urgent matters to attend to now. I cannot afford such a lengthy delay." Luo Yanwang, standing nearby, then spoke up, "General Yi, to be honest, over the years we've already pinpointed the approximate location of the treasure. It's just that we've been missing this piece of the map, which is why we haven't begun the search for this treasure yet." "Oh? A general location?" General Yi pondered this for a moment, silently calculating how much longer the poison could hold. Luo Yanhuang added to Ye Ming, "Though it's a nautical chart, our investigations reveal that this sea has transformed over time. It's now land." Beside them, Lord Long Five exclaimed cheerfully, "If it's land, finding the treasure won't be like searching for a needle in a haystack." "That's fantastic." Luo Yanhuang continued, "To be precise, it's the Death Desert adjacent to our city. The treasure's location on the chart should be there. However, the Death Desert isn't much different from the ocean. I've heard only the Free Merchant Alliance, formed by the reclusive Mo family, truly understands the complex terrain of the Death Desert. If we want to search for this treasure there, we'll need a Mo family guy to make our efforts twice as effective with half the effort." Mo Duo, standing nearby, spoke up, "If it's the Death Desert, I might be able to help you. You know someone from the Mo family?" "That's wonderful," exclaimed the old man, visibly excited. Mo Duo smiled and said, "I'm Mo Duo, the third daughter of the Mo family. I've lived in the Death Desert since childhood, so guiding you shouldn't be a problem." The little girl before them had fair skin. She didn't look like someone who'd grown up spending every day in the desert. Yet standing beside her was Ye Ming, the very General Yi revered by the elders. This instantly dispelled their hesitation, and they accepted the little girl as a member of the Mo family. "That's truly wonderful. I wonder what precious treasures lie hidden in this treasure trove stretching from the sea to the desert." Ye Ming pondered for a moment. "Since it's in the Death Desert, I'll accompany you on this journey. After all, I'm also eager to see what extraordinary treasures lie on that treasure map the Martial God Temple managed to smuggle out." After the group reached an agreement, the elder addressed Luo Yanwang, "Little Luo, see to arranging lodging for Commander Yi. Tonight we'll gather some capable hands, and tomorrow we'll set out. After all, Commander Yi is pressed for time." Luo Yanwang bowed in agreement before extending an invitation to Ye Ming and Modua. "General Yi, Miss Ma, please step into the vehicle." After Ye Ming and Mo Duo took their seats, Lord Luo drove them to a nearby summer retreat. Though summer was in full swing, not a single mosquito could be seen within the resort grounds, and the temperature remained a full 10 degrees cooler than elsewhere. After escorting Ye Ming and Mo Duo to their room, Lord Luo smiled warmly at them. Should you require any assistance, just call out to me. I'll be stationed on the first floor to keep watch for you. Ye Ming quickly replied, no need for guard duty. We'll be leaving tomorrow, so you should get some rest too. After speaking, Ye Ming took a bottle of ointment from his robe, one he carried for treating shoulder and neck injuries sustained during martial arts training, and handed it to Luo Yanwang. Consider this a token of our meeting, he said. I noticed your technique earlier seemed to have strayed from the proper path during cultivation. That's why you could only unleash less than 30% of your technique's full potential, when it should have been capable of tenfold. Luo Yanwang took the ointment, sniffed it, and suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, General Yi, this ointment is far too precious. I dare not accept it. This is the renowned Gu Yuan ointment. An entire bottle is practically priceless. As you said, I was impatient for quick results when I first started practicing and took some shortcuts. I've used this Gu Yuan ointment once before, but a single milliliter costs 50 million. It's far beyond what I can afford. Lord Luo Yan now coveted this jar of Gu Yuan ointment intensely, yet he dared not decline such a significant favor from Ye Ming. After all, a single jar of this ointment commanded a starting price of 10 billion at auction. Even with his expertise in managing the gang, it would take him years to acquire such a precious item. Ye Ming merely smiled faintly. Go ahead and use it. I have plenty of this stuff. Don't worry about it. Besides, this solidifying essence ointment is only useful to martial artists like us. For ordinary people, it's not even as useful as a luxury lipstick. Chapter 85, Back into the Death Desert. Luo Yanwang stared at Ye Ming's magnanimous gesture, momentarily speechless. Inside, he cheered silently, Master, you picked the right patron to cling to. General Yi truly lives up to his name. Not only is he young, handsome, and dashing, but he's also rich and reckless. Absolutely love it. After thanking Ye Ming, Luo Yuan pledged, Commander Yi, should you ever require my services, simply give the order. I shall handle it to the best of my ability, ensuring everything is taken care of flawlessly. Ye Ming smiled. We'll see when the time comes. Then I shan't disturb you too further. With that, Lord Luo Yan happily took the solidifying essence ointment and departed. Ye Ming, however, was calculating in his mind. This Luo Yanwang had decent potential, though his initial cultivation methods were flawed. With the Gu Yuan ointment, his strength should advance by a full tier. By the time he reached mastery, his power could rival Li Changkong's, perhaps even surpass him. The thought thrilled Ye Ming. In his eyes, everyone else was too weak. Even Li Changkong could only force him to exert 60% of his true power. Having long since outstripped all rivals, Ye Ming yearned for a true duel against a worthy opponent. Alas, such an opportunity never arose and likely never would. While Ye Ming was still pondering this matter and scheming how to offer Luo Yanhuan more benefits, Mo Duo beside him grew increasingly reluctant. Hey, you stinky man. Just because you see someone with big boobs and a curvy butt, you get all horny and want to add her to your harem as your sultry little vixen? Mo Duo pinched Ye Ming's thigh hard. Don't you dare forget you promised my mom you'd marry me someday. No thinking about other women. The sharp pinch sent a jolt of pain through Ye Ming, snapping him back to reality. Little brat, what are you thinking? I just think Luo Yanwang has potential. Even if she weren't a woman but a man, I'd still. Before Ye Ming could finish, Mo Duo pounded his chest fiercely. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Brother Ye's words are all lies. You promised you'd come see me soon, but look how old I am now. If you didn't need our family's sunshine jade, who knows when I'd ever get to see you. Faced with this relentless little demon, Ye Ming was utterly helpless, completely at her mercy. After all, he was bound by his word and indebted to her. Needing Nanyang Baoyu to extract the poisonous bug, Ye Ming was utterly helpless at this moment. He could only beg for mercy. Luo Yenyang hadn't gone far when he heard the two bickering. For a moment, he felt a pang of melancholy. Returning to his quarters, he scrutinized his reflection in the mirror. The reflection in the mirror revealed Luo Yanwang as the very picture of an ice queen, a stunning figure that could drive countless men mad. Yet her sharp, professional attire gave off an aura of unapproachable aloofness. After shedding her business attire for a flowing gown, Luo Yanwang's captivating charm erupted. A light touch of makeup transformed her aura from aloof queen to charming older sister. As she applied the Gu Yuan ointment Ye Ming had given her, his image had already taken root in her mind. No matter what, this man had become an inescapable presence in her thoughts. Even forcing down the burning desire within with her inner energy proved futile. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the windows of the mountain retreat. Mr. Li, Lord Luo Yanwan, Long Wu, and others had been waiting at the door for Ye Ming and Mo Duo for quite some time. Though Mo Duo and Ye Ming had shared a room last night, Ye Ming had remained the gentleman, deliberately sleeping at a distance from her. Their relationship seemed to have grown slightly ambiguous overnight, yet nothing had actually happened. Luo Yanwang, noticing the subtle sweetness between Mo Duo and Ye Ming, couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Today, Luo Yanwang deliberately wore the same long dress from last night and applied light makeup. This transformation was so striking that Ye Ming and Mo Duo momentarily failed to recognize her as the same Luo Yanwang from the previous evening. Had they not scrutinized her for a long while, they might have genuinely believed that Mr. Li had brought along an entirely new secretary. Mr. Li addressed Ye Ming. "Commander Yi, shall we depart now?" Ye Ming nodded. Since Mr. Li was hosting, he spared no expense and arranged for the company helicopter. Though there were no fuel refills in the Death Desert, the distance between the two cities wasn't vast. The helicopter served primarily as a backup for locating specific map coordinates. Subsequently, Mo Duo and Ye Ming were seated in the same vehicle as Mr. Li. The driver, naturally, was Luo Yanwang, dressed in a red dress. Long Wu, however, was seated in another vehicle. After boarding, Mr. Li addressed Ye Ming. "I've brought all 4 of my disciples this time." Each received a copy of the treasure map back then. Finding this additional fragment was largely thanks to my disciple Long Wu, but the others contributed too. General Yi, I admit my initiative stemmed partly from self-interest. I hope you won't hold it against me. Ye Ming smiled and replied, "Not at all. An extra person means an extra pair of hands." Mr. Li nodded, saying no more. They exchanged some casual conversation in the car before it soon reached the edge of the Death Desert, with the helicopter leading the way ahead. Even with the map, they still needed to locate the marked sites before searching. Most of the time they required Mo Duo was when they lost their way in the Death Desert, needing her to guide them back on the right path. After wandering for nearly half a day, Long Wugong finally announced over the walkie-talkie, "Master, I've located a marked spot. It appears the treasure is hidden somewhere nearby." Mr. Li replied, "Excellent work. Well done." But then Uncle Long hesitated and said to Mr. Li, "But Master, you need to come take a look. This marked spot seems to be something like a Chimenduanjia formation. Do we have to uncover this formation before we can find the next waypoint?" "Oh? Chimenduanjia? If it truly is that kind of formation, I don't know how to handle it. Should we call in Li Changkong? He's more familiar with formations." Ye Ming interjected, "No need. Just take me there first. Steward Li taught me some Chimenduanjia knowledge back then. I think it might come in handy." Chapter 86, Breaking the Formation. After Ye Ming and the others reached the marked location, they saw only a stone stele protruding like the tip of an iceberg, its surface exposed above the sand. Engraved upon it were profound and obscure characters. Ye Ming lightly traced his finger across the surface. To his surprise, the characters were pictographic oracle bone script. Though his knowledge of it was limited, he could decipher a few words. Since only a small corner of the stele was visible, its full content remained hidden. Ye Ming couldn't decipher it using his knowledge of the mysterious gates. Just then, General Li, dragging his aged body, came jogging over. "General Yi, is there anything you need us to do?" Ye Ming paused before speaking. "This entire area is quicksand. Digging by hand won't accomplish much." Fifth Uncle Long frowned in confusion. "Does that mean our treasure hunt ends in failure? If we can't even decipher the first guiding stone tablet, how will we ever find the remaining 4? Luo Yanwang, however, stood calmly by. He trusted Ye Ming implicitly, certain he had a plan. Ye Ming pondered for a moment. "I do know an array technique that can temporarily solidify the quicksand. Then we could have the helicopter hoist this stone tablet up. But first, we need to break the seal on this tablet." After speaking, Ye Ming pulled several small flags from the painting and proceeded to plant them on the ground in a highly systematic and orderly fashion. Mo Duo counted them exactly 8 flags arranged in a pattern reminiscent of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Ye Ming then produced a small, mirror-like object from his robe and made several gestures over it. Suddenly, the yellow sand surrounding the stone tablet began to shift as if alive, slowly receding from its vicinity. "How astonishing! How astonishing! This art of the mysterious gates is truly profound. Having lived half a lifetime, I finally have the fortune to witness it." Li Zong marveled. Luo Yenyang, who had just touched the stone, also found her admiration for Ye Ming deepening. Her mind began to fantasize once more. If she could win Ye Ming's favor and affection, it would be the crowning moment of her life. Moreover, if chosen by Ye Ming, her innate talent and beauty would surely elevate her power to new heights. Mo Duo, standing nearby, harbored no such ulterior motives. She simply reacted as her age dictated, a young girl clapping excitedly and cheering, "Brother Yi, you're so handsome. Brother Yi is the best." Fifth Uncle Long silently rejoiced. Thank goodness he'd shown good sense back then, avoiding conflict with this youth and expelling the gang members who'd provoked General Yi from the organization. Otherwise, anyone who crossed Ye Ming that Colossus would never have an easy life. The others who had followed him were equally convinced. Without Ye Ming here today, their efforts would have been futile, ending in failure. The secret treasure they'd spent years uncovering could only be opened with Ye Ming's help. As the group cheered him on, each harboring their own thoughts, the stone tablet protruding from the ground, now only a corner visible, had been pulled up over half a meter by Ye Ming using his mysterious martial arts techniques. Yet only 3 or 4 characters on the stele were visible. Its true size remained unknown. As the sand piled up, the stele gradually revealed its complete form. Xingxiao Bihai Palace. 5 bold characters stood out powerfully on the stone tablet. Being pictographic characters, few present could decipher them. Even Ye Ming had to decipher and ponder each stroke before confirming the meaning of these 5 characters. Xingsha Bihai Palace. Ye Ming fell deep in thought. Throughout China's long history, most structures he'd heard of bearing the character palace in their names were invariably linked to esoteric arts. Yet Blue Star had always revered martial prowess. Though esoteric schools had existed for a time, none could ever surpass the combat techniques of martial arts sections. Thus, they gradually declined and eventually vanished. This Azure Sky and Azure Sea Palace, it seemed, was likely a relic from Blue Star's distant past, perhaps not even from their own era. The transformation of a seabed relic into a desert speaks to the vastness of time's passage. One wonders how many millennia that shift might have required. Beside him, Mo Duo asked Ye Ming in surprise, "Brother Yi, what did you say this treasure was called?" Ye Ming repeated, "If I'm not mistaken, this treasure is a place called the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace." Xingsha Bihai Palace? Mo Duo silently repeated the name. Mr. Li inquired, "Miss Mo, as members of a reclusive clan who've always lived in this desert, do you happen to know anything about this Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace?" Mo Duo nodded. "My mother did mention it once. She said our Mo family originally practiced mystical arts on Blue Star too, but for some reason later transitioned into the Blue Martial world." After a moment's thought, she continued, "When I was little, Mother told me that mysticism in our history was like a fleeting moment. It didn't seem to belong to Blue Star. She said all those profound, esoteric texts originated from this place called the Azure Sky and Azure Sea Palace." Mo Duo hadn't finished yet, continuing, "Of course, this is also a legend. My mother said her own mother told her that this Xingsha Bihai Palace was a palace that appeared out of thin air on the sea surface. At that time, many martial arts masters went there but never returned. Yet it existed for only 10 years before vanishing without a trace, leaving nothing behind. Later, the esoteric sects grew too weak to rival the martial arts of the martial world, so no one remembered it." Ye Ming suddenly understood, so that's why the previous owner of the Dragon King Hall treasured this treasure so much. It seems today will finally reveal its secrets. Though Ye Ming possessed peak combat prowess, the emergence of the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace ignited a new hope for him to grow even stronger. If he could truly elevate his martial arts to another level, Ye Ming was more than willing to pursue it. After hearing Mo Duo's explanation, the rest of the team lost all expectation for this treasure. Legends, after all, were inherently elusive and hard to verify. Yet Ye Ming alone was brimming with determination. Regardless of whether the treasure truly existed, he intended to thoroughly examine this ancient ruin that had weathered millennia. Chapter 87, The Treasure Emerges. The presence of the Xingsha Bihai Palace's entrance stele here indicated that the ruin's treasure was likely buried beneath Ye Ming and his companion's feet. Yet the treasure was now buried beneath layers of sand. Finding a passable entrance offered only 2 solutions: deploying heavy machinery to excavate, or locating the array's focal point, the mechanism that had sealed the palace before its burial, to teleport the group inside. Clearly, the first method was time-consuming, labor-intensive, and potentially a decades-long excavation project. The second method might seem as difficult as climbing to the heavens for ordinary people, but for Ye Ming, it was remarkably simple. The state of martial arts unity represented Ye Ming's ideal pinnacle of strength, though he had never had the opportunity to cultivate to that level. Yet, locating the teleportation array's focal point within the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace was merely a matter of time. After the group traversed several more guiding stone tablets, they had roughly pinpointed the location of the teleportation passage. Ye Ming addressed General Li, Lord Longwu, Lord Luo Yanwang, and the others with confidence. "I'll now set up the teleportation array. I can't guarantee its success, but if it works, we'll be transported directly into the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace. Prepare yourselves mentally." Ye Ming didn't tell them that from the very beginning. Upon seeing the stone stele at the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace, he had realized this treasure site was no ordinary one. Typically, teleportation arrays could be actively controlled by an array master, but this Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace could only be accessed using the palace's original array. Soon after, Ye Ming produced specialized tools for array deployment and began arranging them around the array focal point they had located. It took him nearly the entire morning to arrange all the items. Just as he planted the final flag into the array point, he suddenly felt the earth shake violently. Beneath the scorching sun, dark clouds instantly gathered overhead. Across a 100-mile radius, eerie green beams of light shot up from the ground. The next moment, the death desert, a place perpetually parched, was drenched by torrential rain. Where the green light shone, a vast, endless palace complex slowly rose from the ground, washed by the torrential downpour. Ye Ming, who had assumed it was a teleportation array, was stunned. It was a mechanism. But such a mechanism could actually cause the heavens to change color and the earth to shake violently. Most astonishingly, in this perpetually arid land, it could instantly gather enough dark clouds to unleash a torrential downpour. It was profoundly mysterious, thrilling, and utterly baffling. Thanks to Ye Ming's earlier warning, the group remained relatively composed. As the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace rose slowly, everyone was mesmerized by the sheer grandeur of the structure. Mr. Li's voice trembled as he spoke. Who would have thought our ancestors possessed such wisdom? Compared to our current architectural technology on Blue Star, this structure is light years ahead. Luo Yanwang, equally astonished, remarked, I'd heard tales of lost technologies vanishing into history's currents. Never imagined our ancestors truly possessed such feats. Palaces rising from thin air. Setting aside the construction materials, just the anti-gravity and weather manipulation alone would be mind-blowing technology even by today's standards. Mo Duo, however, showed little surprise. As descendants of the Mo family, a lineage of sorcerers, such supernatural phenomena were nothing new to them. Ye Ming, though profoundly shaken, remained composed. After all, he was currently the pinnacle of combat power on Blue Star, possessing formidable mental fortitude. After an unknown span of time, the Qingshao Beihai Palace finally revealed its full form. Resembling an aerial garden, Ye Ming and the others looked down to find themselves suspended 1,000 meters above the ground. The Qingshao Beihai Palace covered a vast area, and its re-emergence, along with the earlier commotion, naturally did not escape the surveillance of satellites orbiting the heavens. At this moment, every major power on Blue Star knew that an anti-gravity relic had appeared here. Setting aside other factors, the sheer existence of such a colossal structure floating 1,000 meters above the ground was reason enough to draw every scientist on Blue Star to study it. After all, Blue Star had yet to achieve any successful anti-gravity breakthroughs. Ye Ming and his group aboard the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace were well aware of this. They understood the scale of the commotion that had just occurred and knew they had to move quickly to search for the treasures within. If they delayed any longer, they wouldn't be the only ones arriving here. Events unfolded exactly as Ye Ming and his companions had anticipated. By the next day, real-time satellite footage had already reached certain organizations. By the third day, the United Nations issued a major news announcement. By the fourth day, global live broadcasts commenced, tracking the treasure hunt's progress. Overnight, the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace became the undisputed topic of conversation during people's leisure hours. Meanwhile, Ye Ming and his team, who had unlocked the palace, had already thoroughly searched it for anything of value during this period. Even Mr. Li had a transport aircraft brought in, making multiple trips to haul away the treasures unearthed here. Yet even after Ye Ming and his team's thorough search, the palace's treasures seemed inexhaustible. No matter how much they took, there was still plenty left. The main reason was the sheer vastness of the place. Ye Ming and his group simply couldn't carry away more in such a short time. Under Ye Ming's instructions, Mo Duo collected some of the palace's older medicinal herbs for the Mo clan. Luo Yanwang discovered a blood-red steel fork inside, crafted from an unknown stone material. Fifth Uncle Long found little of value and ordered the removal of some gold, silver, and jewels. Mr. Li discovered a scroll inscribed with oracle bone script detailing breathing techniques, clutching it to his chest as if it were a priceless treasure. Ye Ming had yet to find anything of interest, as nothing had caught his eye so far. After several days of plundering within the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace, the major clan's forces began arriving in droves. Ye Ming and his companions watched from above as the others scrambled for the privilege of entering the palace first. Eventually, a compromise seemed to be reached among the major clans. Each family dispatched 10 representatives, who were scattered throughout the palace by helicopter. Given the palace's vast size, Ye Ming and his group had yet to encounter the newly arrived representatives from the major clans. Yet the influx of people was far from welcome to Ye Ming and his group. After all, this treasure trove had been painstakingly uncovered by their own efforts. Now, having to share the spoils with all these clans amidst such a commotion was deeply unsettling. Chapter 88: The commercialization of the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace. With the revelation of the Qingshao Beihai Palace treasure site, a growing tide of people poured into the Death Desert. This time, it wasn't just the major clans' forces. Numerous commoners and fortune hunters joined the rush, with the earliest arrivals naturally being residents near the Death Desert. Although Ye Ming's group had discovered this treasure site first, they hadn't staked their claim. Such a massive prize, if held by a single faction, would inevitably become a hot potato. Though Elder Li was captivated by the palace's rare treasures, the growing influx of visitors compelled him to relocate. He dispatched Long Wu to gather his gang's men, establishing a small branch of their organization within the Qingshao Beihai Palace by claiming a section of territory. Major factions and prominent families followed suit. This floating city held far too many unexplored areas and research opportunities to ignore, so each stationed their own personnel within its confines. Ye Ming had no intention of leaving. He sensed that Qingshao Beihai Palace held something he desperately needed. Moreover, since entering its confines, he could distinctly feel the toxins within his body diminishing day by day. Its effects were even more potent than the specially designed Sevenstar heavenly palace built for him by Li Changkong. Though Ye Ming didn't yet understand why, staying here yielded nearly identical healing effects to returning home. Mo Duo, having a connection to this place, naturally remained to accompany Ye Ming. Luo Yanwang, however, had business to attend to and accompanied General Li back first. Though this was a forgotten treasure site, after Ye Ming summoned it using his array, some structures remained partially intact. Thus, Ye Ming and Mo Duo selected a house suitable for temporary living and settled in. To call Qingxiaobihai Palace a small town would be no exaggeration. It contained nearly everything, so food was never a concern. Everywhere, medicinal herbs over 300 years old grew wild, with some areas even harboring wild herbs thousands or tens of thousands of years old. Beyond medicinal herbs, the palace teemed with naturally grown fruits and vegetables. Though lacking human cultivation, these plants possessed a powerful survival instinct. When Qingxiaobihai Palace burst through the sand and earth, they began growing unchecked. After living in the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace for some time, Mo Duo and Ye Ming gradually found themselves surrounded by more and more people. After transport aircraft dropped building materials and other supplies onto this lost ruin, even more people arrived. Indeed, this ruin had now transformed into a small society. Daily news broadcasts frequently highlighted the discovery of the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace, emphasizing its milestone significance for our daily lives. Major clans urged people to visit the ruins, hinting that if technology advanced, they planned to collaborate on constructing similar artificial landscapes, relocating some people to live on man-made land. This would greatly enhance resource utilization. To prepare for that future, they now want everyone to experience what it's like to live there. Wherever people gather, conflicts inevitably arise. Soon, the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace was divided into 3 distinct territories by the major factions. The first zone lies at the very heart of the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace. This was also the only area Ye Ming and his team discovered that remained unexplored. Designated as a protected zone, it undoubtedly holds crucial information about escaping gravity. Beyond the protected zone lay the residential area. This zone was primarily established to support exploration of the innermost protected zone, housing mostly scientific researchers. The third layer constituted the free activity zone, bordering the outskirts of the Azure Sky Palace. While scattered resources remained here, they were largely of poor quality. Thus, the outer layer allocated to the major clans offered little in the way of substantial gains. Their presence here served primarily to experience this vast city suspended in the heavens. Ye Ming and Mo Duo resided in the middle layer. Having settled there before regulations were finalized, they remained unaffected by the subsequent conservation zone legislation. Instead, not long after, Li Changkong called Ye Ming and mentioned, "A mysterious figure wishes to offer you residency rights in Qingxiaobihai Palace to win your favor." Ye Ming couldn't be bothered to respond. Truth be told, had he been more ruthless back then, the entire Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace would have been his alone. There'd be no room for other families to get involved. Ye Ming didn't dwell on these thoughts. Instead, whenever he had free time, he would wander near the reserve, searching for any possible way to enter its interior. Meanwhile, numerous other researchers were racking their brains for ways to gain access. Only by reaching the innermost core could they hope to uncover the secrets of anti-gravity. Yet after a long time, no one had found a solution. It wasn't until the major clans united and organized a joint conference to crack the code. This finally allowed a portion of the reserve to be opened. Yet within this newly accessible area lurked mutated creatures of extreme ferocity. The first group to venture in never returned. Subsequent expeditions dispatched by the major clans also suffered heavy casualties. After deliberation among the clans, it was decided to offer this opportunity to everyone by charging admission fees. For a time, enthusiasm for registration soared. Yet those without martial arts skills who ventured in rarely returned, becoming prey for the mutated creatures within the reserve. After the initial wave of enthusiasm subsided, people grew more cautious. Consequently, those who now sought to enter the reserve in search of treasure were generally individuals possessing some martial arts skills. To address this, the major clans established an adventurers guild atop the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace. They implemented a tiered rating system for adventurers, ranging from D rank to S rank. Each higher rank meant that upon exiting the reserve, the adventurer would be required to surrender fewer treasures to the United Family Forces. For example, if you discovered a treasure worth 1 million credits inside, a D-rank adventurer would have to pay 500,000 credits in unexpected gains to the family, but an S-rank adventurer would only need to pay 10% of that amount. Naturally, the major clans also provided adventurers with a complete advancement path. Progression was determined by the items submitted and the progress made in researching anti-gravity technology. Thus, by continuously accumulating resources and aiding the family in cracking the anti-gravity code, one can steadily advance in rank. Yet, constant exploration remains essential to grow increasingly wealthy. Chapter 89, Simulation Training. During this period, Ye Ming and Mo Duo thoroughly explored every corner of the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace and its surroundings. Ye Ming hadn't found anything he particularly wanted, while Mo Duo had gathered quite a few medicinal herbs for the Mo family. Ye Ming concluded that obtaining what he truly needed would require venturing into the protected zone. Ye Ming was a man of action. He didn't just think about it, he took concrete steps. Since the security system here wasn't particularly robust, Ye Ming called upon Luo Yanwang to watch over his temporary residence in the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace for a few days. Originally, Ye Ming hadn't intended to bring Mo Duo into the protected area. However, she insisted on accompanying him, and he couldn't bring himself to refuse. He trusted his own strength to protect the little girl before him. However, Ye Ming remained uncertain about the specific unknown dangers within. With fewer than 1 in 10 entrants surviving, the major clans had recently implemented a testing system to reduce the mortality rate. Only those with sufficient strength metrics and the ability to defeat and protect against mutated creatures captured within the reserve would qualify for entry. Without overthinking it, Ye Ming signed up for the test to obtain a qualification card. Despite the constant threat of death, the promise of substantial rewards kept the Gold Rush crowd undeterred. Upon arriving at the testing site, Ye Ming discovered hundreds of people queued up awaiting their turn. Ye Ming naturally joined the end of the line. However, the testing process moved swiftly. Those coming for the test were now stronger than the humans who had previously entered the protected zone directly. Those whose abilities were too weak had already begun catering to the needs of those entering the testing zone. People need to eat and clothe themselves to survive. No aspect could be neglected. Soon, the area outside the reserve became bustling with all kinds of services available. Massage and wellness services, buying rare treasures brought out from the reserve, you name it, it was available. After waiting for some time, Ye Ming heard the examiner in charge of the tests call out his name. Ye Ming stepped forward. The examiner handed him a wristband and said, "Enter." Ye Ming entered examination room 3, which was entirely filled with VR equipment. After someone fitted him with a headset, they explained, "This is our specialized testing apparatus. It precisely records your ability metrics. You simply need to battle the exotic beasts we've programmed into the system. Victory grants you entry." Ye Ming nodded, secured the headset, and instantly felt as though he'd entered a virtual world. Before his eyes appeared the interface the guide had mentioned earlier. He noticed his stats were all question marks, but Ye Ming didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a system glitch. After a moment, a window prompted Ye Ming to prepare. The first wave of alien beasts was about to attack. After a moment of quiet anticipation, a pixel art rabbit, its body covered in feather-like fuzz and standing about 1.6 meters tall, leapt toward him. Ye Ming didn't even think to dodge. He simply swung his fist at the rabbit's front teeth. The mutated rabbit slowly faded away. The system then prompted, "Challenge the second wave of mutated beasts?" Ye Ming had heard upon entering that clearing the first stage alone granted access to the protected zone. But Ye Ming wanted to see just how far he could push himself. Moreover, he'd heard that all the creatures' models and stats here were derived from data brought out by those who had already entered the reserve. This information had been enhanced and entered into the computer database. Ye Ming decisively chose to continue the challenge. Moments later, the pixel modules assembled into a monkey-like mutant beast. Though roughly the size of an ordinary monkey, this creature sported 3 heads. After the pixel art monkey was fully modeled, it didn't charge at Ye Ming. Instead, its 3 heads darted left and right, observing Ye Ming's every move. Ye Ming didn't wait for it to attack either. He lunged forward in a single stride and threw a punch at the monkey. But Ye Ming never expected this monkey to dodge his attack. Ye Ming chuckled to himself, "Looks like this monkey is the agile type." Ye Ming threw 3 consecutive punches, but each time the monkey dodged them. Ye Ming couldn't help but frown. Was it impossible to hit this mutated monkey without using martial arts techniques? Irritated, he still didn't resort to his footwork skills. Instead, after circling the monkey for a moment, he found an opening and crushed one of its skulls with a single stomp. Next, Ye Ming delivered 2 hand blade strikes, shattering the monkey's other 2 heads. The system prompted again, "Proceed to the 3rd stage?" Without hesitation, Ye Ming agreed. After clicking continue, a crimson wolf came into view. Before Ye Ming could attack, the wolf fired a fireball. Ye Ming didn't react in time. By the time he realized what had happened, he saw his health bar had already taken damage from that single fireball. In a real battle, Ye Ming would have been injured at this point. Damn it! Ye Ming had never suffered such a setback or stumbled so badly in all his years. His blood began to boil with a fierce desire to fight. Ye Ming unleashed a flurry of punches, but this pixelated wolf proved tough as nails. Despite landing every blow with full force, all he managed was to make the beast howl in pain. Unlike the previous 2 beasts, this one showed no signs of being instantly killed. Perhaps it was time to use a weapon? While continuing his fight with the wolf cub, Ye Ming simultaneously scanned the VR system for any transformable weapons. After searching, Ye Ming discovered that firearms were completely unusable here. Only cold weapons could be employed. This restriction likely aimed to increase adventurers' chances of survival. After all, firearms required ammunition, whereas cold weapons had relatively slower consumption rates. Ye Ming immediately selected a dagger, reasoning that such a mutated wolf cub didn't warrant a more powerful cold weapon. After confirming his choice in the pop-up window, a pixelated dagger materialized in his hand. Empowered by the dagger, Ye Ming found the battle against the wolf cub considerably easier. Still, it took him nearly 5 minutes to deplete its health bar. System prompt, "Challenge the 4th layer?" Chapter 90, Killer Bees. 4th layer, challenge. Of course he would challenge it. Ye Ming's anticipation for the protected zone grew stronger. After all, the mutated beasts within were enhanced by the system's values, and he hadn't had such a thoroughly satisfying fight in ages. After confirming the fourth layer challenge, Ye Ming watched as pixelated wasps gradually materialized a vast swarm, each individual wasp as large as a human fist. Killer bees. Ye Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had encountered these fist-sized bees before in the Dragon King's palace library. Legend held that their lethality was so overwhelming that wherever they swarmed, nothing but bones remained. Eventually, people could do nothing but treat them as acts of God, resigning themselves to misfortune wherever the killer bees appeared. However, these killer bees rarely appeared in areas densely populated by humans. It was likely that their habitats had been completely destroyed by humans, leaving no suitable places for them to survive. Gradually, the killer bees became extinct. Unexpectedly, within the forbidden grounds of the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace, these creatures still existed. The crowd gathered at the entrance was stunned. Normally, challengers would receive notifications indicating how many stages they had cleared upon entering. Most would hastily end their attempts after just one stage. Occasionally, however, an extraordinary individual would emerge, capable of completing the second stage. Yet, to date, no one had ever passed the third stage. Ye Ming had already broken records by attempting the third stage, and now he was choosing to challenge the fourth. Even the proctor overseeing the test at the entrance held little hope for Ye Ming. Our expedition team has already lost at least 1,000 men to the killer bees. For this kid to even attempt the enhanced third stage is pushing his limits. Yet even so, everyone including the adventurers about to enter the test had halted in their tracks. They waited intently, watching the challenge floor counter inside Ye Ming's test chamber for any change. For these challengers knew that the simulator's upgraded data currently only recorded up to the 5th floor. If Ye Ming could overcome the 4th floor's killer bees and then clear the 5th floor, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Inside the test chamber, Ye Ming now faced a dilemma. He had no confidence in facing such a massive swarm of killer bees, nor did he possess a solid counter strategy. Yet what stirred even greater excitement within Ye Ming was the venomous stinger on the killer bees' tails. He had once seen such stingers in the Dragon King's palace library, the perfect material for crafting dart-like hidden weapons. If he could collect enough of these stingers, mastering the art of throwing them to perfection and combining them with the deadly venom of the killer bees would create a formidable weapon. Even against beasts with toxic antibodies, possessing these stingers could temporarily paralyze their opponents. With this realization, Ye Ming placed even greater importance on the swarm of killer bees before him. These killer bees were far more formidable than those in the protected area. Successfully mastering them here would mean Ye Ming would have no need to worry about killer bees once he entered the protected zone. Having only encountered these creatures in the library, Ye Ming had never faced them in combat and thus remained unaware of their true terror. The next moment, at the system's command, the entire hive of killer bees swarmed out, all converging on Ye Ming. Ye Ming wasted no time, swinging his pixelated daggers to swiftly dispatch dozens of killer bees. But the sheer number of killer bees was overwhelming. Ye Ming's health bar had taken a significant hit and continued to steadily decline. Was this where it would end? Damn it! They were just insects. There had to be a weakness. Just then, the system alerted him. According to intelligence gathered by previous adventurers, each swarm of killer bees contained a queen. If the queen were eliminated, the remaining killer bees would turn on each other in a battle to the death until a new queen emerged. Got it, the queen, huh? Ye Ming dodged the killer bees' stingers while carefully observing the simulated swarm. Before long, Ye Ming's keen intuition spotted a distinct bee within the swarm. Though pixelated and virtual, the killer bees perfectly replicated the footage adventurers risked their lives to bring back from the reserve, including the queen. Ye Ming noticed this queen bee always remained at the very center of the killer bee swarm, surrounded by a layer of larger bees guarding her from the outer hive. Defeating the queen would be the key. Without hesitation, Ye Ming plunged headfirst into the swarm, risking being surrounded by the killer bees. As his health plummeted, he drove his blade deep into the queen's body. The next moment, with the queen's disappearance, every killer bee present vanished without a trace. Congratulations on clearing the 4th stage. Shall you proceed to the final challenge? Ye Ming glanced at his depleted health bar. No wonder this trial was so notoriously difficult. Most warriors only managed to pass the first stage. The reason? Regardless of how many stages you cleared, your health remained fixed. The upside was that it made everyone understand life was a one-time deal. Entering the protected zone meant risking your life. So be smart, know your own strength and explore only to the depth you can handle. Outside, onlookers stared at Ye Ming's challenge room with expressions like they'd seen a ghost. The 4th stage. Impossible. That kid actually cleared the 4th stage? This guy is insane. Remember, the killer bees in the 4th stage? It took 1,000 warriors sent by all the major clans just to barely wipe them out and get intel on those killer bees. Another person sneered, haven't you heard? Those killer bees have a weakness. Once you kill the queen, they turn on each other. They won't attack again until they choose a new queen. Someone nearby asked in confusion, how come we didn't know about such crucial information? The man replied with a sneer, those who pass the second stage receive a compendium detailing all known exotic beasts. It contains thorough descriptions. You only cleared the first stage, or perhaps haven't even taken the exam yet. How could you possibly know? Besides, you cowards who surrendered after the first stage lacked the guts to venture deeper into the reserve. Sharing this information with you would be a waste. For a moment, the group was rendered speechless by the man's words. But strength ruled everywhere. The fact that this man could share such information meant he had at least passed the second stage. Thus, the others said no more, harboring a quiet gratitude for the precious intelligence the man had just provided. Chapter 91, Fifth Layer Strength Test. The man who had passed the second layer continued, the fifth layer. The manual describes a man-eating goat. The horns on its head are tougher and sharper than any material we currently use. As far as we know, it's practically invincible. The man lowered his head and continued, this footage was filmed by my brother and me. All for this damn footage. Damn it! His voice grew angrier. If I had the power, I'd slaughter that goat myself to avenge my brother. The scene shifted to Ye Ming in the challenge room. He had already clicked to confirm his challenge of the 5th level. Appearing beside him was a mountain goat the size of a small hill. This pixel art goat was pure white, its two horns gleaming black atop its head, clearly a priceless treasure. Even as a computer-generated model, the sheer size of the goat sent a chill down Ye Ming's spine, making him tremble. After all, Ye Ming had never seen a goat as tall as a small mountain before. Regardless of its strength, its sheer size and weight alone would deter most people from getting too close. The upside was that, for some reason, this goat showed no intention of attacking Ye Ming. It seemed to regard him as insignificant, or perhaps the system had programmed it with non-aggressive behavior as a created creature. After scrutinizing it for a long time, Ye Ming found no weak points on the goat's body. He didn't dwell on it. Grabbing his small knife, he charged forward. But in the next instant, a red light flashed in the goat's eyes. Ye Ming lost control of his body, frozen in place, unable to move. The goat charged headlong, smashing Ye Ming's body to pieces. His health bar plummeted to 0. An alarm sounded as the VR simulation goggles were forcibly removed from Ye Ming's face. Immediately followed by the proctor's booming voice, "What's your name?" Ye Ming replied, "Ye Ming." The elderly proctor nodded and addressed Ye Ming, "Young man, you're quite impressive. To reach the 4th level at such a young age through sheer personal skill. I reviewed your entire match from a god's eye view. Had you not gambled everything on slaying that killer bee, I believe you might have defeated that monster." Ye Ming smiled but said nothing. But the proctor was telling the truth. Eager to clear the 4th stage, Ye Ming hadn't been as cautious with his health as he had been in the first 3 stages. When the 5th stage began, he hadn't expected to encounter such a formidable creature and was taken down in a single strike. Given another chance, Ye Ming could have dodged the attack before being struck. The proctor then addressed Ye Ming, "I am the steward of the Su family of Beizhou. I see you possess considerable skill. Would you be interested in joining our Su family?" Ye Ming politely declined, explaining that he was accustomed to traveling alone and had entered the dungeon merely to seek treasures and make a modest fortune. Without further words, Steward Su handed Ye Ming the reward for passing. This is a map detailing the distribution of the exotic beasts we've discovered so far, along with descriptions of their weaknesses. After a moment of rummaging, he handed Ye Ming a small pouch. "Though you didn't pass the 5th stage, I believe you possess the capability to slay that goat monster." Su the steward pressed something into Ye Ming's hands. "These are venomous stingers extracted from killer bees. Consider them your reward for reaching the 4th stage." After speaking, Su turned to Ye Ming and said, "Truth be told, when facing foes stronger than us, we don't always have to clash head-on. Sometimes, a little trickery works just fine. After all, we are human, aren't we?" Ye Ming instantly grasped the steward's meaning. Su continued, "Truth be told, all the major clans have been strategizing lately on how to eliminate this rabid goat. Its presence has completely stalled our exploration progress." Butler Su continued in his leisurely tone, "I won't hide this from you, a creature this formidable must be covered in treasures. If you manage to kill that monster, the Su family is willing to pay a high price for it." Ye Ming nodded. "Alright, we'll see when the time comes. After all, if I can't defeat it, I'll just run away." Su burst into laughter. "It seems you're not like those reckless fools who risk their lives for money. Excellent. I hope one day you'll see the light and join our Su family. A lone warrior's strength is ultimately limited, it can never elevate one to greater heights." Ye Ming expressed his gratitude before leaving the testing room with his newly acquired items. Outside, Ye Ming was presented with an A-rank adventurer's medal. Ye Ming paid it little mind and tucked it away. As soon as he stepped out of the testing room, Ye Ming found himself surrounded by a crowd. "You're so skilled. Can you team up with us?" The constant requests began to give Ye Ming a slight headache. After declining each request one by one, Ye Ming turned to Mo Duo and said, "You go in. You only need to clear the 1st level. With your strength, I'm sure it won't be difficult." Mo Duo shot Ye Ming a disdainful look. "Who do you think you're underestimating? I'm pretty formidable." With that, she entered the training room. Once again, the crowd was stunned. Mo Duo, a young girl, had consecutively passed 3 trial levels. Only at the Killer Bees level did she abandon the challenge due to her intense fear of crowds. Of those who entered afterward, most only managed to pass the 2nd level. Mo Duo, however, was awarded a Class B Explorer's Medal. After Mo Duo emerged, the mysterious man from earlier began tailing Ye Ming. Ye Ming and Mo Duo weren't planning to go in just yet, so at a corner, Ye Ming slammed the tailing man against the wall. "Speak! What are you sneaking around after us for?" The man struggled for breath under Ye Ming's weight. He pulled out a B rank explorer's badge from his pocket and stammered, "I want to team up with you. Kill that monster sheep and avenge my brother." Seeing the man seemed to harbor no ill intent, Ye Ming still pressed him until he revealed everything. Only after learning the truth did Ye Ming relax his guard toward the man. "So that's how it is. Your brother paid with his life for that sheep's information. But I don't like dragging baggage having to protect you. I have my own way of dealing with that monster sheep." Ye Ming was about to refuse, but the man pleaded that mutated sheep can only intimidate one person at a time. "Please let me be the bait." Chapter 92, Teaming Up. Indeed, during the simulated sparring session, Ye Ming's health bar had been depleted, leaving him with little combat intelligence about this particular goat. Yet the moment he stepped forward, he was already overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from that mutated goat. The next instant, his health bar was drained once more. Consequently, the man's words carried a weight that Ye Ming found hard to dismiss. Yet sacrificing a living creature to kill the goat was not something Ye Ming wished to see. Still, the man before him seemed determined to die trying to slay the goat that had killed his brother, a resolve that stirred a flicker of emotion within Ye Ming. He released the man and spoke indifferently, "All right. I agree to let you join us now." The man assumed Ye Ming intended to use him as bait, and a flicker of contempt flickered in his eyes. But Ye Ming simply said indifferently, "Meet me at the entrance to the protected area at this time tomorrow. I have other matters to attend to now." With that, Ye Ming left with Mo Duo. Instead of returning directly to his lodgings, he sought out a blacksmith's shop. The dozen or so killer bee stingers he currently held had been extracted directly from the insects. While they served their purpose, Ye Ming would naturally prefer to craft them into more convenient hidden weapons. Moreover, he currently lacked a reliable weapon, and Mo Duo also needed one for self-defense. However, there were no regulations prohibiting the use of firearms within the protected area. Ye Ming planned to bring along some firearms, ammunition, grenades, and other such weapons for this trip. He also planned to bring some sonic weapons, which should prove effective against insects like the killer bees. Ye Ming then brought Mo Duo to a weapon shop. After purchasing the necessary weapons, he also bought some supplies and antidotes before heading back. As for the killer bee's venomous stinger, the local blacksmiths hadn't yet mastered its replication, and Ye Ming himself lacked the relevant craftsmanship. Therefore, they would have to rely on the raw, unprocessed stingers for emergency treatment. Ye Ming selected only 2 daggers. To his surprise, Mo Duo chose a long sword as her personal melee weapon. For firearms, she chose a Desert Eagle automatic pistol. Ye Ming carried a sniper rifle, a dagger, and the killer bee stingers. The next day, Ye Ming and Mo Duo arrived outside the reserve. The mysterious man who had joined their group was already waiting at the entrance. Spotting the man, Ye Ming greeted him, "You're up early. Forgot to ask your name yesterday." The man grinned sheepishly. "My name is Hutiniu. Just call me Tiniu." Ye Ming nodded in acknowledgement. He then glanced at Hutiniu's gear and noticed the man was even better prepared than they were. Beneath his clothes, who wore a cotton-padded armor vest and slung a rocket launcher over his shoulder. Though it held only a few rounds, it looked intimidating enough. Having previously entered the protected zone, Hutiniu took this team up very seriously. He was here specifically to seek revenge on that mutated goat. Ye Ming said nothing more, but Mo Duo asked Hutiniu curiously, "Brother Tiniu, do you know just how dangerous the protected area really is?" Tiniu's expression darkened. He truly didn't want to recall that terrifying experience. His older brother had also challenged the 3rd layer. Back then, the mutated goat hadn't been discovered yet. Initially, armed with heat weapons and relying on his brother's formidable skills, the team had made substantial gains. But eventually, they ventured too deep and encountered that mutated goat. Except for him, not a single person survived. The materials they'd painstakingly gathered from slain beasts were left behind near the mutated goat, too heavy to carry. Only Hutiniu, consumed by vengeance, brought back the video footage of that encounter. Mo Duo, Ye Ming, and Hutiniu walked into the protected area, their conversation continuing as they went. The reserve had been sealed off by the major clans using esoteric sealing techniques, leaving only one portal for entry reserved for adventurers who had earned rank insignia. A flash of blue light enveloped them, and the trio was transported into the sanctuary. Ye Ming had long suspected that the inner sanctuary would be a world apart from the outside. The 3 who were transported in found themselves in a place that resembled an endless forest. Hutiniu spoke up. "Because of the overwhelming number of mutated beasts, the adventurers who came here gave it a name. Mo Duo asked Hutinio, Big Brother Tinio, what did they call this place? Please tell me quickly. Hutinio furrowed his brow slightly, the cannibal forest. Ye Ming couldn't help but laugh aloud. Why would they name it that? Hutinio sighed. According to the last group to enter, there were traces of humans here. When they arrived, they found nothing but bleached bones. Ye Ming nodded in understanding. This was the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace. Though it had briefly appeared in the annals of history, its inexplicable disappearance felt unnervingly strange. Something unknown must have transpired here. If indeed many humans had perished here before, calling it the cannibal forest would be no exaggeration. Since Hutinio had been here multiple times, he took on the role of guide this time, leading Ye Ming and Mo Duo around most of the areas densely populated by strange beasts. Along the way, Hutinio remarked to Ye Ming and Mo Duo, you might not know this, but some who enter here have ulterior motives. Instead of confronting the beasts head-on, they specifically hunt explorers like us. Ye Ming understood perfectly well. Compared to fighting the beasts head-on, it was certainly more profitable to kill adventurers who had loot and had already been weakened by their battles with the beasts. Hutinio chuckled, but we don't need to worry about that now. Since we don't have any monster materials yet, they won't target us. Ye Ming disagreed with Hutinio's assessment. Though they hadn't captured any beasts and were heavily armed, if they truly intended to plunder, they'd be targeted the moment they teleported in. The major clans were aware of such incidents and tacitly permitted them. As a last resort, their teleportation arrays appeared randomly within the protected zone, though this random location was confined to a relatively small area. Chapter 93, First Encounter with Monsters. Fortunately, the area where Ye Ming's group teleported this time lacked dedicated raiders. The three proceeded smoothly into the man-eating forest within the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace. Ye Ming sensed something peculiar along the way. For some reason, despite the warnings of danger within this protected zone, they hadn't encountered a single strange creature. Even Hutinio found it baffling. Mo Duo turned to Iron Ox and asked, this place doesn't seem nearly as terrifying as you described. Why can't people who enter ever leave? Hutinio's face turned ashen. He spoke with grave solemnity, I've never encountered this situation myself, but other adventurers have told me that if you find yourself in this kind of situation here, you'd better be extra cautious. Hutinio glanced around warily before adding, they say if there are no mutated beasts nearby, it usually means a super powerful beast is waiting for us. Ye Ming nodded in understanding, while Mo Duo, frightened by Hutinio's words, hid behind Ye Ming, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, Ye Ming seemed to hear a sound. He led the other two to hide beneath a clump of bushes. The next moment, the ground shook violently beneath them, as if a massive truck were rumbling past. Hidden in the grass, the trio was utterly stunned by the sight before them. Though Ye Ming had seen this mutated goat during simulated combat drills, witnessing the real thing now was profoundly awe-inspiring. The creature was roughly the size of a shipping container on a truck, dwarfing the three men standing beside it. This mutant goat wandered about, grazing on the nearby plants and trees as it moved. Unlike ordinary goats, this creature possessed not only a pair of massive, jet-black horns but also a set of exceptionally sharp teeth, a starkly incongruous sight given its current grazing behavior. Hutinio, seemingly overcome by some impulse, didn't wait for Ye Ming and Mo Duo to react. He had already raised a rocket launcher, aiming it directly at the goat's eye. The next moment, a thunderous boom erupted as the rocket launcher detonated on the goat's body. A piercing bleat echoed as the goat lowered its head, locking onto Ye Ming and the other's position. Ye Ming only caught a glimpse of the goat's eyes turning red. Hutinio, still clutching the rocket launcher, was already immobilized. The next instant, the goat charged toward the three of them like a speeding truck. Ye Ming's heart hardened. He delivered a powerful kick, sending Hutinio flying backward. Still reeling from the goat's shock, Hutinio hadn't regained his senses. Fortunately, Ye Ming's action successfully drew the goat's attention. The next instant, the goat charged furiously toward Ye Ming. Ye Ming ordered Mo Duo, go tend to Tinio over there. I'll hold it off. Mo Duo, raised in the Death Desert since childhood, had witnessed bloodshed and carnage from a young age. Though deeply shocked by the current situation, she concealed her fear and swiftly moved, jogging towards Hutinio. Ye Ming drew his pistol and unleashed a hail of bullets at the goat. Even after emptying his entire magazine, the goat seemed merely tickled. Not a single drop of blood appeared. Only a scorched patch of fur remained where Hutinio's rocket launcher had struck its head, lending the scene a touch of absurdity. Ye Ming now understood that against such a monstrous beast, there was no other effective method. One could only find its weakness and deliver a fatal blow. Since Hutinio had already been intimidated by this mutated goat earlier, Ye Ming judged that within a short time frame, the goat likely wouldn't possess enough energy to induce that state of fear and intimidation again. Without hesitation, Ye Ming drew a dagger from his waist, gripping it in his right hand. He then pulled out a killer bee's stinger, pinching it between his left fingers, and charged toward the goat. Ye Ming unleashed his full power, executing a leap that drew upon every ounce of his strength. He landed directly on the goat's back, a feat impossible for an ordinary person. Here, Ye Ming employed the cloud ladder tracer technique he had learned from the Dragon King's palace. After landing on the goat's back, Ye Ming immediately began stabbing it relentlessly with his dagger. For some reason, cold weapons proved more effective against these mutated beasts than firearms. An entire magazine of bullets failed to inflict any significant damage, while the dagger sliced effortlessly through the goat's skin. Ye Ming's heart leapt with joy. He swiftly stabbed the raging goat with the killer bee stinger in his left hand. The next moment, the goat froze as if drugged. Just seconds ago it had tried to throw Ye Ming off its back, but now it stood motionless. Ye Ming shouted to Mo Duo and Hutiniu, "Quick, strike while the iron is hot. Finish it off." Hutiniu, shaken by the goat's terror, had regained his composure. Seeing the mutated goat that had killed his own brother, his rage boiled over. Shouldering his rocket launcher, he charged straight at the goat. The goat stood frozen in place, as if drugged, unable to move. This time, Hutiniu's rocket launcher didn't miss. The blast hit the goat squarely in the eye. With a thunderous boom, the goat's pain instantly nullified the killer bee's anesthetic effect. It sprang to life and charged straight at Hutiniu. With one eye now blinded by the blast, Hutiniu narrowly dodged the goat's attack. Ye Ming, still perched on the goat's back, watched as it plunged back into a frenzy. He had no choice but to drive every last stinger of the killer bees into its flesh. The dose was too potent. As the final stinger pierced the goat's back, it collapsed. With a thunderous crash, it slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hutiniu fired several more rounds at the goat, while Ye Ming leaped down from its back. The three men stared at the goat, its mouth foaming white, confirming that the strongest mutated beast they had recorded so far had been easily killed by the three of them. Hutiniu knelt on the ground and let out a long howl to the heavens. "Brother! I've finally avenged you. I've killed this beast." After tidying up, Ye Ming removed a pair of antlers. However, due to its immense size, after Ye Ming removed the ram's horn, there was simply no way to carry it. So he can only take some fragments from the horn and carry them on his person. The remaining materials were escorted out by Hutiniu alone. After slaying this mountain goat, however, Hutiniu's resentment had finally dissipated. He told Ye Ming and Mo Duo, "After I help you get these things out, I don't plan on coming back to explore anymore." Chapter 94, Encounter. Bandits. Ye Ming and Mo Duo, however, intended to press deeper into the palace. Ye Ming was determined to uncover what else lay hidden within the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace. These discoveries were utterly unimaginable for present-day Blue Star. Had they not stumbled upon this place, who could have conceived that mutated goats the size of ancient dinosaurs still existed on Earth today? Without Hutiniu as their guide, Ye Ming and Mo Duo felt like they were going around in circles, never seeming to make any progress out of this area. As they circled around, they spotted three men surrounding a man and a woman not far away. Ye Ming signaled Mo Duo to stay quiet as they hid behind some bushes. Ye Ming's martial arts training enhanced his hearing range, allowing him to clearly overhear the three men robbing the couple even from their distant hiding spot. "You two lovebirds better play nice. Hand over all the herbs you gathered and the mutated beasts you killed. Maybe we can find a way to let you off alive. If not, just wait for our main force to arrive. Then your little lives will be in our hands." Ye Ming could only see the man surrounded by the three robbers, covered in blood and badly wounded. He defiantly declared to the bandits, "Even if my wife and I die here, we won't give you scum a single benefit." Ha! What a noble death wish. You have no idea what we're capable of. Your wife is so beautiful we won't let her die so easily. You know how men are. We haven't had any action in days since arriving here. The man's rage boiled over. "Scum! If you lay a finger on my wife, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life." The bandit roared with laughter. "You're already badly wounded from fighting that beast, aren't you? Truth be told, if you weren't injured, the three of us wouldn't stand a chance against you. But now? Ha! Aren't you just lambs waiting to be slaughtered in our hands?" The woman, already on the brink of death, whispered to her husband, "Husband, kill them. Even if I die, I won't let these bastards lay a finger on me. Let's fight them to the death." Ye Ming watched the couple before him, then glanced at the three robbers pursuing them in the distance. Rage surged within him. He cocked the sniper rifle he'd purchased, pressed his eye to the scope, and pulled the trigger. With a sharp crack, the bullet tore through the air. The sound of the explosion echoed as one of the men was instantly blown apart by Ye Ming's armor-piercing round, his head shattered. Who the hell is shooting from the shadows? The remaining two men, both shocked and terrified, frantically searched for the person who had killed their comrade. Ye Ming had no intention of wasting words with these men. He aimed again and fired, blowing the other robber's head apart. The man surrounded by robbers spotted reinforcements in the distance. Ignoring his injuries, he immediately grappled with another robber. Ye Ming stowed his sniper rifle and walked toward the struggle. The lone remaining robber spotted Ye Ming, the sniper, and while grappling with the man, he bellowed, "You dare kill someone from the Chen family? You're dead meat. If our reinforcements see you murder one of ours, they'll tear you limb from limb to avenge us." Ye Ming let out a cold laugh. Then, like a ghost, he appeared before the two grappling men, his movements so swift it was impossible to track. The next instant, the sharp dagger pierced the man's throat clean through. Meanwhile, the man who had been kidnapped and robbed collapsed to the ground, bleeding out from his wounds. Ye Ming stared at the fallen man, his expression pensive. The man's wife knelt on the ground, pleading with Ye Ming, "Please, save my husband." Ye Ming scratched his head, crouched down, and examined the man. It was only then that he noticed several stab wounds had been inflicted on the man's abdomen during their struggle. Even if a divine healer arrived now, there was no way to save the man before him. Standing up, Ye Ming addressed the woman, "Compose yourself. There's no hope." Hearing this, the woman collapsed back onto the ground, her eyes fixed on the man lying in a pool of blood. With a tender gaze, she whispered 2 words, "Husband." Yet the man lying in the pool of blood still clung to life. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he managed a faint smile. "My dear," he whispered, "it's all right. When I'm gone, find a good family to take care of you. I'll be watching over you from above." With those final words, the man drew his last breath. Mo Duo, who had been watching the two from the side, felt a complex mix of emotions, a bitter taste in her mouth. The woman, upon hearing her husband's final breath, burst into uncontrollable sobs. Then she became utterly frantic. Kneeling on the ground, she banged her head against the floor repeatedly before Ye Ming. "Please, save my husband. I'll give you everything I have." Ye Ming pushed her away. "I've already told you your husband is beyond saving. No amount of wealth can bring him back from the dead." The woman pleaded, "The reincarnation herb. We have the reincarnation herb. If you're willing to save my husband, I'll give it to you." At the mention of those 3 words, Ye Ming's heart jolted. He stared at the woman in disbelief. "What did you just say? You have the reincarnation grass?" The woman nodded with all her strength. "Yes, that's right. Those people came for our reincarnation grass. I don't know exactly what it does, but if they're willing to hunt us down for it, it must be valuable." Mo Duo spoke up. "If we have the reincarnation grass, I could try. But I can't actually bring a dead person back to life. I can only help their soul reincarnate into another person or animal." Ye Ming looked at Mo Duo curiously and asked, "Do you know how to use the reincarnation grass?" Mo Duo nodded. "Our Mo family has deep ties to this place, so naturally, some related knowledge has been passed down. I saw the reincarnation grass when I was little. My mother had it. It was just a single small leaf." Hearing that Mo Duo might save her husband, the woman was too desperate to think clearly. She pulled the blood-soaked reincarnation grass from her bosom and handed it to Mo Duo. Mo Duo gasped in surprise. "A plant this large? No wonder they targeted you." Chapter 95, the 6th elder of the Qian clan. Mo Duo plucked a leaf from the plant and addressed the woman, "With your husband's injuries, we can only use the reincarnation grass to preserve his soul for now. Then, when the opportunity arises." The woman knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times to Mo Duo. "Thank you. Truly, thank you." Mo Duo then used the Mo family's unique secret technique to fuse the man's soul with the reincarnation grass before handing it to the woman. To express her gratitude, the woman gave the remaining reincarnation grass to Ye Ming and Mo Duo. But now, severely wounded, she couldn't possibly escape this area overrun by mutated beasts alone. Just as Ye Ming debated whether to take her with them, a man's low, furious growl echoed from nearby. "Who dares kill a member of the Qian family?" The approaching man radiated fierce aura, his roar thick with murderous intent. The woman beside them addressed Ye Ming and Mo Duo. "My benefactors, please leave me behind. Run. This man is the Qian family's grand protector. His martial prowess ranks among the highest on Blue Star. He entered the protected zone when the Azure Sky Emerald Sea Palace was established and hasn't left since." Ye Ming snorted coldly. Running now would likely be futile. Stepping in front of Mo Duo and the woman, he declared, "I killed them. Bring it on." The man across from him shot Ye Ming a dismissive glance before walking over to the bodies. Seeing the 2 men with bullet holes in their heads, he looked heartbroken. He then fixed Ye Ming with a cold stare and declared, "Do you know that murder demands a life in return? I never kill nameless fools. State your name." Ye Ming returned the man's cold stare. "A man who's about to die doesn't deserve to know my name." Mo Duo chimed in from the side. "You know about paying with your life? When you were here doing these money-grubbing, murderous deals, you should have known this day would come. This is the retribution you deserve. This infuriates me. Die, all of you." The man charged toward Ye Ming and his companions. Ye Ming, however, calmly drew his pistol. Though his movements appeared deliberate, they were anything but slow. 3 consecutive shots struck the man squarely in the heart. Though clad in body armor, the man's mortal flesh couldn't withstand the impact. He staggered backward from the 3 shots. "This infuriates me." The man pounded his chest like a raging bull, then charged at Ye Ming once more. This time, Ye Ming held nothing back, aiming directly at the man's head and pulling the trigger. But Ye Ming hadn't anticipated the man's hidden prowess. With a swift turn of his head, he dodged the bullet. Then, with a single martial arts grab, he knocked the gun from Ye Ming's hand, sending it crashing to the ground. Ye Ming sneered coldly, "Impressive skills, but your character is worthless. You still deserve to die." With that, he swung his arm back and grappled with the man. The man was both shocked and furious. He hadn't expected this seemingly clean-cut man to possess such formidable martial arts skills, matching his own in every way. The man addressed Ye Ming, "I see you have talent. If you're willing to join the Qian family, I can grant you a lifetime of wealth and honor." Ye Ming smiled without responding. He had only used 40% of his strength. If he wished, he could pin this man to the ground at any moment. Seeing Ye Ming's silence, the man fumed, "Refuse the wine, and you'll drink the punishment. Take this." His fist came crashing down like a meteor hammer. Ye Ming didn't meet the blow head-on. He sidestepped it and countered with a punch to the man's midsection. The man staggered back several meters. Consumed by rage, he drew a pair of brass knuckles from his waistband and slipped them onto his fingers. The knuckle dusters amplified his punch's force by 30%. Ye Ming drew his dagger and once again locked in combat with the man. "Kid, I'm not alone. No matter how skilled you are, when the other elders of the Qian family arrive, do you think you can hold them off? Knowing when to yield is the mark of a true hero. I advise you to join us now. We plunder the treasures of these adventurers without ever having to fight the beasts. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Ye Ming roared in fury, "Scum like you? Bring it on, I'll slaughter every last one of you. Fine. You asked for it. Don't blame me for being ruthless." With that, the man unleashed a furious barrage of attacks on Ye Ming. Ye Ming grew serious, channeling 40% of his power. He now had the upper hand, pressing the man into retreat. The man was utterly baffled. "Which prestigious clan's disciple are you? How can someone so young possibly surpass my cultivation level?" Ye Ming couldn't be bothered with his nonsense. "Mind your own damn business. How many henchmen do you have left? I'll give you one last chance to call for backup." The man was enraged by Ye Ming's words. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Fine. You asked for it. Everyone, come on out and take him on together." 3 men and 2 women emerged from the woods, joining the man for a total of 6. The trio and duo emerging from the woods didn't rush into the fight. Instead, they taunted the man, "Old Six, what's wrong with you? How could you get beaten so badly by a pretty boy like this?" The man fighting Ye Ming had no time for banter with his accomplices. "This brat's dangerous. Help me." Ye Ming asked nonchalantly, "Just this bunch of nobodies? I suggest you call everyone you can. Otherwise, next year on this day will be your memorial." The man snorted coldly without reply. The woman behind Ye Ming shouted at him, "Run. These are the Qian family's 6 top fighters. You can't possibly take them all on alone." Hearing this, Ye Ming felt reassured. So these were the strongest among the raiders. If he could eliminate them all, things should settle down considerably. But the woman's words reached the ears of the other 6 men, bolstering the confidence of these 6 brutes from the Qian family considerably. 2 women flashed toward Mo Duo and the other woman. 3 men joined the chaotic fight between Ye Ming and Lao Lu. Neither the woman nor Mo Duo were helpless. Especially Mo Duo, who possessed a B-rank adventurer's badge. One of the women charged forward, then seemed to fall into a trance, unleashing a furious assault on a nearby tree. Meanwhile, Mo Duo stood at a distance, her eyes flickering with an eerie red glow. The other woman who charged at the injured one became entangled in a fierce grapple, neither gaining the upper hand for the moment. Seeing that Mo Duo was unharmed, Ye Ming saw no need to intervene. Instead, he swiftly drew his dagger and slit Lao Lu's throat. Instantly, blood sprayed across the faces of the other 3 men. Chapter 96, Bloodstained Azure Sky, Emerald Sea Palace. The remaining 3 men, witnessing Ye Ming defeat their 6th elder with a single strike, were thrown into utter panic. Though the 6th elder's strength lagged behind the others, they themselves couldn't have dispatched him in just 1 or 2 moves. Moreover, the 6th elder practiced the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt martial arts. Yet Ye Ming had been so swift that the 6th elder had barely activated his Golden Bell Shield before his throat was slit. The moment the 6th elder fell, the other spirits plummeted to rock bottom. They knew Ye Ming, capable of eliminating the 6th elder in a single strike, was no ordinary opponent. The gap in their abilities felt like an unbridgeable chasm. Yet now, with no path to retreat and no other choice, they faced a stark decision: either fight Ye Ming to the death in open combat, or swallow their pride and flee. Yet they knew full well that with Ye Ming's display of footwork moments ago, escape held no chance for any of them. Ye Ming now resembled a god of slaughter on the battlefield. Veins bulged across his body, as if a single punch could shatter a mountain peak. The other Qian family elders, realizing they'd stirred up trouble, quickly formed a defensive formation, preparing to attack Ye Ming together. In the next instant, those attacking Mo Duo and the other woman abruptly abandoned their assault, charging straight toward Ye Ming instead. Mo Duo, too, sprinted to Ye Ming's side, ready to fight alongside him. The odds instantly shifted to 3 against 5. Mo Duo asked Ye Ming, "Brother Ye, they outnumber us. Can we win?" Ye Ming only gave a cold laugh. "Just protect yourself. I'll show them what true fear feels like." With that, Ye Ming charged at lightning speed straight into the center of the 5 attackers. The 5 men were startled by his charge, then burst into arrogant laughter. "Do you really think we're a bunch of useless fools? Elders, heed my command. 5 elements formation, activate. The 5 formed a circle, indiscriminately swinging their weapons at Ye Ming. Ye Ming merely shifted his stance slightly to evade every strike. Too weak. You're also weak. The 5 of you combined aren't even as strong as a single goat. Truly pathetic. Ye Ming mocked the 5 while deftly weaving through their attacks, gliding effortlessly between them. After about 10 minutes of stalemate, Ye Ming lost all interest in these 5 self-righteous pretenders. The 5 elements formation is indeed impressive, but it's a pity your opponent is me. Before absolute power, you're utterly helpless. With that, Ye Ming raised the dagger in his hand, aimed at one of them, and plunged it deep into his thigh. In the next instant, he yanked the blade from the man's leg and slashed straight for his throat. However, the others had witnessed Ye Ming's lethal precision firsthand and were already prepared. Each unleashed their signature moves. Though Ye Ming's strike carried thunderous force, it only managed to cleave the weapons they used to shield vital areas in two. Brother Yi, I'll help you. Seeing Ye Ming's strike miss, Mo Duo swiftly picked up the sniper rifle Ye Ming had discarded on the ground. She aimed and fired directly at the man Ye Ming had attacked. With a thud, the bullet pierced the man's body. The man struck by Ye Ming collapsed to the ground, blood spilling everywhere. 2 down. Now it's your turn. After speaking, Ye Ming's figure darted like a ghost toward the Qian family members surrounding him. Though his dagger had been nearly ruined in the previous fight, Ye Ming now wielded both of the nearly useless blades to slash down another Qian family elder. The remaining 3 dared not take him lightly. Though the 5 elements formation had been shattered by Ye Ming, they still fought desperately. Ye Ming showed no sign of stopping. He drew a sharp horn he had taken from the mutated goat's head and began hacking furiously at the 3. That horn proved to be a true treasure, its sharpness rivaling that of a chainsaw. Wherever the horn swung, the remaining Qian family elders were left covered in wounds. Ye Ming let out a cold snort. Without hesitation, he used the horn in his hand to slit the throats of the other 3. The corpses of 6 men lay on the grass, staining the ground a vivid crimson. Just as Mo Duo and the woman were about to celebrate Ye Ming's decisive victory, the blood-soaked ground suddenly sprouted crimson tentacles. Before the 3 could react, they were completely enveloped by the tentacles. Ye Ming felt darkness engulf his vision before consciousness slipped away. When he opened his eyes again, Ye Ming found the 3 of them in the first basement. Mo Duo and the woman were now encircled by the tentacles. Without hesitation, Ye Ming tore free from his bonds. Had it not been for the tentacles carrying some sort of anesthetic substance that knocked him unconscious on the spot, he wouldn't have feared them at all. Freeing himself, Ye Ming approached Mo Duo and used the broken horn from the goat he carried to slice through the vines binding the 2 women. However, both Mo Duo and the woman remained unconscious at that moment. Ye Ming surveyed the basement surroundings. All he could see was that the dimly lit basement was completely overgrown with vines, obscuring everything else. Without further thought, Ye Ming pulled out a lighter, grabbed a branch, and set it ablaze as a makeshift torch. The basement was soon bathed in fiery light. Amid the acrid smoke, Mo Duo and the woman finally stirred awake. Brother Yi, where are we? Ye Ming shook his head. I don't know either, but these tentacles clearly aren't good. We should clear them out first. With that, he grabbed Mo Duo and began setting fire to the tentacles encircling the basement. It took the 3 of them tremendous effort to completely burn away all the vines in the basement. It was then that Ye Ming discovered stone statues hidden beneath the vines. While Ye Ming was still puzzling over this, Mo Duo suddenly spoke up. Brother Yi, I think we've gotten ourselves into trouble. Ye Ming frowned. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Mo Duo murmured, my mother told me about stone ghosts. They wrap themselves in these vines, then revive after draining human essence. Look at these statues, they seem to be people captured by it. If we hadn't escaped the vines, we might have turned into stone too. Chapter 97, The Goddess Statue. Ye Ming's brow furrowed instantly, his vigilance heightening. The vines that had dragged them underground were undoubtedly controlled by a mutated creature, and that creature was likely the stone gargoyle Mo Duo had mentioned. After walking through the basement for a while, the group opened a door. On the other side stood a stone statue, towering and imposing, its form resembling a bat. The statue, sensing living intruders on its territory, flashed a crimson glow in its eyes. Run! Ye Ming had barely finished speaking to Mo Duo when 2 streams of flame erupted from the gargoyle's eyes. Then, astonishingly, the gargoyle shattered its stone casing and emerged from within. A pair of bloodthirsty fangs radiated an eerie, malevolent pressure. Ye Ming knew there was no room to hide in this cramped space, he had to face it head-on. Yet facing this alien creature, Ye Ming felt no confidence. Though his combat prowess was unmatched on Blue Star, since entering the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace, he had encountered nothing but bizarre creatures. His understanding of the world was gradually being shattered, yet as Blue Star's strongest warrior, his combat prowess remained utterly unshaken. Even confronting an alien creature, Ye Ming showed not a shred of fear. He drew 2 killer bee stingers, silently hoping they would be effective against the gargoyle. Ye Ming hurled the stingers, only to witness an outcome worlds apart from his expectations. The stingers that could paralyze a mutated goat could only halt the gargoyle for a mere second or 2. Seeing the stingers were useless, Ye Ming had no choice but to grab a shard of the goat's horn and engage the monster in hand-to-hand combat. But the gargoyle could fly. Though confined to the basement, it couldn't unleash its full power, yet Ye Ming still found himself struggling mightily against it. Mo Duo and the woman wanted to assist Ye Ming, but they were utterly helpless at that moment, forced to watch as Ye Ming and the gargoyle battled. Ye Ming was now fighting with every ounce of strength, yet he couldn't gain the slightest advantage over the gargoyle. Even his ram's horns were knocked flying by the creature's blows. Suddenly, Mo Duo remembered something. Brother Yi, mother said silver objects can counter gargoyles. Ye Ming silently repeated the words, silver objects. He immediately began thinking about where he could find such an item. Just then, another woman reached into her clothing and pulled out a large silver ingot, tossing it to Ye Ming. Use this. Ye Ming had no idea when this woman had procured the silver ingot, but there was no time to dwell on it now. Ye Ming leapt forward to catch the ingot, then tore a strip of cloth from his own garment to wrap it around the silver, transforming it into a flail. Indeed, the silver ingot proved remarkably effective against the gargoyles. Whenever Ye Ming struck a gargoyle with the ingot, a fiery blaze erupted on its body. Amidst the gargoyle's agonized screams, Ye Ming swung the silver ingot with all his might, smashing it down onto the creature's head. After a series of agonized screams, the gargoyle finally crumbled to dust. Ye Ming, however, was left covered in wounds from the creature's attacks. After defeating the gargoyle, Ye Ming collapsed onto the ground. Mo Duo and the woman hurried over to bandage his wounds. As the three tended to his wounds, a sudden light flashed from the basement not far away. Children, thank you for rescuing me. As the voice echoed, Ye Ming, Mo Duo, and the other woman felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over them. Their wounds healed instantly. Immediately after, the basement was flooded with light, and the ground began to tremble violently. After the blinding white light faded, everyone realized that this underground chamber had risen from the ground to become the highest point within the entire azure sky and emerald sea palace. Before they could process what was happening, a scent reminiscent of the ocean enveloped their senses. Then, a woman drifted toward the three of them like a fairy descending from the heavens. Yet the trio sensed she was merely a soul entity devoid of physical substance, yet capable of solidifying into tangible form. After scanning the trio, her form slowly descended to the ground. Thank you for defeating the gargoyle and rescuing me, she said. Though I am merely a spirit, having lost nearly all my essence over tens of thousands of years, you have saved me. Speak your wishes, and I shall grant them. Ye Ming remained silent, lost in deep thought. The woman who had lost her husband immediately knelt on the ground. Goddess, I beg you, save my husband. Hearing this, the goddess merely waved her hand lightly. The man whose soul had been parasitizing the reincarnation grass appeared in the woman's arms, though he remained in a deep slumber. The goddess sighed and addressed the woman. I do possess the means to restore your husband's physical form, but it will take time. My spiritual energy is currently insufficient. If you would stay by my side and serve me, then once my power recovers to about 20%, I shall be able to reshape your husband's body. Without hesitation, the woman knelt and bowed her head to the goddess. I am willing. To revive my husband, I will do anything, even serve you as ox or horse. The goddess smiled faintly. With a mere flick of her sleeve, the woman kneeling on the ground rose to her feet of her own accord. Very well. I can see your heart is pure, perhaps that is the power of love. Since you choose to follow me, I shall do everything in my power to restore your husband's physical form. The goddess continued, I am Bai Xiao, mistress of the azure sky and emerald sea palace. Henceforth, we shall address each other as master and disciple. Yes, master. Bai Xiao spoke with a look of indifference and regret. Had those monstrous beasts not invaded back then, our civilization would not have perished. But speaking of which, why is the spiritual energy on Blue Star so thin now? After speaking, Bai Xiao turned her gaze toward Ye Ming. I never imagined that you mortals could defeat these mutated beasts using only martial arts. That is quite impressive. Bai Xiao sighed. Back then, not even the 1,000 cultivators in my palace could defeat those beasts. Yet through the vastness of time, a martial civilization like yours emerged to avenge my defeat. Ye Ming's suspicions were confirmed. It turned out that in ancient times, cultivator civilizations had indeed existed on Blue Star, only to be annihilated by these monstrous beasts. The goddess's gaze shifted to Mo Duo. Why do I sense a trace of my Qingxiao Bihai Palace's bloodline within you, little girl? Chapter 98, Obtaining the Legacy. Mo Duo hurriedly spoke up. My mother told me our ancestors had legends about the azure sky and emerald sea palace, but they've always kept it secret. Bai Xiao nodded upon hearing this. I see. It seems this bloodline was preserved by the 10 young boys and girls I ordered to flee when the beasts first attacked. No sooner had Bai Xiao finished speaking than she flicked her finger toward Mo Duo. A beam of golden light shot into Mo Duo's mind. Indeed, it is the bloodline of my Qingxiao Bihai Palace disciples. Bai Xiao's voice trembled with emotion before turning to a sigh of regret. But it seems they never passed down the cultivation techniques they took with them. There isn't even a trace of true qi flowing within you. Mo Duo gave an awkward chuckle. The goddess Bai Xiao then addressed her, if you are willing, I shall take you as my direct disciple. When the spiritual energy revives, you will become an unrivaled existence. After a moment's thought, Mo Duo replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Fairy Bixiao, but my family still lives outside. I cannot stay here with you forever." Bixiao nodded with resignation upon hearing this. "You're right. This era is no longer mine. Only when the next spiritual energy revival comes to Blue Star will I be able to return with the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace." With that, a book materialized in her hand. She addressed Mo Duo, "This is called The Art of Qi Absorption, our palace's most treasured manual. It's thanks to this book that I've cultivated thousands of disciples. I now bestow it upon you." With that, the book of Qi Absorption flew into Mo Duo's pocket. Ye Ming asked curiously, "Are those beasts really that powerful? How could you, as cultivators, be defeated by them?" Bai Xiao replied bitterly, "They weren't particularly powerful. However, after those beasts descended, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth seemed to be temporarily sealed. My disciples aren't adept at close-quarters combat against divine beings, which is why we ended up in this predicament." After speaking, Bai Xiao turned to Ye Ming with solemn earnestness. "You, young man, are a human from our civilization's later era. I never imagined your physical body would be so formidable, capable of defeating those beasts." Ye Ming remained silent, but Mo Duo chimed in from the side, "Brother Ye Ming is the strongest man on Blue Star. Dealing with those beasts is child's play for him." Bai Xiao smiled without comment. "That's because those beasts have gradually degenerated over these millennia. Even back when I had reached the golden core stage, I couldn't handle them, their numbers were simply too overwhelming." Bai Xiao sighed helplessly and continued, "But this is no longer my era. If those beasts ever return through the spatial rift, I hope you new humans will have the strength to protect yourselves." After speaking, Bixiao shed 2 scales from her body. Then, a beam of light shot directly into Ye Ming's body. "Consider this my gratitude for your rescue. I also hope that humanity will never again face the danger of these beasts." The instant the scales entered Ye Ming's body, countless memories not his own flooded his mind. He saw that day when several black holes appeared in the sky, and the alien beasts descended upon Earth through these temporal portals. In that moment, Blue Star became a living hell. Thousands of Qi cultivators from the Azure Sky Emerald Sea Palace, along with Bixiao herself, fought the beasts for 49 days. Ultimately, the entire army was annihilated. Only Bixiao was sealed away by the beast's gargoyle. That very night, the entire Qingxiaobihai Palace vanished without a trace. All the alien beasts were sealed within the palace by Bixiao using secret cultivation techniques. Thus, a brief period of peace dawned upon the Blue Star. Upon learning all this, Ye Ming couldn't help but feel a tinge of reverence toward the woman before him. Ye Ming continued to absorb the memories Bai Xiao had imparted to him, suddenly finding his mind filled with numerous cultivation techniques not found on present-day Blue Star. These were all cultivation techniques exclusive to immortals. Even the Qi-gathering technique Mo Duo had just acquired was among them. Ye Ming now realized that if martial arts techniques could be fused with cultivator cultivation methods, the result would be a truly formidable existence. Ye Ming then bowed his hands in gratitude toward the goddess. Both understood the unspoken agreement. Bixiao's voice echoed deep within Ye Ming's mind. "The legacy I bestowed upon you is difficult to activate on present-day Blue Star. Yet I have faith in you as the pinnacle martial artist of Blue Star today. You will surely find a way to carry forward the legacy I have given you." After completing her transmission, Bixiao waved her hand, conjuring a teleportation portal. "I shall send you both on your way now. Having scanned this place with my divine sense, I find there are still so many people within my Qingxiaobihai Palace. I shall teleport them all out as well." Mo Duo curiously asked Bixiao, "Fairy Bixiao, what are your plans now?" Bai Xiao smiled and replied to Mo Duo, "Well, I've gained a new disciple, haven't I? The cultivation techniques I practice yield twice the results with half the effort near water. Though Earth is devoid of spiritual energy now, I have my own methods." After speaking, Bixiao sighed softly. "I hope that when the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace appears again, I will still be able to see you all." With a wave of her hand, Ye Ming and Mo Duo were transported away. Meanwhile, everyone within the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace suddenly materialized atop the Death Desert. As bewilderment spread across their faces, they watched the palace float away from the ground like an alien spacecraft. It vanished into the clouds, drifting with the wind until it disappeared without a trace. Ye Ming heard Bixiao's voice echo in his mind, "Though spiritual energy is scarce on Blue Star now, some basic treasures remain usable. I've given you a storage ring. After acknowledging it with your blood, it contains a small realm where you can store items." Ye Ming reached into his pocket and indeed found a bronze-colored ring. He bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto it. In the next instant, Ye Ming's consciousness entered the storage ring. Since everyone had been teleported out, the items left behind in the Azure Sky Emerald Sea Palace naturally couldn't be brought along. Yet Ye Ming found himself unexpectedly delighted. Inside the storage ring lay a wealth of medicinal herbs over 500 years old, along with pre-prepared medicines and various miscellaneous items. Even the stingers of the killer bees had been fashioned into numerous arrows. But what delighted Ye Ming most were two jade-green daggers within the storage ring. These daggers clearly weren't ordinary items, they must have been crafted from the shells of exotic beasts or materials currently unavailable on Blue Star. Chapter 99, Willing but Unable. After examining the daggers for a moment, Ye Ming returned them to the storage ring. He then led Mo Duo through the crowded crowd. Let's deliver the medicinal herbs your mother requested first. Since we're already in the Death Desert, you know the way, and it shouldn't be too far from your Mo family residence. Mo Duo nodded, then asked doubtfully, but aren't all our herbs still in the Qingshaobi High Palace? Ye Ming chuckled, pointing to his storage ring. There's plenty in here, Bixiao gave it to me. Mo Duo turned her head in a huff. Humph. I'm the one with a connection to Fairy Bixiao, yet she only gave me a single cultivation manual. She gave you so many goodies. That's not fair. Ye Ming chuckled, when your strength matches mine, she'll naturally give you more. But right now, if you carry all these items on you, you won't have the power to protect them. Mo Duo realized Ye Ming had a point. After all, they might get married someday, wouldn't Ye Ming's possessions become hers anyway? With that thought, the mischievous Mo Duo's anger melted away. Ye Ming then cautioned, by the way, Mo Duo, you absolutely must not tell anyone about meeting the palace master of Qingshaobi High Palace. Mo Duo frowned in confusion. Not even Mom? He has deep ties to this place. Ye Ming nodded. Tell no one. The more people know about these things on me, the worse it is for us. Unless you can master that breath control technique, it's best to pretend you know nothing until then. Mo Duo nodded. I'll listen to Brother Yi. After that, the two continued traversing the Death Desert on their own. Though they used no means of transportation, Ye Ming's ring now contained all sorts of odds and ends, and supplies were the least of their worries. After a long trek, they finally caught sight of the walls of the Mo family's Free Merchant Alliance. But as Mo Duo approached the walls, a sense of foreboding crept into her heart. She turned to Ye Ming and said, Brother Yi, something feels off. Ye Ming inquired, what's wrong? Is something amiss? Mo Duo pointed at the walls. Usually, there are guards stationed here. Today, there's not a single person. This has never happened since I was a child. Her words heightened Ye Ming's vigilance. Just then, Mo Duo spotted a dark figure darting across the wall. The Black Robe Cult. Ye Ming also caught sight of the shadow, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. The Black Robe Cult infiltrating the Free Merchant Alliance's stronghold signaled something serious. Either there was a mole within the alliance, or the cult had returned to exact revenge. Whichever scenario played out, it was far from optimistic or pleasant. By now, Mo Duo could no longer control her emotions. She charged toward the Free Merchants Alliance stronghold, also the Mo family's base. Mother! Ye Ming followed closely behind. But when they arrived, they discovered the place had become a ghost town. Not a single soul remained inside. It looked as though the entire city's population had suddenly vanished into thin air. Mo Duo, in a panic, dashed straight toward the Mo family compound. Upon entering the Mo family compound, they scanned their surroundings. Aside from traces of a fierce battle, there was nothing else, not a single soul in sight. The household's valuables remained untouched, not a single item missing. Yet every single person, dozens of Mo family members, young and old, had vanished without a trace. It wasn't just the Mo family, the rest of the townspeople had vanished without a trace as well. Ye Ming and Mo Duo frantically searched for any sign of life or clues, scouring the area for 3 days and 2 nights straight. Yet, their efforts proved utterly fruitless. Mo Duo, exhausted from the relentless search without rest, collapsed unconscious on the ground. How could this be? What on earth happened? Where did they all go? Ye Ming suddenly noticed a dark shadow on the ground, a trace seemingly left by human hands. Traces of the Black Robe Cult. Mo Duo was overcome with grief. It must be the Black Robe Cult. It has to be them. She couldn't fathom what methods these cultists had used to make so many people in the city vanish without a trace. Ye Ming, however, had a hunch the Black Robe sect alone lacked such power. He'd fought their members before. But if someone with strength comparable to Fairy Bixiao had aided them, then anything was possible. After all, even with less than a tenth of her power remaining, Fairy Bixiao had managed to teleport everyone out of the Azure Sky Emerald Sea Palace. If someone of comparable strength were commanding the operation, relocating tens of thousands of people from the Free Merchants Alliance stronghold to another location in such a short time wouldn't be impossible. Ye Ming and Mo Duo continued searching for traces of the Li family members, but their efforts remained fruitless. With no other choice, Ye Ming led Mo Duo back to the Dragon King's palace. Naturally, their return route passed through General Li's territory. Ye Ming instructed Luo Yanwang to keep a close watch on any news from the Death Desert, reporting back immediately if any information about the Mo family surfaced. Upon returning to the Dragon King's palace, Missouri Duo transformed from a lively, mischievous little girl into someone profoundly subdued. Her days were spent either practicing the breath control technique or traveling to practice it. Ye Ming observed this, taking it to heart, and couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for Mo Duo. Ye Ming also dispatched spies cultivated by the Dragon King Hall, infiltrating various factions, all for the sake of obtaining news about the Mo family and earning a single smile from Mo Duo. Ye Ming felt this was his duty. After all, when he had borrowed the warm sun jade from the Mo family, he had promised Mo Duo's mother that he would unconditionally aid them in times of peril. Yet a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the men he sent out had not brought back a single shred of information. Only Luo Yanwang had gathered more clues about the Black Robe cult. Yet these clues were too scattered for Ye Ming and Mo Duo to verify their authenticity and launch a rescue operation. Days passed like this, and gradually, all that remained in Mo Duo's heart was anger. Meanwhile, Ye Ming was desperately searching for any trace of the Black Robe cult or the Mo family. Though their expedition to the Azure Sky and Emerald Sea Palace had yielded significant gains for Mo Duo and Ye Ming, it had also shattered their spirits. They possessed the heart to find the Mo family, yet lacked the means to act. Chapter 100, Return to the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace. Though they could find no trace of the other Mo family members, it was certain that the Black Robe sect was the mastermind behind the disappearance of the entire Mo family and the dissolution of the Free Merchant Alliance. Mo Duo seethed with frustration and rage, yet she could only swallow her anger like a mute swallowing bitter gall. The fire of vengeance transformed Mo Duo into a different person. Of course, anyone enduring such a devastating family tragedy would undergo a profound change in character. After returning to the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace with Ye Ming, Mo Duo was lodged within its walls. This sanctuary, constructed by Li Changkong to suppress Ye Ming's poisonous bug, served a purpose far beyond mere containment. Training within its confines yielded twice the results with half the effort. With no news or trace of the Mo family, the Warm Sun Treasure Jade was naturally placed in the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace, occupying the original position of the Blood Jade Orchid. Ye Ming's poisonous insect venom was gradually being absorbed and purged by the 12 treasures. Driven by Mo Duo's intense desire for vengeance, Ye Ming left her a now extinct martial arts manual. Though inferior to the techniques Ye Ming practiced, this manual would yield superior results if cultivated by Mo Duo. Mo Duo began training relentlessly within the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace, neglecting sleep and rest. She vowed that once she found her family, she would possess the strength to rescue them. After spending some time with Mo Duo in the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace, Ye Ming did not linger long. He needed to support Zhao Ling'er's Xiao family and had unfinished business with Lu Wuhui. Returning to his residence, Ye Ming soaked in the bathtub, thoroughly enjoying a hot bath. The next day, he called Zhao Ling'er. "I've been away for a while. Did James end up partnering with you?" Zhao Ling'er snapped from the other end. "You finally remembered to call me. How many days have passed without a single word? You just vanished." Ye Ming offered no explanation. Zhao Ling'er retorted, her tone clearly annoyed. "Of course everything's been resolved. Our online collaboration has been going very smoothly. By the way, there's an entrepreneur charity event coming up soon. If you're free, would you be able to accompany me?" Ye Ming replied bluntly, "I'm not interested in that sort of thing." Zhao Ling'er coaxed from the other end, "I heard there's an auction segment. Aren't you the one who loves making a splash at auctions?" Ye Ming repeated, "Not interested." He thought to himself, the items I bid on are either rare treasures or artifacts that advance martial arts. What could possibly be valuable at some entrepreneur charity dinner? Fine, if you won't go, I'll find someone else to talk to. Zhao Ling'er hung up, sounding a bit dejected. Shortly after, Ye Ming's phone rang. It was Lu Wuhui. "Ye Ming, there's a charity gala coming up in a few days. You absolutely must attend. I've gotten inside information they'll be auctioning off a painting once owned by Li Tai Bai." "You mean Li Bai, the peerless master of the land 1,000 years ago, the sword immortal?" Ye Ming asked, his surprise evident. Though his current power was unmatched, 1,000 years ago in China, masters abounded. There was Wang Hotang, master of the iron sand palm who could split mountains with a single strike, and Li Huayuan, famed as the unbeatable seven-step master. Yet all these figures paled in comparison after Li Bai's emergence. Over the nearly 1,000-year span of history, only Li Bai remains revered by the martial world as a myth and legend. His martial arts had reached the level of a terrestrial immortal. Even without weapons, he could transform his internal energy into strands of sword intent to kill invisibly, equating a mortal body to that of a deity. Some say Li Tai Bai's martial prowess ultimately reached the pinnacle of human achievement, enabling him to ascend to immortality in broad daylight. Others claim he grew weary of the mundane world and withdrew to secluded mountains, becoming a legend in the end. Upon hearing that a painting by Li Bai, once the mightiest martial artist on the Chinese mainland, existed, Ye Ming's interest was instantly piqued. No matter what, he was determined to possess this painting. Yet though his heart raced with excitement, his tone remained perfectly calm. "All right, I understand. Take me with you then. The earlier social engagements aren't necessary. The most crucial part is the final auction segment. I absolutely must be present." After speaking, Ye Ming added, "Oh, and Wuhui, how much do you think a painting by Li Tai Bai, the strongest martial artist in China, might be worth?" Lu Wuhui chuckled silently on the other end of the line for a long moment before replying, "That depends entirely on whether the auctioneer recognizes its true worth. If they do, then it might not be about money alone. Ye Ming found Lu Wuhui's reasoning compelling. An artifact left behind by China's greatest martial artist, if authentic, would contain the essence of his lifetime of martial arts, even if it were just an ordinary painting. Moreover, if someone could grasp even a fraction of its secrets, their strength would skyrocket. Ye Ming didn't dwell on it much. If there was something he couldn't obtain within China, then no one else could possess it either. In terms of strength, Ye Ming could be called the strongest in China of this era. Countless people sought to win him over, yet most never even got to see his face. The blame lay solely with Ye Ming's impeccable disguise and profound concealment. Who could have imagined that this seemingly refined, fair-skinned man would be the pinnacle of combat prowess in China? Not only that, but every one of Ye Ming's subordinates was a top-tier expert. If they were operating in the wider world, each would undoubtedly possess the capability to control an entire city. Ye Ming gained profound insight into this after meeting Li Chankong's younger brother. Though Li Chankong's brother possessed less than 10% of his elder brother's strength, he could still build his own network of influence in the underworld and control the economic lifeline of a city. How much more so for others? Upon learning that the charity gala would auction a painting by Li Tai by once China's greatest artist, Ye Ming remained confined to his home, venturing nowhere. He knew that whenever rare treasures appeared, even greater dangers followed. He understood all too well the truth behind the saying, "The gentleman is not at fault, but the jade is." Thus, over the past few days, Ye Ming had rigorously isolated himself from any influence of the poisonous insect, ensuring that once he acquired Li Taibai's painting, he would possess the strength to safeguard this vital treasure effortlessly. Though Ye Ming stood at the pinnacle of combat prowess in present-day China, he could not be certain if hidden masters existed. Better safe than sorry. This consistent caution was Ye Ming's trademark approach. Even when facing opponents of equal skill, he could defeat them effortlessly, even toy with them. It was precisely this unwavering vigilance that earned Ye Ming the unquestioning loyalty of Li Chankong and his comrades. They followed his lead without hesitation, reverently addressing him as General Yi. Chapter 101, Misunderstanding. Ye Ming hadn't mentioned his trip to the auction house to Zhao Ling'er. Having already declined her invitation, he certainly wouldn't lower himself further. Thus, Ye Ming accompanied Lu Wuhui to the scene. The event organizers, upon learning Lu Wuhui was attending, were utterly flattered and immediately reserved the finest private box for him. However, this arrangement placed them right next to Shen Aoxue's private box. The auction house staff were shrewd operators and naturally wouldn't risk offending Shen Aoxue. They had even higher tier suites available, but no matter how influential Lu Wuhui was, Shen Aoxue was the local powerhouse. Now they dared not cross her. Lu Wuhui and Ye Ming entered through the VIP, thus avoiding any encounter with Zhao Ling'er. Just 1 minute after the two entered, Shen Aoxue arrived. Suna stepped out of the car first and spotted a figure in the VIP corridor, her brow furrowing in confusion. If her eyes weren't deceiving her, that had been Ye Ming. Suna didn't think much of Ye Ming and snorted disdainfully. Shen Aoxue noticed Suna had stopped and inquired, "What's wrong, Nana?" Suna stared for a moment, pondered, then hesitantly said, "I think I just saw Ye Ming. That figure looked just like him. But I only caught a glimpse, and couldn't make it out clearly." Suna even wondered if her eyes were playing tricks on her, if she'd mistaken someone else. Shen Aoxue frowned. Hearing Ye Ming's name now gave her a headache. She thought she could finally escape the fiancé who'd made her lose face, but even after the engagement was dissolved, they remained in constant contact. Shen Aoxue loathed this persistent connection. She wished Ye Ming's name would vanish from her surroundings entirely. Yet fate seemed determined to thwart her every wish, as if everything conspired against her. Ye Ming was undoubtedly the greatest disgrace of her life. With this thought, Shen Aoxue's voice grew harsher. That a mere Ye Ming could still cause her such trouble left Shen Aoxue utterly speechless. She, Shen Aoxue, had once basked in the admiration of thousands. Now, this one Ye Ming had left her with so many stains. She couldn't accept it. "Ye Ming, are you sure?" She knew full well the nobility of her status. The organizers had specifically invited Shen Aoxue to this event and granted her the most prestigious viewing seats. No one else could possibly occupy that position. Shen Aoxue felt utterly confident in this here, no one's status could surpass hers. So the person in the passageway earlier was most likely staff. How could it possibly be Ye Ming? Shen Aoxue pondered this, then smiled. How could someone like him possibly appear here? Suna quickly agreed upon hearing this. Exactly. Someone like him would never show up here. I must have misidentified him earlier. Suna pondered, deep in thought. But as she pondered, she kept muttering to herself. Maybe it's because Ye Ming's been popping up everywhere lately, making me see things. Shen Aoxue nodded in agreement. Indeed, ever since he appeared at the Zhao family, he's disrupted our plans several times. But he hasn't gained much from it either. If he truly had any talent, he should have shown it back when he was with me. Our Shen family possesses vast resources. We could have given him countless opportunities. If he didn't seize the chance to prove himself, what kind of fool would he be? Shen Aoxue usually couldn't care less about Ye Ming, but after these repeated setbacks, she'd started to harbor some resentment toward him. Hearing Ye Ming's name now, she couldn't help but vent her frustration. Suna quickly chimed in, exactly. It definitely couldn't be him. Aoxue, next time I'll know better. She, too, looked down on Ye Ming. Didn't he know his place? How dare he keep appearing in Shen Aoxue's line of sight? That's right. Remember this, we're not like Ye Ming, Shen Aoxue declared. But she couldn't deny that Ye Ming's timing was always suspiciously perfect. Shen Aoxue wasn't stupid. She couldn't shake the feeling she'd overlooked something important. And where did all these coincidences come from? But Shen Aoxue wasn't particularly inclined to delve deeper into it now. After all, a minor figure like Ye Ming simply wasn't worth her time and effort. Suna nodded eagerly on the other end, right. I'll make sure to check ahead from now on and keep him from showing off in front of us. Suna now felt cursed whenever Ye Ming's name came up, even though things had been going so smoothly before. It seemed that ever since Ye Ming had become more prominent, all sorts of strange things had started happening around them. Anyway, Suna found it extremely unlucky. The show-off had already followed the group into the VIP lounge. He was determined to win this auction. Lu Wuhui observed his demeanor and remarked, "You're so confident, aren't you afraid something unexpected might happen?" She'd always liked Ye Ming's cocky demeanor, and besides, he had every reason to be confident. Ye Ming sat with his legs crossed, smugly declaring, "What unexpected situation could possibly arise?" Lu Wuhui chuckled, "Like someone else taking a fancy to this painting? Then showing up during the performance to blatantly snatch it away from you? If you're looking for surprises, there's no shortage of them." For some reason, Lu Wuhui felt like teasing Ye Ming. Ever since he was born, Ye Ming had sailed through life smoothly, save for a rather miserable childhood. Lu Wuhui just wanted to see the look on his face when he got his comeuppance. Ye Ming immediately burst out laughing. "Misunderstanding? You really know how to joke. Even if that person came over, I'd stop them. With him on the scene, how many could actually pull off a theft? True. After all, our General Ye's martial skills are unmatched." Lu Wuhui wasn't being sarcastic, he was telling the truth. To put it bluntly, when it came to martial arts, Ye Ming was unmatched. If one day Ye Ming could break the curse poison, his strength would reach new heights. Alas, heaven envies talent. Even the most formidable individuals have their vulnerabilities. What? Are you doubting me now? Ye Ming knew perfectly well that Lu Wuhui was teasing him, so he pressed on with his questions. "How could I dare question you? I'd question anyone but you." "Alright, Ye Ming, I know what you're thinking. Just teasing you, this treasure truly belongs to you today." "Of course. Let me savor its true essence." Ye Ming was deeply intrigued by Li Tai Bai. "Yes, I see Li Tai Bai is still in the middle, it's not the most precious one this time. The most valuable Zhao pearl is useless to me. He has more than enough of those dragon pearls, they're worthless to him. But that's still too few, which is why rarity makes things valuable. Still, its true dragon pearls may be useless, but they are indeed beautiful." Chapter 102, The Dragon Pearl. Lu Wuhui gave a helpless chuckle. This jade pearl was indeed of no use to Ye Ming, nor was it particularly useful to them either. The Zhao pearl is not only beautiful but also quite rare. More importantly, it can revitalize ordinary people, possessing remarkable rejuvenating properties. For ordinary people, such properties make it nothing short of an elixir of life, a true treasure. But for Ye Ming, it held little effect. In fact, to him, it was nothing more than a useless little bead. The divine cultivation techniques Ye Ming practiced already strengthened his body and bones while extending his lifespan. Combined with the 7-star heavenly palace now constructed for him by Li Changkong, his physical constitution had reached an even higher level. Thus, possessing far greater blessings, Ye Ming naturally held this jade bead in low regard. "Why not look at something else?" Lu Wuhui inquired. She waited for Ye Ming's response. Since they'd sat here, they hadn't raised their hands once, while others had raised theirs at least a few times. "Nothing I particularly like, I already possess those things," Ye Ming replied indifferently. He was right, he truly possessed those things, and there was no need to spend a fortune bidding on them. "I'll take a look." "We can't just sit here without bidding," Lu Wuhui said. "Bid from the 3rd floor. Suddenly, Lu Wuhui heard the auctioneer's voice below. She glanced at Ye Ming, noticing he wasn't holding a paddle, and felt puzzled. 3rd floor by all accounts, only their group should be there. "What's wrong?" Ye Ming asked immediately. "We didn't bid," Lu Wuhui said, clearly puzzled. "We didn't bid, but others did. But this is a VVVIP private room. This entire floor is usually reserved for us." Lu Wuhui felt a pang of curiosity. Who could possibly be here at her level? Probably Shen Aoxue. Ye Ming spoke up. "Shen Aoxue?" Lu Wuhui frowned in confusion, but quickly realized. Though her status was supremely exalted, even Shen Aoxue would greet her with hushed respect. But this was Shen Aoxue's territory after all. She was the local powerhouse, and people here naturally held more reservations. So it was her. Lu Wuhui murmured, then smiled softly. "What? I just suddenly realized how well-mannered the people here really are. Lu Wuhui glanced again at the item from earlier. To her, it was useless anyway, let them fight over it. This auction was full of trivial trinkets. Lu Wuhui was nearly nodding off. Then, a jade hairpin appeared at the auction. The words jade hairpin piqued her interest. She lifted her gaze slightly, looking toward the auction podium. There was no other reason. She was a woman, and naturally, she loved beauty. This jade hairpin wasn't anything extraordinary, nor did it promise any longevity benefits. Its only merit was its beauty. The love of beauty is universal, and Lu Wuhui was no exception. She stole a glance at Ye Ming, wanting to see his reaction. Yet, to her surprise, Ye Ming showed no reaction whatsoever, not even the slightest emotional flicker he usually displayed. A jade hairpin has actually appeared, Lu Wuhui murmured to herself. I wonder whose hands it will fall into. Deep down, she wanted that jade hairpin. She wanted Ye Ming to buy it for her. People often said that after all these years of chasing after Ye Ming, she had perfected the art of being a lapdog. Upon reflection, she realized they were right. So she thought, if only Ye Ming could show a little more effort just once, she wouldn't feel so pathetic. Who knows? It's just a material thing. Ye Ming glanced at the jade hairpin and smiled faintly. He had once journeyed to the East Sea to find that precious jade, painstakingly carving it over 49 days before giving it to Shen Aoxue. Little did he know, Shen Aoxue couldn't care less about it and tossed it straight into the trash. That was Shen Aoxue. If she disliked something, she disliked it, and she'd erupt on the spot. So what? Ye Ming sneered again. Lu Wuhui's heart grew colder by the moment, her mood worsening. What's wrong? Unhappy? Ye Ming inquired immediately. Not at all. Where did you get that idea? Lu Wuhui shot back, her words dripping with resentment. Oh, I see. Ye Ming smiled. Seeing Ye Ming's nonchalant attitude again, Lu Wuhui felt even more furious. Few bidders were vying for the jade hairpin, only two persisted. Yet their persistence kept the price hovering just over 2 million. They knew going any higher wouldn't be worth it. Just as they hesitated, with the bidding entering its final moments, Ye Ming raised his hand. The VIP on the third floor raised his hand, offering 3 million, quite the grand gesture. The auctioneer quipped, any more bids? Hearing it was the third floor, the crowd below remained silent. Ye Ming successfully secured the jade hairpin. Lu Wuhui felt puzzled, but more than that, he was annoyed. Why did he bid again? Surely not for that Zhao family heiress again? Lu Wuhui smiled, though his words held no warmth. Why must it be the Zhao family? Don't I have other girls to give it to? True, after all, General Yi, you're a seasoned veteran. A whole army of admirers is waiting to be with you. Lu Wuhui's words grew increasingly bitter. Ye Ming's laughter grew even more hearty. Indeed, a whole host of admirers. I wonder if this Miss Lu would care to accept this jade hairpin. Ye Ming said ingratiatingly. He glanced sideways at Lu Wuhui, his face radiant with amusement. Lu Wuhui was taken aback. She hadn't expected Ye Ming to buy it for her. Since you insist, I'll graciously accept it, Lu Wuhui said indifferently. In truth, she was thrilled inside. It was rare for Ye Ming to buy her such a thing, and she was naturally touched. As a member of the Skywatch Pavilion, Lu Wuhui wielded boundless authority. Everyone revered her like a deity, naturally overlooking her feminine identity. But deep down, she was still just a young girl. She had many whimsical ideas and occasionally longed to be treated as a woman. But that proved rather difficult. Ye Ming smiled, having already noticed Lu Wuhui's discomfort. After all, Ye Ming had been with Lu Wuhui for many years and knew her nature well. That's just how she was, always wanting to be the center of attention around outsiders, yet becoming quite dependent on those closest to her. You know, next time you can just say it plainly who's with whom, Ye Ming said with a smile. Lu Wuhui paused, then broke into a smile. Alright, I'll try, she conceded. Seeing how well Ye Ming was playing along, she decided not to press him further. Ye Ming glanced at Lu Wuhui before shifting his attention to the commotion below. Li Taibai's painting was brought out. Those unfamiliar with art showed no interest whatsoever. Seeing it was by an unknown artist, they had no intention of bidding and instead engaged in conversation. Ye Ming was different. The moment he saw it, he immediately stood up. This painting. Chapter 103, The Painted Work. Lu Wuhui was startled by Ye Ming's sudden movement. What's wrong? What happened? Lu Wuhui asked immediately, rising to his feet and hurrying over to look. Then, Lu Wuhui froze. As she gazed at the painting, she felt as though she had entered a state of selflessness. But that sensation lasted only a moment. Within mere seconds, she snapped back to reality. She looked back at Ye Ming, who had been staring blankly at the painting for quite some time. Ye Ming? Lu Wuhui called softly. Ye Ming showed no reaction. The instant Ye Ming saw the painting, he felt himself detach from reality and arrive in another place. Everything within his sight had solidified into tangible form. The rest of the world seemed to remain ethereal. He watched as the old man wielded his sword, or perhaps it was a boxing form. Ye Ming couldn't help but draw closer, then closer still. Then, he pushed open the door. Lu Wuhui and Zhao Ling'er were already waiting for him there. During his time away filming variety shows, Zhao Ling'er had also moved in with Lu Wuhui. Zhao Ling'er's belly was already quite large, and she found it difficult to move around. Lu Wuhui couldn't bear to leave her alone at home, so he brought her over. Ye Ming first went over to give Lu Wuhui a hug. Then he looked at Zhao Ling'er. "You've both worked so hard." Lu Wuhui interjected, "You've been surviving in the jungle, then rushing off to take photos after returning. How could we possibly have worked as hard as you?" Ye Ming smiled, "This is my career. It's only natural." "Ye Ming, are you really okay on that variety show?" Yang Euro asked, clearly worried. She watched Ye Ming's live streams daily and saw how harsh the conditions were. What's more, viewers kept berating him in such an environment. Both Zhao Ling'er and Yu felt heartbroken. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Look, going in feels like a vacation to me. You can rest assured. That last guy, Greenland, wasn't exactly friendly to you. Be careful, buddy. You really have sharp eyes. Don't worry, it's already taken care of." Ye Ming chuckled. He figured he'd probably turn Jack Jones fans into his own, but that was fine. "Well then, be extra careful. That crowd isn't exactly friendly toward us," Zhao Ling'er sighed softly. "I'm pregnant, you know. Stop worrying so much. I'm fine. Besides, they need to see what the Chinese are capable of, right?" Lu Wuhui sighed helplessly, exactly. "Stop sighing, it's bad luck." Ye Ming watched the scene unfold, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Then, a soft voice echoed in his ears, "Ye Ming, Ye Ming." Ye Ming snapped back to clarity, emerging from his state of emptiness. He stood there dazed, wondering what exactly had just happened. A dream? Ye Ming felt it couldn't have been a dream, it had been too real. Just now, when I looked at that painting, my thoughts were pulled away for a moment. What was that about? After pondering for a moment, Ye Ming said, "I'm not entirely sure either. I was pulled in just now too." Had it not been for Lu Wuhui's soft call, Ye Ming would have remained there much longer. But whether this was a blessing or a curse, he couldn't say. "That painting feels a bit eerie," Ye Ming muttered to himself. Lu Wuhui nodded vigorously. "Yes, but where there's opportunity, there's always a trial. Otherwise, if it were easily obtained, it wouldn't be a treasure at all." "It's beginning," Ye Ming remarked. He couldn't describe the illusory realm he'd just experienced, but he knew deep down that only by obtaining the painting could he fully comprehend its mysteries. But this painting wouldn't be so easily obtained. 5 million. Shen Aoxue, seated next to him, opened her bid by raising the price by 1 million. The surrounding crowd gasped in unison. Shen Aoxue was determined to have this painting. Those who couldn't appreciate the painting, seeing Shen Aoxue's passion for it, chose not to compete. After all, the painting held no practical value for them. 5,100,000. Ye Ming raised his paddle. 5,200,000. 5,300,000. The two bidders kept raising the stakes, leaving the crowd below gasping in awe. They'd heard whispers upon entering that both the Shen family's representative and the Skywatch Pavilion's agent were present today. Thus, witnessing this scene unfold, they could only marvel, truly a clash of titans. 6,500,000. Faced with Ye Ming's relentless pressure, Shen Aoxue was already thoroughly annoyed. How long would this bidding war continue, with each increment of 100,000? However, 6,500,000 was their absolute bottom line. 7 million. Ye Ming raised his paddle immediately. For him, there was no such thing as a bottom line. If he wanted it, he could bid any price under the sun. But an unknown painting fetching an astronomical price? That would be a sensation. And once it became a curiosity, it would inevitably draw expert commentary. Ye Ming didn't want too many people to know about this painting, so naturally, he chose a cautious bidding strategy. Shen Aoxue frowned. It wasn't that she couldn't afford the price, but was a baseless legend truly worth such a sum? Shen Aoxue's combat prowess was inferior to Lu Wuhui's. While Lu Wuhui possessed that fleeting state of selflessness lasting mere seconds, she was observing from afar and couldn't sense it. To her, this painting was just a painting, nothing special. Shen Aoxue was conflicted. 7 million, going once. 7 million, going twice. 7 million. 7,500,000. Shen Aoxue raised her paddle again. 8 million. Ye Ming raised his paddle again. In the past, Ye Ming might have played some pointless games. But now, he had no desire to engage in such teasing games. Shen Aoxue stared at the painting, hesitating. This painting better off without it. 8 million going once, 8 million going twice, 8 million going 3 times sold. Ye Ming was overjoyed to have secured the painting. He'd keep it safe. Ye Ming declared. Just a few minutes ago, he felt his combat prowess had risen again. Of course not. Would I ignore something you want? Ye Ming smiled. Of course not. So rest assured. Alright, enough chatter. How much longer until this auction ends? Ye Ming promptly asked. He couldn't get the painting until the auction ended, and that was taking too long. He couldn't wait to see it. Just wait. You want those people to know about your painting? Got it. Ye Ming scanned the items below, finding nothing he wanted. However, he did recognize a familiar voice, Zhao Ling'er's. Zhao Ling'er was bidding on a bracelet, locked in a fierce bidding war with another young lady. In the end, however, the bracelet landed in Zhao Ling'er's hands. Zhao Ling'er looked supremely proud, her head held high as if issuing a challenge. Ye Ming let out a soft chuckle. They would meet again soon. He wondered how the Zhao family had fared in the time since they last saw each other. Chapter 104, Another Coincidence. After the auction concluded, Ye Ming couldn't wait to see the painting he'd acquired. Wuhui trailed behind him at a leisurely pace, showing no sign of haste. She wasn't particularly obsessed with martial prowess as long as it was sufficient, that was enough. After Ye Ming confirmed the painting's authenticity, he had it carefully packaged. He'd coveted this painting for a long time and was naturally filled with anticipation. Then, Shen Aoxue entered. She knew Wuhui was in the next room and had guessed Ye Ming would be here too. Yet the moment she saw him, an inexplicable wave of unhappiness washed over her. So it is you, Shen Aoxue murmured softly. Ye Ming, Aoxue told you there's no chance between you two. Why won't you listen? Sunmmary chimed in from the side. Ye Ming felt helpless. How had he offended Shen Aoxue that everyone around her seemed to think this way? I refuse to listen. Why are you all so inexplicably fixated? If things were as you claim, I'd accuse you of deliberately following me. How come you're always here whenever I show up? Ye Ming sneered coldly. If Shen Aoxue and Sunmmary insisted on seeing it that way, he'd play along. It was just a matter of timing, after all. Sunmmary grew annoyed at Ye Ming's words. Following him would completely undermine their credibility. Don't be ridiculous. Do you really think we'd follow you? Following him would lower our status? That's ridiculous. Of course it's possible. I already said I have no reason to follow you, yet you still insist. Then prove it. Why would I follow you? Ye Ming demanded immediately. Why? Because you're not willing to accept it. Resentful about what? Resentful that I didn't become Shen Aoxue's fiancé? That's obvious. Sunmmary stated firmly. Wuhui chuckled. What are you talking about? Ye Ming really didn't want to explain further. No matter how much he explained, the outcome would be the same. If that's the case, it's better not to explain at all. I said, you people are just like this. Sunmmary immediately retorted, Master Su, do you truly understand Ye Ming? Do you even know what kind of person he is? Of course I do. Wuhui retorted, I've known Ye Ming since our youth. Do you really think I'm unaware of his affairs? Sunmmary had intended to press further, but Wuhui's words seemed to silence her. So, I know Ye Ming better than either of you. If it weren't for the betrothal your Shen family arranged years ago, Ye Ming would never have come here burdened with the title of fiancé. Shen Aoxue heard this and lifted her gaze. Back then, she'd only heard her grandfather say Ye Ming had arrived, that they were betrothed, and that Ye Ming was her fiancé. And that very day, her grandfather had publicly announced Ye Ming's status as her fiancé. Shen Aoxue had been inexplicably saddled with a fiancé, which had already left her unhappy. Then, seeing Ye Ming contentedly staying in the background, cooking, doing laundry, and tidying the house, only made her more displeased. The man she desired was one who fought for his own ambitions, who could carve out his own power base and march forward alongside her, not this kind of man. This was precisely why Shen Aoxue despised Ye Ming so intensely. At least up until now, Ye Ming hadn't advanced through his own efforts, but had constantly relied on women. First it was Zhao Ling'er, now it's Wuhui, essentially the same thing. Is that so? Shen Aoxue retorted. Wuhui immediately laughed. She knew Shen Aoxue would be like this. Still, she was grateful to Shen Aoxue. If not for her arrogance, Wuhui wouldn't have gotten her chance. Aoxue, I'm truly grateful to you, Wuhui said with a smile. If you hadn't stepped aside, Ye Ming would have stubbornly clung to you forever. Wuhui spoke with a playful glint in her eyes, a look Shen Aoxue interpreted as pure provocation. She was itching to put on a cold face right then and there. But Shen Aoxue held back. Since you prefer it this way, then guard him fiercely, sect leader. Shen Aoxue's smile was forced, her expression eerily sinister. Naturally. Wuhui refused to be outdone. In her eyes, it was all the same. As long as Ye Ming wasn't with Shen Aoxue, everything would be fine. Ye Ming sighed. These two were truly something. If you don't like Ye Ming, there's no need to keep watching him. His appearances mean he has his own business. You're always pressing me like this, I'd think you were quite fond of him. Wuhui said. How could I possibly like him? Shen Aoxue replied with a mocking laugh, as if Wuhui were telling a joke. Fine, as long as you don't like him. Wuhui said. Though Shen Aoxue said this, she felt uneasy all over. He's clearly a piece of junk, yet why do people keep trying to pick him up? Of course I don't like him. I absolutely don't like him, Shen Aoxue emphasized again. No problem. Even if you did like him now, it wouldn't matter. Your betrothal is already null and void. So, you're no match for me. Lu Wuhui said with a smile. Shen Aoxue hated hearing Lu Wuhui say that, but she couldn't argue back right now. Well then, I wish you both a lifetime of happiness together. Thank you, Lu Wuhui replied sincerely. Shen Aoxue was nearly furious, yet she couldn't say anything in response, which only made her angrier. Aoxue, are you okay? Suna, watching Shen Aoxue's reaction, grew concerned. I'm fine. Let's go. Shen Aoxue replied immediately. She truly didn't want to share the same space with Ye Ming for even a moment longer. After the two left, Ye Ming also prepared to depart. He couldn't wait to delve into the profound mysteries within the portrait. Shen Aoxue had specifically arranged for the portrait to be delivered near the Seven-Star Heavenly Palace, where someone would collect it later. As for Ye Ming, he only needed to wait within the Seven-Star Heavenly Palace. The painting would be delivered to him soon. Eager to see the painting sooner, he camped out in the Seven-Star Heavenly Palace for the next few days. Fortunately, the auction organizers proved quite efficient. Perhaps eager to curry favor with Lu Wuhui, the painting arrived within half a day. Ye Ming carried the painting inside the Seven-Star Heavenly Palace, unfolded it, and examined it carefully. Now, no one would disturb him. Soon, the painting drew him in. In an instant, Ye Ming plunged back into that state of selflessness. Once more, he saw the old man, who was practicing his sword techniques, completely unaware of Ye Ming's presence. Ye Ming took a few steps forward, yet the old man remained utterly oblivious, completely absorbed in his own sword techniques. Watching, Ye Ming felt as if enlightenment had truly washed over him. But in that very instant, he fell into another space. Then, he saw Lu Wuhui once more. Today, Lu Wuhui was unusually gentle. Spotting Ye Ming, she hurried forward. Chapter 105, The Illusionary Realm. Ling'er has given birth. Lu Wuhui said with a smile. Ye Ming received a call informing him that Zhao Ling'er had given birth. He immediately instructed the driver to head to the hospital. Ye Ming couldn't wait to see his child. But as he stepped into the car, Ye Ming paused, a fleeting sense of foreboding washing over him. The feeling vanished in an instant, for Ye Ming knew Zhao Ling'er was waiting for him at the hospital. He sped off and soon arrived at the medical ward. By the time Ye Ming arrived, the baby had been cleaned of blood. A girl. Perfect for a daughter, Zhao Ling'er said with a smile. Ye Ming's gaze grew unfocused, his eyes gradually clouding over. It felt as though everything had grown strangely unfamiliar. But he lowered his head and pressed his hand against the child. The newborn was wrinkled and crumpled. Holding the baby, Zhao Ling'er's expression softened considerably. Ling'er, you've worked so hard. Ye Ming found himself saying it without thinking. As he looked at the baby, a complex mix of emotions stirred within him. For some reason, he felt surprisingly little emotion toward the child. But at this moment, he should be happy. In truth, he was indeed incredibly excited right now. But it wasn't Ye Ming who was excited, it was this body that was particularly aroused. Ye Ming couldn't fathom why this strange sensation had arisen. Zhao Ling'er shook her head. It's a girl. Ye Ming was thrilled. Yes, another little princess. She'll be a companion for Zhao when she grows up. A few days ago, she had witnessed Lu Wuhui and Zhao together. Their harmony was undeniable. At that moment, he'd wished for another daughter, and now, it really was a girl. Zhao Ling'er was somewhat surprised. I thought you preferred a son. Boys and girls are the same. But a girl is better, she'll be a better companion for Zhao. Ye Ming was overjoyed. Seeing Ye Ming so happy made Zhao Ling'er happy too. She held the baby and then handed the child to Ye Ming to look at. Ye Ming was filled with anticipation. He took the baby, and in that instant, he remembered. He wasn't even married yet. Where did this baby come from? Moreover, it wasn't just Zhao Ling'er who had a child, Lu Wuhui had one too. This was getting surreal. Ye Ming felt he had forgotten many things, but right now, he truly couldn't recall. He strained his mind, but the forgotten details remained elusive. But that's how it is with certain things. The moment you detect even the slightest discrepancy, that feeling gets magnified infinitely. And once amplified to the extreme, the cracks inevitably show. And that's precisely why, when he saw Lu Wuhui again in the hospital room, everything clicked into place. Lu Wuhui arrived carrying food, beaming with joy. She then proceeded to comfort Zhao Ling'er. Ye Ming studied the scene for a moment. Now he could confirm, this wasn't Lu Wuhui. Just as Lu Wuhui understood him, he understood Lu Wuhui. She was indeed head over heels for him, but being love-struck was useless. In the brief moment Ye Ming hesitated, everything shifted once more. He left that place, abandoning the newborn child, and returned to the jungle. Then, Ye Ming entered the restaurant and saw a person dragging a child who was struggling to break free. He hadn't intended to intervene after all. It felt awkward for him to step in on a parent disciplining their child. Then he heard James say, "That guy looks suspicious. Could he be a kidnapper?" Ye Ming immediately turned to look, continuing to watch. "Looks like they really are human traffickers." James added. "What's going on?" Although the park hasn't officially opened yet, it's been in trial operation, inviting many families to participate. Human traffickers. James immediately concluded. Ye Ming was taken aback. He hadn't expected human traffickers to appear here. He immediately walked over to listen to the man's conversation. By now, quite a few people had gathered in the restaurant, but they were merely watching, not planning to intervene. That kid is so ungrateful. His own father said he should stay, yet he insists on leaving. Exactly. He even stole money from home. Ye Ming realized he'd missed a lot. Whatever that man had said earlier must have convinced the crowd that the boy was the unfilial one. I want my mommy. I want my mommy, the boy wailed. Ye Ming frowned. This situation was truly difficult to handle. If he rashly intervened now, and it turned out they were truly father and son, the scandal would spread, and he'd likely face public censure again. But if he didn't intervene, and they weren't actually father and son, then if something happened later, the theme park would be blamed too. Ye Ming was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Just then, Zhao tugged at Ye Ming's sleeve and said, Daddy, Daddy, he looks so pitiful. Ye Ming didn't want things to turn out this way either. Seeing the look in his daughter's eyes, he thought for a moment before finally making his decision. I understand. Regardless of the negative criticism he might face from the outside world, he had to take this step. Otherwise, how could he set an example for his own daughter? Ye Ming took a deep breath and walked over. Sir, we can cover the cost of this outing for you and your child free of charge. It's not easy for a child to come here. I'll have our staff accompany you. Ye Ming approached. The man flinched at Ye Ming's approach, but quickly regained his composure. Who are you? I'm the owner here. The child is indeed young and doesn't understand, but he loves this place. As an adult, seeing him so distressed, how could I bear it? Besides, we built this theme park precisely to create a safe haven for the dreams of both big kids and little ones. Ye Ming's words earned the approval of those around him. I don't know the full story, but from what you're saying, the child stole money to come here. I won't speculate on how he managed to register, I'll have that investigated later, but I understand your situation. So we'll cover all the expenses this time. Just go enjoy the experience with your child. This isn't your concern. At that moment, a voice echoed from the void. Ye Ming froze, suddenly remembering he was supposed to be contemplating Li Taibai's painting. And what was he doing now? Ye Ming was somewhat bewildered, and in that instant, he opened his eyes. Then, Ye Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood. This time, he truly opened his eyes. He could see the painting before him clearly, but it seemed he could no longer enter it. Something's wrong. Ye Ming murmured under his breath. He shouldn't have been injured this severely. His current state could only mean one possibility. Something had gone wrong in the territory under his jurisdiction. It seemed that during his absence, an extraordinary number of events had unfolded. It was time for him to intervene. Chapter 106, The Current Situation. Ye Ming looked at the painting again, his mind racing with thoughts. But he suppressed his thoughts. This time, he had indeed gained significant insights and recognized his martial prowess had risen. Yet the poison within his body remained an obstacle blocking his progress. Ye Ming carefully folded Li Taibai's painting and set it aside before closing his eyes to rest. He adjusted his breathing, exhaled deeply, and then a thought occurred to him. Earlier, a group of lone wolf members had appeared out of nowhere. Perhaps this lone wolf group was problematic. Ye Ming returned to Zhao Ling'er's side once more. Zhao Ling'er was startled by Ye Ming's sudden appearance. I thought you weren't going to show up, Zhao Ling'er said, her tone cold, though her eyes secretly glanced toward Ye Ming. Why would you think that? Ye Ming asked immediately. Zhao Ling'er smiled and said, You vanished for months at a time. Whenever I called, you were always busy. I thought you weren't planning to show up. Zhao Ling'er hadn't expected Ye Ming to vanish for so long. When he left before, he'd only said he had business to attend to, without explaining what it was. Zhao Ling'er had been constantly worried about Ye Ming, fearing something might have happened to him, but Ye Ming never told her what had transpired. During this period, Zhao Ling'er had carefully reflected on how they had met. She felt she'd remained relatively clear-headed about their time together, yet the more she analyzed their journey, the stronger her emotions surged. It seemed she had genuinely developed feelings for Ye Ming. Ye Ming watched Zhao Ling'er's expression, which was complex and growing more so by the moment, and found it difficult to read. He genuinely had no idea what Ye Ming was thinking. Earlier, Zhao Ling'er had merely thought he seemed okay, but now she felt he was actually quite good. Yet she sensed Ye Ming wasn't reciprocating her emotional investment. Seeing Zhao Ling'er lost in thought, Ye Ming asked, What's wrong? He'd been standing there while Zhao Ling'er stared off into space, lost in thought. Ye Ming sighed. This little girl, after just a short time apart, it seemed she developed quite a few more little thoughts. Zhao Ling'er shook her head. I was going to ask you what's wrong. What have you been up to lately? Zhao Ling'er sounded a bit annoyed. She thought she was the one in control of everything, yet Ye Ming effortlessly grasped her emotions. Zhao Ling'er disliked this kind of life, but it seemed she had no other choice. At this moment, Zhao Ling'er could admit it, she had indeed grown attached to Ye Ming. That's why seeing Ye Ming grinning like this now made her feel irritated. He truly didn't care about her feelings at all. Ye Ming chuckled and said, there were some personal matters, but it's fine now I'm back, aren't I? So, how's the company been doing lately? Ye Ming deliberately steered the conversation away. The matters concerning the Dragon King's palace couldn't be shared with Zhao Ling'er just yet. The Zhao family's foundation was unstable. Discussing it now would serve no purpose. Ye Ming was also waiting for Zhao Ling'er to reach his level. Zhao Ling'er smiled and replied, the company is doing quite well, of course. We've secured several major projects and are operating smoothly. But during this period, the Lone Wolf Group has also been steadily expanding. Zhao Ling'er frowned. Their last deal with Lonely Wolf Group hadn't ended well. I hear they've acquired nearly half of the smaller companies. Their scale has expanded significantly now, spanning multiple industries. They're showing signs of monopolistic tendencies. Zhao Ling'er pursed her lips, looking slightly displeased. But these were all things Zhao Ling'er had heard from others. To her, their company was still quite good, and she had received much praise from her grandfather. Zhao Ling'er had considered competing with the Lone Wolf Group, but she found it too difficult. As long as things were developing well, that was enough. Zhao Ling'er took a deep breath. She decided to let it go. Dwelling on these unpleasant thoughts wouldn't help. So when are you coming back? Zhao Ling'er asked immediately. Ye Ming pondered for a moment. Now that Zhao Ling'er's company was running smoothly, there was no real need for him to step in again. The most important thing now was to see what had transpired in the surrounding area during his absence. He'd been gone too long and felt somewhat disconnected from this place. No, Ye Ming replied immediately. I have other matters to attend to. Zhao Ling'er inquired, what kind of things? Ye Ming replied, I can't say yet. You'll find out later. Oh, and I'm meeting James for dinner tomorrow. Want to join us? James. Ye Ming pondered for a moment. The name felt familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it. Isn't that the foreign company from before? Didn't they express interest in collaborating with us? We've just secured a major project with them, and it's shaping up quite well. Now James wants to continue discussing further collaborations with us. Zhao Ling'er pondered the matter as well. Ye Ming nodded, alright, he still wanted to meet this James. If he remembered correctly, Zhao Ling'er had heard James's name more than once. During this period, James had made significant contributions to the Zhao family. Ye Ming was curious to see who this James really was and wanted to learn more about him. So they set a time to meet. Ye Ming didn't follow Zhao Ling'er to her apartment. Instead, he headed to Lu Wuhui's place. Lu Wuhui looked surprised to see Ye Ming arrive. Why aren't you staying with Zhao Ling'er? During his last cultivation session in Li Taibai's space, he had seen himself and Lu Wuhui having a child. Ye Ming still found it rather strange, so he came over to confirm certain things. As for Lu Wuhui, seeing Ye Ming staring at her blankly like that, she couldn't help but feel something was off. Lu Wuhui was tempted to touch Ye Ming's forehead to see if he had a fever. What's gotten into you? Why are you staring at me like that? Ye Ming smiled and said, what could possibly be wrong with me? I just saw something in the illusion during my cultivation session the other day and wanted to come confirm it. Lu Wuhui immediately thought of Li Taibai's painting and asked, what did you see? Ye Ming shook his head. Nothing much. Just a dream. Nothing? You're standing here so hesitant. Something definitely happened. Lu Wuhui knew Ye Ming too well. If nothing had happened, he wouldn't be staring blankly at her like this. He would have long since stopped caring about what she was doing. After a moment's hesitation, Ye Ming smiled and said, you really are sharp. You figured it out right away. It's really nothing major. Just a bit of a dilemma. Chapter 107, The Dream. Conflicted? About what? Lu Wuhui rarely heard Ye Ming share her inner thoughts, and he couldn't help but feel curious. Ye Ming was also affected by the environment. Now, whenever he looked at Lu Wuhui, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of intimacy between them. In truth, they were exceptionally close. Few knew the truth about Ye Ming's background. Li Changkong knew the most, followed by Lu Wuhui. The two of them were truly childhood sweethearts. In the early days, Ye Ming relied entirely on Lu Wuhui to get by. Just as he was finally starting to recover, he was called away by a marriage arrangement from the Shen family. Not long ago, in the illusion, I saw that you and I had a child. It felt all too real. Ye Ming thought he would be afraid, that he would find it inexplicable, but he accepted this fact quite naturally. It felt as though having a child together was simply meant to be. Ye Ming took a deep breath, his mind drifting back to that illusion. Lu Wuhui had expected Ye Ming to bring up something else, so hearing this left her genuinely surprised. She hadn't realized she could affect Ye Ming to such an extent that he could dream of marrying her and having a child together. Truth be told, Lu Wuhui felt a flicker of delight. Well, that's a good thing, so why are you looking so gloomy? This truly was a blessing. She was the pavilion master of the Skywatch Pavilion, and Ye Ming was from the Dragon King's hall. Their backgrounds were perfectly matched. Besides, no one knew Ye Ming better than she did. Even Li Changkong, who knew the entire truth, probably didn't understand Ye Ming as well as she did. Ye Ming sighed, precisely because of this, I don't understand. What message is this illusion trying to convey to me? Though in the illusion, I seem to have participated in a variety show, some kind of survival-themed program, though I wasn't entirely sure. Anyway, it seemed pretty famous, though I'd never seen it on TV. But come to think of it, there's no way I'd actually participate in a show like that. As Ye Ming mentioned this, Wuhui immediately chimed in, actually, I wanted to talk to you about this. I happen to have a wilderness survival show under my management, and I was thinking of having you participate. Ye Ming looked puzzled. Why would I join? Wuhui chuckled. You know about faith points, right? Your current public image is that of a freeloader, built on the magnetic fields generated by various factions' influence. These magnetic fields are constantly feeding off your energy. So I was wondering if you could gain energy by winning over viewers through the show? Maybe it could stabilize your magnetic field. Wuhui grew increasingly hesitant as she spoke, as if many things remained inexplicable. She'd been pondering this for quite some time, and this solution had finally come to her. Perhaps they really could give it a shot. Ye Ming was curious about this theory. I don't recall anything like this in my own lineage. Wuhui paused to think, then said, I just happened to see it in a TV drama or something, so I was wondering if you could do it this way. Besides, it seems quite reasonable to me. The factions at the Heavenly Watch Pavilion aren't evenly matched, but I believe it's mainly because of my reputation. Many hold me in high regard, which makes things easier for me. The Jiantian Pavilion draws its power from this, which is why I've advanced so rapidly. So I was wondering if this could help you? Ye Ming listened to Wuhui's reasoning and found it quite convincing. Perhaps he really could try tapping into this kind of popular faith. Though this approach wasn't part of his lineage's teachings, it might just work. Seeing Ye Ming's hesitation, Wuhui suggested casually, why not test it on the first phase first? If it proves ineffective, we can simply abandon it. One episode wouldn't reveal much. What if it worked? By then, the show would be over. Ye Ming pondered that wilderness survival shows were usually pre-recorded. By the time it aired, it would be hard to gauge any feedback. Wuhui shook his head. No, this isn't pre-recorded. It's live. We'll be broadcasting live on the spot, so you can compare the results then. Ye Ming's interest was instantly piqued. He didn't have anything special going on anyway. Joining a show like this sounded pretty good. He immediately replied, alright, go ahead and set it up for me. Wuhui nodded, but given your past reputation, I'll have to be extra careful when you debut. Otherwise, you'd have started out as a controversial figure. Forget about building a fan base, it would have collapsed long ago. Wuhui looked at Ye Ming. She deliberately brought this up. She had tried to dissuade Ye Ming back then, but Ye Ming was stubborn and insisted on fulfilling the marriage contract. As she had said back then, giving the Shen family some benefits would have sufficed. A mere family like the Shens couldn't possibly outweigh her. Ye Ming smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble you. He was eager to see if this kind of favor would bring him any benefits. But this development brought him closer to his dream. But in his dream, Wuhui had already given birth, and Zhao Ling'er was about to deliver. Yet now, he and Wuhui were still worlds apart, and as for Zhao Ling'er, how could it possibly match perfectly? Only in an illusion could such absurdity exist. How could reality ever present such a situation? Ye Ming found himself utterly ridiculous. But what mattered most now was his own situation. Ye Ming couldn't fathom what the illusion was trying to convey. Was it a warning to him, or a hint? Ye Ming couldn't figure it out. He hoped time would provide the answer. But for now, the only way to find out what would happen was to test it himself. How could that be? Wuhui said with a smile. Your illusion might just reflect your true feelings. Seems you're quite interested in me after all. If possible, we could even go get our visas today. She could enter marriage anytime, as long as Ye Ming desired it. Ye Ming chuckled, that's a bit too hasty. Wuhui, I've told you before I bear a great responsibility. Right now, I can't offer you a stable life. Ye Ming had his own reservations. He believed Wuhui deserved better and shouldn't pin her hopes solely on him. I think. Wuhui smiled and said, I understand. You've said this before. I'll wait for you. But Ye Ming, I'm telling you, don't make me wait too long. I won't wait forever. Wuhui remained steadfast in her original resolve. No matter what, she still wanted to be with Ye Ming. Ye Ming smiled and said, don't worry, it won't be long. Let's hope so, Wuhui replied casually. Chapter 108, Opportunity. Zhao Ling'er and James had arranged a time to meet, and Ye Ming also saw James. James was tall and imposing, far more imposing than Ye Ming had imagined. Ye Ming felt a bit confused. He remembered the last time he saw James, he didn't seem this big. Last time, they'd only met briefly and hadn't talked much. Of course, they had exchanged a few words then, but time had blurred the details in Ye Ming's memory. James hadn't left a particularly deep impression on him back then. Since there was no deep impression, it meant there weren't any major issues. If there had been a major issue, he would have remembered it and investigated thoroughly. Now, Ye Ming was on the verge of forgetting this person entirely, which meant it couldn't have been a major issue. But the moment Ye Ming opened the door and saw James this time, he sensed something was off. He couldn't pinpoint why, perhaps it was an aura thing, but he sensed something off about James. James rose immediately upon seeing Ye Ming and extended his hand for a handshake. Ye Ming, right? I've heard so much about you from Mr. Zhao. Meeting you today, you truly live up to your reputation. James spoke politely. Ye Ming smiled, that's her flattery. You, on the other hand, are quite impressive. To establish yourself here in such a short time, that's not just about capital, but extraordinary judgment. Just flattery, Ye Ming retorted immediately. As he spoke, he studied James. James didn't let the praise go to his head. Instead, he remained calm, as if he'd heard it 1,000 times before. But Ye Ming suspected it might actually be true. James smiled and said, "Oh, no. I'm just an employee. I don't have that kind of ability." Ye Ming promptly asked, "An employee? But isn't this your company?" James nodded. "Exactly. I'm just working for the people below me." Ye Ming smiled. This guy really talks strangely. I heard you're continuing to collaborate on other projects, apparently not in the perfume sector. If not perfume, then what are we collaborating on? James nodded. We're planning to move into real estate. But Mr. Zhao's subsidiary specializes in perfume, it doesn't deal with real estate. To be precise, the Zhao family has never ventured into real estate at all. If we rush into this, it'll be quite difficult. Ye Ming could tell James was a sharp thinker. Precisely because James was sharp-minded did Ye Ming find it all the more puzzling. Why would someone so sharp be so stubborn? That sector was firmly controlled by the Shen family. For the Zhao family to get a piece of the pie would be quite difficult. If it were truly that easy, Ye Ming would have involved Zhao Ling'er in these matters from the start. But precisely because it was impossible, he had dismissed those thoughts. James smiled and said, "I have a way." Ye Ming looked puzzled. "What method?" James smiled and said, "That goes without saying. Everyone has their own connections. But if Ms. Zhao wants to participate, I could certainly make an introduction." Zhao Ling'er felt conflicted. For now, continuing with perfume would allow them to advance steadily and cautiously. But the inevitable downturn would come, and stabilizing the business during that decline would be incredibly difficult. Zhao Ling'er pondered this, unsure of the right path forward. He believed they needed a new transformation, but venturing into the real estate industry carried far too much risk. Zhao Ling'er hesitated. James smiled and said, "Ms. Zhao, we're flexible. Several companies are already prepared to participate. We simply want to continue our pleasant collaboration with you. But as you know, we're just a perfume company, we simply don't have the capacity to get involved." Zhao Ling'er voiced her concerns. They relied on James's funding for their projects. Where would they find extra capital for this? James shook his head. Exactly. Our apartment concept is inspired by your perfume brand's concept, so there is a connection. Ye Ming chuckled from the side. What on earth does that have to do with anything? But what James proposed next left Ye Ming utterly stunned. He hadn't considered that this avenue could be pursued. If James's approach worked, leveraging the Zhao family to achieve success wasn't impossible. But this venture was far too risky. One misstep could wipe out most of the Zhao family's savings. Was this step truly worth taking? Ye Ming pondered this. Zhao Ling'er was also deeply hesitant. She yearned to make her mark. But this venture was far too risky. She might not yet possess the capability to shoulder such a massive undertaking. James chuckled from the other side. No rush on my end. Take your time discussing it. Just give me a definite answer later. If it works out, we can still collaborate. If not, no big deal. James spoke with an air of indifference. Ye Ming had observed James closely multiple times. He found James's demeanor perfectly normal, but precisely because James seemed too normal, Ye Ming worried something might go wrong. But it wasn't his place to say anything. He could only offer advice to Zhao Ling'er from the sidelines. The final decision rested with her. Once they stepped outside, Zhao Ling'er sighed. Ye Ming, I can't shake this feeling. James seems overly enthusiastic. Zhao Ling'er pondered. As for the real estate industry, I never intended to get involved in it before. It always felt like a trap. Zhao Ling'er wasn't foolish, she simply didn't possess the capability to handle such a massive undertaking. Ye Ming nodded. I feel the same way. But right now, I'm definitely facing a transition issue. If things keep going like this, I'll probably start going downhill. Ye Ming really had a tough choice to make. Zhao Ling'er was truly at her wit's end. Ye Ming smiled and said, I can't help you much either. Though that person is problematic, it's still a great opportunity. Don't rush into anything. You might even encounter it again later. No one's pressuring you to decide right now. Just wait a little longer. Ye Ming said from where he stood. Zhao Ling'er nodded. True. I don't need to make any grand decisions. I'll wait a bit longer. Maybe everything will turn out fine. Zhao Ling'er still couldn't quite believe in such a windfall. She couldn't shake the feeling this was a trap. All they could do now was wait, letting time make the decision for them. Chapter 109, Variety Show. Ye Ming had assumed Lu Wuhui was just joking when he mentioned it, but he never expected Lu Wuhui would actually find him a reality TV show. Given that, Ye Ming was curious to see what this variety show was all about. After all, Ye Ming was a relative unknown. When news of his participation spread online, it sparked a flurry of discussion. Who is this Ye Ming? How did this unknown person suddenly get invited to survive in the wilderness? He must be pretty skilled. Ye Ming, such a familiar name. Could it be that Ye Ming whose engagement was called off? I remember now. Wasn't that the guy whose engagement was called off by the Shen family? If that's really him, then him being on TV would be laughable. A crowd below was commenting. When the online comments surfaced, Ye Ming saw them. At the time, he was with Lu Wuhui, who also learned of the news. She asked Ye Ming, "Are you upset?" Lu Wuhui was still a bit worried about Ye Ming. But while she was so worried about Ye Ming now, she hadn't hesitated at all when she signed him up for the event back then. In fact, Ye Ming only got this opportunity because Lu Wuhui had leveraged her connections. Lu Wuhui's self-interest was practically written all over her face. The smile on her face remained unwavering. Ye Ming was puzzled. What's there to be unhappy about? Isn't this the truth? But when these people talk about you like that, don't you want to say something? Lu Wuhui wore a concerned expression, yet her smile held a hint of amusement. She still wanted to see if Ye Ming showed any other emotions. Back when Ye Ming was young, Lu Wuhui could still see other expressions on his face. In recent years, Ye Ming had truly become devoid of any emotion, like a little old man. Back then, when Ye Ming turned into a little old man, she actually liked it. Ye Ming shrugged indifferently, his usual carefree demeanor unchanged. Go ahead and say it. I'm not relying on them for my livelihood anyway. Lu Wuhui smiled. You really are just like this. What manner? I thought you'd be really upset about this. I didn't expect you to be in much better shape than I imagined. I was even planning to come over and comfort you. Hearing this, Ye Ming immediately put on a sad face. Alright then, I'll give you a chance. You comfort me. Lu Wuhui immediately slapped him. You're always teasing me. Enough about that. Listen, our company has had contingency plans ready for ages. This is all part of the necessary process. If we don't let this situation ferment, netizens will eventually dig it up anyway. Since that's the case, we might as well bring it out into the open from the start. It's just a broken engagement, you didn't do anything truly heinous. Once you showcase your talents on that variety show, their tune will change. Since Lu Wuhui intended to push Ye Ming into the spotlight, he'd already devised a foolproof strategy ensuring Ye Ming wouldn't fade into obscurity without reason. Ye Ming nodded. I'll leave this entirely to you. Lu Wuhui smiled. You'll have a rough patch for a while, plenty will seize on this to attack you. But don't worry, outdoor survival is your forte. Just play to your strengths when the time comes. Everyone admires strength. Even though your current reputation is what it is, as long as you showcase your strengths, those people won't have anything to say. Lu Wuhui believed Ye Ming could pull it off. Ye Ming nodded in response. Alright, since you put it that way, I should cooperate with you. Ye Ming smiled, of course. I'm eager to see if your plan actually works. Lu Wuhui couldn't say for certain if his plan would work, it was merely a hypothesis. But if Ye Ming was willing to cooperate, he was willing to proceed. But what are your thoughts on who should accompany us? If Ye Ming had any companions he wanted to bring, she could include them. Ye Ming thought for a moment before replying, you handle the rest. I just want to bring my childhood friend. Your childhood friend? Lu Wuhui frowned at the mention of this person. Truth be told, she didn't care for him. He was always offering unwarranted flattery, speaking with an obsequious tone that didn't match their straightforward nature. Lu Wuhui disliked him. Ye Ming seemed to read Lu Wuhui's thoughts and interjected, he's my childhood friend, a very good friend. Even though things have changed a bit now, he's still my friend. Lu Wuhui nodded. I know he's your friend, but you still can't be completely without guard. Ye Ming smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I'm much more clear-headed than you think. Seeing Ye Ming like this, Lu Wuhui didn't want to admit it, but sometimes Ye Ming would get stuck in his own little world and make the wrong decisions. But if Ye Ming was this determined, it meant he was set on jumping into this pit. Lu Wuhui had given her warning. If Ye Ming chose to ignore it, there was nothing more she could do. If he wanted to jump into this pit, then jump into it. Whatever you want, she said. Just make sure you handle yourself well on the variety show. Don't end up shooting yourself in the foot. Ye Ming chuckled. Don't worry, I've got it all figured out. Lu Wuhui added, but this time, our show has also invited the boxing champion. You'll meet him then. The boxing champion? Ye Ming lifted his gaze, a spark of interest flashing in his eyes. He's the real deal, a true boxing champion. You two can spar. I'm sure you'll find it fascinating. Lu Wuhui knew Ye Ming would be intrigued. Ye Ming nodded. You bet. Facing a worthy opponent would be a valuable experience. Yet Ye Ming had yet to find anyone who could truly match him. And that was with the poison still coursing through his veins. Without it, he would be even more formidable. Ye Ming now felt a sense of invincibility, yet he remained utterly unwavering in his vigilance. He feared that if someone truly defeated him one day, no one would be able to protect him. Well, I'd be quite interested in meeting this boxing champion. Yes, you two could spar then. But that boxing champion dislikes effeminate men, so you'd better be careful. Ye Ming was handsome, possessing all the right features, but from a distance, he still looked like a pretty boy. Wuhui felt a pang of worry again. What if they really stirred up trouble? After all, she was in the same boat as Ye Ming. Ye Ming nodded. Got it. I'll just improvise when the time comes. Chapter 110, The Boxing Champion. Ye Ming had arranged to meet with the boxing gym owner. The gym owner had texted Ye Ming beforehand, saying a big shot was coming to the gym today, someone really formidable, someone the owner had always looked up to. The owner's description was exaggerated, as if he feared Ye Ming might not show up. Upon hearing this, Ye Ming immediately accepted the invitation. He understood the owner's implication. The owner desperately wanted him to attend. Since someone so formidable was coming, he wanted to see for himself. Wonder who's coming today that's got you so excited, Ye Ming remarked from his end. Whenever he met the gym owner, the man usually seemed listless, his eyes only lighting up when he saw Ye Ming. Of course, he'd heard this from the gym staff that he was an exception. But now another exception had appeared, which meant this person's combat prowess must be quite high. Ye Ming was dying to see who this person was. The gym owner chuckled. I bet you're curious too. I've already told him you'll meet him shortly. The owner was so excited he could barely contain himself, eager to reveal the mystery right then and there. Yet he deliberately took a roundabout way, savoring the suspense. Ye Ming nodded and sat down nearby. He didn't join the boxing session, choosing instead to wait. His entire visit today was specifically to meet that important figure. Soon, a group of people surrounded a sturdy man as he entered. The man was all muscle, looking incredibly strong. The gym owner immediately stepped forward to greet him. Long time no see. Today, the gym owner was dressed exceptionally formally, his hair combed immaculately, clearly prepared to welcome an important guest. Long time no see. I never imagined we'd meet here. The man replied promptly. Ye Ming watched the gym owner and the man with curiosity. After catching up briefly, the man said, Ye Ming is the one I told you about last time. He's quite formidable. The man watched Ye Ming sparring for a while. So you're the one who's really good at boxing? The man asked. Ye Ming wondered what the gym owner had said. Hadn't he just mentioned martial arts? When did boxing come into it? But the owner answered for him. Ye Ming's boxing is just average. Actually, you could say he's good, but he's not from our field, so he's not very familiar with some boxing rules. The owner was being completely honest. But he's got explosive power and is pretty agile. If he were to compete, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. The man was taken aback by the owner's praise. It's rare to hear you praise someone like that. I'd like to see what he's like. The boss smiled and called out, Ye Ming, come over here. This is the man I want to introduce to you, Champion Jack Jones. Jack Jones looked at Ye Ming, sizing him up for a moment, then chuckled softly. Boss, you haven't misjudged someone, have you? What could he possibly have? The gym owner chuckled. Hold your judgment. He'll surprise you. Jack Jones looked genuinely surprised. Blow my mind? What could possibly blow my mind? He looks so frail. He scrutinized Ye Ming from head to toe, then back up again. Ye Ming watched the boxing champion scrutinize him and smiled. After all, almost everyone who saw him reacted this way, assuming he was weak. What they didn't know was that not an ounce of fat clung to his body. Every muscle was hard-earned through grueling training, brimming with power. Jack Jones appraised the horse with a playful smile and said to the owner, if you put it that way, I'd be afraid to compete against him. What if I accidentally hurt him? That would be a huge mistake on my part. The boss chuckled and replied, don't worry, he's not as weak as you imagine. But even the boxing champion Jack Jones hesitated. He studied Ye Ming for another moment, still unable to bring himself to strike. He had come here expecting a rare opponent worthy of a challenge, but now that this situation had arisen, how could he possibly fight? What if he accidentally injured someone? Wouldn't he be held responsible? This wasn't a formal match, there was no need for agreements or contracts. Jack Jones was conflicted. Ye Ming seemed to sense his dilemma and spoke up from the side, how will you know unless you try? I know what you're hesitating about, but I'm not as weak as you imagine. Don't worry, if anything happens, I won't blame you. Jack Jones chuckled. Kid, don't overestimate yourself. It's not that I look down on you, but our physiques are worlds apart. You know boxing matches are divided by weight classes. I'd have the advantage just by facing you. Jack Jones was one of the more reasonable guys in boxing, which is why he was trying so hard to talk him out of it. If he'd been dealing with a despicable scoundrel, he wouldn't have wasted words, he'd have just stepped in to teach them a lesson. Ye Ming chuckled. Don't worry. If I agreed, it means I'm confident. Besides, I want to see just how formidable this champion really is. Ye Ming genuinely wanted to gauge the champion's skill. After all, the boxer had gained considerable fame over the past 2 years. But actually meeting the champion and fighting him was still quite difficult. After all, Wuhui had already warned him about the champion's formidable strength. He was itching to spar with someone of that caliber. The boxing champion hesitated, but Ye Ming made the decision for him. Ye Ming picked up the gloves beside him and said, "Let's give it a try. I'm not entirely familiar with the rules of your trade, so I might end up offending someone." The boxing champion hesitated for a long time, but just then, the gym owner gave him a knowing look and nodded, silently approving the match. The gym owner had tremendous confidence in Ye Ming. Upon learning the boxing champion was coming, he'd strongly recommended him. Thanks to the owner's enthusiastic endorsement, the boxing champion had developed a bit of interest in Ye Ming. However, that interest lasted only until he actually met Ye Ming in person. The champion was somewhat disappointed when he saw Ye Ming. But the look he wore wasn't just a little disappointment, it was profound disappointment. After much internal struggle, the champion decided to test just how skilled Ye Ming truly was. "Fine. Since you insist so much, it wouldn't be right for me to keep refusing. Then let's spar. But let's be clear, when I fight, I can't hold back. If I knock you out or something, I won't be responsible." Ye Ming smiled and replied, "Don't worry, that won't happen." Chapter 111, Sparring. Ye Ming looked at the boxing champion, Jack Jones, and still felt a measure of awe. After all, this champion had fought countless professional bouts, nothing like those street fights. The experience a champion gains in the ring is far richer. As for Jack Jones, his attitude was far more casual. He could acknowledge that Ye Ming was indeed an exceptionally skilled fighter, but this was a boxing match. And with such a significant physical disparity between them, the advantage clearly lay heavily on his side. The champion didn't feel particularly thrilled about winning. Seeing the champion's demeanor, Ye Ming could probably guess what was on his mind. But he didn't mind. Most people would look at him with pity and say he was hopeless. But he wasn't fazed. These people's opinions meant nothing to him. Everything he'd achieved today was through his own efforts. If a few people's skepticism could shake his resolve, he would have crumbled long ago and never reached his current position. Ye Ming actually found the boxing champion's gaze somewhat easier to bear than that of others. At least the boxing champion was straightforward about it, never resorting to passive-aggressive remarks. After exchanging greetings, Ye Ming and the champion prepared to begin. The champion wasn't one for affectation either. He immediately assumed his stance, waiting for the shopkeeper's signal. The whistle blew, and they immediately locked eyes. Ye Ming knew that if he didn't show the boxer king some real skill, the latter wouldn't take this match seriously. Therefore, from the very start, Ye Ming didn't focus on defense or lulling the boxing champion into complacency. Instead, he chose an aggressive stance. A smile flickered in the boxing champion's eyes. He thought this guy was incredibly overconfident. But the moment he caught Ye Ming's punch, the boxing champion froze. He thought, this kid packs some serious power. In all his years of competition, few opponents had ever forced him to retreat so many steps after just one punch. The boxing champion narrowed his eyes slightly as he studied Ye Ming, a quiet sense of awe flickering in his gaze. He began to take things more seriously. It seemed the boss had been right, this guy was no ordinary opponent. Seeing the champion's heightened focus, Ye Ming adjusted his fighting stance slightly. Still, he remained aggressive. The champion tried to use his size advantage to overwhelm Ye Ming, but Ye Ming cleverly used his own frame to evade the champion's attacks, causing the champion to miss several times. It was an unavoidable situation. While the boxer could use his size to overpower Ye Ming with brute force, Ye Ming could also use his own size to dart in and out of openings, making it impossible for the boxer to land a single blow. Now that the boxer understood Ye Ming's capabilities, he realized his strength advantage was useless. Ye Ming could withstand every blow. So no matter how powerful he was, it was useless. The boxing champion felt increasingly irritated. Ye Ming kept dodging and weaving, refusing to engage him head-on. He was growing weary of being circled around, but fortunately, he had encountered this style of fighting before and knew that losing patience was not an option in such situations. Losing patience would play right into his opponent's hands. He immediately shifted his approach, accelerating his pace. Ye Ming gradually adjusted his stance, meeting the boxing champion head-on in a direct clash. Several thuds echoed as their fists collided. The boxing champion was genuinely startled by the force of Ye Ming's palm strike. He hadn't expected such immense power to erupt from that small frame. A flicker of admiration crossed the boxer's eyes, mixed with a hint of regret. If only Ye Ming weren't so small, he could have competed professionally. Ye Ming, of course, paid no mind to the boxing champion's thoughts. Seizing an opening, he clashed with the champion, who took several hard hits before immediately adopting a more serious demeanor. He pressed Ye Ming relentlessly, but the young fighter always found a way to turn danger into safety. Rounds in, the boxing champion found himself thoroughly outmatched. He knew it too. His defeat was only a matter of time. Just as they locked horns in another stalemate, Ye Ming smiled and said, "Let's call it a day for today's sparring. I'm tired." The boxing champion truly lived up to his name. He was formidable. The crowd was surprised. Why was Ye Ming stopping after such a short fight? They wanted to see if he could defeat the champion. After all, the fact that he'd pushed the champion to this point proved his considerable skill. If the boxing champion were to lose here today, it would be a historic moment, something they could brag about later. People like them loved witnessing miracles. Jack Jones' fame stemmed from his unprecedented 3-year reign as champion, a feat of immense difficulty. It was precisely because of this that people in the boxing world held Jack Jones in such high regard upon hearing his name. Ye Ming continued smiling over there. Turns out I really underestimated youth. I had no idea the champion was this formidable. The champion observed the crowd. He understood Ye Ming was saving face for him. After all, if he lost here, the fallout would be disastrous. The champion frowned. Truthfully, he was eager to continue the fight. Ye Ming's earlier strikes had truly excited him. He genuinely wanted to see what other techniques Ye Ming possessed that could defeat him with a single strike. But the boxer wasn't angry. Since Ye Ming had given him a way out, he'd take it. That's true. But you're quite formidable yourself. If you were just a bit more robust, you'd likely be unbeatable anywhere. Truthfully, the boxing champion knew that even in his current state, few could defeat Ye Ming. But by saying this, word would spread among the crowd, which would also benefit Ye Ming. Ye Ming smiled and said, "Then I'll train hard. I'll come back for another fight when the time is right." The boxing champion immediately nodded. "You bet. If the chance arises, we'll definitely have a proper, satisfying match." He was eager to see just how far Ye Ming would push him. It had been ages since the boxing champion felt this exhilarated, and equally long since he'd encountered an opponent who could truly match him. Right now, the boxing champion was genuinely thrilled and excited. Seeing the champion like this, the gym owner immediately said, "I told you he was pretty formidable. Believe it now?" The champion nodded. Believe it, of course I believe it. Next time you run into someone like this, make sure you explain it clearly." The gym owner nearly rolled his eyes. He had clearly warned him Ye Ming was formidable, yet the man still didn't believe it. Now he'd learned the hard way. Still, the gym owner felt a surge of pride. After all, he hadn't misjudged the man. Now, when he looked at the boxing champion, he felt a surge of pride. After all, he had recognized Ye Ming before the boxing champion did. Ye Ming smiled and said, "I had a great time fighting today too. How about this? I'll treat everyone." Chapter 112, The Con. By the end of the meal, Ye Ming and Jack Jones had become close friends who shared everything. It was rare for Ye Ming to drink so happily, and he ended up blacking out. He had no idea when he'd gotten home or what he'd said during the banquet, not a good sign. But when he woke up, stretched lazily, and was about to head out for breakfast, he opened the door to see a familiar face. "What are you doing here?" Ye Ming looked at Jack Jones' face, feeling a bit helpless. "We agreed last night," Jack Jones immediately replied. "What did we say last night?" Ye Ming was still groggy and couldn't recall what promise he'd made. "Last night. We agreed on it, your move," Jack Jones said excitedly. In just one night, Jack Jones had become Ye Ming's biggest fan. Ye Ming sighed and said, "Alright, maybe you know Tai Chi?" Jack Jones shook his head. "It's a very useful martial art," Ye Ming explained, demonstrating the movements with Jack Jones. "It's all about using force against force and yielding to overcome strength." Jack Jones followed Ye Ming's movements, feeling a bit confused. Then, Ye Ming suddenly grabbed his hand and gave it a sharp tug. "Feel that?" "What do you feel?" Ye Ming sighed and shook his head. "What I just taught you, go back and ponder it carefully. Once you figured it out, then ask me." With that, he patted Jack Jones on the shoulder. Ye Ming felt a bit confused at that moment. He recalled promising the boxing champion Jack Jones that he would teach him kung fu. But after talking so much last night, he genuinely couldn't recall what he'd said. Jack Jones stood there puzzled, yet he knew Ye Ming's words must hold some truth. Ye Ming thought for a moment, then called Jack Jones back. "Wait a minute. I need to ask you something. Did you sign up for some reality show earlier? How did you know?" Jack Jones asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Take a guess," Ye Ming replied without elaborating. After that, time flew by, and Ye Ming was about to participate in an outdoor survival reality show. This outdoor survival challenge featured veteran actors known for their action roles, along with experts from various fields. Among them was Jack Jones. Jack Jones had come solely to promote his career, but he was pleasantly surprised to encounter Ye Ming here. "Ye Ming, what are you doing here?" "Ye Ming, I'm participating in the show." "Oh, right. Almost forgot. Hope I can team up with you later." "We'll see." If possible, Ye Ming would also prefer to team up with Jack Jones. After all, they were familiar with each other, which would make things easier. But he'd prefer to team up with Gui Guixin. After all, he was the one who brought Gui Guixin into this. Gui Guixin had done a few bit parts before, so compared to Ye Ming, he wasn't exactly a complete newbie. Ye Ming had heard Gui Guixin mention it once before, so he thought he'd bring him along for this variety show too. Ye Ming intended to cultivate Gui Guixin into his trusted confidant. But the production team might not play along with their plans. Soon, the competition commenced. Before the competition started, the production team made no additional arrangements. Jack Jones simply stayed by Ye Ming's side. In contrast, Wei Guoxin stood at a distance from Ye Ming. In fact, Wei Guoxin had explicitly told Ye Ming he didn't need any special treatment. The production team knew Ye Ming had pulled strings to get in and planned to give him a little leeway. But Wei Guoxin insisted he didn't need it. Ye Ming didn't read too much into it. Since Wei Guoxin didn't want it, there was no need for him to push the issue. This variety show would be broadcast globally, and the production team would later edit it into a standalone program. The livestream had already attracted quite a few viewers, diehard fans from previous seasons who loved the show's pacing and storylines. Given the global broadcast, the chat was now filled with trending topics from various countries. Let's see how many unlucky cuties we have this season. Finally, it's live. Hurry up, hurry up. Finally got to see it. This year's contestants are all pretty unique. How come Ye Ming is here too? Is that foreigner any good? He looks so frail. Ye Ming can't see the comments, so he naturally has no idea what people think of him. This is a survival competition. You only need to stay until 3 people are eliminated. There will be tasks along the way. If you want extra supplies, you'll need to complete them. Just a reminder, if you want to eliminate someone, you'll need to secure supplies. Of course, in this jungle, there might also be traps set by the production team. If you fall for one, you'll be eliminated too. Alright, the game begins. The host finished speaking, boarded the helicopter, and departed. The production team hadn't gone to such elaborate lengths before, but now that they were making money, they could afford to put on a show. After the host departed, everyone stood frozen for a moment before beginning to form alliances. Ye Ming had already made plans with Jack Jones and didn't want to add more people to his group. If they ended up with someone difficult to get along with, it would only cause more trouble. Their first priority was finding supplies. Even without eliminating anyone, the fixed rations provided by the production team were barely enough to fill their stomachs. But that was only if they weren't exercising. Physical activity would burn through those calories much faster. Let's scout for supplies first, then hide them, Ye Ming said. If they could find supplies, they could stay in the woods for a while. If they stayed long enough, they wouldn't have to venture out searching for supplies due to shortages. Of course, everyone's thinking was similar. They all wanted to find supplies and just survive until the end. Ye Ming and Jack Jones pressed deeper into the woods, searching patiently. Numerous fixed surveillance cameras dotted the forest, and drones filled the sky, meaning every move Ye Ming and Jack Jones made was visible to the live stream audience. Who would have thought Jack Jones would choose to team up with him? The strongest and the weakest, huh? They must have planned this beforehand, or it's scripted. Has the show resorted to scripted scenarios now? Ye Ming looked so frail. Could he really handle this? Ye Ming kept searching for supplies, but their luck wasn't great. They hadn't found a single one before nightfall. Let's find a place to rest for now. We'll continue searching tomorrow. Ye Ming had a hunch they were close to finding something, but it was too late now. Not safe to continue. After all, the production team had set traps. That's it? Other teams are still searching. Just as expected, this Ye Ming is clearly so unmotivated. The bullet comments were filled with mockery. Only a handful defended Ye Ming, but even their voices were quickly drowned out by the flood of criticism. Chapter 113, Luck. Ye Ming awoke refreshed, his energy fully restored. At that moment, Jack Jones also stirred. Ye Ming, shall we keep moving forward? Yes. Still heading this way? Jack Jones hesitated. They had spent the entire previous afternoon heading in this direction without finding a single supply. Right, keep heading this way. Jack Jones heard Ye Ming's words and didn't question them. He immediately nodded and followed him forward. The two walked for a long time, but by noon, they still hadn't found any supplies. By now, discontent was starting to brew in the livestream chat. What's wrong with Ye Ming? Everyone else keeps switching routes when they hit dead ends and has already found supplies. Does he have to stubbornly stick to his guns? I hate how Jack Jones is like a block of wood. He could just leave already. What kind of relationship do these two have? Why hasn't Jack Jones snapped yet? The discontent in the livestream chat had reached its peak. Without some kind of solution, they might not make it through this stage. Just then, Jack Jones let out a startled cry. Ye Ming, why are there so many here? Ye Ming stared expressionlessly at the 3 backpacks on the ground. He wondered just how lazy the production crew must be to hide them all together like this. But then he realized most people wouldn't even bother walking another step after spending an entire afternoon here. Right now, the viewers in the livestream room could only feel their faces burning with embarrassment. Each backpack, however, was stuffed to the brim. Ye Ming and Jack Jones opened the backpacks and redistributed the supplies inside. At that moment, mechanical sounds echoed through the woods. Maxwell eliminated. Jack Jones froze. What was happening? Someone must have secured supplies and started eliminating players already. Ye Ming smiled. What should we do? Jack Jones looked at the supplies, hesitating. Let's find a place to rest nearby. "We're not joining the fray," Ye Ming said immediately. They traveled quite a distance to get here, and retracing their steps would drain their stamina. Carrying that backpack would only make it worse. Jack Jones quickly accepted Ye Ming's suggestion, but the viewers in the livestream couldn't stand it. They wanted Ye Ming to fight others. Truthfully, their real motive was to eliminate Ye Ming first. This Ye Ming clearly looked like a coward who feared death. He should have been eliminated earlier. Wei Guoxin was far more capable in wilderness survival, just as expected of a pretty boy. Give us back the mighty Jack Jones. Back in the day, he'd have just jumped in and killed them, no messing around like this. This place is so boring. If it weren't for watching Jack Jones, I wouldn't linger here another second. Another fight broke out next door, gotta go check it out. Ye Ming endured an uneventful day. During that time, one person was eliminated while the others fought each other down to their last supplies, leaving them no choice but to continue their miserable search for more. According to the production team, the next wave of supplies wouldn't be distributed until tomorrow afternoon. So right now, most people were scrambling for supplies. As for the few who ventured deeper into the wilderness, they naturally crossed paths with Ye Ming and his group. Ye Ming remained vigilant. Sensing the new arrivals, he exchanged glances with Jack Jones and positioned himself as bait to lure them closer. Then, they took out two of them at once. And so, the first episode concluded. Even as it ended, the live stream audience hadn't fully processed what had just unfolded. What just happened? It's over already? What happened? Why did it stop? Then the live stream displayed, "See you next time." Details to be revealed in the official broadcast. The abrupt halt of the survival show left everyone hanging, unsure who had been eliminated at the last moment. To find out the outcome, they'd have to wait for the next episode. I really hope that by the next episode, Ye Ming has already been eliminated. Not necessarily, maybe the show is just teasing us. The live stream ended, but everyone lingered, still discussing it. After 2 days of wilderness survival, Ye Ming was utterly exhausted. But Jack Jones was wide awake. He even regretted not getting into a physical fight. Ye Ming rested at home for a day before heading to the Zhao residence. Zhao Ling'er hadn't expected Ye Ming to show up and was genuinely surprised. Especially after learning about his recent appearance on a variety show. Zhao Ling'er knew Ye Ming was highly intelligent and possessed formidable martial arts skills, but this fact had remained largely unknown to the world. Zhao Ling'er also hoped Ye Ming could clear his name of past blemishes. This variety show was the perfect opportunity. He could showcase his intellect and wisdom through it. Then, fewer people would say they weren't meant for each other. It was truly astonishing. She only learned about it today when she saw it trending on Weibo. The moment Zhao Ling'er saw Ye Ming, she voiced her feelings. Ye Ming shrugged. "A friend invited me earlier, so I agreed. Anyway, this variety show will be good practice. I forgot to tell you about it earlier." Zhao Ling'er smiled and said, "It's fine, it's fine. Everyone at the company has been talking about you today, and I saw it on Weibo too." Zhao Ling'er paused before adding, "The company asked me to tell you they're rooting for you." Ye Ming chuckled. He suspected those people were just waiting to see him fail, but he didn't care about that. If he truly let others' words get to him, he wouldn't have steadily risen to his current position. Zhao Ling'er continued, "Oh, and that James guy seems to have partnered with a pretty small company. They're planning to develop that plot of land they acquired, apparently turning it into residential housing. I'm not entirely sure, but something about this feels off." Ye Ming nodded. "If that's the case, we'll need to be extra cautious going forward. We really do need to be careful. Especially when you're dealing with James. Keep a close eye on things. I don't know what this James is up to, but it probably isn't anything good." Zhao Ling'er nodded. "Don't worry, I'll definitely be careful." Ye Ming had come specifically to check on the Zhao family's situation. Seeing nothing unusual here, he returned to the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace. This variety show was broadcast live, so much information could be gleaned from it. However, he hadn't polished his image this time, resulting in rather low returns. Ye Ming gazed at the slightly dimmed Sevenstar Heavenly Palace, contemplating that if the current situation remained unchanged, something unusual might occur. Before that, however, Ye Ming welcomed the second episode of the variety show. Chapter 114, Elimination Round. Zhao Ling'er knew Ye Ming would be fine, yet she insisted on seeing him off. Deeply touched, Ye Ming promised to take her out sightseeing upon his return from the island. Zhao Ling'er beamed with joy, offering Ye Ming a few more words of advice. When Ye Ming arrived, Jack Jones was already there, waving urgently at him. Others nearby wanted to greet Jack Jones too, but his formidable reputation made them genuinely hesitant. Ye Ming spotted Wei Guoxin and gave him a slight smile, but didn't acknowledge him. For now, their interaction would remain superficial. "Ye Ming, shall we team up again this time?" Jack Jones asked immediately. Ye Ming nodded with a smile, "Of course. Let's work together smoothly." Mainly, among all these people, he only knew Jack Jones. A new round began, and the host reappeared. As soon as the host landed, the live stream commenced. Finally, it started. "I've been waiting so long I've practically withered away. Yeah, the only joy at work these past few days has been waiting for this show. Let me see. Oh my god, Ye Ming is still here. So what exactly happened last episode? Hurry up and release the official version, I can't wait any longer. After greeting everyone, the host immediately begins announcing the new rules. Without further ado, let's explain the rules for the second episode. In this episode, we'll eliminate 8 people. No one can be killed on the first 2 days, killing starts on the 3rd day. As with last episode's rules, the episode ends once the 8th person is eliminated. Good luck to all of you. With that, the host departed via helicopter, and the new phase commenced. It's on! It's on! How will everyone fare this time? Everyone has already formed their group, seems they've been keeping in close contact lately. Hopefully Ye Ming gets eliminated this time, I can't stand watching people coast through. They couldn't act for the first 2 days, but the production team only gave them 2 days worth of rations. If they ration carefully, it could last 3 days. That meant they had to stockpile enough supplies within those 2 days. What's more, the crafty production team would drop supplies again on the afternoon of the 3rd day. That meant if they hadn't found supplies by then, they'd have to head to the large plaza to wait for the drop. Exposing their location would likely trigger a duel. Ye Ming, what should we do this time? We'll just have to search for supplies first. Ye Ming said helplessly. The search for supplies was tedious and monotonous, but finding more meant they could scrape by until the end. Ye Ming disliked moving with the main group. He waited until most of the others had passed before choosing a direction and leading Jack Jones deeper into the area. What's with Ye Ming? Is he that scared of dying? I want to see Jack Jones turn the tables, that'd be spectacular. How did Jack Jones end up teaming up with such a coward? I hope Jack Jones sticks with the main group, that'd make for some great entertainment. Anyway, hardly anyone in the comments section had kind words for Ye Ming. Ye Ming strolled slowly through the woods. If it weren't for the need to scavenge supplies, taking a leisurely walk here would actually be quite pleasant. Ye Ming, why aren't we sticking with the main group? Jack Jones really enjoys team fights. You idiot, obviously to survive until the end with the least cost. Jack Jones frowned in deep thought. The livestream audience, however, disagreed. This Ye Ming is so bold, daring to call Jack Jones stupid. This time Ye Ming has finished the last guy who said that to Jack Jones is still in the ICU. Just as viewers were shouting for a good show, Jack Jones looked up. But Ye Ming, you're right, fighting every single episode is exhausting. Yeah, let's just treat it like a vacation to clear our heads. The viewers in the livestream were all expecting Jack Jones to beat someone up, but who knew he'd pull this stunt? What the hell is this? Jack Jones, where's your toughness? How could you do this? Divine tourism, these two really have some wild ideas. Over there, the looting has already begun, it's quite the spectacle. Everyone, hurry over. Meanwhile, Ye Ming and Jack Jones were still enjoying their peaceful moments. This time, Ye Ming got lucky, they found supplies after just a short walk. Satisfied, the pair settled down to rest. Meanwhile, other teams spent the day fighting and scrambling for supplies, a real treat for the livestream viewers. Now, when they turned their attention back to this peaceful and serene duo, they couldn't help but feel annoyed. Did this team really come here on vacation? Ye Ming was even teaching Jack Jones how to identify plants. How boring. Might as well switch to another livestream. Currently, Ye Ming and Jack Jones had enough supplies to last 5 days. Instead of finding a place to kill time, Ye Ming spotted a small stream and prepared to fish there. When Jack Jones joined this show, he was ready to go on a killing spree. He never imagined he'd end up sitting by a stream with Ye Ming, preparing to fish. He was feeling a bit down. Ye Ming, are we really doing this? Jack Jones groaned, pressing his hand to his forehead. Yeah, what else is there? Ye Ming selected 2 sturdy branches and began whittling them with his pocket knife. Jack Jones sulked as he prepared nearby. Ye Ming then led Jack Jones to catch earthworms. Jack Jones had never done anything like this before. Spotting the soft-bodied creatures, he quickly backed away. Ye Ming watched Jack Jones' terrified expression with some surprise. You're afraid of these? Jack Jones put on a brave front and immediately retorted, of course not. Why would I be afraid of these? Ye Ming didn't quite buy Jack Jones's denial. He held the earthworm right up to Jack Jones's face and asked, not scared? Jack Jones stumbled back 2 steps, stumbling and sitting down on the ground. Not afraid. Ye Ming quickly baited the hook and cast it out. All set. Care to give it a try? Jack Jones was feeling awkward, but when Ye Ming called him over, he reluctantly made his way toward the rod. To prove his manliness, he quickly grabbed the fishing rod. Relax, it's not here anymore. Ye Ming shook his head helplessly. He'd assumed Jack Jones was the type who feared nothing, yet here he was, scared of this little thing. Jack Jones calmed down, staring at Ye Ming. Several times, he opened his mouth to speak but stopped himself. What is it? Ye Ming asked immediately. Jack Jones hesitated. After all, it was incredibly embarrassing for a grown man to be so afraid of earthworms. The real reason Jack Jones found it so hard to speak up was that the incident earlier had been utterly humiliating. He genuinely felt embarrassed. Jack, this isn't like you, Ye Ming said. Just forget about what happened earlier, Jack Jones resolved, blurting out immediately. Chapter 115, Fishing. Oh? What did you say just now? Ye Ming asked with a smile. Jack Jones chuckled along. Then this whole thing stays between us. But then Ye Ming said, we're live streaming right now. Jack Jones fell silent. Ye Ming wasn't particularly averse to fishing, nor was he overly fond of it. He propped his head up, waiting for the rod to move. Jack Jones, ever the whirlwind, had never done anything that tested his patience like this. Soon, he couldn't hold out any longer. Ye Ming, how much longer are we stuck here? Jack Jones couldn't stand it at all. He felt his patience was running out by the minute. Fishing, it seemed, was simply not suited for a rough-and-tumble guy like him. Jack Jones dismissed the activity outright, mainly because he found it utterly boring. Jack Jones admitted he was just hyperactive. Ye Ming stared at the fishing rod. Suddenly, it jerked. Ye Ming immediately lifted it. Jack Jones watched, a hint of envy in his eyes. Though he disliked such patience-testing pursuits, that didn't stop him from enjoying the rewards. Let's wait until dark, there's nothing else to do anyway. Jack, this is a form of training. If you're too impatient, you'll easily expose your weaknesses. Jack Jones scratched his head in confusion. He didn't grasp Ye Ming's meaning, but he knew Ye Ming spoke with profound wisdom, there was no doubt about it. He mimicked Ye Ming's posture, pretending to fish. Truth be told, Jack Jones would never have been able to sit still like this before. Yet with Ye Ming nearby, he found himself strangely calm. Ye Ming reeled in fish after fish, releasing every single one back into the water. Not eating the fish? Jack Jones was puzzled. If they weren't eating the fish, what was the point of fishing for so long? No, lighting a fire would give away our position. Ye Ming's words made it clear he simply didn't want to confront those people head-on. But is this really okay? We didn't come here for a reality show. Jack Jones felt like he was losing sight of his true purpose. We are here for the show, but it's a competitive one. To last until the end, we need a solid plan. Ye Ming stated. Jack Jones found Ye Ming's reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Soon, the 2-day truce period ended. By this point, some people had acquired supplies and tools to eliminate others. Ye Ming had no intention of joining their fray, he could be the one reaping the benefits. Another 2 days passed. Supplies were nearly depleted, and the production team wouldn't distribute new supplies until the 3rd day. In other words, survival now depended on seizing others' supplies. Ye Ming knew the production team was stirring things up. Patting Jack Jones on the shoulder, he said, looks like it's time to get to work. Jack Jones looked puzzled and asked, what exactly? Go gather sticks? Ye Ming looked at Jack Jones and felt nothing but a headache. Alright, he really had corrupted Jack Jones these past few days. No, our supplies are almost gone. Looks like we're joining the fray. It took Jack Jones a moment to process what Ye Ming had said. Then, his eyes lit up with excitement. Yeah, which one should we go beat up? Jack Jones stretched his limbs, looking ready for a fight. Ye Ming sighed. Why was this kid so off? We're here to handle them with the tools we've been given, not to beat anyone up. Alright, let's head over and see what's going on. Ye Ming patted Jack Jones on the shoulder. The two emerged from the depths and found the main group. The moment Ye Ming and Jack Jones appeared, all eyes instantly turned to them. They all knew Jack Jones was trouble, but most hadn't seen Ye Ming's strength. So they were all calculating, preparing to take Ye Ming down. To any clear-eyed observer, Ye Ming was the easiest target to take down. Besides, Ye Ming always took Jack Jones down side roads, deliberately or unintentionally avoiding the main group. Wasn't that because he feared they'd cross paths? Finally got to see you these past few days, Greenland said with a smile, though it carried a hint of mockery. Long time no see. Ye Ming offered a faint smile. Seems you've really missed me. Ye Ming didn't believe these people missed him at all, they simply wanted to eliminate him. Right now, everyone was superficially exchanging polite pleasantries, but behind the scenes, they were already plotting how to eliminate contestants. So far, 5 people had been eliminated, meaning 3 more would need to go before this season concluded. Those contestants had already endured several rounds of competition. It would be a lie to say they weren't exhausted. But Ye Ming and Jack Jones were different. They had been thoroughly relaxed. Then, in an instant, the others charged toward Ye Ming. Jack Jones immediately stepped in front of Ye Ming. The two finally began their fight. Awesome. I want to see Jack Jones fight. I hope Ye Ming gets eliminated. He's been coasting through this season, he can't keep coasting. Jack Jones and Ye Ming really hit it off, but why is he helping Ye Ming? Probably paid him off privately. Otherwise, why would Jack help someone for no reason? Jack Jones held off the others, allowing Ye Ming to eliminate 2 contestants. Now, he only needs to eliminate 1 more person. The others kept a close eye on Ye Ming, now determined to take down this man hiding behind the big shot. The livestream audience watched this unfold, feeling both thrilled and furious. What the hell is going on? I'm so pissed at Jack. Can't he use his head? Ye Ming kept snagging easy kills. Am I the only one who thinks Ye Ming and Jack Jones are working together perfectly? Greenland was a Jack Jones fan. Though he'd always admired Jack Jones, seeing him shield someone like Ye Ming left a bitter taste in his mouth. How dare you hide behind Jack Jones? If you've got the guts, fight us fair and square. Shut up. Which eye of yours saw Ye Ming dodging? Jack Jones was clearly growing impatient. Greenland was still intimidated by Jack Jones. He was genuinely afraid of him, fearing a single punch could knock him out cold. Ye Ming listened to this arrogant speech, not particularly inclined to respond. You coward. All of you Ye Mings are cowards. Ye Ming couldn't stand that. He stepped forward, set his things aside, and confronted Greenland. Just then, the director cut the live feed. Wei Guoxin observed the standoff, showing no intention of intervening. After all, with his slight build, stepping in would only get him beaten up. He stood at the back, showing no intention of moving forward. Chapter 116. The livestream viewers were just getting pumped up, engrossed in the action, when the screen suddenly went black. They were utterly shocked. How could it end like this? This sucks. Hurry up and turn it back on. Even though I already know the outcome, I still really want to see Greenland take down Ye Ming. It's just about milking the audience for money, right? Fine, take it all but turn the stream back on. No matter how much the viewers shouted, the director refused to restore the feed. What a joke. The remaining segments are the highlights for when the variety show airs. Of course they're saving some suspense. No matter how fiercely the live chat audience cursed, they wouldn't get to see the actual footage. You have to admit, the director really knows how to milk the traffic. But the live event was genuinely spectacular. Greenland believed Ye Ming was just an ordinary guy, so he let his guard down a bit. Ye Ming seized this very trait, launching his move instantly and slapping the elimination card onto Green Clan's back. The entire process took less than a minute. Even Greenland didn't know what had happened. You're eliminated. By the time Greenland registered what had happened, he exclaimed, you cheated. I demand a redo. I didn't cheat, Ye Ming shrugged. Unfair. Unfair. That doesn't count. Let's do it again. Greenland lunged to attack Ye Ming. But Ye Ming stepped back, grabbed Greenland's arm, and twisted it behind his back. Now you're cheating. No one present understood what had happened. All they knew was that Ye Ming had inexplicably restrained Greenland, who was then eliminated. Whether it was pure coincidence or Ye Ming truly possessed such skill, no one could say. After the show ended, Ye Ming stretched his limbs. Though they hadn't been working these past few days, being out in the wilderness meant neither eating nor sleeping was comfortable. Green Clan remained consumed by the fact that he'd been defeated by someone like Ye Ming, his anger simmering. As soon as the crowd began to disperse, he immediately sought out Ye Ming. You won unfairly, Greenland declared. Ye Ming crossed his arms, staring back at him. So what do you want? Have a proper duel with me. Why? Ye Ming looked at Greenland. Jack Jones, hearing the word duel, immediately approached. Who's dueling? If there's a duel, it's between me and Ye Ming. You can wait your turn. Greenland froze upon hearing Jack Jones' words. Jack, I'm your fan. I've watched every single one of your matches. And then? Jack Jones had been tempering his temper a lot lately under Ye Ming's influence. In the past, he would have already lashed out. He never bothers to argue with people he dislikes. You shouldn't sync with him. Greenland blurted out immediately. He could already feel his idol crumbling before his eyes. Who do you think you are, giving me orders? Even if I want to sync, it's none of your business to judge me. Jack Jones glared, his eyes terrifying at that moment. Ye Ming watched the situation unfold, feeling inexplicably unsettled by the bizarre scene. Now, it was Greenland covering his face and running out, making the whole scene even more surreal. How do you want to settle this? Ye Ming asked. After all, this was Jack Jones's fan. He actually liked Jack Jones as a person, so he figured he should extend some courtesy to his fan too. Jack Jones was taken aback. Back when he'd challenged Ye Ming to a fight, Ye Ming had debated with him for ages. Why was it different now that the opponent had changed? Ye Ming, you don't need to lift a finger. Leave it to me. Jack Jones stepped forward to intervene. Greenland took a couple of steps back upon seeing Jack Jones. Ye Ming intercepted Jack Jones, smiling as he said, I agreed to this precisely because he's your fan. Jack Jones felt a twinge of satisfaction, but the thought of Ye Ming offering to teach him a lesson left him uneasy. He had asked Ye Ming countless times before, only to be turned down each time. Never did he expect his fan to beat him to the punch. Watching the two men's conversation and expressions, Green Clan felt it was surreal. You decide the format for the match. Green Clan glanced at Jack Jones before saying, out of respect for my idol, let's settle this in a single round. Whoever gets pinned to the mat first loses. Ye Ming chuckled. This contest outcome was anything but subtle. He suspected Greenland was settling the score from earlier. Alright, let's do it your way. Ye Ming chuckled, then assumed his fighting stance. Greenland was utterly dismissive, charging straight ahead. Ye Ming had initially intended to step aside, but after a moment's thought, he decided to confront him head-on. Otherwise, if he fell down later, he'd probably complain that Ye Ming was cheating. Ye Ming sighed. This guy was just too much to handle. Greenland packed a lot of power into that punch. As he watched Ye Ming just standing there staring at him, a sudden thought struck him. Could this guy be an idiot? But even if he was, Greenland had no intention of letting him off. He swung his fist. The impact he'd imagined against Skull didn't happen. Instead, Greenland was repelled by a strange force. Greenland stumbled back 2 steps, staring at Ye Ming in disbelief. Jack Jones witnessed this technique again and still found it astonishing. He had been working hard to learn this technique, but could only mimic its form without grasping its essence. Glickland glanced at Ye Ming, then noticed the look of "so that's how it is" on his idol's face beside him. An inexplicable emotion welled up inside him. Again. This time, Greenland didn't charge in recklessly with his fists. Instead, he steadily closed the distance, pressing Ye Ming back. His force wasn't particularly strong, so they exchanged several blows. Now, Greenland began to grasp something. He even felt as though he were fighting a roly-poly toy. Then, just as he was utterly baffled and about to end the fight, Ye Ming exerted force, sending Greenklein crashing to the ground. Stunned by the fall, Greenklein looked up at his idol once more, feeling utterly bewildered. I think you've had enough. Need another round? Next time, I'll really pin you to the ground. Had Ye Ming uttered those words before the fight, Greenklein would have dismissed it as a joke. But now, having experienced Ye Ming's moves firsthand, he genuinely believed Ye Ming could follow through. That's right, Jack Jones chimed in immediately. But you really don't know how to seize an opportunity. You should have taken advantage and gone for it more. Who knows when you'll get another chance like this? Jack Jones shook his head. Youngsters these days really don't know how to seize an opportunity. Chapter 117, The End. Hearing Jack Jones' words, Ye Ming nearly rolled his eyes. Greenland watched Jack Jones's smug expression, then glanced at Ye Ming's impassive face, and sighed. Why did he feel his idol seemed a bit foolish? How could he be so oblivious to reading the room? Hello, Teacher Zhao. Since you're my idol's idol, you're also my idol. If there are other programs in the future, I hope we can collaborate. I believe we'd make excellent partners, Greenklein said immediately. Jack Jones watched in disbelief. These days, even his fans were competing for positions. He loved his fans, but right now, he didn't want to accept the fact that Greenklein was one of them. He even found himself wishing Ye Ming would refuse Greenklein outright, without any regard for his own standing. Unfortunately, things didn't go as Jack Jones had hoped. Ye Ming and Greenklein shook hands amicably. Jack Jones was seething with jealousy. He desperately wanted to hide Ye Ming away. Seeing Jack Jones's expression, Ye Ming silently sighed inwardly. Jack Jones still had a long way to go in his personal growth. Still, he sensed that Greenland was a shrewd observer, adept at navigating social dynamics, a trait that perfectly complemented Jack Jones's approach. Such talent was worth retaining. Ye Ming returned to the Zhao residence, where Zhao Ling'er was already waiting for him. Ye Ming first went over to hug Zhao Ling'er. Ye Ming, are you really okay on that variety show? Zhao Ling'er asked, her voice tinged with worry. She watched Ye Ming's live streams every day and saw how harsh the environment was. What's more, even in such conditions, people in the chat kept berating him. Zhao Ling'er felt heartbroken. Don't worry, I'm fine. See? Going in there is like taking a vacation. You can rest easy. That last guy, Greenland, wasn't very friendly to you. Ye Ming, you'd better be careful. You really have sharp eyes. Don't worry, it's already taken care of. Ye Ming chuckled. He figured he'd probably converted Jack Jones fans to his own side, but that was fine. Oh, well. Just be careful. That crowd isn't exactly friendly toward us. Zhao Ling'er sighed. Stop worrying so much. I'm fine. Besides, they need to see just how formidable Ye Ming can be, right? Stop sighing, it's bad luck. Just as Ye Ming and Zhao Ling'er were sharing a tender moment, the phone rang. Ye Ming answered and was surprised to see it was Lu Wuhui. Lu Wuhui wouldn't normally call him at this hour. He was intrigued. Ye Ming, there's been an unusual disturbance in the Sevenstar sky. Come over immediately. Hearing this, Ye Ming didn't even wait for Zhao Ling'er's question before rushing out the door. He raced to the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace and saw the entire palace trembling slightly. Spotting Lu Wuhui there, Ye Ming immediately demanded, what's going on? It was perfectly fine when he visited just a few days ago. How did it suddenly become like this? I don't know. I just happened to arrive and saw it. Ye Ming, the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace might not hold out much longer. Even without Lu Wugui's warning, Ye Ming knew. He could already feel the tremors of the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace. If swift action wasn't taken, the magnetic field of the Dragon King's Hall would likely become chaotic. Then not only would Ye Ming's bug poison be uncontrollable, but the Dragon King's Hall itself would collapse. There was no other option now. Lu Wuhui stared at Ye Ming, momentarily stunned. What are you thinking? Wuhui, you know that as the heir to the Dragon King's Hall, I must shoulder this responsibility. But it hasn't brought you anything either. Lu Wuhui tried to stop Ye Ming. Alas, she couldn't stop him. Ye Ming looked at Lu Wuhui with unwavering resolve. Even so, this is my responsibility. Besides, he hasn't gone all these years without reaping benefits from the Dragon King's Hall. I'm going. Ye Ming declared firmly. The Sevenstar Heavenly Palace was in upheaval, and the Dragon King's Hall was affected. As the deputy head of the Dragon King's Hall, Shen Aoxue couldn't help but feel it. By the time she rushed to express her concerns, Ye Ming had already stood at the very center of the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace. Seeing Ye Ming like this, Shen Aoxue hurried to stop him. Ye Ming, causing trouble at a time like this? Ye Ming watched Shen Aoxue's reaction and shook his head helplessly. But he didn't feel the need to explain himself. Lu Wuhui quickly stepped forward to restrain Shen Aoxue. What do you think he's doing? Shen Aoxue didn't know, but she watched as the Sevenstar Heavenly Palace's formation accepted Ye Ming without resistance. She was utterly astonished. When she was appointed Deputy Hall Master, Li Changkong had warned her never to approach this formation. It rejected everyone except the Hall Master. Because the Hall Master was the chosen heir, the one it recognized. At that moment, Shen Aoxue didn't know what to say. She simply watched as Ye Ming stepped into the formation. Ye Ming remained unaware of the array's true nature. He only knew that his ancestor had been born within it and would ultimately perish there. For them, this formation was most likely ill-omened. Ye Ming, Ye Ming. Ye Ming heard someone calling his name, yet he could not locate the source. In a haze, countless flashes of the past danced before his eyes. The formation was draining his life force to replenish the magnetic field's energy. Without this energy, the poisonous bug within Ye Ming was steadily spreading. He thought he was about to vanish within this formation. In his final moments, Ye Ming's mind was filled only with Lu Wuhui. Lu Wuhui had walked this path with him, yet he hadn't promised her anything before leaving like this. Truthfully, he owed no one except Lu Wuhui. He owed her so much. Ye Ming let the magnetic fields tear his body apart, devouring his energy. Compared to the agony of the poison's onset, this pain felt bearable. Then, he vanished within the halo of light. Lu Wuhui covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, but she held them back, refusing to let them fall. Ye Ming. Lu Wuhui couldn't stop the grief welling up inside her. Shen Aoxue clearly hadn't processed this reality yet. She looked somewhat stunned. However, before her astonishment could linger too long, the halo vanished. Then, a man stepped out from within it. Lu Wuhui's tears slid down his cheeks. Ye Ming slowly approached Lu Wuhui, smiling as he said, "Don't be sad. I'm fine." Lu Wuhui was somewhat surprised. After all, they had worked so hard for so long, how could it be resolved so easily? Perhaps it was a case of fighting poison with poison. But at the last moment, the divine consciousness of Li Tai Bai, which had attached itself to me, protected me. That's how I narrowly escaped. What about your poison? Gone, of course. Ye Ming quickly spotted Shen Aoxue nearby and frowned. He hadn't expected his cover to slip so quickly. Li Changkong approached and respectfully inquired, "General Yi, are you all right?" "I'm perfectly fine, absolutely fine. Now, you can reveal my identity," Ye Ming said with a smile. Li Changkong looked surprised. "But you previously wanted to keep it secret, didn't you? Dislike being disturbed?" Ye Ming nodded. "After this ordeal, I've come to realize it must eventually be revealed. Development is inevitable. Hiding like this isn't sustainable. Besides, I'm eager to see just how many talented individuals reside under the Dragon King's Hall." Ye Ming believed that under his leadership, the Dragon King's Hall would surely go even further.